Chapter 1. As Miyamoto Kiyohisa gazed at the newspaper delivered early in the morning by his subordinates, a satisfied nod escaped him. At least these fellows possessed some sense. It was not in vain that I imparted the knowledge of shockwave theory to them. Upon catching sight of the first two words of the newspaper headline, an internal evaluation silently formed within him. However, in the next moment, the previously composed expression of Miyamoto Kiyohisa suddenly faltered, failing to maintain his facade. 10 years have passed, a full decade. Conan, you are finally coming. Do you have any idea what I have endured during these 10 years? Despite wielding an immeasurable fortune and possessing substantial influence in both the underworld and legitimate society, I have been forced to live in obscurity, seldom stepping outside, never surfacing on social media, and lacking the luxurious lifestyle that other affluent individuals enjoy. Words brimming with endless resentment emerged from the depths of Miyamoto Kiyohisa's throat. Yet, fortunately, all of this was about to come to an end starting tomorrow. The world would usher in a new era. In this epoch, the timeline would become unstable. The likelihood of homicides would surge once more, and only a select few would find peace in this world. A glimmer of wisdom radiated from Miyamoto Kiyohisa's eyes. It is time to execute that plan. As he observed the newspaper featuring a candid shot of Kudo Shinichi, brimming with vitality while deducing for the police, Miyamoto Kiyohisa murmured to himself. Miyamoto Kiyohisa, a genuine time traveler, was equipped with the quintessential tool of all such individuals, a mission system. This mission system was remarkably straightforward aside from providing him with a necessary data panel. It had thus far issued only a single task. Moreover, it appeared to be a long-term mission to survive. Indeed, it was as simple as that: just survive. For every 365 days he managed to endure, the system would reward him with survival points, which he could redeem for needed skills and knowledge in the system's task shop. These skills and knowledge would automatically update with the passage of time. Thus, there was no possibility of obtaining any cutting-edge technology from the task shop. However, this was already sufficient, for the pinnacle of technology was also included in the marketplace. With these advanced technologies, combined with the backing of his family, Miyamoto Kiyohisa established his own business empire in just a few short years, with ventures spanning various fields and his financial prowess ranking among the top 3 in the nation. As a member of the prestigious Miyamoto family, it was said that the renowned swordsman Miyamoto Musashi was one of their esteemed ancestors. Thus, the illustrious Miyamoto clan held a significant status in Japan. Miyamoto Kiyohisa's father, Miyamoto Masato, currently served as a member of the National Assembly, a position undoubtedly aided by his son's support. Additionally, Miyamoto Kiyohisa's uncle, Miyamoto Masaki, was serving as the Deputy Commissioner of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Similarly, his ascent to this role was, in part, facilitated by Miyamoto Kiyohisa's assistance. This encapsulates the fundamental details of Miyamoto Kiyohisa's background. Meanwhile, after addressing some work reports presented to him, Miyamoto Kiyohisa retrieved a mobile phone produced by his own company from the drawer of his desk. The phone had been equipped with a SIM card and utilized a proprietary digital cellular system for communication. He opened his contacts and found a familiar name, pressing the dial key without hesitation. Beep beep. Before the busy tone could ring twice, the call was answered on the other end. Miyamoto-san, how may I assist you? The voice on the phone belonged to a man who spoke with a tone of deference. What of Yoko? What is she currently engaged in? Miyamoto-san, my apologies, but Yoko is still on stage. Do you have an urgent matter? If it can wait, I can have her call you back as soon as she finishes. The man on the other end hesitated before inquiring. Is that so? Miyamoto Kiyohisa elongated his tone, causing the man on the other end to feel a rising sense of tension. Very well, it's nothing pressing. Just as you suggested, have Yoko call me back immediately after her performance. Sensing the man's anxiety, the kind-hearted Miyamoto Kiyohisa opted to wait. He continued to peruse the newspaper and the intelligence provided by his subordinates. How swift! Another kidnapping case solved. Truly impressive, Conan. Glimpsing the intelligence collected regarding the incident that occurred yesterday evening, involving the hidden kidnapping of the president's granddaughter by the Mused family, Miyamoto Kiyohisa was astonished by Conan's remarkable efficiency in tackling such terrifying cases. Haifu, prepare a vehicle for me. I need to step out for a moment. Let's take the least extravagant Porsche from the garage. I recall it was fitted with the latest bulletproof glass and body last month, correct? Miyamoto Kiyohisa directed his gaze toward the burly man stationed at the door. Yes, Kiyohisa. The man acknowledged and retrieved a relatively unadorned car key from the designated hook by the door before exiting the room. Once the man departed and the infrared sensors detected no further movement, the door closed automatically with a soft chime. The two panels of the door gradually converged, meeting with a resonant click. Simultaneously, the subtle whir of gears and the heavy sound of the iron door scraping against the floor indicated that this door had been custom-made, boasting a remarkably high level of security. The individual who had just left was named Shibata Haifu, the son of a former comrade of Miyamoto Kiyohisa's uncle. Due to his mother's remarriage and the ongoing election for the deputy commissioner of the police department, for various reasons, he was adopted by Miyamoto Kiyohisa's uncle. However, being an outsider, Shibata Haifu struggled to find his place within the Miyamoto family. At this time, Miyamoto Kiyohisa, who had retreated into himself due to the renown of Kudo Yusaku, naturally became a good companion to him within the Miyamoto household. Shibata Haifu, who initially aspired to follow in his father's footsteps and become a police officer, ultimately chose to become Miyamoto Kiyohisa's assistant and bodyguard under his influence, despite successfully passing the police examination. Beep beep. Just as Miyamoto Kiyohisa was about to succumb to nostalgia, his flip phone on the desk vibrated, illuminating the screen. A call was incoming. Lowering his gaze, Miyamoto Kiyohisa noted that the caller ID displayed Yoko's number, which he had dialed not long ago. He promptly picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Miyamoto-san, may I inquire what you need? From the other end came a sweet, pure voice that eased the previously furrowed brow of Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Ah, Yoko, did I not tell you before? Call me Kiyohisa. Please refrain from addressing me so formally as Miyamoto-san. I have mentioned that, for personal reasons, I detest being called president. Although her voice was delightful, Miyamoto Kiyohisa would not shy away from addressing necessary issues. By the way, I heard you've been troubled by a stalker lately. Would you like me to send a few people to assist you, to keep an eye on things? I am rather curious to see who dares to follow my artist. Miyamoto Kiyohisa asked playfully over the phone. No need, Kiyohisa. Yamagishizan has already arranged for a detective to investigate. I believe this matter will be resolved shortly. The production team is calling for me now. I must hang up, Kiyohisa. Upon hearing Miyamoto Kiyohisa's inquiry, the voice on the other end responded rapidly, as if startled. It seems I may have overstepped previously, causing Yoko to hesitate in seeking my assistance. Gazing at the now-ended call on his phone, Miyamoto Kiyohisa murmured to himself. That incident had occurred over 2 years ago, when Yoko had just debuted and had yet to achieve stardom. Subsequently, her agency was acquired by him. At that time, Yoko had just graduated high school and relied heavily on her agency for everything. And for reasons unbeknownst to her, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had taken a particular interest in that agency at that time, owing to the rising popularity of the Earth Lady team. Yoko gradually amassed a considerable following of devoted fans. However, this surge was accompanied by a troubling emergence of stalkers. During one performance event, a particularly audacious stalker seized the opportunity when the staff were momentarily distracted and stealthily approached the vicinity of the tour bus. What ensued was a scandal involving covert surveillance and photography, which swiftly reached the ears of Kiyohisa Miyamoto. At that time, Kiyohisa was just over 20, only slightly older than Yoko, possessing a somewhat impulsive disposition, compounded by years of pent-up grievances stemming from a heightened sense of crisis. Upon receiving the news, Kiyohisa resolved to take bold action. After acquiring a substantial number of newspaper outlets, Kiyohisa utilized several days' worth of front-page headlines to relentlessly report on the stalker's transgressions, ultimately leading to his social demise. In fact, a year later, the stalker succumbed to the immense societal pressure and took his own life. Although this incident did not evoke significant public outcry, it instilled in Yoko a growing reluctance to seek Kiyohisa's assistance thereafter. As Kiyohisa's thoughts drifted, the doorbell rang. "Who is it?" he casually inquired, picking up the landline phone beside him. "It's me, Kiyohisa. The car is ready. Do you want to head out now?" Came the voice of Hideo Shibata from the other end. "All right. Wait for me outside. It'll be out shortly." "Let's take a stroll first," Kiyohisa replied before hanging up. From the drawer of his desk, he retrieved a silver handgun, ensured the magazine was fully loaded and the safety was engaged, before placing it in his holster, which he slung casually around his waist. As the president of a company fraught with crises, Kiyohisa had secured a gun permit through the establishment of a security company, necessitating that he carry self-defense tools whenever he ventured out. Rising from his seat, Kiyohisa approached a small cabinet, opened it, and selected a key from among a jumble of others, slipping it into his pocket. Once everything was in order, the door to the room, equipped with facial recognition technology, opened automatically with a chime, revealing a futuristic elevator. Descending to the basement level 2, Kiyohisa entered his garage, which housed an array of vehicles, both gifted and purchased, some of which had remained untouched for over 7 or 8 years. As the company president, Kiyohisa's sole criterion for selecting a vehicle was safety. He would only agree to drive cars equipped with bulletproof glass, armored bodies, and components that met stringent safety standards. For Kiyohisa, the opulence of the vehicle or the status it conferred was utterly inconsequential. The paramount concern was safety above all else. However, the days of living in constant fear were nearing an end. Once his plan succeeded, and he acquired the proverbial Getuda fail-free card bestowed by death itself, he would be free to soar. Settling into the modified Porsche's back seat, which awaited him at the elevator's entrance, Kiyohisa began to envision the carefree life that awaited him. "Hideo, let's take a leisurely drive around Mahana Town first, then perhaps grab a bite to eat. And in the afternoon, we can visit Yoko," he suggested. "Of course, Kiyohisa," Hideo Shibata responded, fastening his seatbelt, gripping the steering wheel, and promptly heading toward the garage exit. The garage exit was also an elevator, activated only by Kiyohisa's authorization. After a brief 10 seconds, the elevator doors opened once more, allowing the Porsche to emerge into the outside world. Hideo's driving skills were exceptional throughout the journey. Kiyohisa felt no jolt. In less than an hour, they arrived at the winding streets of Mahana Town. "Remember what I told you? In narrow areas like this, unless there is an extraordinary circumstance, you must reduce speed," Kiyohisa reminded, noticing Hideo's excitement had caused him to overlook the caution. "Yes, Kiyohisa," Hideo quickly acknowledged, promptly adjusting the car's speed as they began to meander through Mahana Town. Titan Elementary, Titan High School, and Mahana University, 3 illustrious educational institutions, passed by the window, followed by the abode of the grim Reaper the Muri detective agency also gliding past Kiyohisa's view. After an hour of leisurely exploration, it was nearly lunchtime. They selected an inconspicuous restaurant, where they casually enjoyed a meal. Having finished lunch, as per their plan, Hideo drove the maximum safety-enhanced Porsche toward Yoko's apartment. In the earlier years, as Japan's economy plunged into the depths of the Great Depression, Kiyohisa Miyamoto, through the machinations of his father and familial connections, acquired a substantial portfolio of real estate and established a company related to property management. Coincidentally, the apartment rented by Yoko happened to be one of Miyamoto Kiyohisa's properties. Thus, when the tenant encountered difficulties, it seemed entirely reasonable for a responsible landlord to show concern for those residing within his estate. Such were Miyamoto Kiyohisa's thoughts. Although Yoko declined his call, he devised a rather perfect rationale to visit her. Around 3 in the afternoon, a Porsche glided into the underground garage of his upscale apartment complex. "Hidetsugu, there's no need for you to accompany me. I can manage alone." After retrieving the backup keys designated for landlords from his pocket and pondering for a moment, Kiyohisa Miyamoto ultimately decided to leave Shibata Hidetsugu to guard the vehicle. Though it was the least impressive car in his garage, it still belonged to the category of luxury vehicles compared to the majority of others parked in the building's underground lot. Miyamoto worried that someone might vandalize his car out of envy, so he deemed it prudent to leave someone on watch as a precaution. "Yes, Kiyohisa-nai," Shibata Hidetsugu, initially eager to say more, quickly recalled Miyamoto Kiyohisa's formidable combat prowess that surpassed his by tenfold, and he nodded in agreement. Fortunately, The elevator was conveniently stationed on the first floor, and within less than 10 seconds, Kiyosaki Miyamoto found himself ascending to the upper levels. Before long, well acquainted with the living arrangements of the artists under his management, Kiyosaki Miyamoto swiftly located the apartment room of Yoko Okuno. However, what transpired next left Miyamoto Kiyohisa quite astonished. It is not merely about arriving early, but rather about arriving at the opportune moment. When he reached the entrance, the door to the apartment had already been ajar. Without further ado, at this juncture, the individual present in the room is undoubtedly Chei's Yuko, the other leading lady of this incident. It is quite surprising that, at this hour, she is still in the room of Konoha Yoko, attempting to uncover some scandalous secrets. With a knowing expression, Miyamoto Kiyohisa gently knocked on the door a few times. Ahem, Yoko, are you back? If you're home, I shall be entering. Clearing his throat, Miyamoto Kiyohisa raised his voice deliberately. Without waiting for a reply, he boldly walked in. At that moment, Chei's Yuko, who had heard the sounds from outside the door, had stealthily concealed herself within the wardrobe. Ah, Yoko, who would have thought that you, who market yourself with pure sweetness, would be harboring a wild man at home? I must see for myself which man has aided me so greatly. Chei's Yuko mused with excitement. Is she not home? Could it be that she forgot to lock the door? How fortunate I am to be such a considerate landlord. Otherwise, this place would eventually be stripped bare. How disappointing. Chei's Yuko thought, as she realized the landlord had merely come to check on the situation upon noticing the unlocked door, rather than being some secret boyfriend as she had imagined. Just then, the sound of boiling water emanated from outside the wardrobe. What is going on? Why is the landlord still lingering here? Shouldn't he close the door and leave upon finding the room empty? Chei's Yuko began to feel she might have misjudged the situation. After all, it is not unheard of for a landlord to become a boyfriend, given the man's familiarity with the room's arrangement and his casual presence. It was evident he shared some undisclosed secret with Konoha Yoko. Realizing the man's leisurely demeanor, a new possibility struck Chei's Yuko. Oh dear. I didn't realize the Longjing tea I sent to Yoko a fortnight ago has nearly been consumed. It appears she truly enjoys tea. I shall have to bring her some more soon. Now, where is my teacup? Her surprised thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the wardrobe opening. Could it be that his familiarity with the household items stems merely from their shared interest in tea? Perhaps this landlord frequently visits Yoko for tea. Chei's Yuko's emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster, the thrill too intense to bear. Moreover, as an idol, Konoha Yoko possessed many garments in her wardrobe, leaving little room for concealment. Chei's Yuko found herself cramped, unable to stand or crouch properly, and with her high-heeled shoes, her legs began to feel achingly weak. Goodness, I hope this landlord doesn't intend to finish his tea before departing. Chei's Yuko felt a mix of frustration and urgency, her calves trembling. Often, circumstances unfold contrary to expectations. As the water reached a boil, the sound of pouring into the teapot echoed in her ears. Leaning her upper body against the back of the wardrobe, she attempted to straighten her legs to alleviate some discomfort, now praying and repenting. Oh heavens, let the tea cool quickly, and may that infuriating landlord drink expeditiously. How foolish of me, she lamented. Realizing that despite being aware of the immense influence of Yoko's management company, she still dared to compete for roles and foolishly sought to achieve her aims through this means. If only I could quell my jealousy, perhaps I would not be enduring such torment now. In a daze, a sudden voice broke through Chei's Yuko's thoughts. Today, I must do something outrageous to Yoko. It seems I'll have to offer her extra gifts and recompense in the coming days. Outrageous deeds? Recompense? How audacious to claim their relationship was merely that of a typical landlord and tenant. In my detective mind, Chei's Yuko thought, no improper relationship would remain concealed. With a decisive push, the wardrobe door swung open. Despite her weak legs, she managed to avoid a complete collapse, but ultimately found herself seated on the floor. Are you Konoha Yoko's clandestine boyfriend? I must see what tomorrow's headlines will reveal about you. Despite her disheveled state, Chei's Yuko proclaimed with an air of defiance. However, when Yuko Chizuo lifted her head, she found herself utterly entranced. The man seated before her, quietly savoring his tea, displayed not a hint of anxiety. Instead, he exuded an aura of remarkable composure. Yet, the most compelling reason for her astonishment lay in his extraordinary appearance. What a visage he possessed. His brows resembled swords. His eyes sparkled like stars, his face shone like a jade crown, and his smile was as warm as spring. For a fleeting moment, Yuko Chizuo was completely captivated. You. For reasons unknown, the once fierce Yuko Chizuo now spoke in a remarkably gentle tone. What is wrong with me? And if I am not mistaken, this does not seem to be your home, does it? What are you doing at Yoko Kanno's place? Unfortunately, gentle words did not evoke goodwill. As a true aficionado of amusement, Kiyohisa Miyamoto opted for a confrontational approach. At this moment, Yuko Chizuwa finally recognized the predicament she was in. She was not in a romantic drama, but rather caught in the act of an intrusion. It dawned on her that her immediate priority was to assert her dominance in the situation. Let us set aside these questions for now and turn our attention to your affairs. You are indeed the man currently in a relationship with Yoko Kanno, are you not? Just imagine, tomorrow morning, the entirety of Tokyo will be abuzz with news centered around you and Yoko Kanno. At that moment, not only will Yoko's career plummet, but you will also find yourself catapulted to fame due to this identity. Seemingly contemplating the aftermath of an idol's fall from grace, Yuko Chizuwa spoke with a smug smile. Oh, I truly wish to see which newspaper in Tokyo would dare to publish news related to me. Just as Yuko Chizuwa became lost in her fantasies of reclaiming the lead role, an untimely voice suddenly pierced her thoughts. The words emanated from the extraordinarily handsome man before her. The media does not concern itself with your identity. They only report any news that can generate a stir, without considering the consequences. And do you truly think you are someone of great significance? Upon hearing Kiyohisa Miyamoto's remarks, Yuko Chizuwa hesitated briefly. Yet a smile quickly returned to her face. Who am I? Ha ha ha. It seems my years of living incognito have yielded some results, as even a celebrity like you fails to recognize me. Are you truly famous? Why must I know you? Kiyohisa laughed heartily, which only served to heighten Yuko's inner anxiety, prompting her to feign composure and retort, have you heard of the Ultraman series? So what if I have? And if I haven't, it's merely a children's tokusatsu show. Are you implying that you played some significant role within it? My apologies, but I have not seen it. However, if you request it, I wouldn't mind watching such an uninteresting series for your sake. Upon realizing that the other party merely mentioned a series she deemed irrelevant, Yuko Chizuwa eased her tension, only to regain her audacity shortly thereafter. I, in fact, am the editor and co-director of that so-called uninteresting tokusatsu series. Hearing her belittle his accomplishments, Kiyohisa's demeanor shifted, his voice growing cold. Although producing tokusatsu films was merely a pastime during a dull phase of his life, and paled in comparison to his commercial empire, it was not something an ordinary artist like Yuko Chizuwa could dismiss lightly. What, do you wish to solicit other directors and screenwriters to blacklist me? I'm afraid the editors and directors in my television circle generally look down upon directors and editors of your kind of tokusatsu shows. Upon realizing that he was merely an editor and director of tokusatsu films, and sensing a hint of urgency in his tone, Yuko's voice brightened. If I may say, with your commendable image, it would be better to abandon your roles as a director and screenwriter and pursue an idol career instead. I believe you would achieve remarkable success. Believing she had Kiyohisa Miyamoto under her thumb, Yuko began to lecture him from a senior's perspective. Just as her words hung in the air, Kiyohisa promptly interrupted her. What if I told you that aside from being a director and screenwriter, I am also a major shareholder in 10 large television stations, including Maharu TV, Tokyo TV, Osaka TV, and Kyoto TV? Moreover, I control dozens of newspapers throughout the Tokyo area. In essence, the vast majority of public opinion in Tokyo rests firmly in my hands. At this point, Kiyohisa's previously subdued tone transformed into one of commanding authority. Meanwhile, Yuko Chizuwa, who had been incessantly chattering, suddenly paused, as if rendered mute. Having just regained her footing, she found her legs giving way once more, collapsing before Kiyohisa. Could it be? You are the legendary king of the Tokyo media industry? After a considerable pause, Yuko finally regained her speech, albeit stuttering as she inquired. Although I am rather indifferent to such a title, the truth remains. Some individuals delight in assigning arbitrary labels to others, Kiyohisa Miyamoto replied with a resigned shrug. However, the upward curve of his lips betrayed Miyamoto Kiyohisa's true feelings. Do you mind if I smoke? He asked, seemingly to himself. Observing the self-doubt that still enveloped Akezawa Yuko, he casually retrieved a box of fine cigarettes from his jacket pocket and, picking up a lighter that resembled an exquisite sculpture, ignited one, inhaling deeply. Miss Intruder, are you aware that you can leave now? After a while, Yoko may be finishing her shift. Oh, really? You don't intend to deal with me? Just like that? Allowing me to depart? Akezawa Yuko exclaimed, momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. Indeed, you are free to go. However, remember that Konio Yoko is under my protection. Refrain from setting your sights on her in the future. You may share this information with individuals similar to yourself. I anticipate that we shall meet again soon. Miyamoto Kiyohisa waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to exit. It was no jest, until he secured the protection of the Death God talisman. Miyamoto Kiyohisa was resolute in avoiding enmity, even with those he could easily dispose of. Yet, this long-standing practice of caution had become an instinctual behavior for him. Furthermore, even if he allowed Ikezawa Yuko to leave, she would inevitably be brought back by the police due to the earrings she had left behind. However, this way, the resentment directed at her would not fall upon him. Feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a grave crisis, Miyamoto Kiyohisa raised his cup and drained the tea within, subsequently arranging the tea set before heading toward the door. Just as he was placing the tea utensils, a shadow, obscured in darkness and indistinct in form, stealthily entered the room. Ah, so that is it. I never imagined that in such a short span, Yoko, you would have already found another boyfriend. Especially at the peak of your career. Clearly, I could have been in that position too. A mixture of laughter and tears emanated slowly from the shadow. However, the shadow ultimately lacked the courage to confront the man who had just arranged the tea set. Years of indulgence had rendered the shadow's physique rather corpulent and unwieldy. And in stark contrast to the man's well-defined, muscular form, the shadow held a modicum of self-awareness. Seizing the moment while Miyamoto Kiyohisa had yet to emerge from the tea room, the shadow stealthily concealed himself in a corner behind the sofa, a veritable nook of concealment. As anticipated, upon exiting the tea room, Miyamoto Kiyohisa surveyed the surroundings but failed to detect the shadow's presence. He then promptly exited the room, closing the door behind him. The situation had been flawlessly resolved. I now had a connection to this case, and had even ventured into the crime scene. I could now wait below for the arrival of the Grim Reaper's entourage. Reflecting meticulously upon my previous actions, I found no significant oversights on Miyamoto Kiyohisa's part. I retrieved my phone and instructed Shibata Hideo, who was in the garage, to bring the car around, intending to find a nearby CAF where I could await the Grim Reaper gang's arrival. Before long, the modified Porsche with maximum safety features came to a halt by the roadside outside the apartment. Miyamoto Kiyohisa waved to signal Shibata Hideo not to exit the vehicle and walked the short distance of a dozen meters to the rear seat. Let us seek out a CAF with good reviews. We shall enjoy a cup of coffee first. Before Shibata Hideo could inquire about the destination, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had already issued the command. He activated the specialized display screen installed in the Porsche and selected the electronic map option. Instantly, a rather rudimentary map materialized before the two. Let us go to this establishment. I recall when I last visited, there were quite a number of patrons inside, which bodes well for its reputation and safety. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to a CAF located approximately a mile from the apartment. Very well, Kiyohisa and I. Shibata Hideo replied without further comment, pressing the accelerator, and the Porsche swiftly vanished from the apartment's entrance. Like a CAF, the name of the CAF that Miyamoto Kiyohisa had just indicated. As he had observed not long ago, even around 3 in the afternoon, the CAF was bustling with patrons. Upon parking the vehicle, Shibata Hideo promptly exited to open the rear door for Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Hideo, the car is parked so close to the entrance. There is no need for you to remain vigilant. Given the warm weather, let us enjoy some afternoon tea inside. As Miyamoto Kiyohisa stepped out, he halted Shibata Hideo's return to the driver's seat, inviting him to join in the CAF for a light snack. Entering the somewhat noisy CAF, they sought a seat near the window, and Miyamoto Kiyohisa signaled for a server. A cup of hot fresh milk, please. Well versed in the principles of health, Miyamoto Kiyohisa unhesitatingly prioritized his nutritional intake, then pushed the menu aside with his right hand. Hideo, please order whatever you like. Let us indulge a bit more, for we may not have time for dinner later. Consider this meal our dinner. Understanding his cue, Shibata Hideo, who often struggled with indecision, ordered an array of items. Just as they awaited the server to deliver their meal, in a room over a mile away at the apartment building where Yoko Kashino resided, the earlier shadow was now placing a substantial ice block on the floor. Using a chisel from the kitchen, he created a front-to-back aperture in the ice block, then returned the chisel to its place and retrieved a well-used kitchen knife. Positioning the knife's handle against the hole in the ice, he inserted it forcefully. To secure the knife within the ice, he fetched some water pre-chilled in the freezer. The water, now hovering around 0 degrees, was in a nearly supercooled state. Carefully, he poured the water along the knife handle, which immediately began to freeze upon contact, solidifying into ice. Coupled with the cooling effect of the large ice block, the two elements gradually fused into a cohesive whole. Thus, the The knife was entirely encased in the ice. After completing this task, the shadow activated the air conditioning, switching from cooling to heating mode and setting the temperature to 30 degrees. Having done so, he hurried to the tea room, where he found a teacup previously used by Miyamoto Kiyohisa, and then to the bathroom, where he retrieved a slightly golden hair from a comb. He placed the teacup into the pocket of his shirt and pressed the hair firmly into his right palm, standing atop a prearranged chair. Yoko, I regret it. I should not have agreed to part ways for just 500,000. Had I known you would achieve such fame, I should have demanded at least 5 million. No, 1 million. Otherwise, I would not have sunk to my current plight. And you, cursed dog of a man, how dare you completely take Yoko from me? Perhaps, just perhaps, I might have had a chance to reconcile with Yoko again. With her newfound stardom, repaying my debts would have been a mere formality. It's all your fault. You wretched dog of a man. The frantic words spilled incessantly from the shadow's lips. However, at this moment, there is no one in the room. To whom are these words addressed? It is merely an exercise in self-pity, while all the blame is unjustly cast upon others. Dear parents, my debts have become insurmountable, and I hope that the diary I leave behind may inspire a modicum of compassion in Yoko, prompting her to assist in settling my obligations, thereby sparing you from any burden. Yet it remains a mystery what thoughts traversed the shadow's mind as these words were uttered. Suddenly, the shadow let out a fierce growl. Damn it! It is all your fault, you accursed couple. Since I can no longer endure this existence, neither shall you find solace. You shall bear the title of murderer. With that declaration, the shadow leaped backward, forcefully driving the blade into his own back. If I cannot possess it, then I shall surely destroy it with my own hands. At that moment, the shadow's gaze began to wane, yet he struggled to utter those words. With all his might, he performed a swift maneuver, hoisting the ice block embedded with the knife upon his back. This action caused the blade, which had been firmly lodged, to pierce in and out of his body, resulting in an uncontrollable flow of blood. I regret this so deeply. The shadow extended his right hand, fingers splayed as if to grasp something. In the midst of this turn, the hair he had clutched slipped from his grasp and fell onto the floor to his left. However, before he could reach for it, the engulfing darkness and weakness consumed him entirely, the vivid crimson staining the floor as his life ebbed away. Meanwhile, in a CAF, savoring afternoon tea, Miyamoto Kiyohisa remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding within the apartment. However, even if he were to learn of the events transpiring within the apartment, it is likely that Kiyohisa Miyamoto would merely chuckle softly, reflecting on the formidable power of timeline correction. Time swiftly approached around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky outside had already darkened. Feeling a sense of ennui after indulging in afternoon tea, Kiyohisa Miyamoto found solace in a nearby street-side bookstore, engrossed in a book. Meanwhile, Hideo Shibata occupied the driver's seat of the car parked outside, holding the flip phone that Kiyohisa had specially provided him, seemingly engaged in a conversation with someone. Uncle Masato, it's me, Hideo. Kiyohisa is currently in the bookstore, and I am alone in the car. Indeed, Hideo Shibata's interlocutor was none other than Kiyohisa's father, Masato Miyamoto. So, what does Kiyohisa truly think? Is he really going to confess his feelings and propose to Miss Yoko Okuno this time? Listening to the increasingly excited voice on the other end of the line, Hideo, despite knowing it was inappropriate, felt compelled to douse the enthusiasm with a dose of reality. No, uncle, I sense that Kiyohisa's purpose for visiting Miss Okuno is not as you envision. He has come unprepared for anything significant. There certainly won't be any proposal. What? Not a proposal? That rascal. How many years has it been? He hasn't shown interest in any woman, and at long last, there's one who has captured his attention, only to let it drag on for years. As an elderly man, I am truly exasperated. Upon hearing Hideo's report, Masato Miyamoto was filled with indignation. From a young age, Kiyohisa Miyamoto exhibited an extraordinary acumen for business, aiding the Miyamoto family in not merely surviving but thriving during the financial crisis, thus establishing the Miyamoto Consortium. During his academic years, Kiyohisa also showcased remarkable research and development capabilities, leading his team to secure numerous high-tech patents, laying a solid foundation for the growth of the Miyamoto Consortium. Subsequently, leveraging his business instincts and the high-tech foundation he had cultivated, Kiyohisa successfully expanded the Miyamoto Consortium, enhancing its financial prowess to rank among the top 3 in the nation within less than a decade. Although Miyamoto Kiyohisa's achievements in his career are remarkably impressive, his romantic life has caused his father, Miyamoto Masato, considerable distress. For the first 18 years of his life, Kiyohisa was absorbed in business and research, with little interaction with young women. Masato was well aware of this and refrained from commenting during that period. However, upon turning 19, Kiyohisa shifted his focus to the entertainment industry, swiftly establishing several talent agencies and production companies with the financial backing of his conglomerate. He also rapidly acquired stakes in numerous television stations and several news agencies in Tokyo to promote his endeavors. In terms of resources, Kiyohisa achieved what many would take lifetimes to accomplish in the entertainment realm. Miyamoto Masato could hardly criticize his son's talents, as within just a year. While managing various activities for his agency's idol artists, Kiyohisa took the initiative to create a children's tokusatsu film IP named Ultraman, which quickly became as popular as the Kamen Rider series in the country. Yet, despite Kiyohisa's success in the entertainment industry, Masato remained unsatisfied. The Miyamoto conglomerate was largely built on Kiyohisa's independent efforts, and Masato had long ceased to hope for his son to agree to a merger with another wealthy family. As the years passed and Kiyohisa approached 30, Masato's only desire had become to embrace grandchildren. Strangely, despite being surrounded by admirers in the entertainment world, Kiyohisa had not been linked to any romantic rumors, and he had grown increasingly reclusive. This left Masato feeling helpless, as he could not dictate his son's feelings. Consequently, he assigned a covert task to his longtime aide, Shibata Hideo, to monitor Kiyohisa's interactions with women. Should any rumors arise, Masato would have a pretext to encourage Kiyohisa to find a wife. One of the primary subjects of interest was Okuno Yoko. Upon hearing Masato's grievances, Shibata could only offer an awkward smile, knowing he could not offend either party. After much contemplation, Shibata resolved to convey a harsh truth to Masato. "Uncle, it seems that Kiyohisa has never entertained such thoughts. Even with Miss Okuno, he appears to regard her merely as a sister, rather than seeking a partner. He seems more concerned about his personal safety." Reflecting on Kiyohisa's unusual behaviors over the past decade, Shibata increasingly suspected he had uncovered the underlying truth. Safety concerns? I recall he owns a security company with nearly 1,000 employees. Did he not secure a gun permit through me? Why would he be troubled about his safety? Has something occurred that I am unaware of? Do you require my assistance? Hearing Shibata's reply, Masato began to feel alarmed. He had been preoccupied with various matters in the National Assembly and, out of habit, had not paid much attention to his son, who had always been self-sufficient. No, it's just that lately, Kiyohisa seems increasingly worried about his safety. I suspect he may be developing a persecution complex. A persecution complex? Wait, giving your statement. It appears I must persuade Kiyohisa to visit a doctor soon. Hideo, please ensure you provide me cover when the time comes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Masato noted that his son displayed symptoms consistent with such a condition. "Uncle, I must go. Kiyohisa is out now. I'll hang up." As the line went dead, Masato stared blankly at his phone, lost in thought. As a father, I have failed to provide my child with a sense of security. A sudden realization struck him, and his gaze sharpened. "Hideo, who were you speaking to just now? I saw you at the bookstore." As Kiyohisa settled into the back seat of the car, he casually posed the question. "Oh, it was just an old friend. They called out of the blue today for a chat." Caught off guard by Kiyohisa's inquiry, Shibata stumbled through an explanation. "An old friend? Hideo, be cautious. When someone you haven't spoken to in ages suddenly reaches out, they often harbor ulterior motives, seeking something from you. You didn't divulge any current matters, did you?" Kiyohisa frowned, appearing disinterested in the notion of old acquaintances. "No, we merely exchanged a few pleasantries. As soon as you emerged, I ended the call. We didn't discuss my current situation at all." Seeing that Kiyohisa had not detected his fabrication and was instead focused on other aspects of his excuse, Shibata felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Well, that's good. Otherwise, if they were to make demands and you couldn't fulfill them, it could lead to complications. All right, let us drive. It's time to return to Okuno Yoko's apartment." After reassuring Shibata, Kiyohisa articulated their next destination. "Understood, Kiyohisa. Please fasten your seatbelt. I'll set off now." As Shibata reminded him to buckle up, a smile crept across Kiyohisa's face. "Excellent, Hideo. I appreciate your vigilance regarding safety." The vehicle soon arrived at the apartment building owned by Kiyohisa. After instructing Shibata to watch over the car, Kiyohisa headed to the manager's office on the ground floor. "Good day, sir. How may we assist you?" Upon seeing Kiyohisa approach, the receptionist, still reeling from his striking resemblance, greeted him with a smile as sweet as honey. "Please summon your manager. Inform him that a man named Miyamoto is here to see him." Completely captivated, The receptionist did not question Kiyohisa and promptly dialed the office. This is the manager's office. How may I help you? Hello, manager. This is the front desk. A gentleman claiming to be named Miyamoto is here to see you. Miyamoto? Miyamoto. Is he at the front desk? Ensure he is treated with utmost courtesy. I shall be there immediately. The phone call had not been terminated, and the sound of rapid footsteps could be heard from the other end. The front desk, stimulated by the manager's anxious tone, seemed to have realized something, turning to look at Miyamoto Kiyohisa with disbelief. After all, he was a formal employee, and the front desk was aware that their apartment building was merely a trivial venture under the Miyamoto conglomerate. Sir, could it be that you are? Before the front desk could finish her inquiry, the manager's breathless apologies reached her ears. Miyamoto-san, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. As soon as the words left his mouth, the panting manager stood beside the front desk. Upon seeing the visitor, the manager's already flushed face from the sudden exertion turned an even deeper shade of red. Standing stiffly before Miyamoto Kiyohisa, he immediately executed a formal 90-degree bow. Mr. President, I am deeply sorry for the delay. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting? Noticing that the other party seemed to be on the verge of hyperventilation, Miyamoto Kiyohisa hastily waved his hand, signaling the manager to relax. Take it easy. I am not here for an inspection. I happened to pass by today and merely intend to rest for a moment in your office. My office is this way, Mr. President. Please follow me. Taking a breath, the manager bowed once more at a 90-degree angle and extended his hand to indicate the direction. In no time, they arrived at the office. Once Miyamoto Kiyohisa entered, the manager astutely returned to the front desk, keeping her company. The manager's office was not as lavish as one might have imagined. After all, he was merely an apartment manager. Aside from some essential furniture, there was little else within. On the desk lay a few reports in the day's newspaper. However, Miyamoto Kiyohisa paid no heed to these matters. Instead, he activated a computer that had long been installed before him. As a consortium that emerged through cutting-edge technology, the Miyamoto Group adhered to a principle of prioritizing safety. Consequently, every apartment building under its purview was equipped with surveillance cameras at the entrances, allowing for a clear observation of individuals arriving at the premises via this computer. Before long, a knock resonated at the door, and the manager entered the office, bearing a pot of freshly brewed tea. Clearly, the reputation of Miyamoto Kiyohisa's fondness for tea had spread to this location. After serving the tea, the manager returned to the front desk. He retrieved a cup that had been delivered alongside the tea and poured approximately 23 cups of tea. As Miyamoto Kiyohisa sipped his beverage, he cast his gaze towards the surveillance feed. Approximately 10 minutes later, a spacious SUV pulled up in front of the apartment building. The doors swung open, revealing a group of 5. 2 men, 2 women, and a child. Among them, what captured Miyamoto Kiyohisa's attention was the strikingly sharp hairstyle of one of the young women. Indeed, 3 members of this quintet would soon become the infamous Grim Reaper trio, instilling fear in the hearts of many, with the lives of various CEOs hanging by a thread wherever they roamed. At last, they had arrived. It was now time for his own entrance. If he could successfully familiarize himself with this notorious gang during the current case, his future safety would be significantly assured. This was precisely the plan that Miyamoto Kiyohisa had meticulously devised over the past decade, aptly dubbed the blend-in with the adults. And you shall not strike against me strategy. However, the time for my appearance has not yet arrived. After all, one must never allow their intentions to be easily perceived when seeking to gain favor. The contingencies I left in the tea room of Yoko Chu will undoubtedly bring them to my doorstep. Hideo, you may bring the car out now. Just park it by the roadside for the time being. I am close to concluding my affairs here. Noticing that even the grim figures of the underworld had vacated the trunk, Kiyohisa Miyamoto retrieved his mobile phone and instructed Hideo Shibata. After ending the call, Miyamoto placed the phone before him, patiently awaiting the moment when Yoko Chu would discover his arrangements and reach out to him. However, in this waiting period, an hour had inexplicably slipped away. What could possibly be happening? Had Yoko not noticed the changes in the tea room? Or perhaps they had simply not ventured to check. I truly should not have placed my trust in the detective abilities of Kagoro Mori. Contemplating Mori's illustrious exploits, Kiyohisa Miyamoto could not help but cover his face with his hand. At last, after the manager had replaced the tea on the table twice, the surveillance footage revealed the image of a police car. What is going on? Could it be that after I left, Yuko Ikezawa returned to concoct some mischief? Why had the police arrived? Kiyohisa Miyamoto was equally perplexed. Having altered the course of events, the individual named Akihiro Fujiwara should have survived. So why were the police still present? Just as he pondered the happenings within the apartment, the phone that had been lying on the table for some time suddenly lit up, accompanied by a melodious ring-tone. There was an incoming call. Glancing down at the ringing phone, he noticed it was Yoko Tsukino's number. Hello, Yoko, what brings you to call me? Why the sudden surprise? Kiyohisa feigned ignorance, adopting a tone filled with feigned delight. Oh, Kiyohisa, did you come by my place today? Haha, I can't believe you noticed. I heard you encountered some difficulties. As your landlord and boss, how could I possibly ignore that? Kiyohisa's tone was slightly exaggerated, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Kiyohisa, something has occurred here. Officer would like you to come to my residence. After a brief pause, Kiyohisa could even hear the voices of Kagoro Mori and the police on the other end, prompting Yoko Tsukino to request once more. All right, give me 5 minutes. I'm nearby. Confirming his suspicions about the incident occurring in the apartment complex, Kiyohisa promptly hung up. And with the manager bowing at an angle exceeding 90 degrees, he made his way directly to the elevator. Upon reaching the elevator entrance, Kiyohisa encountered a familiar face, Yuko Ikezawa, escorted by 2 police officers. Although she bore no restraints, the presence of the officers behind her indicated that she had been deemed a significant suspect. Under the curious gazes of those in the lobby of the apartment, the 4 of them boarded the elevator together and disembarked on the same floor. As they exited the elevator, Kiyohisa observed a dozen uniformed officers stationed in the corridor. Ignoring their scrutinizing stares, he surveyed the corridor for any potential safety hazards and, finding everything to be in order, followed the lead of the 3 ahead, arriving at Yoko Tsukino's door. You must be joking. If a murder occurred in Yoko's room, shouldn't she be the prime suspect? How could I possibly be implicated? As Kiyohisa reached the door, he heard Yuko Ikezawa calmly defending herself. Miss Ikezawa, Yoko Tsukino called out brightly from beside her. Subsequently, Kiyohisa listened as Kagoro Mori and Officer Megure enumerated several pieces of evidence indicating that Yuko had previously been in this room. So what? These do not even prove that I have been in this room. Can they serve as evidence that I am the murderer? Please, officers, first ascertain the evidence before assigning me a crime. Apologies, officer, but I must excuse myself to the restroom. Unfazed by the list of evidence presented against her, Yuko Ikezawa calmly walked towards Yoko's bathroom. However, the actions of Yuko Chizawa captured the attention of Conan, who was nearby. Noticing the commotion inside had subsided, Kayasake Miyamoto squeezed through the crowd and approached Yoko, inquiring, Yoko, I have arrived. Is there something amiss? Why was I summoned? Kayasake, having already surmised the situation, feigned ignorance. Brother Kayasake, it appears that a murder has occurred here. Among the clues discovered by the police is a teacup commonly used by you, which is why they asked me to bring you in for further evidence collection. Who is this young man, and why does he seem so familiar with Miss Yoko? Before Kayasake could respond, the ever-vocal Kagoro Mori interjected. At that moment, Iron Yamagishi stepped in to halt Kagoro's outburst. Mr. Mori, please refrain from such remarks. He is a major shareholder of our agency. In other words, he is also Miss Yoko's employer. Upon hearing this, the previously agitated Kagoro Mori regained his composure and quickly donned a smile. Ah, so you are the president. How impressive. Let us refrain from idle chatter and proceed with our investigation. Officer Megure, Kagoro's steadfast partner, interjected, providing Kagoro with a much-needed reprieve and alleviating the tension in the room. A nearby intern, displaying keen observation, stepped forward with a recording sheet and began to question Kayasake. Name? Kayasake Miyamoto. Age? 27. Occupation? May I exercise my right to remain silent on that matter? Apologies, I must take this call. Just as he was about to respond, Kayasake's phone, tucked in his pocket, chimed with a ringtone. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Hideo Shibata, who was waiting downstairs. Hideo, what is the matter? Brother Kayasake. Has something transpired up there? The police have been inside for quite some time, and you have yet to emerge, so I thought to inquire. Nothing serious. I inadvertently became involved in a case, but I will resolve it shortly. Please wait for me downstairs. After concluding the call, Kayasake promptly closed his phone. The police, who had been waiting nearby, resumed their questioning. I apologize, Mr. Miyamoto, but according to our regulations, you cannot. Before the officer could finish, Conan, who had been eavesdropping, interjected. Officer, I believe Mr. Miyamoto is a person of significant stature who prefers to keep his true identity concealed. The phone he just used is a concept model recently released by the Miyamoto Corporation. Considering his surname, he must hold an important position within the corporation but wishes to remain anonymous, hence his reluctance to disclose his occupation. Before Conan could finish, ran Muri. Standing a short distance away, fixed her gaze intently on him. Meanwhile, the oblivious Conan continued his analysis for the recording officer. However, based on the information revealed by Mr. Yamagishi, it seems Mr. Miyamoto would not mind having his occupation listed as the president of the agency. Therefore, I suggest you write down Mr. Miyamoto's occupation as the president of the agency. After speaking, Conan scratched his head as if realizing something, then flashed an exaggerated grin at Kiyosaki, asking in a childlike voice, "Am I correct, Uncle Miyamoto?" "Indeed, young one, you are correct. However, do temper your curiosity. Making assumptions about others' professions is rather unbecoming," Kiyosaki said with a smirk, ruffling Conan's hair playfully. "I understand. Now please let go of me," Conan exclaimed, flailing his arms in an attempt to break free from Kiyosaki's playful grip. However, Miyamoto Seishu could hardly let such a splendid opportunity to mischievously ruffle Conan's hair slip by, especially when he had a legitimate reason to do so. As for the younger one, "Dear brother, I am merely 27 years old this year, and I am not significantly older than you. Do you not think that the term uncle feels rather incongruous when applied to me? Therefore, I would prefer if you could kindly address me as brother instead." As he spoke, Miyamoto Seishu increased the pressure with which he tousled Conan's hair. "I understand, Miyamoto brother," Conan replied. At that moment, ran Muri, who had been observing the farce for quite some time, finally decided to intervene. She stepped forward to rescue Conan from Miyamoto Seishu's grasp, and then bowed deeply alongside Conan in front of him. "I apologize, Mr. Miyamoto. Conan is still quite young, and I assure you that I will discipline him properly when we return, uncertain if it is merely an illusion." Miyamoto Kiyohisa feels that the term discipline in the other person's words carries an insinuation. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing serious. I simply find this little rascal quite endearing, which is why I played with him. There's no need to take it so earnestly." Upon seeing Xiaolan's apology, Miyamoto Kiyoshi gestures repeatedly, indicating that there is no need for excessive concern. At that moment, the officer responsible for documentation has delivered the records to Officer Megure and requested his guidance. "Miyamoto Kiyohisa, why does that name sound so familiar? It feels as though I have often encountered it." "Ah, Officer Megure, your mention has sparked a memory. I believe I also frequently heard this name during my own tenure as a police officer." Gazing at the file in hand, both Officer Megure and Muri Kagoro fall into contemplation. "Indeed, Miyamoto Inspector," they exclaim in unison. "I recall that many years ago, prior to Miyamoto's promotion, he often mentioned his nephew in passing, and his nephew's name seems to have been Miyamoto Kiyohisa." Officer Megure immediately drifts into a reverie. "Yes, and I remember that Miyamoto Inspector once stated that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his nephew would soon take the helm of the Miyamoto family, becoming its next leader. If my memory serves me right, the Miyamoto family to which Inspector Miyamoto belongs is indeed the precursor to the now thriving Miyamoto conglomerate." After uttering these words, Muri Kagoro's jaw nearly drops to his chest. "Well, I suspect I am not mistaken. All right then, there is no need for further modifications to this document. I shall keep it for now. You may attend to other matters," Officer Megure instructs the waiting officer. He then meticulously reviews the record sheet in his hands, ensuring there are no discrepancies before placing it atop the other documents. Unfortunately, at that moment, Conan was oblivious to the conversation between the two, as he found himself ensnared by the bull-headed and horse-faced gang, enduring threats and temptations from a group within the school. After exerting considerable effort, Conan finally managed to extricate himself from their clutches. Just then, Yuko Ichizawa returned to the room after her visit to the restroom, as if on cue. Upon finishing her business, Yuko instinctively reached for a cigarette and picked up the lighter that resembled a piece of art. This action successfully captured Conan's attention. "How curious. Dear sister, how did you come to recognize that this exquisite sculpture is, in fact, a lighter?" "I admit, I have previously visited Yoko's room in search of scandals concerning her. However, I assure you, I am in no way connected to this murder case. If you doubt my words, that gentleman can vouch for me." Seeing Kiyohisa Kamamoto standing beside Yuko realized she could no longer conceal the truth of her prior visit to the room. Thus, she decided to be forthright, candidly confessing her intentions to gather scandalous information about Yuko by stealing the key. However, regarding the matter of murder, Yuko Chizawa vehemently denied any involvement. Testify? She was unsure how to provide testimony. Inspector Megure's expression grew peculiar as he pondered the connection between Kiyohisa Miyamoto and Yuko Chizawa. "I was in this room with him at 1:30 p.m., and then I left and never returned," she stated. Inspector Megur's demeanor became even more strange, his gaze toward Yuko resembling that of one looking at a fool. Kiyohisa Miyamoto, observing Inspector Megur's expression, realized there might be a misunderstanding and hastily intervened to clarify. I heard that Yoko has been troubled by a stalker, and out of concern for my employee, I came here. Encountering Ms. Yuko Chizawa was purely coincidental. How odd. But Yoko isn't home. Miyamoto-san, why are you still here? Conan interjected sarcastically. It's simple. I have the key to this room. As the rightful owner of this apartment, having a spare key for emergencies should not be unreasonable, Kiyohisa retorted, playfully ruffling Conan's hair. Bang! Just as Conan escaped Kiyohisa's clutches, he was met with a sharp reprimand from Kagoro Mori. Kid, don't interrupt adults when they're speaking. It seemed Conan's incessant teasing of Mori had its roots in a mutual tendency for playful aggravation. Observing the scene, Kiyohisa found himself internally mocking the absurdity of it all. See, I told you he could confirm I left Yoko's room at 1:30. Upon hearing Kiyohisa's statement, Yuko Chizawa sprang to life. While I can attest that you left Yoko's room at 1:30, I cannot guarantee you didn't return afterward, she countered. Kiyohisa, noticing Yuko's overly enthusiastic demeanor, doused her excitement with a splash of cold reality. Yes, even if you left at 1:30, you could have returned later to execute your murderous plan. Indeed, the murderer must be you. Kagoro Mori immediately voiced his opinion. No, I believe the killer is not Ms. Yuko Chizawa. The team sent to investigate has just reported that Ms. Yuko was shopping at a nearby mall after 2 p.m. Given the preliminary assessment of the time of death, she likely had no opportunity to commit the crime. A police officer who had just entered the room came to Yuko's defense, simultaneously delivering a sharp blow to Mori's theory. Furthermore, the forensic expert responsible for examining the body discovered a cup in the deceased's clothing. Upon investigation, the fingerprints matched those of Kiyohisa Miyamoto, as identified by Yoko. This revelation caused all eyes in the room to fixate on Kiyohisa. This is impossible. Kiyohisa could not possibly be the murderer. Yoko was the first to speak, though her reasoning differed from the others. Though Kiyohisa's actions can be questionable, he is undeniably a kind person. I refuse to believe he would commit such an act. As she spoke, Yoko grew increasingly agitated. Miss Yoko, please don't be hasty. We are not asserting that Mr. Miyamoto is a suspect in this murder case. This cup may merely serve as a piece of ordinary evidence. Even if it was found on the victim, it could simply indicate that the victim had taken it without permission and cannot directly prove Mr. Miyamoto's guilt, Inspector Megur reasoned, attempting to placate Yoko. Although the item was found on the victim, given the lack of struggle evident on the deceased, it appeared they were killed instantly. In such a scenario, it would have been impossible for the victim to place such a large object as a cup in their own possession as a last message. Thus, it is plausible that the true culprit placed the cup on the victim to mislead the police. Conan, who had been quietly listening to the exchanges, suddenly interjected with a loud analysis. Exactly. That reasoning actually serves to clear Mr. Miyamoto of suspicion. Inspector Megur clapped his hands in realization. This extravagant explanation left Kiyohisa feeling somewhat embarrassed. Allow me to clarify. I possess a solid alibi for this case. I spent the entire afternoon in a CAF and bookstore. The staff at the CAF, the bookstore owner, and my driver can all confirm my whereabouts. Moreover, isn't it peculiar? The victim was of such a large stature that it should have been difficult to subdue them. Yet, there are no signs of struggle, and the room shows no evidence of being ransacked. Thus, there are only two possibilities. Either the murderer was an acquaintance who attacked unexpectedly, or the victim willingly allowed themselves to be killed. Impossible. None of us know the victim. It cannot have been someone familiar. And to willingly be killed? That is unfathomable. Inspector Megur shook his head at Kiyohisa's analysis. Just then, another forensic officer entered the room. Inspector Megur, we have identified the victim. His name is Akihito Fujiwara. 22 years old, employed at Conan Trading after graduating from Conan High School. Upon hearing this, Kagoro stroked his chin and frowned. Miss Yoko attended Conan High School as well, correct? He turned to face Yoko. The manager, Yamagishi, seemed poised to defend Yoko, but she openly admitted her acquaintance with the victim, revealing that they had dated during high school. So, Miss Yoko, did you kill him to escape him? Not at all. He was the one who proposed the breakup. Yoko's gaze fell slightly. Yamagishi, haven't you told Yoko about this yet? I mentioned that you should inform her directly to prevent her from being deceived again. Mr. Miyamoto, All right, since you haven't said it, I will. Yoko, here's the harsh truth. When he broke up with you, it was actually Yamagishi's demand. Kiyohisa decisively revealed the truth, addressing the hesitant Yamagishi. Yamagishi-san, why? Yoko, you must understand that to become an idol, you had to end the relationship. In fact, it wasn't even me who first suggested the breakup. It was that Fujiwara guy who approached me, asking for 500,000 yen in exchange for ending things with you. Upon encountering the esteemed boss, Yamamoto Sakai naturally chose to disclose the events of the past. Yamamoto's assertion was indeed accurate. The sum of 500,000 was withdrawn from the company's account. If you wish to review the details, I can readily provide access. Observing that Yoko Yuchino appeared somewhat incredulous, Kiyohisa Miyamoto resolved to unveil the ultimate trump card. Relying on facts. So, why did Fujikawa come to me this time? Who knows? Perhaps he could no longer endure his circumstances and saw your flourishing success as an opportunity to extract some benefit. Noting Yuchino's lingering skepticism, Miyamoto retorted, "Indeed. We discovered that last year, Akira Fujikawa was dismissed from the company due to repeated unexplained absences, thereby losing his financial stability. Subsequently, the pressures of life forced him into substantial debt, to the extent that he could no longer manage even the interest payments, and was relentlessly pursued by debt collectors, leading to a rather dire existence. It appears, then, that Mr. Miyamoto's hypothesis holds merit. The deceased sought financial assistance from Miss Yoko in order to settle his debts, which prompted his visit here. After listening to the forensic report, Kagoro Mori stroked his chin and reached this conclusion. Thus, it seems the perpetrator is indeed you, Mr. Yamamoto. Being privy to all the details, you discovered Akira Fujikawa in Miss Yuchino's apartment. As a manager, to prevent Fujikawa from casting a negative influence on Miss Yuchino, you preemptively eliminated him. No one else could possibly be the perpetrator. It is time to reveal the truth." Suddenly, Kagoro Mori approached Yamamoto Sakai, speaking with unwavering conviction. "No. I truly did not kill Akira Fujikawa. I have been by Miss Yoko's side all day and had no opportunity to commit the crime," Yamamoto Sakai exclaimed. Panic etched across his face. Mori scratched his head. Ah, indeed. At that moment, an ashtray plummeted from above, striking Mori on the head and rendering him unconscious with astonishing swiftness. With a peculiar and unique gait, Mori slumped onto the chair. Meanwhile, in the corner of the scene, Conan began his first duet in life. "Now I understand. I believe I have unraveled the entire truth behind this murder case." Mori's deep voice emerged from the collar of his coat. "Is that truly the case, Mr. Mori?" Officer Megure regarded him with a skeptical gaze. "Indeed. I have thoroughly elucidated this case and identified the real murderer. Then please enlighten us. Who is the true perpetrator of this homicide? Great detective." Yuko Ikezawa, standing nearby, had long been displeased with Mori for suggesting she was the culprit and seized the opportunity to retort. "The true murderer, who infiltrated Yoko Yuchino's home and killed Akira Fujikawa, is none other than Akira Fujikawa himself? How could that be? Mr. Fujikawa could not have committed suicide. After all, you saw that the knife was plunged into his back. It is inconceivable that this could be a suicide," Officer Megure interjected, expecting Mori to provide a more insightful perspective, only to hear such a conclusion. "Officer Megure, please refrain from jumping to conclusions. Allow me to analyze the sequence of events." Mori's calm voice resonated once more from the sofa. "All right, Detective Mori. Please proceed with your analysis regarding why Akira Fujikawa's death was a suicide." Despite their long-standing camaraderie, Officer Megure decided to trust him once more. Firstly, if the murderer were Mr. Yamamoto, he would have prepared evidence of his innocence prior to our arrival at the crime scene, rather than allowing us to suspect him. Miss Yoko, you are similarly implicated. As for Ms. Ikezawa, she has already been proven to lack the opportunity to commit the crime. Therefore, none of these three can be the murderer. After eliminating all potential suspects, Miyamoto's prior statement jogged my memory. What statement was that? Officer Megure's eyes widened, questioning whether he had missed something. It was Miyamoto's comment that the perpetrator willingly allowed themselves to be killed. In fact, considering the victim's physique, none of the three suspects could have subdued the deceased without a struggle. The possibility of a familiar assailant also points solely to Miss Yuchino. However, it is evident that given Fujikawa's purpose in visiting, he could not have fully trusted her. With all possibilities exhausted, the sole truth emerges. Akira Fujikawa staged his suicide to resemble a homicide, intending to implicate certain individuals as the true killers. Furthermore, based on the cup found on him, it is clear that Fujikawa's intended target was you, Mr. Miyamoto. And how did Mr. Fujikawa disguise his suicide as a murder? From the scene, It appeared that the victim was stabbed in the back, clearly indicating a homicide. Though Officer Magyar recognized some merit in Muri's conclusion, he sought a detailed account of the events. It was merely a simple trick involving ice. Ice? But where in this room is there any ice? Officer Magyar inquired, puzzled. Ice existed before, but now, Officer Magyar, observe the water stains on the floor. These are remnants of the melted ice. The victim initially prepared a block of ice and secured the knife to it. He then placed this ice on the floor. Officer Magyar noticed the indentation on the floor. This is evidence that the knife's handle previously rested there. Could we please summon the forensic team to compare this indentation with the knife's handle? Officer Magyar promptly turned to the entrance, requesting the forensic team for verification. In mere seconds, the evidence bag containing the murder weapon was brought into the room. And after thorough examination by the forensic team, it was confirmed that the indentation indeed matched the knife's handle. This is undoubtedly an impression made by the knife's handle. What comes next, Mr. Muri? Officer Magyar looked at Kogoro Muri, his expression now tinged with certainty. The victim then adjusted the room's air conditioning to a higher temperature and retrieved a cup from the break room intended to frame Mr. Miyamoto, concealing it within his clothing. Subsequently, the victim stood atop a chair, leaping backward, allowing the knife secured to the ice block to pierce his back. Once the ice melted entirely due to the elevated temperature, it would be impossible to discern this as a suicide. Moreover, it is evident that the victim harbored considerable animosity towards Mr. Miyamoto. He resolutely endured the agony of a blade piercing his flesh, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to flip himself over, ultimately lying face down upon the floor, with the kitchen knife embedded in his back. In this manner, the victim contrived to disguise the suicide as a homicide. However, Mr. Miyamoto, were you acquainted with the victim long before this incident? I only encountered him for the first time today. I became a formal shareholder in the brokerage firm 3 years ago. As for matters from that time, I only discovered them while investigating the finances, and I do not believe that, given his status, there was any significant interaction between us prior to this. Miyamoto Kiyohisa shrugged his shoulders, appearing quite at a loss. Have you all noticed? Miss Yuko and Miss Yoko bear striking resemblances in their silhouettes. I surmise the events unfolded thusly. At 1:30 p.m., the victim, Mr. Fujie Akihisa, stealthily infiltrated Miss Yoko's residence. Upon witnessing Miss Yuko and Mr. Miyamoto together, he mistakenly assumed that Miss Yoko had found a new partner. Feeling incapable of obtaining sufficient funds from her to settle his debts, he developed intense resentment towards Mr. Miyamoto and devised a plan to enact revenge by masquerading the act as homicide. From across the sofa, the voice of Kogoro Muri resonated, providing an explanation for the peculiar circumstances. Ah, now it all makes sense, Officer Magyar thought, as he clenched his right fist and struck his left palm in realization. At that moment, a uniformed police officer rushed into the room. Report. Is there something amiss? Officer Magyar turned to regard the officer who had called out. We have discovered a diary at Mr. Fujia's residence. Officer Magyar accepted the diary from the officer, noting that its entries dated back 3 months, chronicling Mr. Fujia Akihisa's profound inner turmoil and his deep regret over the breakup. However, those who had long been aware of the truth saw through the diary at a glance. It was merely a ruse to elicit sympathy. I believe Mr. Fujikawa initially intended to evoke Miss Yoko's emotions through this diary in the hope of rekindling their relationship, thereby obtaining the funds necessary to repay his debts. After thoroughly reading the diary, Officer Magyar arrived at his own accurate conclusion. At that moment, the cigarette that Kogoro Muri had ignited while testing the lighter had reached its end. With a sudden exclamation, Kogoro Muri sprang up from the sofa. Noticing that everyone in the room was looking at him, he sheepishly scratched his head, intending to change the subject. Ah, Mr. Muri, as you have deduced, I must say I have a newfound respect for you, esteemed detective. Officer Magyar suddenly approached and commended Kogoro Muri. Meanwhile, behind the sofa, Ran Muri had rediscovered the long-missing Conan. After a brief inquiry, Kiyohisa Miyamoto agreed to go to the police station shortly to provide a statement and then dialed Shibata Hideyo's number. Has anything happened with the car? Please check. I'm about to come down so we can go home. Understood, Brother Kiyohisa. Upon hearing Shibata Hideyo's response, Kiyohisa Miyamoto ended the call. So Yoko, we cannot remain in this room any longer. Why don't you go to the manager's office downstairs and request a different apartment? You can choose from any of the company-owned buildings. After advising Yoko Oki, Kiyohisa Miyamoto departed from the apartment building. The Porsche, renowned for its safety, cruised through the streets of Kyoto City, while Kiyohisa Miyamoto fell into deep contemplation in the back seat. Is it truly so arduous to coexist with the Grim Reaper? Reflecting on the entire case, Kiyohisa suddenly realized how close he had come to becoming a victim himself. Indeed, the position of president is exceptionally perilous. The necessity of maintaining good relations with the Reaper's entourage has once again been underscored. Upon returning home, Kiyohisa retrieved a cherished notebook he had kept for many years and marked today's date, reminding himself that he had lived another day. The day for the next reward distribution is also approaching. Fortunately, time in the world of Conan has begun to distort. Otherwise, I would truly be nearing my 30s. Glancing at the thick record of dates, Kiyohisa couldn't help but lament the 2 decades since his arrival in this world. Although my interactions with Conan might render me a potential victim as president, as long as I can establish familiarity with Conan and his companions, my safety would be sufficiently assured. Weighing the benefits and drawbacks of his interactions with Conan, Kiyohisa decided to continue engaging with them. The following day, as per his arrangement with Officer Megure, Kiyohisa arrived at the police headquarters around 8 o'clock in a different Porsche driven by Shibata Hideo. Coincidentally, even though it was just the beginning of the workday, Conan and the 3 youngsters had the day off for some reason and were currently inside the police station giving their statements. After parking the vehicle in the police headquarters lot, Shibata Hideo accompanied Kiyohisa into the station. In the world of Conan, the likelihood of an accident befalling police officers is relatively low, with the car parked here. Kiyohisa felt a modicum of reassurance. Observing the trio huddled together in the corridor, he couldn't help but internally grumble. Why does school so frequently grant holidays these days? I distinctly remember today being a weekday. Ah, it's that big brother from yesterday, the sharp-eyed Ayumi exclaimed upon spotting Kiyohisa approaching. It's you. Are you here to give your statement as well? But I thought today was a school day. Why aren't you all in class? Kiyohisa responded warmly with a friendly smile. There was an issue with the school building. Some walls have cracked, so we have been given a break while repairs are made, Hikaru explained, anxious to dispel any notion that they were skipping class. I see. By the way, what's the situation in the statement room? Is anyone still inside? I need to give my statement too. Encountering the trio who had already provided their statements, Kiyohisa decided against seeking out a police officer for inquiries. Conan and the others are still in there, but they've been in for a while. I think they should be finishing up soon. You can wait here until they come out, and then you can give your statement, Hikaru suggested, pointing to a nearby chair for Kiyohisa to sit. Just as he settled into the seat, the somewhat slow-witted Jinta suddenly piped up. Big brother, I heard from Conan yesterday that you seem quite wealthy. Just how much money do you have? Hikaru quickly interrupted. No, Jinta, you can't ask someone how much money they have. That's very impolite. Kiyohisa waved his hand, indicating that he wasn't bothered. It's all right, but that's a trade secret. However, I can let you in on a little secret. I own dozens of apartment buildings just like the one from yesterday. Dozens? The trio exclaimed in unison. Their sudden outburst drew the attention of nearby police officers. Kiyohisa quickly raised his right hand and gestured for them to be silent. This is a secret. Don't tell anyone. All right. The 3 exchanged glances and promptly mimicked his gesture for silence. Jinta then ventured into a daydream about eel rice. Barely seated for a moment, the door to the statement room swung open, revealing a large head peeking out. The 3 youngsters immediately rushed over. Conan, you absolutely have to join our junior detective club today. We've been waiting for you for so long, and you can't escape. Jinta shouted as he ran. Indeed. Conan, you can't escape, Hikaru chimed in, still the strategist of the group. Come join us, please. Finally, Ayumi added her pleading with big, watery eyes. I can't do anything about you guys. Fine, I agree, Conan relented, pinned down by Jinta and Hikaru. Now that Conan has agreed, let him go. Ayumi urged Jinta and Hikaru, standing nearby. Conan, are you all right? As soon as Jinta and Hikaru released him, Ayumi rushed to support Conan, showering him with concern. How infuriating. How could Ayumi do this? I am the leader. Upon witnessing this scene, Jinta felt a twinge of imbalance within himself and, standing aside, sourly remarked. But Conan is a new member, and you, Jinta, are the leader. How can you argue with a team member? Upon hearing Ayumi's words, Jinta immediately fell silent. Kiyohisa Miyamoto, having observed the farcical display, couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable maturity of today's children, who, at such a tender age, had already mastered the art of palace intrigue. At that moment, Kagoro Mori and his daughter emerged from the recording room. Realizing that the room was now vacant, Kiyohisa promptly entered. During this period, the professional recording officer, Officer Takagi, had yet to join the investigation team, and the recording was handled by a nameless minor officer. It seemed that Officer Magyar had given specific instructions. As the officer recorded the case details with remarkable efficiency, taking less than 2 minutes to conclude the process. After summoning Hideo Shibata, the two proceeded to the parking lot, intending to drive back directly. As they left the police station, Kiyohisa noticed Kagoro and his group waiting at a nearby bus stop. Having just exited the police station, Conan's cool demeanor likely hadn't yet returned. After some contemplation, Kiyohisa decided to approach and greet them, hoping to become better acquainted. Shibata, drive over to that bus stop. Understood. Kiyohisa. Originally intending to merge into the fast lane, Hideo Shibata adjusted the steering wheel, slowing down to park at the edge of the bus stop. Lowering the rear window, Kiyohisa leaned out and called, "Hey, little Conan. To express my gratitude for your defense yesterday, how about I treat you to dessert at the sweet shop?" Before Conan could respond, the 3 children beside him excitedly chimed in. "Is there cake? I want cake. I think pudding sounds good too. But Big Brother only invited Conan. Not us. Don't worry, there's enough for all of you. You 4 can come along." Yay. Thus, without making any decisions, Conan was ushered into the car by the trio. "Mr. Muri, I will personally ensure they return home later, so please rest assured." As Kiyohisa rolled up the window, he caught a glimpse of concern in Rant's eyes and felt compelled to reassure her. With Conan aboard, the journey to the dessert shop was bound to be smooth, and the vehicle was unlikely to encounter any accidents. Consequently, Kiyohisa relinquished the back seat to take the passenger seat, a first for him. As the car started, the 3 children in the back seat began chattering excitedly. "Truly, you must be a wealthy Big Brother. This car must be quite expensive," Hikaru exclaimed, touching the interior decor of the window. "Is it even necessary to ask? A wealthy person like him could never drive anything less than a luxury vehicle." Porsche, also known as Porsche, is a renowned German sports car brand, a benchmark in the European and American automotive industry. This car is certainly not an ordinary model available on the market. "I believe it must be a special edition from Porsche," Conan asserted confidently after observing the car's interior. "Oh, little Conan. I didn't realize you had such knowledge about luxury cars. You're absolutely right. This vehicle is indeed produced by Porsche. A few years ago, I made some transactions with them, and they agreed to customize a few cars for me." Kiyohisa turned to Conan, feigning surprise. Yes, Conan, you know so much. Impressive." Ayumi, who had been leaning against Conan, squeezed closer to him. "I just saw it on TV before. I have a bit of an interest in cars, so I remembered." Conan replied, scratching his head and adopting a rather innocent expression. "Driver, which dessert shop are you taking us to? I'm starting to feel a bit hungry." Jinta suddenly interjected with his classic line. "Jinta, didn't you just eat 2 large rice balls for breakfast? How can you be hungry again so soon?" Hikaru asked, perplexed. "Oh, it's mainly because I heard we're going for dessert. The rice balls I had earlier simply don't fill me up now." Jinta leaned forward, urging Shibata. "Can you drive a bit faster? I'm really starving here." "Ha ha ha. Little Jinta, this driver's full name is Hideo Shibata, and he is actually 2 years younger than me." Kiyohisa, who had been holding back laughter, finally burst out. "That's right, kids, don't be fooled by my burly appearance. My actual age is still less than Kiyohisa's, so you can still call me Big Brother." Hearing Kiyohisa laugh, Hideo Shibata, who had been focused on driving, couldn't he help but comment with a hint of exasperation. "Is that so? But Big Brother, you really look much older than Kiyohisa." As she spoke, Ayumi almost forgot to address him properly, only correcting herself when she noticed Shibata's disgruntled expression in the rearview mirror. Indeed, this Big Brother Shibata looks like he is in his 30s, while Kiyohisa looks like he is barely in his 20s. Hikaru quickly echoed Ayumi. "I understand now. It must be because Big Brother Shibata doesn't pay much attention to his appearance, making him seem older." Meanwhile, Jinta seemed to have momentarily forgotten his hunger, joining the conversation sparked by his earlier comment. "I think it's not just that. Kiyohisa appears youthful primarily because he has fair skin, likely from spending a lot of time indoors. On the other hand, Big Brother Shibata seems older because he hasn't always been a driver. I assume he underwent considerable training not long ago, as evidenced by the calluses on his hands from gripping something for an extended period. Am I right, dear Big Brothers?" Observing the calluses on Shibata's left hand gripping the steering wheel, Conan seized the opportunity to probe further. "You see, those are marks left from holding a gun for long periods," Kiyohisa calmly replied, pointing at the thick calluses near Shibata's thumbs. "Oh, a gun?" The voices of the 3 children suddenly elevated by 180 degrees, and the joyful smiles on their faces vanished in an instant. replaced by expressions of sheer fright. Indeed, it was a gun. Do not underestimate Shiofu, for he had passed the police profession examination and undergone a year-long intensive training, the marks of which were etched during that period. Upon noticing that Conan, seated in the back, exhibited no change in expression, Kiyohisa Miyamoto realized that he had failed to frighten Conan. He then redirected his words to explain to the other 3 frightened children. Is it that renowned 1 in 100 police examination? Hikaru, evidently possessing some knowledge on the subject, quickly inquired with a tone of admiration. Indeed, that is precisely what you were thinking of. But why? Why would Brother Shibata, having completed his training, not become a police officer and instead serve as your driver, Brother Miyamoto? Yes. Being a police officer allows one to capture villains. If it were me, I would undoubtedly choose to be a police officer. It wouldn't be because you, Brother Miyamoto, have used some underhanded means to coerce Brother Shibata into doing this, would it? Hikaru and Jinna chimed in, pressing Kiyohisa for answers. How could that be? Brother Miyamoto is such a kind person. He even took the initiative to invite us for dessert. He could not possibly be a villain threatening Brother Shibata. The devoted fan of Brother Miyamoto, Ayumi, immediately came to his defense upon hearing their inquiries. No, it's not that I didn't become a police officer. It's simply due to personal reasons, unrelated to Kiyohisa. Moreover, I am not solely a driver. I also hold the position of general manager for several companies under Kiyohisa. While driving and eavesdropping, Shibata Shiofu felt compelled to clarify as the children's remarks grew increasingly absurd. General manager? The voices of the 3 children rose in pitch, clearly astonished by this revelation. Indeed, I am the general manager. So, do you not suddenly feel that my decision not to become a police officer was rather wise? As Shibata focused intently on the road ahead, he even found the leisure to jest with the children. Although general manager sounds impressive, I still think being a police officer sounds better. One child remarked. Yes, echoed Hikaru and Jinta. It was evident that children like Hikaru had yet to grasp the true nature of Japanese society, allowing them to voice such sentiments. Ugh. Before Shibata Hideo could respond, an untimely voice suddenly emanated from the belly of Jintai. All right, Hideo, enough talking. Can't you see the little ones are already hungry? Let's hurry up, focus on driving. Under Shibata Hideo's skilled navigation, the Porsche weaved effortlessly through the traffic, swiftly distancing itself from dozens of vehicles. Although such driving prowess might cause considerable distress among other motorists, the allure of the luxury car left them with no choice but to endure in silence. Before long, a luxurious 14-story hotel came into view, indicating the much-anticipated dessert shop was located within. As the vehicle gradually decelerated, Conan in the back seat mused quietly to himself. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance to the hotel's underground parking garage. Shibata pressed a green button in the car, causing a small door secured by an electronic keypad to open slowly, revealing a private garage spanning several dozen square meters. The garage was devoid of any parked vehicles, and Shibata expertly maneuvered the car into a designated area before shutting off the engine. We have arrived, children. You may disembark now. After unfastening his seatbelt and exiting the vehicle, Shibata first opened the passenger door for Miyamoto Kiyohisa, then proceeded to open the door on Gentai's side. As Conan stepped out, he immediately felt a refreshing breeze generated by the noticeable air circulation. Looking up, he noticed 2 central air conditioning units installed in the expansive ceiling, continuously supplying fresh air to the garage and maintaining a comfortably cool temperature. Ah, how refreshing. The other 3, however, were oblivious to Conan's observations, simply assuming that the underground garage would naturally be cooler than the outdoor temperature above. Reaching a corner of the garage, Shibata stood before a password lock equipped with a display screen. He entered a lengthy string of digits, and with a satisfying click, the previously illuminated red light of the lock shifted to green. The seamlessly integrated wall began to part, revealing a private elevator hidden within. Although the elevator was not particularly spacious, measuring only 6 or 7 square meters, sufficient for a single vehicle, it boasted exquisite interior decor. Not only does it possess a powerful air conditioning system, but it also features a display screen imbued with a technological flair, allowing one to select floors with merely a fingertip's touch. This elevator undoubtedly exemplifies a high-tech marvel. Upon pressing the button for the 9th floor, the elevator began its gentle ascent. The sensation of weightlessness was almost imperceptible, and within approximately 8 seconds, it arrived smoothly at the 9th floor. Inside the elevator, Hideo Shibata re-entered a password. Only after the indicator light turned green did the elevator doors gradually part. Stepping out, Conan was astonished to discover that this elevator directly accessed a luxurious suite on the 9th floor, spanning nearly 100 square meters. Under the guidance of Hideo Shibata and Kiyohisa Miyamoto, a group of 6 exited through the suite's grand entrance. As they departed, Conan glanced back, only to realize that the suite's door was not operated by a card or key, but rather, like the elevator and garage, it was secured with a keypad. The security measures of this hotel were exceptionally stringent. However, it seemed that these precautions were exclusively tailored for Kiyohisa Miyamoto. Who exactly was this individual? What was his true identity? Having witnessed so many perplexing elements, Conan's mind was awash with an abundance of questions. Whether it be the exceedingly secure luxury vehicles, the concealed private garages, the exclusive elevators, or the specifically reserved opulent hotel suites, all of these privileges should not be accessible to the president of a mere brokerage firm. Stepping out of the room and proceeding down the corridor, which began at the lavish suite and extended for several dozen meters before rounding a corner, a magnificent restaurant unfolded before the guests. Approaching them were 2 impeccably dressed attendants. "Welcome to the dessert castle," without even catching a glimpse of their faces. The attendants greeted the guests with a deep 90-degree bow. All right, spare us the formalities. You know that Kiyohisa doesn't appreciate such displays." As they entered the restaurant, an elderly yet sprightly gentleman was about to bow, but Shuichi Shibata swiftly intervened. This man was Hiroshi Noda, the manager of the 9th floor and a renowned pastry chef, though his age had led him to gradually reduce his involvement in the kitchen. Nevertheless, whenever Kiyohisa Miyamoto visited, Chef Noda would still take the initiative to cook. "Wow, this place is truly vast, and everything looks so delectable." Indeed, girls will be girls. Modesty is their inherent nature. After surveying the interior of the restaurant, Ayumi began to express her astonishment. In contrast, the other 2 could hardly contain their saliva at the sight. "Indeed, everything looks absolutely scrumptious," Jenna exclaimed, swallowing a mouthful of accumulated saliva with gleaming eyes. "It's all self-service. Feel free to help yourselves," Kiyohisa declared to the children, casting a glance at Conan, whose expression appeared somewhat strained. Shortly thereafter, the 3 children returned to the table, each balancing a towering stack of dishes, while Conan merely took a token amount of dessert. Kiyohisa retrieved a glass of fresh milk from the beverage area and casually picked up several pieces of cake before joining the 4 at the table. As for Shuichi Shibata, he had taken Hiroshi Noda outside, engaged in some undisclosed discussion. "See, I wasn't lying. The desserts here are exquisite, aren't they?" Kiyohisa teased, observing the children devouring their food. "Absolutely delicious," Genta replied eagerly, having just shoved a piece of cake into his mouth. Echoed Ayumi and Mitsuhiko in agreement. "Hey, pace yourselves. Don't overindulge, or you'll ruin your appetites. We still have to visit the Tokyo Art Museum this afternoon." Conan, despite succumbing to the allure of the food himself, reminded the others not to binge excessively. "The Tokyo Art Museum? Are you really visiting that this afternoon?" Kiyohisa suddenly noted the location in Conan's words. If his memory served him correctly, the next case would involve the maple leaf coin incident. This represented an excellent opportunity to gain the trust of the Death God Gang with the right approach. He might even infiltrate their ranks and eliminate the threat to his safety. Kiyohisa mused internally. "I have some matters to attend to, Shuichi. Please escort these children back to their homes." After noticing that the 4 children had ceased their dessert gathering, Kiyohisa turned to call out toward the exit. "Conan, since there isn't enough room in the car today, I didn't invite Mr. Mori. Please take these items back to his place as a token of apology." He grabbed a fine bottle of red wine from the beverage area and packed several small cakes from the dessert section, having the attendants wrap them before handing the gift box to Conan, who was preparing to leave. On the return trip, Shuichi Shibata did not continue driving the Porsche that had been parked in the private garage. Instead, he took one of the hotel's vehicles from the public garage to drop off the 4 children at their respective homes. Meanwhile, Kiyohisa returned to the exclusive lavish suite he had initially exited. Ignoring the opulent decor, he made his way directly to a small compartment in the corner of the room. After entering a lengthy password, the door to the compartment slowly swung open with a click. Once fully ajar, a sudden illumination filled the previously dark space, revealing the entire compartment's interior. It was no mere compartment, it resembled a miniature armory. Inside were 3 rows of shelves. The first held an array of pistols, grenades, and other light weaponry. The second row displayed several series of automatic rifles sourced from various nations, with a stack of ammunition towering nearly half a meter high at the base. The final row housed two Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifles, utilizing 12 7.99mm caliber full metal ammunition, capable of reaching a maximum range of 2 kilometers and effectively penetrating several centimeters of steel. These rifles could take down armed helicopters and disable light armored vehicles on the battlefield. Next in view were two FIM-92 air defense missiles, commonly referred to as Stinger missiles. A popular man-portable air defense weapon from the 1980s, boasting an effective range of approximately 5 kilometers, with an impressive hit rate exceeding 80 against low-flying helicopters. As per usual, a pile of ammunition for the aforementioned weapons lay at the base of the shelves. Given the events anticipated to unfold today, Kiyohisa briefly swept his gaze over the 3 racks. On the opposite wall, unlike the one adorned with various weapons, hung numerous knife racks, showcasing a collection of blades of various sizes. Kiyohisa casually selected one from the rack, gently unsheathing it, and a glimmer of cold light instantly caught his eye. Clearly, these were not mere decorative pieces but genuine, sharpened swords. After fully withdrawing the blade, Kiyohisa retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, carefully wiping the blade before flicking it with his finger. Swish! The crisp, melodious sound of the sword resonated within the room. Indeed, it shall be you. Miyamoto Kiyohisa sheathed his blade and stepped out of the room, clutching the sword. As he departed, the lights in the small compartment abruptly extinguished, and the 2 doors slowly closed inward, sealing tightly. Returning to the private garage from whence he came, Miyamoto began to reminisce about the narrative still vivid in his memory. This evening, the Detective Conan quartet would visit the Eastern Capital Art Museum and, on their way back, stumble upon a treasure map concealing the location of 15,000 maple leaf gold coins. A 3-member band of thieves would also set their sights on them, foolishly hoping to enlist a group of children to assist in locating the treasure. Thanks to Conan's formidable prowess, they would eventually uncover the treasure's whereabouts later that night, amidst an abandoned building by the riverside, near a bridge. Thus, the quartet would face their first crisis since forming their group. At that moment, Miyamoto Kiyohisa could emerge as a benevolent elder brother and hero. Riding on this momentum, he might infiltrate the depths of the Grim Reaper gang, ensuring his personal safety and paving the way for a tranquil life of marriage and family thereafter. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Miyamoto began to envision a promising future. For the sake of his serene and harmonious life ahead, he mused, the 3 guests from Italy would have to make a modest sacrifice. Glancing at the news report on his phone regarding the Italian robbers, he confirmed that an incident would indeed occur today, and a faint smile crept upon his lips as he spoke to himself. In the vast emptiness of the garage, Miyamoto slowly drew his sword, his movements fluid and graceful, akin to a dance. Initially, his motions were gentle, but as time progressed, they quickened, the blade's trajectory becoming increasingly elusive. Eventually, the sword transformed into a dazzling display of light. Whoosh! A flash resembling lightning streaked across the garage, producing a sound akin to a bird's call, born from the tearing of air. The once unified silver blade light vanished, revealing Miyamoto Kiyohisa's form as he struck with precision. The swift technique he had developed over 3 months had not dulled. The earlier scene was precisely the occasion for its application. Sheathing his treasured blade, Miyamoto wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from his forehead, sighing in contemplation. Upon realizing he inhabited the world of Conan, he channeled most of the task points acquired through survival missions into enhancing his own capabilities and life-preserving skills. This included, but was not limited to, exchanging for martial arts expertise from various masters and swordsmanship techniques from renowned practitioners. With the system's aid, Miyamoto efficiently assimilated these experiences and skills over several years, subsequently crafting a series of original sword techniques rooted in this knowledge. While mastering these techniques, he consistently engaged in scientific methods of training to bolster his physique, ensuring he could fully realize his potential. Given this accumulation of factors, Miyamoto Kiyohisa humbly deemed himself among the top 3 in the martial arts realm. Moreover, his prowess extended beyond martial arts. He also acquired an array of skills through the system, including diving, rock climbing, skydiving, skiing, and driving. In essence, he equipped himself with strategies to confront any potentially hazardous situation. Yet, despite these preparations, Miyamoto harbored a profound sense of insecurity. After all, who could predict whether tomorrow or a bomb would arrive first? However, the situation had changed. According to the laws governing the world of Conan, wherever Conan was present, the likelihood of incidents soared. Yet, the victims of these occurrences were typically unrelated bystanders, often those with the title of president. In contrast, Conan's close friends and associates generally emerged unscathed from unexpected calamities. Now, if he could become a part of Conan's circle, Miyamoto would no longer need to tread as cautiously as before. Yet, becoming one of Conan's confidants was no simple feat. The most straightforward method would be to establish some form of blood relation with Conan, a daunting prospect for Miyamoto. Alternatively, he could provide substantial assistance during Conan's investigations or collaborate with him on cases. Another avenue would be to cultivate a close relationship with Conan, akin to that of his legitimate girlfriend, Ran, or his future in-laws, Kagoro and Eri Muri, as well as his longtime neighbor and ally, Professor Agasa. Furthermore, Conan's police and detective acquaintances enjoyed considerable safety. Even in the face of danger, they often emerged unscathed. Lastly, there were some of Conan's friends, such as his companions from the Hells Angels and relatives from the Yonezawa family. Among these myriad possibilities, Miyamoto Kiyohisa found himself limited to a few paths. One path involved becoming a valuable asset in Conan's investigations, while the other entailed forging a genuine friendship with him. The former primarily revolved around combating counterfeit liquor encountered during skirmishes with the Black Organization, while the latter was Miyamoto's primary consideration. Establishing a deep friendship with Conan was a relatively simple endeavor. Often, a collector's edition of the complete Sherlock Holmes mysteries could suffice to win him over. However, this course of action was not particularly secure. Therefore, Kiyohisa Miyamoto opted for a more prudent approach, frequently making appearances in the case to assist Conan in averting several crises, thereby completely earning Conan's trust. Thus, this situation involving a few simple-minded Italian fools presented a splendid opportunity for Miyamoto to subtly showcase his abilities to Conan, establishing himself as a valuable ally. As the sun descended and twilight enveloped the sky, the streets gradually illuminated with an array of neon lights, transforming the city into a vibrant metropolis that never slept. By the banks of the river, for children were scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, the boy in a small suit among them emitted an eerie, unsettling laugh. Conan, the only girl in the group, turned her head, casting a puzzled glance at the laughing boy. "Ha! I've finally found it. It's the glowing fish." The boy, who was indeed Conan, turned around, exuberantly proclaiming in a joyous tone. Following this, the group, led by Conan, ventured into a building named the Ghost Sakura Tavern. This structure appeared to be abandoned, with only the uppermost 2 floors adorned with flickering neon lights, while the interior was utterly desolate. The building was shrouded in darkness, as if even the internal wiring had ceased to function, and the 4 of them navigated their way through the gloom. "Look towards the river. That's the essence of the glowing fish," Conan exclaimed, his spirit alight, pointing at the grand bridge spanning the river. The other 3 followed the trajectory of his finger, and instantly the neon lights on the bridge and their reflections on the water formed the silhouette of a fish, while a nearby street lamp served as its eye. "Indeed, it is the glowing fish," they exclaimed in unison, astonished. "Then, is the treasure hidden here?" Jinna voiced the question that echoed in their minds. "Precisely. And the treasure's location, I believe, should be." Conan, clutching the treasure map, glanced out the window while stepping backward. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a coin clattering to the ground beneath his feet. In his retreat, Conan had inadvertently stepped on a gold coin. After surveying his surroundings for a moment, he lifted his head and was taken aback to discover a large bag of gold coins suspended from the beam by a rope. Conan searched around and found a rope in the corner, pulling it with determination, causing 2 more coins to tumble from the bag and fall onto the floor. "It's treasure! It's treasure!" Upon hearing the coins clatter onto the floor, Jinta instantly erupted in jubilant cheers. Faced with the treasure now before them, Jinta, a child of such youthful exuberance, could hardly resist the temptation and hurriedly dashed towards the spot where the coins had fallen. Just as Yuan Tai was about to pick up the coins, a pair of large hands swiftly seized them before him, collecting the 2 fallen coins entirely. Lifting his gaze, he was confronted by 3 suspicious foreign men clad in black suits. "You've certainly worked hard, little ones," remarked the man in the center. His hair parted down the middle, with a tone laced with mockery. "Who are you gentlemen, exactly?" Yuan Tai, momentarily bewildered, foolishly inquired about the identities of those before him. However, upon encountering the other party, it seemed they had no intention of returning the 2 gold coins. Yuan Tai, undeterred, decided to take matters into his own hands. Attempting to snatch the coins back. "Return it to me. That treasure was discovered by us." "Ah, be careful," Conan warned Yuan Tai, sensing potential hostility from the opposition. Yet, before he could finish his warning, a fist from the middle-parted foreign assailant struck Yuan Tai squarely on the head. Subsequently, the battered Yuan Tai, along with the other 3, found themselves bound by 3 robbers. Alas, look what I have stumbled upon. In the pitch-black confines of the abandoned building, 3 adults were committing such acts against 4 children. And these adults were foreigners. This could very well spark an international incident. Just as Conan and the others were whispering among themselves, an untimely voice echoed from the doorway. It was Miyamoto Kiyohisa, clad in kendo attire, brandishing a sword recently retrieved from the weapons collection room, a blade held nonchalantly in his grasp. With a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, he mocked, "How dare you meddle, you little brat? But alas, it's just your misfortune to have crossed paths with us. It seems your fate leads you to meet your maker." The middle-parted robber extended his right hand towards the inner lining of his left coat. "Be careful. He has a gun." Conan, unable to discern the newcomer's identity, instinctively shouted a warning upon noticing the robber's movement. Swish. The sound of a blade being drawn resonated through the abandoned room, and a blinding flash of light passed before Conan's eyes. This was followed by the anguished cry of the middle-parted man, accompanied by the clattering of a firearm hitting the ground. "My hand!" The robber, overwhelmed by agony, exclaimed in Italian. "Are you all right?" The other 2 robbers, evidently seasoned in such encounters, remained unfazed despite witnessing one of their own injured. Seizing the moment while Miyamoto Kiyohisa sheathed a sword, they drew their guns. "As a swordsman, I loathe modern weaponry such as firearms. Do you truly believe that your 2 handguns can contend with me?" Even when faced with the threat of 2 guns aimed at him, Miyamoto Kiyohisa displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he calmly engaged the robbers in conversation. "What are you babbling about, kid? Do you think wielding a sword makes you invincible? Do you not realize that I could easily shatter your skull with a single shot?" The robber on the left scolded, discreetly disengaging the safety on his weapon as he spoke. Both robbers firmly gripped their guns, aiming at Miyamoto Kiyohisa's head. 3 steps, we are merely 3 steps apart. That is sufficient." The robber on the right glanced at Conan and the others, who were still complying with the situation, and remarked to his companion, "Now is the time. This fool seems to be too frightened by our guns to think clearly. Let us end this swiftly, for we have 4 little ones to deal with afterward." Just as one of the robbers revealed a flaw in his stance, Miyamoto Kiyohisa called out, quick blade style, "Swallow's return." A dazzling flash of light surged forth, and a dull thud echoed as the left robber crumpled to the ground. The weapon, previously clutched in the robber's hand, was deftly retrieved by Miyamoto Kiyohisa's technique. Now, as a marksman, I find great appreciation for such armaments. With a swift flourish of his left hand, disregarding the astonished expression of the fallen robber's companion, Miyamoto Kiyohisa continued nonchalantly, bang, bang, bang. The robber's handgun erupted in flames, wildly firing towards Miyamoto Kiyohisa until the last bullet struck emptiness. The acrid smoke enveloped the area, obscuring the view for both the robbers and the bound children, leaving them in suspense about the unfolding events. A shrill scream, unmistakably of a child, erupted from Ayumi's throat. Alas, this desolate area is rife with abandoned buildings. Consequently, the gunfire and screams failed to rouse the attention of others. As a marksman, your cowardice is truly despicable. You dare not engage me in a fair duel, resorting instead to the ignoble tactic of ambush. As the smoke dissipated, Miyamoto Kiyohisa, one hand wielding a knife and the other a gun, slowly emerged before the crowd. Notably, there appeared to be no sign of gunshot wounds upon him. "How splendid! My dear brother is unharmed." With a quivering voice, Ayumi spoke, tears of joy welling in her eyes. "Moreover, your trigger pulling was so sluggish that I could predict your move and deflect the bullet with my blade. How is this possible? It cannot be. This must be an illusion." Amidst the faint light filtering in from outside, the robber noticed 2 shattered bullets at Kiyohisa's feet, and his composure began to unravel. "Who exactly are you?" "Me? Merely a benevolent passerby with a passion for the way of the sword. Observe closely, this is how a gun is wielded." Kiyohisa aimed the firearm at the riverbank outside the window, and within a mere 2 seconds, nearly 10 shots rang out in rapid succession, creating a cacophony that echoed in the ears of the remaining 6 individuals still conscious. "Have you learned?" Nonchalantly, he discarded the now empty gun at the robber's feet and pointed his knife at him, feigning seriousness. "How dare you humiliate me? I shall fight you." Realizing escape was futile, the robber resolved to make a desperate stand. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he possessed a certain level of combat training, evidenced by his ability to lift his leg high enough to strike his own head. However, for Kiyohisa Miyamoto, this was merely insufficient. With a simple tilt of his head and a shift of his body, Kiyohisa effortlessly evaded all of his opponent's punches and kicks, as if strolling through a serene garden. There was still a considerable distance to cover. After dodging dozens of attacks, he could not help but taunt the panting assailant. As these words left his lips, the sound of a sword slicing through the air resonated once more, and another flash of white light appeared, causing the remaining robber to collapse to the ground as if his body had lost all support. Hey, this robber has clearly lost the ability to resist. And you could easily subdue him. Why not? Watching as two robbers lay unconscious on the ground and another groaned in agony while clutching his right arm, Conan could not restrain his inquiry. Rest assured, the blade that struck these two ruffians is dull, and furthermore, this fellow is simply too loud. With a hint of frustration evident in his demeanor, Kiyohisa swung his sword once more, silencing the robber who was wailing in pain. As he approached Conan and his companions, the light filtering through the window finally illuminated Kiyohisa's face. Ah, it's Big Brother Kiyohisa from this morning. What brings you here? Upon seeing Kiyohisa, Ayumi exclaimed with delight. By observing my attire, you should have already guessed. I was merely passing through while practicing my swordsmanship. Kiyohisa replied. But what are you all doing in such a place? If I hadn't chanced upon those three suspicious men and decided to follow them, you four might have already made your way to the afterlife. We were. Ayumi began, but before she could finish, the now conscious Jinta gently nudged her, signaling her to refrain from speaking further. Jinta, what are you thinking? These coins are all stolen goods, and considering Big Brother Kiyohisa's wealth, he surely wouldn't be interested in such trinkets. Upon noticing Jinta's actions, Conan quickly interjected to halt them. Indeed, we came here in search of treasure. There was a large bag of coins hanging there, stolen recently by a band of robbers, as reported in the news. Jinta's face fell in disappointment, prompting Goro to explain to Kiyohisa how they had stumbled upon the coins. I see. However, the next time you find yourselves in a predicament like this, do exercise caution. Not every situation will have someone come to your rescue in time. Kiyohisa remarked with a hint of discomfort, uttering words that contradicted his true feelings. He then took out his phone and dialed the police to report the situation. Meanwhile, Conan had already rushed to the side of the three unconscious robbers. It was indeed the blade's dull side that had been used. Yet the swollen red marks near their necks, coupled with the assailant's swift strikes, indicated an impressive level of swordsmanship. After examining the marks on the robbers' necks, Conan silently contemplated. He then approached the spot where Kiyohisa had previously stood, using a handkerchief to pick up two split bullets. They did not appear to be props and bore a distinct scent of gunpowder, suggesting they were genuine bullets fired recently. Given the close proximity and the ability to react in time to split the bullets, it seemed that Kiyohisa's prowess warranted a re-evaluation. As Conan inhaled the scent of the bullets, he gained a newfound respect for Kiyohisa's capabilities. Hey, Conan, what are you up to? Looking up, Conan noticed Kiyohisa standing behind him, observing with a peculiar expression. I heard that thanks to you, the secret of the treasure map was unraveled and the stolen coins recovered. You truly are remarkable, Conan. Upon hearing Kiyohisa's words, Conan released a long sigh of relief, realizing it was merely a coincidence. It was all just happenstance, he replied, scratching his head and adopting an adorably innocent tone. Nonsense. Conan is undeniably clever. The discovery of the coins is entirely his achievement, Ayumi chimed in, defending Conan against what she perceived as excessive modesty. This left Conan with no choice but to scratch his head even more vigorously. It really was nothing, even without me. You all could have figured it out. Absolutely. After all, we are the Junior Detective League. Jinta attempted to bask in the glory, hoping to showcase his leadership. But upon seeing Conan's modesty, he could only introduce Kiyohisa to their team. All right, I've contacted the police, but I have some matters to attend to. So I leave you in their care until they arrive. With that, Kiyohisa set his phone down, picked up his sword sheath from the ground, sheathed his blade, and departed from the abandoned building. Before long, the sound of police sirens surrounded the structure known as the Ghost Cherry Blossom Building. The 15,000 coins that had hung from the roof were successfully recovered. However, as these coins were foreign property, the police merely offered the children a brief verbal commendation without any tangible rewards. Naturally, the commendation was followed by a reprimand. Around 9 or 10 o'clock, the four children were driven home by the police. The officers, of course, did not withhold the details of the harrowing events from the children's parents. And upon learning of the perilous situation their children had faced, the subsequent consequences were predictable. As expected, being a prominent figure in Tokyo's media, Kiyohisa's special request for crime reports to be sent to him resulted in no new crime news reaching him in the following days. It was indeed a tranquil and serene day, estimating that Conan would be grounded for a while, and that the streets of Tokyo would remain peaceful. Kiyohisa decided to inspect the state of his company, particularly the talent agency, where Yoko Ajinome's presence served as a potent weapon against Kagero Mori. As usual, Hideo Shibata was driving, but this time they were in a different vehicle. How peculiar. I recall it was summer just a couple of days ago. How is it that autumn leaves are already falling? As the car pulled out of the garage and onto the main road lined with trees, Kiyohisa suddenly noticed something he had previously overlooked. Hey, Hideo, what is the date today? I seem to have lost track of time. Huh? Big brother, have you forgotten? Today is already October 14th, and your birthday is approaching. Will you not return to the Miyamoto family to celebrate as you have in previous years? October 14th? Time flies indeed. But wait, how did it suddenly become October 14th? Do you remember what date we visited Yoko Ajinome's house? Initially, Kiyohisa marveled at how swiftly time passed, but an expression of panic quickly overtook his face. How did we jump straight into autumn? How vexing. I had forgotten that we are now within the realm of the K-Gakka timeline, where time is not measured by days but rather determined through the calendar. Due to the presence of a systematic framework, Miyamoto Kiyohisa, even while ensconced in the K-Gakka timeline, is not easily deceived by the fluctuations of time. However, this has led to a disorientation regarding the precise date since his entry into this timeline. Furthermore, having remained indoors for an extended period, it is only now that he realizes he is immune to the K-Gakka timeline. It is the 28th of August, a matter from over a month ago. Good heavens, have you forgotten? Inquired Shibata Hideo, perplexed. Hideo, a sudden thought has struck me. Perhaps we should cancel this trip, Kiyohisa suggested. But, my dear Kiyohisa, this journey had been firmly resolved long ago. So utter cancellation now would surely incite discontent among the company's staff. Should matters escalate to Uncle, it would not bode well. I am certain you would prefer not to find Uncle waiting at your doorstep, ready to drag you out, Hideo countered, invoking the name of Miyamoto Masato. Yet, deep within, Kiyohisa mused, if I do not return, I fear my father might very well attend my funeral. However, Miyamoto Kiyohisa was well aware that Shibata Hideo had always maintained a close connection with Miyamoto Masato. If he were to proceed with his current intentions, it was quite likely that his father would once again block his door, forcibly expelling him as he had done in the past. Thus, this thought remained confined to his mind, never escaping his lips. Well then, before heading to the company, I shall first make a visit to the Gaudi Hotel. After much contemplation, confronted with the prospect of probable demise versus certain social death, Miyamoto Kiyohisa opted for the former. Very well, Kiyohisa. Upon hearing his response, Shibata Hideo promptly turned the car around, directing it towards the hotel they had previously visited. After a brief journey of 10 minutes, Miyamoto Kiyohisa selected a few portable weapons from a concealed compartment and reboarded the vehicle heading to the company. You shall accompany me upstairs shortly, Hideo. There is no need to linger by the vehicle. Casting a glance at the news regarding the Shinkansen explosion, a smile unexpectedly graced Miyamoto Kiyohisa's face as he spoke to Shibata Hideo. Conan has already left Tokyo, so I believe I am now safe. Given that both the Grim Reaper and his counterpart were traveling together on this occasion, Miyamoto Kiyohisa breathed a sigh of relief. As anticipated, the day's proceedings unfolded without incident, and he found no opportunity to employ the weapons he had prepared. At the headquarters of the group in the morning, he was besieged by researchers inquiring why he had diverted his focus from hydrogen energy research towards electromagnetism and other fields. Moreover, he elaborated on the developmental trajectory of the 2G era, leaving the practical implementation to these scientists. Of course, such knowledge had been acquired through the system he had accessed. After dedicating the entire morning, Miyamoto Kiyohisa finally managed to navigate through the inquiries of the technology enthusiasts at the company. However, the moment Miyamoto Kiyohisa contemplated that these individuals were tirelessly laboring for their own capital empires, he could not help but harbor a profound disdain for them. After having lunch at the company's exclusive cafeteria, Miyamoto Kiyohisa accompanied Shibata Hideo to the talent agency. Though referred to as an agency, it was merely a small component of the entire company. Years prior, in a bid to strategically position himself, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had launched a series of Ultraman tokusatsu films, which were absent from the world of Keisaku. He conceptualized the ideas while his team of screenwriters filled in the details. As for the design of Ultraman, it had long been etched in Miyamoto's mind, sparing him the convolutions faced in the original world. It took a total of 3 to 4 years for him to finally establish this series as a peer to Kamen Rider within the realm of tokusatsu. Following this, he began to maneuver into mainstream media, investing heavily in numerous television stations and newspapers in the Tokyo area. Theoretically, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had become the most well-informed individual in Tokyo. Eventually, it was the talent agency's turn, as there existed an unreasonable connection within the world of Keisaku. Whenever Kagoro Mori encountered Yoko Okino, his rationality would dissipate entirely, transforming him into a fervent enthusiast. This formidable weapon, capable of wreaking havoc and influencing even the Grim Reaper, would not be left to wander aimlessly. It is no exaggeration to assert that within the talent agency founded by Miyamoto Kiyohisa, 80 of the resources were prioritized for Yoko Okino. Moreover, since the agency operated under Miyamoto's unilateral authority, no one would dare to gossip about these matters. Lastly, it was time to address the security company. By this point, evening had fallen, the sun gradually sinking in the horizon, casting a crimson hue upon the autumn landscape. The autumn breeze stirred a carpet of fallen leaves, swirling them through the air towards the entrance marked by the Blackwater Security Company's sign. Before the leaves could reach the entrance, the detectors suddenly emitted a series of beeping alarms. Upon realizing that it was merely the leaves triggering the commotion, the personnel at the door quickly disabled the alarm from the control room and cleared the errant leaves from the restricted area. Has the boss not arrived yet? It has been quite some time since I last saw him. To be candid, my initial agreement to join this company was fueled by the hope of one day becoming a man as formidable as the boss. It seemed that upon hearing the alarm, a man clad in a black suit, slightly stout with a robust physique, approached the door and casually inquired of the guard. Kato, we are all acutely aware of the boss's prowess. Instead of loitering here, why not return and focus on your training? Otherwise, during the next martial arts training session, you might find yourself facing the boss alone. Nagano, must you remind me? Is it not due to your defeat in the last training session that you have been relegated to guard duty? Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly surpass you this time. Kato, the man addressed, laughed heartily. At that moment, another type of alarm resonated from the control room, distinct from the previous urgent tone. This one resembled a more soothing piece of light music. What is that sound? Kato's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, that sound signifies the arrival of the boss. Nagano proceeded to the control room, silenced the alarm, and opened the electronically controlled door. He then stepped outside, standing 10 meters away from the entrance in a respectful bow. Observing this, Kato mimicked Nagano's gesture and joined him in bowing. Just as they completed their ritual, approximately a minute later, a silver-modified sedan glided towards them. As the vehicle passed, it gradually slowed, and the rear window descended, revealing the figure of Miyamoto Kiyohisa. What are you two doing here? Hurry back. I did not come to see how much respect you have for me today. Rather, I am here to assess the results of your training during this period. As anticipated, Miyamoto Kiyohisa has critiqued this form of formalism. Although it was a critique, Miyamoto Kiyohisa did not employ a harsh tone. In fact, he felt a tinge of satisfaction within. After all, this security company was established through considerable investment and connections that Miyamoto had forged. A portion of its members possessed firearm privileges and could assist in operations alongside the public security department. Naturally, Miyamoto was quite pleased with the loyalty of these individuals. Furthermore, considering the company's functions, there were certain matters that Miyamoto could not conveniently handle himself, which these members could undertake on his behalf. Some of the more shadowy aspects necessitated that these members keep secrets for his benefit, since most members had been assigned tasks to execute. Only a little over 100 operational members remained in the company. After spending half an hour reviewing the training results of these individuals, Miyamoto nodded in satisfaction and encouraged everyone before departing the security company with Shibata Hideo. Upon returning home, Shibata Hideo parted ways with Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Before Shibata Hideo could arrive at the garage to drive away in his car, a call came through to his mobile phone. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, and the name displayed on the screen was indeed Miyamoto Masato. Uncle, is there something you need? He inquired. I heard that Kiyohisa visited the agency again today. Has there been any progress regarding that girl named Yoko? Uncle, I believe you should resign yourself to the reality of this situation. From my observations, Kiyohisa does not harbor any romantic feelings for Miss Yoko. Furthermore, I think you cannot leave this decision solely to Kiyohisa. You must exert some influence on him personally. Or perhaps select suitable candidates for him to choose from. Isn't that akin to an arranged marriage? Miyamoto Masato's tone suggested he had stumbled upon a novel idea. Indeed, from what I gather, Kiyohisa appears to lack initiative in this regard. If you could facilitate introductions, it may indeed lead to a favorable outcome. Very well, Hideo. That is an excellent notion. I shall set about preparations immediately. With that, Miyamoto Masato eagerly ended the call. his hurried demeanor indicating he was intent on finding a suitable match for Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Let me see. This young lady is already in her 30s. Far too old. Kiyohisa would certainly not be interested. This girl is merely in her teens, perhaps too young, but who knows if Kiyohisa would take a liking to her. Never mind, I shall keep her in mind for now. After terminating the call, Miyamoto Masato hastily began to compile a list of unmarried young women from families within his social network. Most of these families belonged to affluent or noble lineages, with some individuals having crossed paths with Miyamoto Kiyohisa in his youth. Thus, unbeknownst to Miyamoto Kiyohisa, his father had already commenced arrangements for a matchmaking endeavor, even before he was aware of it. In the ensuing days, due to Conan's absence, the streets of Mihua returned to their usual tranquility. Even the crime rate throughout Tokyo noticeably declined. Opening his phone, Miyamoto Kiyohisa glanced at the calendar. Today marked January 26th, and before he realized it, the Chinese New Year was approaching once again. Regrettably, in Japan during this period, the infusion of Chinese culture was not yet prevalent. The fervor surrounding the Spring Festival was not as pronounced as it would become in the future. Ever since Miyamoto Kiyohisa realized that the system's timeline would not affect him, rendering him impervious to the passage of time, he promptly requested the research department to expand the screen of his mobile device and to ensure that the calendar was updated in real time. Fortunately, the formidable nature of the system's timeline had begun to influence electronic devices, allowing the date and time displayed on his phone to correspond precisely with reality. Rising from his seat, he glanced out at the bustling street below, feeling a twinge of envy for the freedom enjoyed by the passers-by. Despite his considerable wealth, he found himself confined within a towering edifice that had cost billions of yen to construct, all due to concerns for his personal safety, unable even to return home. In the world of the system, the homes of the affluent were often fraught with complications arising from financial and emotional entanglements, which could lead to various predicaments, sometimes culminating in acts of violence. Although Miyamoto Kiyohisa believed his relatives and friends would not wish him harm, after all, the current success of the Miyamoto family was the result of his relentless efforts. He could not completely dismiss the slightest possibility of danger. Just as his thoughts wandered into the ether, the telephone on his desk rang, not the mobile device he carried. It was peculiar. Only a handful of individuals knew the landline number of his office. Since the landline phones of that era lacked caller ID, he would need to answer the call to ascertain the identity of the caller. Though perplexed, he reasoned that it was unlikely someone would inflict harm over the phone. After a brief moment of hesitation, he picked up the receiver. "Hello, is anyone there?" he began, only to be interrupted by a familiar voice. "Ha, this trick still works. Kiyohisa, it's Dad. Are you free right now?" It was evident that the voice on the other end belonged to Miyamoto Masato. Years ago, when mobile phones were first introduced, Kiyohisa had gifted Masato one, and since then, whenever he had a spare moment, Masato would call, leading Kiyohisa to believe there was an urgent matter at hand, only to find it was merely casual chit-chat. Over time, Kiyohisa had become increasingly reluctant to answer these calls. If something truly important arose, Masato's assistant could always reach him. Thus, Masato devised a clever strategy, calling the landline that did not display the caller ID, compelling Kiyohisa to answer. Once the call was answered, the duration of the conversation would be dictated by Masato. "Oh, I have nothing pressing." "Why? Do you have something to discuss?" "Please don't tell me it's another casual chat," Kiyohisa replied, adopting a sardonic tone upon recognizing his father's voice. "Ha, it's not that. I actually have something important to discuss with you today." Kiyohisa could sense the excitement in Masato's tone. "What has got you so cheerful? Did you receive good news? Are you getting a promotion?" he inquired, intrigued by his father's buoyant mood. "Not at all. Those old geezers wouldn't dare relinquish their positions to me. They're too short-sighted," Masato replied, seemingly irked by Kiyohisa's question. "Enough of this nonsense. You're already 28 and still haven't found a girlfriend. I'm quite anxious about this. So, I've arranged for you to meet several young women. Starting the day after tomorrow and continuing for the next 2 weeks, you'll be going on blind dates every day. I assure you, these are from prominent families. If you dare to bail on me and bring shame upon our family, the consequences will be unimaginable." Masato, fearing that Kiyohisa might agree verbally but later evade the dates, resorted to this drastic measure. Kiyohisa was not frightened of the system, but his father's incessant chatter was another matter entirely. In previous times, he could manage the conversation. But as discussions increasingly veered toward marriage and children, Kiyohisa found himself overwhelmed by his father's relentless inquiries. All right, I understand. Please send me the details of these individuals. I'll have should take me to the meetings. You can rest assured. I want to stand you up, he responded softly, as if soothing a child. After hanging up, Kiyohisa furrowed his brow in distress. Blind dates, what a terrifying concept. How had it come to this? Slumping in his chair, he shook his head, unable to fathom the awkward encounters awaiting him in just a few days. Sure, this must be your doing. After a moment of confusion, he realized who had betrayed him. His father had received news and promptly arranged a series of blind dates. There had to be a traitor among his acquaintances. In half a month, Kiyohisa found himself slumped in the back seat of a luxurious sports car parked by the roadside. Shoo, how many have we gone through already? How many more are left? I feel utterly exhausted, he weakly inquired of Shu, who was responsible for coordinating the blind dates. Suddenly, his attention was drawn outside, through the car window. He spotted two individuals he recognized all too well standing on the street. One had shoulder-length, chestnut-green hair, while the other sported long, lustrous black hair. However, what caught his eye was the girl with the black hair, who seemed to have a horn protruding from her head. Indeed, these two were none other than the most improbable yet sensible best friends in the world of the system, Mori Ran and Suzuki Sonoko. Kiyohisa still could not comprehend why the Suzuki family chose to enroll their future heiress in a public school instead of a prestigious academy. However, considering Sonoko Suzuki's character, Kiyoshi Miyamoto seems to grasp why the Suzuki family made such a decision. Sending Sonoko to a prestigious institution where strict adherence to rules is paramount might be akin to confining her to a prison. Naturally, this also represents a significant advantage for the Suzuki family, as they have effectively secured their future heir at a tender age, binding her to the vessel of death. From this perspective, the Suzuki family's future development appears to be assured. However, in matters such as these, if Kiyohisa Miyamoto does not speak, who would be privy to the knowledge? Hidofu, drive the car over. There are acquaintances over there. Pointing toward the two individuals, Kiyoshi Miyamoto instructed. Oh, it is indeed Miss Muri from the Muri household, replied Shibata Hidofu, having glanced in the direction indicated by Kiyoshi Miyamoto and confirmed their identity. He promptly started the vehicle and headed in that direction. Before Shibata Hideo could drive up to the two women, a modest Nissan car came to a halt in front of them. Astonishingly, from that compact vehicle emerged a burly man nearly 2 meters tall. What the hell? Shibata Hideo, seasoned in the ways of the road, felt a surge of irritation at the audacity of this interloper and immediately turned to Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Stay calm, stay calm. I've said it countless times. Driving requires caution. Road rage is utterly unacceptable. Miyamoto Kiyohisa remained unfazed by the car's abrupt intrusion, even feeling a twinge of pity for the man who had just exited the vehicle. The reason was simple. The audacity of this fellow was astounding. The scumbag trap set by Sonoko had no effect on him, as he had set his sights squarely on Mori Ran. It was absurd. With such extraordinary prowess and an aura akin to that of a death angel, how could a mere mortal dare to approach her? At that moment, the window on the other side of the car slid down, revealing the mischievous figure of Conan, who was hiding behind a telephone pole. Rest assured, this fellow is bound to meet his downfall. Observing Conan's resentful glare from a distance, Miyamoto Kiyohisa said meaningfully to Shibata Hideo. Opening the car door, Miyamoto Kiyohisa stepped out. Miss Ran, what a coincidence to encounter you here. He greeted with a smile, having taken just a couple of steps. At that instant, Mori Ran, feeling harassed by the man in front of her, was momentarily relieved to see a familiar face and hurried over to Kiyohisa, responding eagerly, Mr. Miyamoto, what brings you here? I thought you didn't live around this area? Ah, a handsome guy, exclaimed Sonoko, suddenly letting out a piercing scream just as Ran was replying to Kiyohisa. Like a gust of wind, Sonoko dashed past Ran, positioning herself right in front of Kiyohisa. Kiyohisa, taken aback by Sonoko's starstruck expression, instinctively rubbed his forehead, wiping away a few beads of cold sweat that had formed. Do we know each other? He asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Not yet. But now we do. I'm Sonoko Suzuki, pleased to make your acquaintance, she declared, her enthusiasm palpable. Kiyohisa had underestimated his own allure. The palpable intensity of Sonoko's admiration compelled him to step back a couple of paces. I am Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Despite my youthful appearance, I am actually 27 years old. So Kiyohisa hesitated, contemplating a tactful way to decline Sonoko's overtures. Just then, Sonoko let out a dramatic gasp. You're the infamous Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Her expression fell, resembling a wilted plant. How so? Have you known of me for long? Kiyohisa pondered, wondering if he had unintentionally gained notoriety recently. Indeed, I've known of you since childhood. My parents always compared me to you. extolling your virtues daily. Sonoko recollected, visibly overwhelmed as she cradled her head in despair. Oh, so Mr. Miyamoto is the great demon king you always mentioned? Mori-ran interjected, her confusion evident. But I think Mr. Miyamoto seems quite nice. He isn't as frightening as you described. No. It's not that Mr. Miyamoto is scary. It's just that my parents used him as a benchmark for me, and that's what is truly terrifying. And please, don't mention this in public. It's rather embarrassing, Sonoko whispered conspiratorially to Ran. At that moment, the muscular man, who had been momentarily stunned, finally regained his composure and approached. Hey, you. I was here first. The muscular man, Yawamatsu Shunzo, pointed accusingly, emboldened by his stature. First, I am Miyamoto Kiyohisa, not Heiyu. Secondly, my relationship with Miss Mori is purely platonic, with no ulterior motives. Finally, if we're discussing size, Shibata Kiyohisa calmly deflected the man's finger away as he articulated each point. Yowamatsu was about to retort, but was overshadowed by a looming figure in a black suit, a man exuding an imposing presence. Hey, this is a lawful society. You can't just start a fight. Yawamatsu's bravado faltered, his confidence waning. Forget it. My good mood has been spoiled. Miss Mori and Miss Suzuki. We shall take our leave now. We can converse another time, Kiyohisa said, gesturing to Shibata Hideo to return to the vehicle before stepping into the back seat. Curse it. Both Conan and Yawamatsu exclaimed in unison from their respective hiding spots. Conan felt that both Kiyohisa and Yawamatsu were vying for Mori-ran's attention, threatening to undermine his own position. Meanwhile, Yawamatsu was incensed at losing face in front of Ran. After reminding himself not to forget the upcoming Valentine's Day gathering, Yawamatsu sped away in his small car. How infuriating to finally encounter a super handsome guy, and it turns out to be him. Once everyone had departed, Sonoko could no longer contain her frustration. Mori-ran could only offer her friend a reassuring smile. By the way, Sonoko, didn't you mention that your sister is going on a blind date soon? When is it? Ran inquired, adept at diverting attention from negativity. Oh right, I had almost forgotten. In just a couple of days, the day before Valentine's Day, my sister will have her blind date. I absolutely must be there to ensure she isn't deceived by a bad man. Sonoko's spirits lifted, her determination rekindled. Do you happen to know where they will meet? Ran asked curiously, her innate sense of gossip surfacing. Well, I'm not certain. I heard that due to the other party's busy schedule, the specific location will be revealed the day prior. But that's fine. We can just secretly follow my sister. Sonoko declared, her resolve firm. It's settled then. I shall unveil the true nature of that man and rescue my sister. Suzuki Sonoko had once again succumbed to her own sentimental musings. After finalizing their plans, the two parted ways, returning to their respective homes. Meanwhile, concealed behind a lamppost at the street corner, Conan was engulfed in a tempest of thoughts, plagued by terrifying conjectures that surged forth relentlessly. Even visions of Kiyoshi Miyamoto and Ran Muri's child had invaded his mind. After enduring 2 days of apprehension, Conan witnessed Ran Muri meticulously crafting Valentine's Day chocolates, only to hear her declare that they were not intended for Shinichi. In an instant, his myriad of dreadful thoughts seemed to crystallize into a stark reality, leaving Conan in a state of turmoil. On the evening 2 days prior to Valentine's Day, Conan encountered Ran once more, who was exuberantly engaged in a phone conversation that lasted nearly an hour. Ultimately, it appeared that she had acquiesced to some request, prompting her to end the call. The following morning, Ran adorned herself with great care and, after ensuring that no one was observing her, stealthily exited the detective agency. Emerging from the restroom, Conan stepped out with a grave expression. This cannot be allowed, he muttered repeatedly, as if swearing an oath, before he too slipped away from the agency. Fortunately, as Conan descended the stairs, he noticed that Ran was not taking a vehicle but was instead walking along the road. Relieved by this discovery, he quietly followed her. About half an hour later, Ran arrived at her destination, a quaint dessert shop that appeared to have few patrons. It was evident that this individual shared a fondness for sweets. They had even invested significantly to hire a renowned pastry chef and establish a dedicated dessert center. There was no doubt about it. This was the place. To avoid detection, Conan concealed himself in the corner, surreptitiously peering into the dessert shop. Thankfully, with so few customers, he quickly spotted Ran's target, Sonoko Suzuki, elegantly draped in a petite handbag, waving at Ran as she entered. Ran, I'm over here. Upon hearing Sonoko's voice, Ran took a seat opposite her, beckoned a server, and ordered 2 beverages before inquiring eagerly. So, Sonoko, any news? The flames of gossip ignited fervently. Well, My sister mentioned that they have a date at a restaurant called Deer's this afternoon. Honestly, it's quite an upscale place, but I've already reserved a table. Here, this is your entry ticket. Sonoko produced a rectangular voucher from her bag and handed it to Ran. What are they discussing? I can't hear, Conan thought, feeling an urgency wash over him as he realized that the dessert shop was likely not their final destination. After a brief while, having nearly finished their drinks, the two prepared to depart. It's about time. Let us not waste a moment, Sonoko urged as they stepped outside. Surely, they were indeed headed somewhere together. Conan employed the tracking skills he had honed in Hawaii, navigating through trams, buses, taxis, and several hundred meters on foot. At last, a towering building loomed before him. Isn't this? Recognizing the emblem on the building SFAD, Conan recalled a previous visit to a dessert shop with Kiyoshi Miyamoto. Although it was not the same building, the insignia unmistakably indicated that this establishment also belonged to Kiyoshi. Is it truly him? How infuriating. Once again tailing the two, Conan took a different elevator to the 6th floor. The elevator doors opened to reveal an opulent restaurant with only a handful of dining tables, all of which were already reserved. Spotting Ran and Sonoko seated by the window with their backs to the entrance, Conan was about to slip in through the door when he was halted by a security guard stationed at the entrance. Young man, you cannot enter here freely. Even if you wanted to sneak in, it would be impossible. Do you see that red light above the door? As long as the alarm is active, it will sound the moment you approach. The guard, evidently well-trained, seemed to discern Conan's hidden intentions. However, this is also attributable to Conan's current state of inner turmoil, stemming from his inadequate emotional management. Confronted with such stringent vigilance, Conan finds himself at a loss, resorting to stealthily hiding at the periphery, gazing longingly into the interior. Fortunately, the door is not crafted from solid wood. Rather, it is constructed from exceptionally durable bulletproof glass, allowing Conan to clearly observe the happenings within. What is going on? Could it be that Ran and Sonoko have merely come here to indulge in a lavish meal? Shortly after his arrival, a waiter presented an array of dishes at their table, and judging by the portions, it was undoubtedly enough for two, which stirred a hint of skepticism within Conan. Just as he began to suspect he was mistaken, two familiar figures strolled into view from the distant corridor. A robust and slender duo, clad in their signature black suits, possessed extraordinary features, none other than Kiyohisa Miyamoto and Hideo Shibata. How infuriating. It is indeed those individuals. Conan swiftly sought refuge behind a nearby concealment. Once the two had entered the hotel, oblivious to his presence, Conan resumed his observations. As was the case during their previous encounter, the moment Miyamoto stepped into the hotel, the management promptly approached him. How could he forget that this establishment belonged to that man? The lack of a reservation seemed to have no bearing on his reception. Conan continued to grumble to himself. However, in the next moment, an event transpired that finally eased the heavy burden on Conan's heart. He observed Shibata Hideo exchanging a few words with the hotel management, who promptly summoned a nearby waiter to escort Miyamoto Kiyohisa to one of the few private rooms within the hotel. It was evident that they were not searching for Rand and Sonoko. How foolish I have been. Conan let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, Conan noticed that both Rand, who was initially facing the glass window, and Sonoko turned their heads towards the direction in which Kiyohisa Miyamoto had departed. Subsequently, the two appeared to exchange a few words, their faces adorned with expressions of puzzlement. This seemingly minor detail, however, piqued Conan's interest. It became evident that their intentions were undoubtedly linked to Kiyohisa Miyamoto. Yet, it was clear that Miyamoto's purpose for being there was not related to them. However, there was no way to enter the interior of the restaurant, leaving Conan somewhat helpless. Shortly thereafter, the elevator bell chimed, and a woman in her 20s, adorned in a floral dress and carrying a small handbag, approached. In her hand, she held an entrance ticket embellished with subtle golden patterns, which allowed her to enter the restaurant without any hindrance. It appeared that this special ticket was the key to eluding the surveillance at the entrance. How frustrating. With this development, it was undoubtedly impossible for him to gain entry. As Conan pondered this, he noticed that upon entering the restaurant, the woman was immediately met with the same level of attention that had been bestowed upon Miyamoto Kiyohisa earlier. The hotel management, upon seeing her, rushed to greet her. Could she be yet another wealthy heiress? Perhaps Sonoko would recognize her. Perhaps due to his professional instincts. Conan could not help but begin speculating about the identity of this mysterious woman. However, the hotel management subsequently led the woman into the private room where Kiyohisa Miyamoto had just arrived. Upon witnessing this scene, Conan felt his mind racing with thoughts. Out of the corner of his eye, He noticed that Ran and Sonoko had also turned to covertly observe the woman, and after a brief exchange of whispers, a complete narrative began to unfold in Conan's mind. Firstly, it was evident that Ran and Sonoko's visit to this hotel was undoubtedly linked to Kiyohisa Miyamoto, and his presence here was to rendezvous with the woman who had just entered. Furthermore, judging by the expressions of Ran and Sonoko, it seemed they were already acquainted with the woman. Thus, it was highly probable that they had been deceived by Kiyohisa Miyamoto. Subsequently, through some source of information, they must have learned about his date with this woman today, prompting them to come here to observe discreetly. Damn it, Conan exclaimed, pounding the floor in frustration, yet feeling utterly helpless in the moment. Sonoko, what is going on? Why did your sister enter Mr. Kiyohisa Miyamoto's private room? I have no idea. Surely my sister's date isn't that Kiyohisa guy, right? Sonoko said, scratching her head anxiously. However, the hotel had stringent security measures in place. Even the seating required advance reservations, leaving them unable to directly enter the room to discern the nature of their conversation. What to do? What to do? Ran, please don't let this guy become my brother-in-law. Otherwise, my life will be miserable. As the thought of her potential grim future crossed her mind, Sonoko's appetite for the tempting delicacies before her vanished. Could it be? I think Mr. Miyamoto seems quite nice, and besides, this matter is not yet certain, so there's no need to panic. All right, Sonoko, there's no need to worry so much. Who knows what will happen in the future? Once their date concludes, you'll see what the outcome is, Ran replied, maintaining her usual composure while offering a warm smile to comfort Sonoko. Just a few minutes prior, Kiyohisa Miyamoto had entered the private room, casually selecting a few items from the menu and handing it to the waiting waiter. That will be all. Please be quick. Meanwhile, Hideo Shibata stepped outside with the restaurant manager, flipping through his briefcase to retrieve a photograph. This is the lady. If you see her approaching, bring her to the president's room. The restaurant manager scrutinized the photograph several times before nodding firmly. Understood. After completing these tasks, Hideo Shibata returned to the private room. Kiyohisa, this is your blind date today. Her name is Ayako Suzuki, the daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate. It was only at this moment that Hideo Shibata introduced the date to Kiyohisa Miyamoto. What? You mean the Suzuki conglomerate? I don't recall my father having any dealings with them, Kiyohisa replied, puzzled. This was designated by my uncle. I'm not privy to the underlying circumstances, Hideo shrugged. Upon hearing a rather unexpected name, Kiyohisa Miyamoto found himself lost in thought. Although his memory of the Suzuki heiress was quite faint, and she had merely been a background character in the original narrative, making only a few appearances, she nonetheless held significant status. In that instant, Kiyohisa Miyamoto began to contemplate the potential implications of this situation. However, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had not contemplated for even a minute before he shook his head, casting aside all these thoughts that occupied his mind. Miyamoto Kiyohisa, what are you thinking? This is a person with whom you might spend decades, perhaps even a century. How can one approach this with mere self-interest? Nevertheless, to be fair, judging from the photograph, Suzuki Ayako is quite attractive. The Suzuki family's genes are indeed impressive. Glancing at the photo on the table, Miyamoto Kiyohisa couldn't help but ponder. After confirming the identity of his date for today, Shibata Hideo departed from the private room, leaving the forthcoming time entirely in Miyamoto Kiyohisa's hands. Shortly thereafter, as the doorbell chimed, a woman entered the room, adorned in a simple floral dress and modest heels, without any jewelry. Hello, my name is Suzuki Ayako, pleased to meet you. Upon entering, Suzuki Ayako bowed slightly and introduced herself. Hello, I am Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Please take a seat. Upon seeing her bow, Miyamoto Kiyohisa immediately stood up, pulling out the chair opposite him for her to sit. Since it was a date for two, the large table that had initially occupied the room had already been replaced with a smaller square table, as per Miyamoto Kiyohisa's instructions. The table was not overly large, measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, leaving less than a meter of distance between the two during their meal. Miss Suzuki, may I inquire what you are currently engaged in? As the dishes had yet to arrive, the two found themselves seated across from each other, enveloped in an awkward silence. Thus, Miyamoto Kiyohisa sought a casual topic to initiate conversation. Mr. Miyamoto, you may call me Ayako. I am currently pursuing my master's degree at university. My parents hope for me to further my education. With a slight blush, Suzuki Ayako lifted her gaze to Miyamoto Kiyohisa and spoke these words. In Japan, addressing someone by their first name typically signifies a close relationship. Therefore, Suzuki Ayako's request for him to call her by her first name momentarily flustered Miyamoto Kiyohisa. as he had never encountered such familiarity in any of his previous matchmaking endeavors. "Ayako, have you known me for a long time? It seems you are quite familiar with me." "Indeed, Mr. Miyamoto, you have always been my idol. When I was little, my father often spoke of your illustrious name, praising you as a rare commercial genius. As I learned more about you, I discovered that your insights extend beyond business to encompass unique artistic perspectives. Consequently, I became involved in the film club during my university years, aspiring to create something remarkable through my efforts. Alas, my talent may be lacking, as I have yet to produce a work I find satisfactory. Nonetheless, it is precisely because of this that I hold great admiration for you, Mr. Miyamoto, who has achieved remarkable success in both the commercial and artistic realms." At this point, Suzuki Ayako raised her hands to her face, attempting to shield her flushed cheeks from the embarrassment of expressing such sentiments. Hearing these words, even Miyamoto Kiyohisa, who prided himself on his thick skin, felt his face grow warm. After all, this was the first time he had received such compliments from a girl. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of the waiter with the dishes, fortuitously rescuing the two from their awkward predicament. "Ahem, let us set aside these matters for now. It's getting late. We should start eating, lest we go hungry later." Noticing the waiter had arranged the dishes and exited the room, Miyamoto Kiyohisa cleared his throat, awkwardly shifting the topic. Suzuki Ayako seemed to realize that her previous comments had been somewhat bold, opting for silence as she picked up her chopsticks. However, since it was a date, Miyamoto Kiyohisa could not simply remain silent. Yet, struggling to find an appropriate subject, he began to introduce the dishes on the table. Although Suzuki Ayako had likely tried most of these dishes before due to her family's background, after Miyamoto Kiyohisa's enthusiastic presentation and his occasional offering of food into her bowl, she found the meal surprisingly more delectable than her previous experiences. As they neared the end of their meal, an idea suddenly struck Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Since she admired him so greatly, why not take her for a tour of his companies? He proposed this suggestion to Suzuki Ayako, who, predictably, seemed very interested. Ignoring the Suzuki family chauffeur, Miyamoto Kiyohisa insisted on taking Suzuki Ayako in his own vehicle. After all, the safety of her family's unmodified car was a concern. Even with someone of high status beside him, he would not dare to ride in it. One could only imagine the bizarre news report of an accident where one person perished while the other emerged unscathed. Thus, the Suzuki family's driver followed Shibata Hideo to the entertainment company under the Miyamoto Group. Since Suzuki Ayako had previously expressed interest in filmmaking, Miyamoto Kiyohisa promptly led her to the company's directing office, where most of the screenwriters and directors congregated. As expected, after concluding discussions with these creative minds, Suzuki Ayako appeared utterly delighted, wrapping her arms around Miyamoto Kiyohisa's left arm. "Mr. Miyamoto, I cannot thank you enough. To have the opportunity to interact closely with these directors and screenwriters has fulfilled my cinematic dreams." Miyamoto Kiyohisa was certain that Suzuki Ayako's joy was genuine, not merely polite. Thus, he chose not to dwell on her embrace. As the afternoon wore on, it was nearly time to part ways. Shibata Hideo stood nearby, signaling frantically to Miyamoto Kiyohisa. This was a task assigned by Miyamoto Masato, requiring Kiyohisa to inquire about the woman's opinions after each matchmaking meeting, as well as to express his own thoughts. The execution of this task fell to Shibata Hideo, who had been accompanying Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Before leaving the entertainment company, Miyamoto Kiyohisa discreetly pulled Suzuki Ayako aside. "Ayako, may I ask what you think of our encounter?" As he spoke, his face flushed crimson. After all, she was his fan. Asking such a question felt somewhat inappropriate. In short, Miyamoto Kiyohisa was in a state of inner turmoil. Well, would it not be a bit fantastical to date an idol? I am not quite prepared for that yet. Suzuki Ayako playfully stuck out her tongue. To be honest, I am not ready either. Why don't we just be friends for now? After all, being friends with an idol sounds rather dreamy, doesn't it? Miyamoto Kiyohisa responded with a smile. "Sister, is it Mr. Miyamoto you are going out with today? What have you both been up to? Did you accompany him afterward?" That evening, at the Suzuki residence, Suzuki Sonoko stealthily made her way to Ayako's room, eager to inquire about the events of the day. "Oh, Sonoko, this is a secret meant for adults," Suzuki Ayako replied, placing a finger to her lips in a gesture of silence, not divulging the information as Sonoko had anticipated. Observing her sister's mysterious demeanor, Sonoko couldn't help but let out a disappointed sigh. However, considering that there is a Valentine's Day gathering to attend tomorrow, Ayako Suzuki was given a reprieve, and the inquiries were not pursued further. Meanwhile, at the Mori Detective Agency, Conan observed Ran Mori diligently crafting chocolates and questioned her about her plans for the following day. It is well known that matters concerning adults should not be meddled with by children. Thus, Conan faced a cold rejection. Curse it! Upon witnessing Ran's demeanor, Conan could not help but recall the events of the day, as resentment gradually welled up within him. Meanwhile, at Kiyohisa Miyamoto's home, the already weakened Kiyohisa suddenly felt a chill creeping into his heart. This is bad. There are nefarious individuals plotting against me. Sensing the coldness enveloping him, he quietly turned on the heating and, using a reference from a past life, made a sardonic remark. As the temperature in the room gradually rose and the chill dissipated, Kiyohisa succumbed to slumber. Early the next morning, the abrupt ringing of a phone startled Kiyohisa awake, as Shuji Shibata's call pierced the silence. Kiyohisa, today is the final day. Just hold on, and victory will be ours. He pondered who had instilled such a malevolent spirit of triumph in Shibata, and thought that he must surely find out. Sleepily, Kiyohisa mused, "Oh, it turns out it was me. I was the first to employ this mental victory tactic, so it's all right." Suddenly, as if lost memories had returned, Kiyohisa jolted awake. Understood, just wait for me downstairs. By the way, have you confirmed the meeting place with him? With his phone wedged between his ear and shoulder, Kiyohisa donned his attire with the precision of a marionette. The appointment is made, but... Shibata hesitated. But what? Speak quickly, I detest riddles. Kiyohisa, still slightly irritable from sleep, emphasized his words. However, the other party does not intend to meet at one of our hotels but has requested that we go to theirs. Kiyohisa's tone suddenly escalated, and even his brow furrowed in response. But rest assured, Kiyohisa, I have already surveyed their hotel, and it should pose no security issues. While it may not match the comprehensive safety of our establishments, it is nonetheless among the industry's elite. Hearing this, Kiyohisa's previously furrowed brow began to smooth out. Very well, summon 2 more individuals from the company, and have them drive 2 cars to await us outside. After a moment's thought, Kiyohisa decided it prudent to draw in 2 skilled personnel from the security company to ensure absolute safety. Upon hearing Kiyohisa's orders, Shuji Shibata was momentarily taken aback before instinctively agreeing. 2 hours later, having completed his morning routine and breakfast, Kiyohisa found that the personnel downstairs had assembled. Indeed, these 2 temporary employees, exceptional talents within the security company, not only possess remarkable skills but also exhibit impressive driving abilities. In an instant, 3 vehicles formed a convoy, deftly maneuvering through the streets without a hint of hesitation. They perfectly timed their passage through the traffic lights, encountering no delays whatsoever. Within merely half an hour, Miyamoto Kiyohisa arrived at his destination, which was around 10 o'clock in the morning. As he opened the car door and stepped out, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Clearly, a new message had arrived. Upon retrieving his phone and checking the number, he discovered it was a message from the television station. Could it be? The moment he recognized the source of the message, the image of the suited young man flashed in his mind. Sure enough, after reviewing the content of the message, Miyamoto Kiyohisa let out a resigned sigh. He had completely forgotten that today was Valentine's Day, a day that often proves detrimental to those who remain cooped up at home. In the realm of detective stories, Valentine's Day marks a peak in criminal activity. According to incomplete statistics, across all existing series, Valentine's Day, including White Day, has appeared 6 times, each instance spawning a series of cases. It could be said that for Conan, who was reluctantly forced to remain single on such a day, the situation is utterly maddening. Yet here he was, out on a blind date on this very occasion, were it not for the news indicating that Conan was elsewhere. Miyamoto Kiyohisa would have been tempted to check for the character death inscribed on his forehead. With a long exhale, Miyamoto Kiyohisa beckoned Shibata Hideo to accompany him upstairs. Brother, perhaps I should stay downstairs to keep an eye on the car. What nonsense are you speaking? It's nearly mealtime. Surely they both require sustenance. You should go upstairs and inform the hotel staff of the situation, asking them to prepare the meals for takeout. As for you, join me upstairs. I am curious to see who possesses such remarkable influence that they summon me to their territory. He gestured towards the other 2 vehicles parked nearby, clarifying his intent. Upon hearing this, Shibata Hideo's expression fell, his lips twitching slightly. Indeed, the elder brother always prioritizes his own safety. Shibata Hideo understood that had they not brought along 2 additional individuals today, he would have been the one eating bento in the car. Before long, the 2 arrived at the designated location, where a silver-haired butler in a black suit immediately directed them upon their arrival. Soon, the trio stood outside a lavishly decorated private room. At that moment, it appeared that someone was inside, as the door was unlocked, allowing Miyamoto Kiyohisa to hear voices seeping through the crack. Rika, should I take my leave? Given the time, the person we arranged to meet should have arrived by now. Hold on, there's no rush. It's merely someone who qualifies for a blind date by virtue of their family connections. Rest assured, I have no interest in him. I won't abandon you. The clear exchange between the man and woman reached Miyamoto Kiyohisa's ears. Meanwhile, Shibata Hideo's face flushed crimson, clearly incensed. In contrast, Miyamoto Kiyohisa remained composed. Turning to the elderly gentleman who had guided them. Pray tell, what is the situation here? The elderly man, taken aback by the unfolding scene, stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Noticing that the conversation within the room had not ceased, he seized the opportunity, gently knocking on the door. Who is it? Are you not aware that I am currently occupied inside? A haughty female voice responded, evidently belonging to the woman from the earlier conversation. At this, Shibata Hideo could no longer contain himself, abruptly pushing the door open. Mr. Take Rika, is this how you conduct your hospitality? Before even stepping into the room. His accusatory tone had already reached the ears of those inside. With the sound of his reproach, silence enveloped the private room for a moment. The previously vibrant conversation abruptly ceasing. So, you are the so-called second-generation individual here for a blind date? Well, I've seen enough. Your appearance does not align with my preferences. So kindly take your leave. Moreover, before your next blind date, perhaps you should look in the mirror. Some individuals are simply beyond your reach. Upon witnessing Shibata Hideo entering, Take Rika responded dismissively to his earlier inquiry. Caught off guard by her words, Shibata Hideo found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to express his irritation. This was, after all, the first time he had been mistaken for his elder brother. Fortunately, at that moment, the elder gentleman squeezed through the door. Miss Rika, it is not as you think. The gentleman you are to be matched with, Mr. Miyamoto, is represented here by his chauffeur, Mr. Shibata. So he is merely a chauffeur? What was all that hubbub about? I must apologize. I must clarify that Haifu is not merely my driver. Strictly speaking, he is my cousin. Therefore, I wonder if this audacious young lady might offer an apology to my cousin? A voice devoid of emotion reverberated through the room. Subsequently, parting the two individuals before him, Miyamoto Kiyohisa entered the room, his countenance as frigid as ice. Upon the entrance of such a strikingly handsome man, who, judging by his words, seemed to be her suitor, Rika Shi promptly widened her eyes. Her lips parted slightly, yet despite her efforts, she could not utter a single word, utterly astonished by his appearance. She had once taken pride in her numerous male companions, yet upon encountering Miyamoto Kiyohisa, she found them all utterly lacking. What? Have you lost your voice? I have heard that the young lady of the SHI family is quite eloquent, or is it customary for the SHI family to receive guests in such a manner? Noticing the prolonged silence from her, Miyamoto Kiyohisa's already frigid expression grew even more dismal. Indeed, since the moment he entered this deductive world, he had not exhibited such a temper for quite some time. But today, this woman's demeanor had broadened his horizons, shattering his habitual restraint. I beg your pardon. I was remiss earlier. Sir, my previous remarks were rather inappropriate, and I hope for your understanding. As if suddenly coming to her senses, Rika Shi immediately rose and approached Shibata Haifu, wearing a forced smile that lacked sincerity. Moreover, while she stood before Shibata, her face was turned towards Miyamoto Kiyohisa, her gaze seemingly capable of igniting flames as she regarded him. However, the fiery gaze of Shijo Rika was met with the disdainful indifference of Miyamoto Kiyohisa. At this moment, Miyamoto Kiyohisa was scrutinizing the gentleman who had been seated beside Shijo Rika moments ago. The Shijo Consortium? If my memory serves me correctly, it seems this young lady is destined to meet her demise shortly, is she not? At this point, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had regained his composure and, recalling the name he had just heard, appeared to recollect something significant. After all, it has been nearly 20 years since he arrived in this world, and much of his earlier memories have faded into oblivion. Only a few poignant narratives linger in his mind, perhaps still vivid enough to recall. However, Miyamoto Kiyohisa was not entirely unprepared. From a young age, he had documented numerous significant events from his past life to prevent forgetting them. Yet, at that time, he was unaware that he was in a world governed by deductive reasoning. Consequently, most of his earlier records had become irrelevant, and his accounts of this world had only begun about a decade ago, long after his arrival here. Hence, the only events that remained vividly etched in his memory were perhaps a little over 100 plots. As Miyamoto Kiyohisa remained oblivious, Shirzue Rika's expression shifted dramatically. With an air of disdain, she directed her gaze towards the man seated across the room, commanding, "Nikaido, would you kindly leave this room?" Upon hearing her words, the previously blurred memories in Miyamoto Kiyohisa's mind began to crystallize. Nikaido Yuji, the man who had met his demise alongside this young lady. Miyamoto Kiyohisa turned his head, regarding Shirzue Rika with a peculiar gaze. Goodness, what sort of match has my father found for me? Has he not discovered that this individual is a veritable siren, entangled with multiple lovers? In that moment, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for his father's judgment. Nikaido Yuji, who had been quietly enjoying his surroundings, suddenly turned as if he had bitten into a fly, his countenance darkening. Yet, glancing at Miyamoto Kiyohisa and Shibata Hideo, who blocked the doorway, coupled with the resolute glint in Shirzue Rika's eyes, he dared not protest further. He promptly rose and exited the room in a dejected manner. "Oh, now that the irrelevant parties have vacated, I kindly ask the manager to escort Mr. Shibata out, as this is, after all, a date." Upon witnessing Nikaido Yuji comply with her request, a faint smile graced Shirzue Rika's lips as she extended an invitation for Miyamoto Kiyohisa to join her at the table. "No. I believe this matchmaking endeavor should conclude here," Miyamoto Kiyohisa interjected, halting the manager's approach. "Through this encounter alone, I have gleaned enough about your character. Therefore, there is no necessity for any further proceedings." At his words, a flicker of disdain flashed in Shirzue Rika's eyes. "Do you even know who I am? I am Shirzue Rika, the heiress of the Shirzue conglomerate. Those vying for my attention could form a line stretching to Tokyo Bay. Do not be so ungrateful." "Oh?" Miyamoto Kiyohisa's tone lifted slightly, indicating a burgeoning interest. "Are you aware of who I am? Who cares who you are? You are merely a pretty boy basking in the glory of your ancestors," she retorted, her countenance betraying her disdain. "Ha ha ha ha. I cannot discern whether you are ignorant or audacious. My name is Miyamoto Kiyohisa, the current head of the Miyamoto conglomerate. The ventures under my purview are innumerable, and the visible market value exceeds that of your Shirzue conglomerate by more than tenfold. Even your father, President Shirzue, would not dare address me with such insolence. Where do you derive your audacity?" Miyamoto Kiyohisa, now seething, chuckled ironically as he emphasized his words. "The Miyamoto conglomerate? The head?" Shirzue Rika regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and derision. "I expected you to say something substantial. Instead, you appear quite handsome, yet your boasts are deafening. While I may not be well versed in the affairs of conglomerates, I am aware that the Miyamoto conglomerate ranks among the top 3 in Japan. You, a mere youth, claim to lead it?" As Shirzue Rika spoke, Miyamoto Kiyohisa remained impassive, but Shibata Hideo beside him could not suppress a rather unpleasant smile, trying to stifle his laughter. "Indeed. It is evident that a summer insect cannot comprehend ice. Born into a wealthy family, you are confined by a life of opulence. Perhaps you are oblivious to the operational realities of this company. I wonder what President Shirzue thinks, having such a shallow understanding. When you eventually inherit the conglomerate, you may find yourself deceived by many." Miyamoto Kiyohisa shook his head at her ignorance, allowing his initial anger to dissipate. After all, it was not worth losing his temper over someone of such limited insight. Meanwhile, the elderly hotel manager wore an increasingly awkward expression. Though not part of the elite, he had heard of Miyamoto Kiyohisa's esteemed reputation in the past. To prevent further embarrassment for his company's daughter, the manager swiftly approached and whispered a few words into Shirzue Rika's ear. Instantly, her complexion shifted. "Impossible. How can this be? He looks to be about my age," she stammered, her disbelief apparent. With the amusement waning, Miyamoto Kiyohisa chose to disregard Shirzue Rika, signaling for Shibata Hideo to leave the hotel. Simultaneously, in the underground parking lot, 2 temporary security personnel were monitoring the area while idly chatting. "Watanabe, what do you think the boss is thinking? He sent us to protect him. Yet I recall during the last competition, 10 of us couldn't last a minute against him. If anything were to happen now, he might have to protect us. Isn't that the truth?" I still shudder at the memory of standing opposite the boss. That thick concrete wall crumbled with just one punch. I have no idea what possessed me to stand there. The man referred to as Watanabe wore an expression of admiration, though it was unclear whether it was directed at Miyamoto Kiyohisa or at his own past courage. Yet, we are quite fortunate, aren't we? While the others are likely undergoing intense training, we get to relax in an air-conditioned vehicle and enjoy a sumptuous meal at the hotel. As he recalled the horrors of training, the speaker couldn't help but chuckle at their good fortune. Indeed, we are lucky," Watanabe concurred, but his words trailed off abruptly. What's wrong? The other man inquired, puzzled. Wait, do you see what that guy's holding? Watanabe whispered, gesturing discreetly toward a man approaching Miyamoto Kiyohisa's vehicle. Could it be? Is that a bomb? It can't be mistaken. I believe I understand why the boss summoned us. He must have foreseen this. Knowing someone would tamper with his vehicle as he stepped away, Watanabe stroked his sparse chin, feigning enlightenment. What should we do, Watanabe? Should we stop him now? There is no need to rush. Since the boss is aware of the situation and has not taken direct action against the adversary, it is evident he must have other plans in motion. We need not be so aggressive. Let's wait for a moment. Once he departs, we shall disarm the bomb and report the matter to the boss. After all, the company did provide us with training in bomb disposal techniques, did it not? Beicho. If I recall correctly, your skills in this area are quite commendable, having received an A rating at the time. Of course, leave it to me, the man declared, patting his chest confidently, and together they concealed themselves. 10 minutes later, Miyamoto Kiyohisa and Shibata Hideo arrived in the garage. Boss, just as you were leaving. Someone attempted to stealthily install this device onto your vehicle, Beicho said, presenting the item to Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Brother, it is a high-explosive bomb and a receiver, Shibata Hideo added, stepping forward for a closer inspection before turning to Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Did you apprehend the individual responsible for the installation? Rest assured, boss, we will not jeopardize your plans. We pretended not to notice and allowed him to escape. Upon hearing this, Miyamoto Kiyohisa was left bewildered. Plans? What plans? When did I formulate any plans? The notion of a threefold quality assessment flashed through his mind. However, faced with the adoring gazes of his two subordinates, Miyamoto Kiyohisa found himself at a loss for words and could only regard them with a deadpan expression. Fortunately, at that moment, Watanabe pulled out his phone, offering a timely distraction. Look, boss, here is the photo of the installer we captured. I hope it aids your plans. The image displayed on the screen unmistakably depicted Nikaido Yuji, who had just left the restaurant not long ago. So it was him. It seems I underestimated the situation. Miyamoto Kiyohisa clasped his phone, murmuring to himself, a cold sweat trickling down his back. Had he not summoned these two today? Or if Shibata Hideo had forgotten to check the car before driving? Or if he had neglected to remind them, his life could have been in jeopardy. In an instant, a wave of dread surged within him. Boss, what should we do about this guy? Shibata Hideo, who was privy to the entire truth, pointed at the photo on the phone and inquired. Do not concern yourself with him. It won't be long before the Grim Reaper claims his life. Upon hearing Shibata's question, Miyamoto Kiyohisa managed to steady his emotions, then uttered a cryptic remark. By the way, you two, due to unforeseen circumstances, today's mission concludes here. Hurry back to the office and don't forget to complete today's training tasks. I will be consulting the person in charge later. The expressions of Kitaho and Watanabe, who had been waiting for praise, instantly fell at this announcement. Their anticipated lavish dinner was gone, and now their training tasks remained unfulfilled. Oh, and don't forget to dispose of these things on your way back. Observing the two dejectedly driving away, Miyamoto Kiyohisa couldn't help but chuckle. Really? If you can't guess, why imitate others in attempting to read their minds? Isn't it better to simply focus on the task at hand? After a moment's reflection, Miyamoto Kiyohisa addressed Shibata Hideo again. Hideo, please inform the security company to classify today's performance of these two as a jointly completed B-level task. He then entered the vehicle, which began to navigate towards a location Miyamoto Kiyohisa had not visited in quite some time. Nestled in a suburban area near Kabuto City stood a residence that exuded understated luxury. The entrance bore the gilded characters spelling Miyamoto. This was none other than the ancestral home of the Miyamoto family. A private garage, belonging to Miyamoto Kiyohisa, was also constructed here. After Shibata Hideo disembarked to input the security code, he drove the heavily fortified sedan into the garage. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had already exited the vehicle, making his way to the main entrance of the villa. As he approached the door, two security guards stationed nearby immediately bent at the waist. Young Master Kiyohisa. They greeted in unison, their voices laced with genuine respect. It was evident that these guards held Miyamoto Kiyohisa in high esteem, having earned their positions through his scrutiny. They were well aware of his capabilities. Miyamoto Kiyohisa paid them little mind and pushed open the grand door. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his butler, Ikeda Kenzaburo. Kenzaburo, an old friend of Miyamoto Masato from their university days, had fallen on hard times, prompting Masato to assist him. As a result, Kenzaburo had requested to serve as the butler for the Miyamoto household. Uncle Kenzaburo, is my father in his study? Miyamoto Kiyohisa inquired casually, as if speaking to family. Young Master Kiyohisa, the master has been awaiting you in the study. Though a longtime friend of Miyamoto Masato, Kinzaburo adhered strictly to the protocols of his role as butler, diligently observing all manners and customs. Despite both Masato and Kiyohisa urging him to ease up, Kinzaburo remained steadfast in his diligence. Nodding, Miyamoto Kiyohisa proceeded toward the study located on the second floor. The door was slightly ajar, and no sounds emanated from within. Pushing the door open, he beheld a man clad in a dark gray suit. As a member of the National Diet and holding a significant position within the public security sector, Miyamoto Masato had little time to linger at home, donning formal attire for ease of departure. Today, however, was an exception, as Miyamoto Kiyohisa had just concluded a matchmaking event. As the planner of this matchmaking program, Miyamoto Masato was present to evaluate the outcomes. Father, I must say, what kind of candidates have you arranged for me? Few of them seem even remotely normal, especially that Navi young lady from the Sway family. Did you not investigate her past? Kiyohisa, you cannot hold me responsible. While Rika's behavior is indeed perplexing, she has consistently maintained her boundaries. She is not as disreputable as you believe. Furthermore, the patriarch of the Sway family aided us in the past. Now that we have prospered, we cannot forget the favors of yesteryears. Miyamoto Masato had anticipated a report on the matchmaking results, but found himself confronting his son's probing questions. Aware of his own shortcomings, Masato could only offer placating words in response to Kiyohisa's inquiries. All right, since you have no interest in the Sway family, let us set that aside. What did you think of the others? Did anyone catch your fancy? After a few words of consolation, Miyamoto Masato finally posed the question he was most eager to ask. Although Shibata Hideo had provided some feedback, such matters were best clarified by those directly involved. Oh, it was rather disappointing. Most of them put on a facade of humility, making it difficult to ascertain whether they were genuinely interested in the Miyamoto family or in me. What about that girl from the Suzuki family? The chairman of the Suzuki conglomerate mentioned her to me, and I included her based on that recommendation. She should have heard of you beforehand, right? And given her background, she shouldn't be like the others. Well, Miss Ayako doesn't seem to care about my family as well. However, the issue is that she views me as an idol, not in the romantic sense. Seeing the hopeful glimmer in his father's eyes, Miyamoto Kiyohisa shook his head. Let us put an end to this matchmaking endeavor. Once I have dealt with my most pressing matters, I shall handle it myself. He raised a hand to prevent Miyamoto Masato from speaking further. By the way, how are things progressing within the public security department? Is there any possibility of advancing? If you require funds, do not hesitate to let me know. With that, Miyamoto Kiyohisa inquired about his father's political ambitions, curious if he could lend a hand in furthering his father's career. It's not feasible. Positions are typically filled. To ascend, one must first displace those already occupying the spots. Miyamoto Masato gazed out the window, his words laden with implication. I understand. Do not worry. In the coming days, tranquility within Japan shall be but an illusion, and perhaps a few individuals will find themselves liberated from their proverbial pits for various reasons. Miyamoto Kiyohisa envisioned the figure of Conan, responding with a similarly veiled remark. Subsequently, the father and son exchanged a knowing glance, an entire dialogue conveyed without utterance. After concluding his conversation with Miyamoto Masato, Kiyohisa did not linger, instead summoning Shibata Hideo, who awaited in the courtyard, and drove back to his residence. As night fell, Kiyohisa reclined on his bed, his mind replaying the events of the day. Among them, the most concerning was the remote-controlled bomb that had been placed. It was worth noting that he had already made 2 or 3 appearances before Conan, becoming somewhat familiar with him. However, the unexpected had arrived unbidden, leading Kiyohisa to harbor a flicker of doubt regarding the so-called death god law associated with Conan. However, considering that he had not truly infiltrated the Grim Reaper gang nor acquired a personal amulet of immunity, Kiyohisa Miyamoto came to an understanding. As he recorded this, his 26th assassination attempt, in his notebook, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Nikaido Yuji was merely a buffoon. His demise was imminent. Closing the notebook and recalling Masato Miyamoto's words, Kiyohisa pressed his hand to his forehead. He resolved to quickly mend relations with Conan, taking him to their homes to film a few episodes, thus ensuring a lack of future troubles. As another sunset approached, darkness gradually enveloped the earth. While Kiyohisa hurriedly exited his abode, summoning Hideo Shibata to accompany him to his arsenal, selecting a sniper rifle that utilized 7.62mm caliber rounds. He assembled the components and placed them in a gun case. The two then sped towards the security company. Kiyohisa, There's no need for you to get involved in such trivial matters, is there? Besides, haven't you always preferred to refrain from participating in these kinds of operations? Shibata inquired, while pressing the accelerator and evading the vehicles on the road. Although this was merely a B-level mission, it differed significantly from others. Different? In what way? Shibata questioned, perplexed. It may seem the same to you all, but for me, this time is entirely distinct, Kiyohisa replied, shrouded in mystery without offering a direct response. Having just finished dinner, the security company received an assistance request from the Public Security Bureau. The target of the mission was a place known as Tsukikage Island, rumored to be a hub for a drug trafficking organization conducting transactions. The police department was concerned about insufficient law enforcement on the island, especially given the recent inexplicable surge in cases throughout Tokyo. Thus, they sought the assistance of Blackwater Security Company, which, of course, would be compensated for their efforts in this operation. However, in response to this operation, Kiyohisa Miyamoto expressed his desire to test his own skills. This decision astonished Hideo Shibata, who had been following him since the morning. After all, was he not aware of his elder brother's habits and personality? To put it charitably, he was cautious. To speak bluntly, he was timid, afraid of death. This endeavor to apprehend drug traffickers was undeniably fraught with considerable risk. Historically, Kiyohisa Miyamoto would never have participated in such an undertaking. Hence, Shibata's incredulity. Unlike the journey by sea to Tsukikage Island, Kiyohisa Miyamoto had sufficient connections, as the Heishuei Security Company possessed several transport planes and large crewed helicopters. In a remarkably brief span, nearly 100 individuals had arrived above Tsukikage Island. The transport planes executed a parachute drop near the uninhabited cliffs facing the sea, while helicopters conducted rapid rope descents near the deserted coastline. Before long, close to 100 individuals had gathered at the periphery of the Tsukikage Island residential area. Boss, shall we act now? But the police haven't arrived yet. Wouldn't this be unwise? No, hold off for now. You all stay here and secure the island, preventing any suspicious individuals from fleeing. Wait for the police to arrive and then act together. Shibata, come with me. With that, the two men secured handguns to their waists, changed into civilian attire, and made their way towards the residential area of Tsukikage Island. Due to the swiftness of their transport, it had been nearly an hour since they received the notification, and most of the island's inhabitants were still enmeshed in speculation. Officer Magyar, Mr. Muri, greetings. Upon reaching the crowd, Kiyohisa Miyamoto immediately spotted the duo at the center, one stout and one slender. Mr. Miyamoto, what brings you here? Officer Magyar displayed a look of bewilderment upon seeing Kiyohisa's arrival. After all, a tourist destination like Tsukikage Island could hardly attract someone of Kiyohisa Miyamoto's stature. I'm here on urgent business, and it pertains to you, Officer Magyar. Please, come with me. Approaching Officer Magyar, Kiyohisa refrained from divulging the purpose of his visit, instead inviting him to accompany him. Pertains to me? Officer Magyar pointed to his own nose, pondering momentarily, but ultimately decided to follow Kiyohisa. Speak. What matters have you come to discuss? Once they had distanced themselves from the crowd, Officer Magyar immediately inquired. It is this. My security firm has been commissioned by the Metropolitan Police to assist in your efforts to apprehend drug traffickers. However, I suspect that may no longer be necessary, as the traffickers appear to have been killed in the homicide. Taken aback momentarily, Officer Magyar responded with resignation. Are you suggesting, Officer Magyar, that your instincts regarding this case are so dull? This is a matter involving drugs, with foreign powers entangled in it. It is inconceivable that a mere handful of individuals could execute such a scheme. Kiyohisa scrutinized Officer Magyar, seemingly doubting his capabilities. What? Are you implying that there are more than just those individuals involved in the drug trafficking on this island? With a sudden rise in his voice, Officer Magyar glanced furtively over his shoulder. Indeed, Kiyohisa affirmed with a nod. It is impossible for a few individuals to maintain such an operation under the radar for over a decade. And to be frank, I possess some quite telling evidence. He gestured to Shibata, who was on lookout, and Shibata promptly approached. Show Officer Magyar the materials. Kiyohisa instructed, turning his gaze back to Officer Magyar. This is user information collected from the mobile instant messaging service launched by the Miyamoto Group. It was originally intended to remain confidential. However, given the drug trafficking implications, I have decided to share it with the police. Pulling out several A4 sheets densely filled with data, Kiyohisa handed them to Officer Magyar. Wait, what is this? Officer Magyar's expression turned incredulous as he examined the contents of the sheets. Indeed, all the call records listed here pertain to drug transactions. The individuals involved far exceed those you have apprehended, and even personnel within the police force are implicated. Waving Shibata back to his post, Kiyohisa leisurely continued to explain. This. Officer Megure clutched the A4 paper tightly, struggling to accept the information. Better to suffer a short pain than a long one, Officer Megure. These documents were specifically requested by my uncle, Masaki Miyamoto. Kiyohisa locked eyes with Officer Megure. I understand. However, I lack sufficient personnel on my end. How about you? After a considerable pause, Officer Megure regained his composure. All right, my team is stationed outside the island. You should send someone to coordinate with them. Remember, they must be your own trusted members. I understand. Officer Megure nodded emphatically. Before long, a figure clad in plain clothes and possessing an alluring presence appeared before the security company staff. Are you the personnel from Heishuei Security? Following Kiyohisa's instructions, Nawako Sato inquired of the individual she was communicating with. Indeed, you are the officer sent by the boss? Are we ready to proceed? We have already identified the relevant personnel on the island. As for your internal matters, you will have to resolve them yourselves. A few minutes later, Officer Megure sought out Kiyohisa once more. Mr. Miyamoto, I may need your assistance again. Oh, please elaborate. I'm curious how I can be of service. Kiyohisa was quite surprised that Officer Megure sought him out again. It's like this. I would like to request your cooperation in staging a performance. Assuming the role of your organization as president, Officer Megure adjusted his hat to shield his increasingly fiery eyes. Gather around. There is an announcement to be made. All officers, come together. One officer who had long been with Officer Megure shouted through a megaphone. Before long, dozens of officers congregated in the square. This is Mr. Kiyohisa Miyamoto, president of the Miyamoto Group. He will oversee the maintenance and upgrading of our department's weaponry. Now, everyone, please submit your firearms to Mr. Miyamoto's staff for inspection. Your weapons will be upgraded in a few days. Officer Moku took the megaphone and announced to the officers gathered before him. At that moment, Kiyohisa Miyamoto stood beside Officer Moku, maintaining a smile towards the officers below. As Officer Moku concluded his speech, Kiyohisa instinctively raised his right hand to greet the officers beneath him. The reputation of the Miyamoto Consortium loomed large, and with such a formidable backing, the officers hesitated not to relinquish their firearms to the two members of the Blackwater Security Company accompanying Kiyohisa. Before long, all weapons had been collected into the hands of the two individuals. After instructing them to take the firearms away, Kiyohisa turned to Officer Moku, nodding subtly while exchanging a knowing glance. Officer Moku then signaled to Officer Sato, who merely nodded in response before bellowing, ensure that none of them escaped. In an instant, the square was filled with a multitude of male officers, some appearing more masculine than others, as they rushed to stand before Officer Sato, eager to claim credit for the arrests. Officer Sato, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly before turning to Officer Moku. Meanwhile, the apprehended officers remained bewildered, questioning their captors. Do you know why you have arrested us? Officer Moku, holding the megaphone, gazed sorrowfully at the detained officers. At that moment, the security personnel had already commenced their operations, and the distant sound of gunfire echoed across the island. The gunfire persisted for only a brief span, gradually quieting the entire island. Listening to the subsiding shots, Officer Moku inquired once more. Now you must understand why you have been apprehended, do you not? His piercing gaze, reminiscent of an eagle, fixed upon the officers below, exuding the authority befitting a seasoned inspector. Do you honor the sakura adorning your chests? Do you uphold the oaths once taken within the police headquarters? How could such a betrayal of your own souls manifest within you? The voice of Officer Moku thundered with disappointment. Subsequently, the square fell into a profound silence, as all those captured dared not raise their heads to meet Officer Moku's gaze. Even Kiyohisa could faintly hear the sound of tears being shed. Indeed, this was one of the axioms of the world of deduction. When a scandal is revealed, it culminates in confession and weeping. Minutes later, the two members who had collected the officers' firearms returned. Boss, the mission is complete. We eliminated over 10 assailants and captured more than 40, with 0 casualties on our side. Approaching Kiyohisa, the security member stood at attention to report. Return the firearms to the officers and hand over the apprehended criminals, as well as those neutralized, to them. This mission concludes here. Kiyohisa nodded, expressing satisfaction with the outcome, before departing alone. At this moment, the Death Note crew, having observed the unfolding drama, finally approached the vicinity of the square. Officer Moku, what on earth is happening? Kagoro Mori inquired curiously, leaning towards Officer Moku. while Conan regarded him with inquisitive eyes. I apologize, Muri. I cannot divulge the details of this incident. In summary, the matter concludes here. After a brief pause, Officer Moku shook his head, declining Kagoro's request for further information. Well then, Muri, would you care to join us on our return to Tokyo? There should be no further flights arriving in this area. Despite having just denied Kagoro, Officer Moku extended an invitation to return together. I am truly grateful, Officer Moku. Upon hearing this, Kagoro's earlier frustration dissipated entirely. Meanwhile, Kiyohisa strolled towards the seaside. With the event now fully concluded, he sought solace by the ocean. As the lengthy ordeal of a month-long dating escapade had left him somewhat weary, while Kiyohisa walked along the sandy beach, a shadow stealthily approached from behind. They have all been captured. Though I remain undetected for now, it will not be long before I am exposed. I must escape. This is my only chance. The murmur emanated from the shadow. Drawing a gleaming knife from its side, the figure silently crept closer to Kiyohisa. However, Kiyohisa, whose physical prowess had transcended normal limits, sensed the movement behind him. However, due to uncertainty regarding the opponent's weaponry, Kiyohisa Miyamoto refrained from revealing his awareness of the situation behind him. Instead, he gradually slowed his pace, allowing the distance between the two to diminish, thereby minimizing the risk of unforeseen circumstances. Thus, the gap between them shrank to less than 3 meters. The shadow raised the knife high, and with a powerful thrust, leaped forward like a leopard. The sound of fabric tearing echoed through the air. Is it a knife? Kiyohisa murmured, a smile gradually curving his lips, sensing a deviation in the grip. The shadow hesitated for a moment, yet swiftly adapted. After a failed strike, the shadow twisted its wrist, attempting to transition from a downward stab to a horizontal slash. It was imperative to inflict injury upon Kiyohisa, as only by capturing this pivotal figure within the consortium could the shadow hope to evade the grasp of the law. However, the redirected blade came to a standstill, halted by an overwhelming force obstructing its advance at the forearm. Regardless of the shadow's exertions, the arm remained immovable. Soon after, the knife slipped from its grasp, its tip embedding itself into the sand. The shadow's hands were raised high in surrender. How can this be? Why? An aged voice emerged from behind Kiyohisa, revealing the assailant to be the elderly patrol officer from the island. At that moment, a cold handgun was deftly held by Kiyohisa, aimed squarely at the officer's heart. I never anticipated that a loose end would emerge in this incident. By the way, have you truly never used a mobile phone? With his grip firm upon the weapon, Kiyohisa slowly turned to face the old officer. Oh, I see. Was it the use of a mobile phone that exposed you? The old officer paused at Kiyohisa's inquiry, then sighed. I have long advised against seeking fleeting advantages, just as in the past when I remained undetected for over a decade. Yet here I stand, the sole stubborn relic, opting for landlines and letters, which spared me from peril. Shaking his head, the officer's tone conveyed a sense of relief as he elucidated his reasons for remaining concealed. Indeed, I had not anticipated that. I assumed your generation had all transitioned to wireless communication, Kiyohisa remarked, his tone remaining remarkably composed. Nevertheless, it matters not. I trust that during the forthcoming interrogations, those yet undiscovered will confess. After all, you are merely a disorganized rabble, and I presume that is why you felt compelled to attack me. With a single motion, Kiyohisa loosened his tie and secured the officer's hands behind his back with a tight knot. Subsequently, he escorted the elderly officer towards the square. Upon returning, the area was nearly deserted, with only Miyamoto Sato and a few officers remaining to process the apprehended criminals from the Blackwater Security Company. Officer Sato. Fortunate that you are here. I shall not seek Inspector Murrow. This officer is a member of the drug trafficking gang. He attempted to ambush me while I was alone outside but was subdued by my hand. I now entrust him to you. At the edge of the square, shrouded in dim light, Kiyohisa gently nudged the elderly officer forward towards Miyamoto Sato, who complied and stepped ahead. It's you. But why? Miyamoto exclaimed as the officer's face emerged into the light. There is no particular reason, merely the pursuit of money, the elderly officer replied, shaking his head, unwilling to elaborate further. Observing that the officer had been captured, Kiyohisa reiterated, Officer Sato, ensure to interrogate these individuals thoroughly. I suspect there may still be some that have evaded capture. Oh, and by the way, this old man dropped a knife on the beach during the attack. If you have the opportunity, please send someone to retrieve it. It could serve as material evidence. Having conveyed this, Kiyohisa sought out Hideo Shibata, leading the company back to the island's shore. They returned via helicopter, and soon around 100 individuals were back at Blackwater Security Company. As night fell, Around 9 o'clock, Shibata escorted Kiyohisa home. Uncle Masaki, everything has been handled properly. With this achievement, your promotion should be assured. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows made of bulletproof glass in his room, Kiyohisa held his phone, smiling as he spoke into it. Ha ha ha, I have received the news. Given the magnitude of this incident, those involved must be in a state of disarray. However, regarding the promotion, perhaps we must wait a little longer. After all, this matter requires time to ferment. The winds of Tokyo must not be allowed to subside. Laughter resonated from the other end of the line, followed by Masaki Kiyohisa's profound words. Rest assured, I will manage this. Tomorrow, the winds will commence from Tokyo, sweeping across all of Japan. Kiyohisa gazed into the distance, observing the flickering neon lights of Tokyo's nightscape, a smile gracing his lips. The following day, several obscure newspapers released a significant news story. Not only is there a lack of competence in handling cases, but the internal affairs are also riddled with corruption. Is there still a necessity for the existence of the Japanese police? A shocking scandal has erupted, with multiple male officers from the Metropolitan Police Department involved in such disgraceful conduct. The insidious journey of drug lords and similar stories have been fervently disseminated by numerous obscure news outlets. These reports predominantly target the internal issues within the Japanese police, with a significant portion aimed at the higher echelons of the police force. In an instant, the already tarnished reputation of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has once again come under intense scrutiny. Observing the reactions to this incident on his computer, Kiyohisa Miyamoto stood up and gazed out at the sunlit city. Uncle, I have created the winds for you. How you choose to rise from here is entirely up to you. He murmured softly to himself before picking up a uniquely designed mobile phone. Well done. The reward of 10 million yen has been transferred to your account through an anonymous channel. Now, I wish you a pleasant trip abroad. A smile graced Kiyohisa Miyamoto's face as he dialed the same number 5 times, repeating the same words. Once the call ended, his expression instantly returned to one of calm. He then retrieved another mobile phone from the safe, located the first entry in the call log, and pressed the dial key. I have sent you the details of those 5 individuals. Their destinations and arrival times are clearly documented. Their accounts have all been hacked, and the balances therein are your remuneration. Remember, I do not wish to see them in Japan again. Without waiting for a response, Miyamoto Kiyohisa abruptly hung up the phone and tossed his mobile device back into the safe. Moshi, is there something amiss? As evening descended, the neon lights of Tokyo began to flicker outside the window. Leaning against the sofa, Kiyohisa gently grasped his phone in his right hand, observing the increasingly vibrant scenery beyond. He felt a sense of gratitude for having survived another day. What? You say father wants me to represent the Miyamoto family at Kobayashi's funeral? Indeed, Kiyohisa. Uncle mentioned he is occupied and cannot attend, hence he wishes for you to take his place. The voice on the other end belonged to Shibata Hideo. Occupied? I am well aware of the old man's intentions. He merely wishes for me to attend the gathering for the purpose of introducing me to some young ladies. Please convey to him that I shall not go. Whoever desires to attend may do so. With that, Miyamoto Kiyohisa disconnected the call, leaving no room for further explanation. On the other end, Shibata Hideo gazed at the phone that had been abruptly hung up and could not help but chuckle wryly. Uncle is truly something else. He knows full well that Kiyohisa despises such gatherings, yet persistently insists on sending him. Nevertheless, Hideo chose to embellish Kiyohisa's response before relaying it to Miyamoto Masato. Let us momentarily set aside the distress experienced by Masato upon receiving Kiyohisa's reply. Miyamoto Kiyohisa stared at his phone, feeling a sense of perplexity. Not long ago, he had received 2 text messages. The first was from Suzuki Ayako, his penultimate matchmaker. The second was from his last matchmaker, Shimizu Rika. Curiously, both messages bore striking similarities, inviting Kiyohisa to attend gatherings. Ayako's invitation stemmed from her belief that Kiyohisa, with his extensive practical experience in film and television productions, would be a distinguished guest at their university film club gathering. Conversely, Rika's invitation was a request for an apology, coupled with an invitation to her birthday celebration. Fortunately, the 2 events were not scheduled for the same day, providing Kiyohisa with the opportunity to pursue his plans further. Reflecting on the narratives he had memorized, Kiyohisa recognized this as yet another chance to cultivate a relationship with Conan. After organizing his thoughts, he replied affirmatively to both women. Once he had sent his responses, the night had deepened, and upon surveying the vacant high-rise buildings outside, Kiyohisa decided to rest. The following morning, shortly after completing his morning routine and breakfast, The landline on the table began to ring. President Miyamoto, due to yesterday's developments, 2 shareholders of Nichibai Television are inclined to sell their shares. May I inquire if you are interested? The voice on the other end belonged to a staff member from the investment department. Nichibai Television? Upon hearing this, Kiyohisa's eyes brightened. Such a relatively niche television station typically had a straightforward share composition, and its equity was relatively stable, making it challenging for Kiyohisa to acquire significant stakes. During a previous acquisition spree of television and newspaper shares, Kiyohisa had only managed to obtain a minor portion of Nichibai's shares. With this limited stake, he could hardly influence the actions of Nichibai Television, and this news undoubtedly presented an opportunity for him to clandestinely control the Japanese television landscape. We must secure these shares. Remember, we shall adhere to the rules and standards I previously established. Although he had yet to discern the precise reasons behind the shareholders' decision to divest, Kiyohisa promptly resolved to act. After all, even if the acquisition of the television station were to incur losses, how substantial could they be? In comparison to the Miyamoto conglomerate's annual profits in the trillions, any losses would merely amount to a drop in the bucket. However, this minor doubt was swiftly resolved. For just prior to this news, 2 reports from the television station under their own control related to the murder case had surfaced. It turned out that the director and screenwriter of a popular detective show in Japan had encountered significant misfortune. One was murdered, while the other was imprisoned, leading to the abrupt cancellation of the hit program. Although this particular episode garnered considerable attention for the Neon Animation Television, a closer examination revealed that this attention did not translate into tangible benefits for the network, but rather fell squarely upon the shoulders of Kagoro Mori. Thus, from that day forward, Kagoro Mori successfully ascended to the esteemed position of a renowned detective in the country. Had it truly been so long since this classic case had unfolded? Realizing yet another plot from his memory had slipped away, Kiyohisa Miyamoto let out a sigh. Beneath the expansive influence of the Miyamoto Corporation, the investment department was well-funded, and the share transactions for Neon Animation Television were notably successful, propelling Kiyohisa Miyamoto to become the second-largest shareholder of the network. While he could not yet exert direct control over the station, the staff, mindful of the backing of the Miyamoto Corporation, would certainly afford Kiyohisa some degree of respect. Time passed unnoticed, and the calendar on his phone shifted from April to June. Although Kiyohisa Miyamoto did not perceive any significant change in time, the evolving attire of pedestrians on the streets confirmed that early summer had indeed arrived. On a Friday morning, as Kiyohisa quietly savored his breakfast, his phone suddenly illuminated, followed by the ringing tone. The caller ID displayed the name Ayako Suzuki. Mr. Miyamoto, please don't forget the promise you made to me earlier. A cheerful voice chimed in as soon as he answered the call. Ha ha ha, of course, I won't forget. But Ayako, calling me Mr. Miyamoto feels rather distant, don't you think? Since I am a few years older than you, you may as well call me Brother Kiyohisa. Hearing her address him so formally felt somewhat awkward, considering he would soon be visiting as a friend. All right, Brother Kiyohisa it is. Please come over this afternoon. We need to prepare things here as our guests will arrive tomorrow. Kiyohisa's voice suddenly rose, perplexed by her words. Today? Just the 2 of us? No. There are servants here. They will leave tomorrow morning. Realizing Kiyohisa's concerns, Ayako's tone carried a hint of shyness. Then, is it all right if Shibata joins us? Shibata? Is that the gentleman who was with you last time? Of course, that's fine. It just means we'll need to prepare a little more. Yes, that's him. I'll arrive around noon, if that's all right. No need to prepare lunch for us. Upon hearing that Shibata could join, Kiyohisa finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the situation wasn't as he had initially feared. All right, Brother Kiyohisa. I'll hang up now. I need to prepare as well. Honestly, gatherings like this are quite rare for me. After exchanging pleasantries, Kiyohisa ended the call. Shoo, gather your things. We have to head out today, and we may not return until late. He turned and dialed Shibata's number, who was already en route to Kiyohisa's residence. Before long, the doorbell rang in the elevator lobby. After confirming it was shown on the screen, Kiyohisa instructed the elevator door to open. Brother Kiyohisa, why are you dressed like this today? Where are we going? You mentioned we might not come back tonight. Upon seeing Kiyohisa clad in casual attire, wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, and carrying a small bag, she was taken aback. After all, he had only seen Kiyohisa dressed this way during their childhood. Isn't this for the gathering hosted by Miss Suzuki? The venue is in the woods, so I believe this outfit is suitable for such an occasion. Plus, I've brought other clothes as well, Kiyohisa explained while lifting the bag in his left hand. These are for you. They contain the clothes you left here before. I checked, and they're still in good condition, so no worries wearing them a few times. He gestured to a travel bag on the floor. In an instant, Shu understood Kiyohisa's intent, stepping forward to lift both bags before heading toward the elevator. Since they were going out, the vehicle they chose was an SUV. Just as they exited the garage, Kiyohisa called out to Shu, "Wait a moment, Shu. I think we should stop by the hotel first. I feel I need to bring something along." Shu, who had been prepared to head to the countryside, immediately turned the car around toward the city center. Before long, Kiyohisa arrived at his arsenal. In this case, the weapon used appeared to be a sharp tool, without any firearms present. Kiyohisa's gaze swept past the display of firearms and settled on the array of swords. Ultimately, he chose a silver long knife. The intricately carved wooden sheath held the gleaming blade, with a silver hilt adorned with a black knotted cord, its tassel swaying gently in the breeze from the air conditioner. As he gently drew the knife, a flash of cold light caught Kiyohisa's eye, and he lightly tapped the blade, producing a resonant chime clearly. This knife was indeed a treasured weapon. After inspecting it for a moment, he sheathed the knife and stepped into the elevator. "Brother, are you planning to encounter some ferocious beasts in the woods?" Observing Kiyohisa wielding the long knife for protection, Shu instinctively assumed Kiyohisa intended to hunt. After all, he had engaged in such activities during his younger days. Hunting? Yes, a beast that can devour the hearts of men. A glimmer of insight flickered in Kiyohisa's eyes as he recalled the plot, speaking meaningfully. "So, shall we set off, then?" Perplexed by Kiyohisa's words, Shu, accustomed to his brother's artistic flair, chose to overlook the ambiguity and asked, "All right, but did you manage to grab the snacks I asked you to get from upstairs?" Kiyohisa nodded, then remembered his earlier request, looking at Shu. "Rest assured, brother, everything is in the backseat's refrigerator." Upon hearing Hideo Shibata's response, Kiyohisa Miyamoto nodded slightly, and then began to close his eyes in a moment of repose. The vehicle had been in motion for over 2 hours, and by this time, the scenery outside the window had transformed from a panorama of towering buildings into an endless expanse of forest. "Brother, the road ahead appears to be quite treacherous. Our vehicle is rather large, and we may need to navigate the remainder on foot," Shibata remarked as the rugged terrain jolted the SUV to a sudden halt. "Very well. But let us first partake in a meal, as it is nearly noon," Miyamoto replied, opening his eyes. He set the knife he had been cradling in his arms against the adjacent seat and reached for the refrigerator embedded in the interior wall with his right hand. The refrigerator contained a modest selection of snacks, including small cakes, pastries, and a few beverages. After the two disembarked and had a simple meal, they proceeded to unload all their luggage. Fortunately, they carried little, merely 2 travel bags, and Shibata Hideo, bearing one, once again resumed their journey. Indeed, the personnel from the research department proved to be quite capable. Amidst these deep mountain woods, the mobile phone still managed to receive a signal. Upon unlocking his phone, Miyamoto Kiyohisa observed that the signal was nearly complete, and he nodded with satisfaction. He then navigated to the call interface and dialed a number. "Boss, what do you need from me?" The only place where one would address Miyamoto Kiyohisa in such a manner was Blackwater Security Company. The voice on the other end belonged to Higashiyama Higasa, the current chief of security at Blackwater. "I have parked a vehicle in the outskirts of Tokyo. I want to have the opportunity to use it in the coming days. Please send someone to retrieve it and bring it back to the security company." "The specific location is understood, boss. Is there anything else?" "Yes, please allocate a helicopter from the company. I may require it in the next few days." Reflecting on the potential for a blizzard at the secluded villa, Miyamoto Kiyohisa felt compelled to ensure a contingency for this trip. After ending the call, he and Shibata Hideo, one wielding a knife and the other burdened with 2 travel bags, proceeded toward the villa nestled deep within the mountains. Nearly a few minutes into their trek, a bridge, distinctly reminiscent of the works of Conan Doyle, emerged before them. 2 ropes, no thicker than a thumb, suspended a long bridge weighing several tons. Miyamoto Kiyohisa was utterly perplexed by how this suspension bridge could endure for so long. However, in the realm of deduction, one simply must trust the process. With a cautious heart, he urged Shibata Hideo to hasten across the bridge, gazing down at the jagged rocks of the deep ravine below. Each creaking step elicited considerable pressure upon him. Yet, he reassured himself that with the principles of deduction, excellence was assured. And the two safely reached the opposite side of the bridge. Before them stood a 3-story villa. Upon ringing the doorbell, an elderly woman resembling a housekeeper opened the grand door. "May I ask if Miss Suzuki Ayako is currently here?" Miyamoto inquired, a warm smile gracing his face. "Ah, you must be Mr. Miyamoto." The young lady is upstairs arranging the rooms. Would you like me to summon her? Upon hearing Miyamoto's question, the initially cautious housekeeper's demeanor transformed into a welcoming smile, and she gestured for the two to enter the villa. No, there's no need to call Ayako down. It would be a bother. Could you kindly show us to our rooms instead? Carrying these items is somewhat inconvenient, Miyamoto replied, waving his hand toward the two well-packed travel bags on Shibata's back. Very well, please follow me. The guest rooms are on the second floor. This side has been prepared. You may choose any room you like. Following the housekeeper's gesture, 6 or 7 rooms were lined up in a row. Miyamoto and Shibata selected the two innermost rooms on the left. After depositing their belongings, Miyamoto took Shibata on a leisurely stroll through the surrounding woods. Naturally, he did not leave his treasured sword behind in the room. Brother, I don't believe there are any wild beasts in these woods, Shibata remarked after a thorough search for signs of wildlife. Who told you I was searching for beasts? In a villa area like this, how could there be any? I merely wish to familiarize myself with the environment. Should we get lost in the woods, it would be prudent to know our way back, Miyamoto replied, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. All right, we've seen enough. Let's head back. Upon returning to the villa, they discovered that lunch had been set up in the dining room on the first floor. Although Miyamoto had mentioned he did not require lunch, the table was laid with 3 sets of utensils. Brother Miyamoto, you're back. The housekeeper mentioned you were out, and seeing as it's still early, I worried you might become hungry, so I asked her to prepare some extra food, Suzuki Ayako exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she saw Miyamoto enter, her previously narrowed eyes returning to their normal size. Feeling welcomed by her enthusiastic invitation and having only snacked earlier, Miyamoto felt a pang of hunger and readily accepted the offer. Out of good upbringing, the 3 of them remained silent during the meal, refraining from conversation. In the afternoon, at Ayako's request, Miyamoto prepared to share some insights regarding film production and scriptwriting. As a special guest, he also intended to offer everyone an opportunity to visit his television station. Although the details of the incident had begun to fade from his memory, he retained the core essence of the story. Essentially, it revolved around a novice screenwriter who, in pursuit of fame and fortune, plagiarized another's work, resulting in the latter's tragic suicide and the subsequent revenge by the deceased's admirer. Additionally, Miyamoto recalled that the victim was a woman, and her demise was harrowing enough to be classified among childhood traumas. Nevertheless, all of this is momentarily unrelated to Kiyohisa Miyamoto. Time swiftly progressed to the following morning. Just after dawn, the servants in the villa had prepared breakfast and departed from the wooden bridge. Around 8 o'clock, the villa welcomed its first guest. Standing by the second-floor window, Kiyohisa Miyamoto instantly perceived the visitor's rather uncoordinated physique. Having trained in martial arts for many years, Kiyohisa possessed an acute awareness of human movement. The newcomer, sporting a prominent belly, managed to maintain its contour while walking, exhibiting remarkably light footfalls. The disparity between the strength of the legs and the bulkiness of the upper body was glaringly incongruous. Could this individual be the perpetrator of the incident? Given the considerable passage of time, Kiyohisa found it challenging to recall the specific criminal involved in this case. However, according to deductive reasoning, individuals displaying such evident discrepancies often turn out to be the culprits, prompting Kiyohisa to speculate accordingly. The second arrival was a confident woman, exuding an air of superiority with every gesture, as if pride were her birthright. Indeed, given her haughty demeanor, the victim was likely to be her. Once again, in accordance with deductive principles, the traits of the doomed often manifest early, much like this woman. The third visitor was a fair-skinned, handsome young man, his unruly long hair held back by a headband, radiating a sense of carefree audacity. Did he truly perceive this gathering as an opportunity for flirtation? Observing his ostentatious appearance, Kiyohisa could not help but harbor deep suspicions. Lastly arrived a man of unremarkable appearance and demeanor, a refreshing presence among the others. Finally, Kiyohisa let out a long sigh, relieved to encounter someone devoid of eccentricities. Among the 4, the 3 men chose the 3 rooms on the right side of the staircase, while the woman, who resembled the victim, opted for a room adjacent to Kiyohisa's. Thus, all the rooms were assigned. Ayako Suzuki, the newly arrived woman, along with Kiyohisa Miyamoto and Hideo Shibata, occupied a room on the left side of the upper floor, reserved for Sonoko. The 3 men settled into the 3 rooms on the right side of the upper floor. Once these individuals stowed their luggage, the villa gradually returned to the lively atmosphere of the previous day. After a while, around 9 in the morning, the sun still had not emerged from behind the clouds. It appeared to be yet another overcast day. Kiyohisa gazed out the window, contemplating the weather. At that moment, a figure approached along the nearby suspension bridge. As the figure drew closer, with chestnut-colored short hair and a signature headband, striding with an assertive gait, it could only be Sonoko. Before Sonoko reached the door, the entrance swung open, and Ayako Suzuki, clad in casual attire, stepped outside. Sister, did you truly choose such a remote location for the gathering, with ulterior motives? Sonoko inquired softly, darting into Ayako's embrace like a fawn. Although they spoke in hushed tones at a close distance, Kiyohisa, with his extraordinary physical capabilities, could still discern their conversation from the second floor. There are indeed some reasons for this, but primarily, it's been quite a while since I've seen these friends, which prompted me to arrange this reunion. Miyamoto Kiyohisa could not fathom why, but he felt that Ayako Suzuki's tone had been somewhat unnatural when she spoke moments ago. Was it truly necessary to choose such a location for this? Sister, it appears you can hardly manage to tell a lie. Suddenly, the tone of Sonoko shifted to one of playful teasing. Oh, not at all. Let's not dwell on that. Everyone has arrived, so you should go in and prepare, making sure everything is in order. Ayako Suzuki glanced around before hastily urging Sonoko, thus bringing their conversation to a close. At this moment, as Miyamoto Kiyohisa stood by the window on the second floor, Suzuki Ayako remained oblivious to his presence. Consequently, Kiyohisa was also unaware of the subtle changes on Ayako's face as she turned away from him. After standing outside in the breeze for a while, Ayako's previously flushed complexion gradually returned to normal. Knowing that Lon would not arrive until the afternoon, she was certain that no one else would come during this interval. Thus, Kiyohisa descended from his room to the living room below. At this time, aside from Shibata Hideo, who had gone to inspect the woods for any suspicious individuals as per Kiyohisa's instructions earlier that morning, everyone else was gathered in the living room. The moment they spotted the handsome figure with striking features descending the stairs, the expressions of all present shifted noticeably. The first to react was a rather ostentatious man, who could not help but exhibit a flicker of jealousy upon encountering someone of superior appearance. Meanwhile, a portly gentleman fixated his gaze on Kiyohisa's hand gripping the knife, his expression fluctuating between light and shadow. As for the woman with a rather morose demeanor, she regarded him with an appreciative gaze, as if she viewed the flowing sake as a fine work of art. A man of ordinary looks turned to glance at Ayako, his eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. Conversely, Sonoko turned her back to prevent Kiyohisa from seeing her, exchanging knowing glances with her elder sister. Finally, there was Ayako, whose face flushed slightly yet remained composed. As the once lively atmosphere of the living room suddenly grew tense, Kiyohisa felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Have I disturbed you? He inquired, pointing to himself in confusion. No, Miyamoto-san, come and sit here. Allow me to introduce you to everyone present, Ayako quickly interjected, sensing Kiyohisa's inclination to leave. She picked up the temperature-controlled electric kettle produced by the Miyamoto group and prepared a cup of freshly brewed tea for him, placing it on the coffee table in front of the vacant seat. Miyamoto-san, I heard from my uncle that you were quite fond of tea. I specifically prepared these for you. As Kiyohisa took his seat, he instinctively grasped the teacup. Simultaneously, Ayako, having set down the kettle, explained, I see, Ayako. You've put in a lot of thought, but truly, it was unnecessary. Drinking beverages like you all do is perfectly fine as well. Taking a gentle sip of the tea, the fragrant notes lingered in his mouth, and Kiyohisa squinted in delight, clearly pleased with the brew, though his words contradicted his feelings. Observing Kiyohisa's reaction, the earlier apprehension within Ayako dissipated, and she began introducing him to the others. As I mentioned before, these are friends from my film club during university. First, let me introduce you to Oda Masaru, who was responsible for the overall planning in our club. He possesses considerable talent in film production. She began with the ostentatious gentleman. However, the overall plan? Isn't that just a sign of mediocrity? Internally scoffing at this notion, Miyamoto Kiyohisa merely nodded in acknowledgement. Next, we have Kakutani Hiroki, who was responsible for cinematography in the film club and is now engaged in editing within the film industry. If possible, Miyamoto-san, you must share quite a bit of common ground. Turning his gaze towards this solitary, seemingly normal individual, Miyamoto Kiyohisa offered a warm smile. Then there is Takahashi Raichi, who was in charge of prop production during our time in the film club. His craftsmanship is quite remarkable, allowing him to effortlessly create numerous essential props for film shoots. This introduction pertains to a rather portly gentleman, whose physicality seems rather incongruous. Excuse me, may I inquire, Mr. Takahashi, have you ever practiced free fighting or anything of that sort? Observing the man's awkward demeanor, Miyamoto Kiyohisa could not help but pose the question. No. Not at all. But why do you ask? Takahashi Ryuichi scratched his head in confusion. Oh, it's merely a curiosity. Whenever I see you, Mr. Takahashi, I get the impression that there's more beneath the surface. Having confirmed his answer, Miyamoto Kiyohisa fabricated a reason to explain his inquiry. Next, allow me to introduce Ikeda Chikako, who served as both director and screenwriter in our film club. She was also the president of the club, and her latest work, The Azure Kingdom, is currently being screened to great acclaim. I see, I have indeed heard of this television series. The screenwriter is undeniably talented. Gazing directly at Ikeda Chikako, Miyamoto Kiyohisa experienced a moment of realization, though what exactly he grasped remains a mystery to those present. Now, let me introduce Miyamoto-san. Due to the multitude of his identities, I shall only highlight those related to the film industry. Observing the curiosity etched on her friend's face, Suzuki Ayako decided to build suspense. Firstly, Miyamoto-san is a shareholder in multiple television stations and newspapers, controlling various distribution channels. Furthermore, he manages an entertainment company that spans across numerous sectors of the industry, with many of its film products being quite well-known. In addition to these roles, Miyamoto-san has also made significant contributions to film production and screenplay writing. For instance, he guided the writing of the scripts for the wildly popular Ultraman series. The mere mention of his affiliations with the entertainment sphere caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of those present, as they donned smiles filled with genuine admiration. After all, what do the identities mentioned by Suzuki Ayako signify? Those who have navigated the complexities of society for several years are unlikely to remain oblivious. This is monopoly, often referred to as capital, particularly for Kakutani Hiroki and Ikeda Chikako, both of whom are still involved in the entertainment industry. They are acutely aware of the influence wielded by titans like Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Subsequently, both individuals rose to their feet, retrieving their business cards from their pockets and presenting them to Miyamoto Kiyohisa with both hands. Without hesitation, he accepted their cards. If the opportunity arises, I shall seek to collaborate with you. Not merely accepting a business card, Miyamoto Kiyohisa also provided a reassuring response. Upon hearing his reply, the two individuals exchanged delighted glances and took a seat. There is no need for excessive formality. I have merely been invited by Ayako to serve as a guest. So let us relax a bit, he remarked, observing the audience, who seemed momentarily taken aback by their own identities, falling into a silent reverie. Unable to restrain himself, Miyamoto Kiyohisa spoke up. Indeed. I invited Miyamoto-san here precisely to share some intriguing anecdotes related to cinema. If anyone has areas of interest, please feel free to express them. With both Miyamoto Kiyohisa and Suzuki Ayako echoing these sentiments, and with Yoko, seated nearby, appearing unaffected by the atmosphere, the gathering slowly began to enliven. Particularly, Ikeda Chikako, who had initially been earnestly inquiring about cinematic matters, found herself increasingly engaged as Miyamoto Kiyohisa spoke with ease. Miyamoto-san, might I inquire if you currently have someone special in your life? This rather awkward question was unexpectedly tossed out by Ikeda Chikako, plunging the room into an unusual silence. All eyes, save for those of Ikeda Chikako and Miyamoto Kiyohisa, turned towards Suzuki Ayako. Ahem, perhaps we should refrain from discussing that here, Miyamoto Kiyohisa quickly interjected, sensing the conversation veering in an uncomfortable direction. After some casual banter, the time approached 10 in the morning when the villa's entrance was gently opened, signaling the return of Shibata Hideo. With Shibata's arrival, Miyamoto Kiyohisa finally found a valid excuse to excuse himself. Please continue your conversation. I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for a moment, he declared, disregarding the thoughts of those present as he called upon Shibata Hideo and descended to the second floor. Brother, I have nearly completed the topographical map of the wooded area, Shibata Hideo announced as they entered the room, unfurling a large sheet of paper that prominently displayed the terrain of the hill. It depicted a hill resembling a plateau, surrounded on all sides by sheer cliffs, beneath which flowed a river that was not currently in its dry season, resulting in a rapid current. Given the unclear conditions of the riverbed, it was evidently impossible to swim across to this side. Thus, the sole point of access to the villa atop the hill remained the suspension bridge. Indeed, this is reminiscent of the classic snowbound lodge scenario. Miyamoto Kiyohisa mused as he absorbed the information gathered by Shibata Hideo. Once more, he opened his mobile device, noting that, compared to the previous lack of signal within the wooded area of the hill, the reception had diminished further. However, Due to the fact that Kiyohisa Miyamoto's mobile phone is custom-made, it can maintain a stable connection even when the signal strength is not particularly strong. After reopening Hideo Shibata's map and capturing several images of the relevant terrain, Kiyohisa Miyamoto stored the map away. Meanwhile, in the living room downstairs, upon witnessing Kiyohisa Miyamoto's departure, everyone except the Suzuki sisters let out a long sigh of relief. Ayako, how did you come to know someone as talented as Brother Miyamoto? He truly possesses remarkable skills. Chikako Ikeda inquired curiously, glancing at Ayako Suzuki. Clearly, even after 4 years in the same university club, the prestigious background of the Suzuki family had not been widely recognized by others. However, this can be understood, as Suzuki's parents have adopted a rather laissez-faire approach to their daughter's upbringing. Unlike other affluent families who send their children to elite schools, the Suzuki sisters have attended the same institutions as commoners throughout their lives. Moreover, given Suzuki Ayako's inherently aloof demeanor, it is hardly surprising that her family background remained undiscovered throughout her 4 years at university. You might find it hard to believe, but I met Miyamoto through an arranged marriage meeting. As she said this, Suzuki Ayako mischievously winked. What? An arranged marriage? Echoed the astonished voices of the club members, questioning their own ears. After all, with someone of Miyamoto Kiyohisa's caliber, one wonders what shortcomings could lead him to resort to such measures. It's not as you imagine. It was merely a family arrangement, seemingly due to Miyamoto being somewhat advanced in age. He is already 28 this year. Oh, I see. However, I truly did not expect him to be 28, came the collective realization, upon learning that his participation in the arranged meeting was merely due to his age. Everyone suddenly understood. By the way, Ayako, the gentleman who entered behind us hasn't been introduced yet. Is he here with Mr. Miyamoto? Takahashi Ryoichi suddenly shifted the conversation. Oh, my apologies. I almost forgot to mention him. The gentleman who arrived later is named Shibata Hideo. He is said to be the adopted son of Mr. Miyamoto's uncle and is currently responsible for Mr. Miyamoto's transportation and security. Ah, so he is part of the security detail? Upon hearing Suzuki Ayako's explanation, Takahashi Ryoichi stroked his chin thoughtfully, murmuring to himself. After a bit more casual conversation, the time for lunch arrived. Fortunately, Ayako Suzuki had made ample preparations. With the collective efforts of everyone involved, an abundance of ingredients was transformed into delectable dishes, elegantly presented on the dining table. Subsequently, Ayako called down Kiyohisa Miyamoto and the others to partake in the meal. After lunch, the sky grew increasingly overcast, with uncolored clouds drifting restlessly overhead, while the trees outside swayed and rustled in the wind. Kiyohisa Miyamoto stood by the window of his room, faintly perceiving a silhouette in the distance near the suspension bridge. However, as this individual was enveloped in layers of clothing, Miyamoto Kiyohisa could not discern their identity. Just as this figure reached the midpoint of the suspension bridge, 2 silhouettes, one large and one small, emerged before Miyamoto Kiyohisa from the direction they had come, before he could clearly make out their features. The prominently raised horns atop the figure's head unveiled the identity of the newcomers. It was none other than Conan and Ran. Upon hearing Ran's knock, her dear friend Sonoko, filled with excitement, hurriedly rushed to open the door. However, upon noticing Conan standing beside them, the initially exuberant expression on Sonoko's face gradually settled into calmness. Honestly, Ran, why did you bring this brat along? She grumbled, feeling somewhat exasperated, yet she still assisted Ran in carrying the items they had brought into the house. What? You say you saw a strange person with bandages wrapped around his face? But there is no one injured among the guests today. Perhaps it was someone from the nearby area, she mused, as Ran could only speculate that it might have been someone from elsewhere who was inadvertently glimpsed. Well, let us not dwell on these nonsensical matters. Let us first put away your luggage. There are empty rooms reserved for you on the 2nd floor. In her eagerness to head to the living room, Sonoko gestured upstairs, instructing Ran and Conan to stow their belongings. Meanwhile, everyone else in the villa had already gathered in the living room. After turning the doorknob a few times, Ran quickly located an empty room. During this time, Conan had already surveyed the general layout of the 2nd floor. Soon, the two of them had settled their luggage and descended to the living room. Through Sonoko's introductions, they clarified the identities of those present. Oh, by the way, there are 2 more people you should recognize, Mr. Kiyohisa Miyamoto and his driver, Mr. Shibata. However, it seems they have stepped out for some business and will return shortly. Mr. Miyamoto? Why is he here as well? Confounded, Conan felt an unsettling alarm resonate within him. Could it be that this individual was pursuing Ran? Meanwhile, on the other side, Upon hearing the news, Ran exchanged a knowing smile with Sonoko. As Conan, lost in thought, witnessed this scene, his mental state deteriorated further. It was said that his sister had invited him. But what relevance did that hold for you, little brat? After hearing Sonoko's words, Conan's anxiety was somewhat alleviated. No, I am merely a tad curious, he said, extending his right hand to stroke the back of his head, adopting an adorably innocent tone. However, the sudden mention of Dunzi by Ayako Suzuki abruptly chilled the previously lively atmosphere. Particularly, Chikako Ikeda's expression darkened immediately upon hearing the name. And she even reprimanded Ayako Suzuki for being such a goody two-shoes. With Masaru Oda fanning the flames from the sidelines, the group ultimately found themselves in an unpleasant dispute. Witnessing the situation escalate in this manner, Ayako Suzuki felt a twinge of embarrassment. Moreover, as the evening grew late, she suggested that she would prepare dinner, allowing everyone a moment to rest. With the hostess volunteering to prepare the meal, the guests finally settled down. However, returning to the carefree revelry of earlier was not something that could be accomplished in an instant. Thus, the group began to engage in their respective activities. However, while some claimed to pursue their individual endeavors, others harbored ulterior motives. The overcast sky could no longer contain its burden, lightning sliced through the heavens, followed by the resounding roar of thunder, and large raindrops began to descend. Just as Conan had settled his anxious heart, the scene before him propelled him into action once more. There stood Oda Masaru, flamboyantly dressed, seizing the hand of Ran and proclaiming his intention to embark on a romantic stroll amidst the rain. In this unfolding tableau, Suzuki Sonoko, who had long been fixated on Oda Masaru, alongside Ran's guardian, Conan, felt a surge of fiery determination in their eyes. Without the need for words, they shared an umbrella and followed closely behind the couple. As they trailed the duo, Oda Masaru, having meticulously plotted his approach, employed a surefire method of flirtation gleaned from the bar scene, taking the initiative. Seizing the advantage of sharing an umbrella, Oda Masaru aimed to claim Ran's first kiss. However, the booming thunder fortuitously salvaged the spirits of both Conan and Sonoko. Amidst the clamor of thunder, Ran executed a swift escape, dashing into the depths of the forest, leaving Oda Masaru, umbrella in hand, bewildered in place. Witnessing Ran's sudden disappearance, Conan swiftly darted from Sonoko's side, urgently pursuing her. However, the surroundings were thick with dense underbrush, and Conan found himself unable to locate the distant figure of Ran, who had dashed away. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a piercing scream. Ran. After more than a decade of camaraderie, Conan immediately recognized the source of the voice. Without hesitation, he transformed into a veritable bolt of lightning, racing towards the origin of the sound. In a swift movement, he leapt over the towering bushes, and what lay before him rendered him momentarily speechless. There stood Ran, unscathed. While not far from her, the bandaged man from the suspension bridge leaned heavily against a tree trunk. Nearby, Miyamoto Kiyohisa stood with arms crossed, observing the scene with a cold, detached gaze. However, the moment Conan appeared, Miyamoto Kiyohisa, caught off guard by a familiar figure in his peripheral vision, was momentarily lost in thought and inadvertently allowed the bandaged man to seize the opportunity, turning and vanishing into the thicket. Although Miyamoto Kiyohisa's old phone contained a topographical map of the forest, the rain made it inconvenient to retrieve it, especially since he had cast aside his umbrella in an effort to evade the attack. The phones of this era were not waterproof like those of the future, rendering them less practical. Even if he managed to extract the phone, attempting to follow the map while chasing would likely prove futile. In just a fleeting moment of hesitation, the thought of pursuit dissipated from his mind. Conan, Ran, what brings you here? Why aren't you at the villa? Where is everyone? In an instant, Miyamoto Kiyohisa's barrage of questions left the two, already startled, even more bewildered. After considerable effort, they finally conveyed the series of events to him. With a newfound understanding, Miyamoto Kiyohisa regarded Conan with a peculiar gaze. Just as Conan was about to inquire about the reason for such scrutiny, two more figures arrived at the scene. Yayoi, who had rushed over upon hearing the screams, and Shibata Hideo. What is going on? Ran, why are you shouting so loudly? Oh, you're here too? Yeah. Still grappling with the situation, questioned the assembled group. Meanwhile, Shibata Hideo silently positioned himself beside Miyamoto Kiyohisa. After retrieving the discarded umbrella to shield everyone from the rain, it took several more minutes for Miyamoto Kiyohisa to elucidate the entire situation. What? You encountered the bandaged man again, and he attacked Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Upon returning to the villa and learning about the incident involving Miyamoto Kiyohisa and Ran, the others were equally astonished. After all, There were more than one or two individuals present in the woods at the time. Remarkably, no one had seen the bandaged man escape. In fact, Ikeda Chikako and Kakutani Hiroki had even quarreled for some undisclosed reason. At this moment, Miyamoto Kiyohisa fell into deep contemplation. He was fairly certain that the bandaged man was indeed the perpetrator in this narrative and could most likely identify him as Takahashi Ryoichi, who had been lingering at the villa. However, what perplexed Miyamoto Kiyohisa was the absence of any personal vendetta against him. Why had he chosen to attack him first? Upon returning to his room, Miyamoto Kiyohisa summoned Shibata Hideo. Hideo, please have someone from the company investigate this individual named Takahashi Ryoichi. There seems to be something amiss. Takahashi Ryoichi? Understood, Kiyohisa-ni, I'll take care of it right away. After recalling the individual associated with that name, Shibata Hideo promptly agreed and departed from Miyamoto Kiyohisa's room, returning to his own. At the Blackwater Security Company, the information department received a phone call, the device coded entirely in black paint. The operator in the adjacent room, upon hearing the ring, promptly rushed over. How may I assist you? It was evident that this phone was special. Only those within the company who held authority could initiate calls to it. Please investigate an individual named Takahashi Ryoichi. He appears to be a corpulent man, approximately 24 to 25 years old, currently employed at a food company. The search is limited to Tokyo, and he is not at work today. I believe such individuals should be few. Standing by the window, observing the increasingly darkening sky, Shibata Hideo issued his command. Understood. Please hold on. We are urgently processing your request and expect to provide you with a response within 40 minutes to an hour. The operator recorded all provided information meticulously on paper and estimated a rough timeline for the inquiry. Subsequently, the information department of the Blackwater Security Company commenced operations, invoking numerous files and records in their pursuit of information regarding Takahashi Ryoichi. Meanwhile, downstairs, the voice of Ran echoed, revealing that during the absence of the two, the group had discovered that the villa's landline and the suspension bridge had been severed. Both individuals opened the doors simultaneously. Shibata Hideo gave a nod to Miyamoto Kiyohisa, signaling that he had dispatched the necessary orders. What has happened, Ran? Miyamoto Kiyohisa inquired, noticing her peering anxiously from the staircase. Kiyohisa and I. It's a relief to see you safe. I feared that when the rest of us ventured out, you would be left alone in the villa and could fall victim to the bandaged man again. Oh, by the way, Kiyohisa and I. The villa's telephone line and the external bridge are both cut. It seems we might be stranded here for the time being. Upon hearing this, Miyamoto Kiyohisa instinctively retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket. Seeing the signal indicator display no service, his heart sank. The laws of deduction began to assert their influence. Brother, I have no signal either. The same predicament befell Shibata Hideo. It was likely that the thunderstorm was interfering with shortwave communication, severely diminishing signal strength, compounded by their remote mountainous location. It's all right. It's all right. Miyamoto Kiyohisa reassured himself. The two then proceeded downstairs. What is this? Is it a letter? How did it end up here? As they passed Ikeda Chikako's room, Miyamoto Kiyohisa suddenly noticed a folded piece of paper, though he paid it little mind. After all, among their group, Kakutani Hiroki seemed to harbor special feelings for Ikeda Chikako. Perhaps it was his correspondence. They continued down to the lower level, where the others were engaged in a heated debate regarding the bandaged man. Will you ever stop? This talk of a bandaged man is sheer nonsense. His actions are merely intended to frighten us. If we allow ourselves to be intimidated, we would be playing right into his hands. Anyway, it's already late. If we want to leave, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Chikako. Suzuki Ayako's face was etched with concern as she watched Ikeda Chikako enter her room. However, since the other party had expressed a desire not to be disturbed any further, Ayako Suzuki had no choice but to relent, turning back downstairs to continue preparing dinner. Soon, the meal was entirely ready, and aside from Chikako Ikeda and Ryoichi Takahashi, who was repairing the roof, everyone else had gathered in the dining room. Just as they were calling for Ryoichi Takahashi, he suddenly exclaimed towards the window, "Hey, who are you?" After shouting, he turned to the people in the dining room to explain the strange occurrence. It seems there is someone by the window below. Before his words could fully settle, the group gazed outside and spotted a bandaged figure swiftly dragging Chikako Ikeda away. Instantly, they all rushed outside, attempting to pursue the bandaged man and rescue Chikako Ikeda. Once everyone had departed, Kiyohisa Miyamoto turned and ascended the stairs, retrieving the knife he had placed in his room the previous day. As he slightly drew the blade, its gleaming surface reflected Kiyohisa's somber expression. He sheathed it once more and proceeded outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed that all but Hideo Shibata had dashed into the forest. "It appears the task I assigned you yesterday will soon come in handy," he remarked to Shibata as they walked. "Indeed, I never anticipated that the map I drew would be utilized in such a situation. However, Kiyohisa, don't you find that bandaged figure rather peculiar?" "Peculiar? You mean in the way he moved?" "Certainly. His manner of locomotion was quite odd. He glided as if devoid of any center of gravity, clearly defying the laws of nature. Yet, what precisely is happening? We cannot rely solely on our experiences for judgment. If we track him down, we shall uncover the truth." As they followed the trail left by the others and hastened deeper into the woods, Kiyohisa continued to advise Hideo. Before Kiyohisa could reunite with the others, both men were startled by a piercing scream emanating from the forest. Due to the nature of the scream and Kiyohisa's unfamiliarity with the group, he could only ascertain that it belonged to a male at that moment. He was unable to identify who it was. Rushing towards the source of the sound, Kiyohisa was taken aback by the scene that lay before him. Although Kiyohisa recalled that this storyline was part of a series rooted in childhood traumas, the specific details of those traumas remained a blur in his memory. However, the scene before them, in an instant, made Miyamoto Kiyohisa comprehend the true essence of childhood trauma. He beheld Hiroki Kakutani, his expression shattered, kneeling on the ground beside a dismembered corpse. From the head that had tumbled to the earth, it was unmistakably evident that it belonged to Chikako Ikeda, who had just been abducted. Over the years, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had witnessed many tempests, yet nothing could compare to the harrowing spectacle that unfolded today. It was, indeed, a moment etched in memory for a lifetime. After just a brief observation, a tumultuous sensation brewed within his stomach, yet through sheer willpower, he managed to suppress the urge to succumb to nausea. Fortunately, the young women in the villa had not accompanied them. Otherwise, the scene would have been a cacophony of retching. Not only the girls, but even Shuji Shibata, who had undergone police training and received commendable evaluations, found himself unable to stifle a few dry heaves upon witnessing the grotesque tableau before them. "Brother, this..." Shuji Shibata hesitated, words caught in his throat. Miyamoto Kiyohisa cast a glance at him and shook his head, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. Subsequently, he retrieved his mobile phone once more, only to find, as anticipated, that there was still no signal. In this predicament, he even began to ponder whether, had he possessed a satellite phone, the corresponding satellite might also malfunction under such circumstances. The group then set about gathering the scattered remains of Chikako Ikeda. And when the dazed Hiroki Kakutani covered her with his own clothing, they finally made their way back to the villa. Throughout the return journey, Miyamoto Kiyohisa kept a watchful eye on the lagging Raichi Takahashi, scrutinizing the expression upon his face. However, having emerged from the film club, Takahashi Ryoichi exhibited remarkable control over his expressions. Throughout the journey, Miyamoto Kiyohisa gleaned little of substance. Upon returning to the villa, though it was not entirely appropriate to voice the matter, the group felt compelled to inform the young women residing in the villa about the events that had transpired in the woods, in order to heighten their vigilance. "It's all my fault. I bear the blame for orchestrating this gathering. If it weren't for this reunion, Chikako would not have." As she spoke, Suzuki Ayako covered her face with her hands, her voice trembling with sobs. "Do not say such things, Ayako. This is not your fault. Blame that bandaged fiend who abducted Chikako from our sight. He is a murderous demon, despicable, despite his own sorrow at the brutal demise of Chikako, a dear friend." Kakutani Hiroki chose to console Suzuki Ayako first. "Indeed, Ayako, this is not your fault. All blame lies with that bandaged monster. He had the audacity to attack me, threatening my life. Next time, I shall let him experience the sharpness of my blade." Witnessing the tears of such a kind-hearted girl, Miyamoto Kiyohisa, who prided himself on his chaotic and malevolent nature, felt an unexpected surge of compassion. He stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Suzuki Ayako's shoulder, while his other hand gripped tightly onto the precious sword, the veins on the back of his hand revealing the intensity of his emotions as he spoke. "This time, my uncle will be overjoyed." Concealed beside the door, Shibata Hideo discreetly retrieved his phone, capturing the scene within the room at the perfect moment, just as Miyamoto Kiyohisa bowed his head towards Suzuki Ayako, placing his hand on her shoulder. Absent the context of the sword in Kiyohisa's left hand, the photograph could easily be mistaken for a tender moment between a couple offering comfort to one another. At that time, mobile phones were not yet ubiquitous, and most lacked camera functions. Moreover, the shutter sound had not been mandated to be silenced, granting Shibata Hideo an opportunity. Before Kiyohisa noticed him, Shibata swiftly turned off his phone and tucked it away, without anyone being the wiser. With this fellow around, the bandaged monster should think twice before attacking anyone in the villa, Conan mused, recalling Kiyohisa's overwhelming combat prowess displayed while wielding a blade, thus feeling a sense of relief. It is quite late now, and since we cannot reach the outside world, it would be prudent for everyone to rest. Let us secure the doors and windows, that way the bandaged fiend should not be able to assault us further. As the group's emotions gradually stabilized, Oda Masaru proposed this. Having calmed down, Suzuki Ayako found merit in his suggestion and echoed his sentiment. Indeed, it is late. Let us confirm the doors and windows are secure and rest early. At dawn, we shall devise a plan to descend the mountain and inform the authorities. With both friends in agreement, Kakutani Hiroki reluctantly acquiesced. Subsequently, the group meticulously checked every door and window leading outside the villa, ensuring they were all locked and secured. Finally, after gathering a wealth of clues within the villa, Conan ascended to the second floor with Ran and Sonoko, burdened with questions and speculations, and laid down beside the frightened Ran as they drifted into slumber. In the deep of night, the rain, which had previously abated, came pouring down once more, with blinding flashes of lightning illuminating the night sky. Fortunately, the tightly sealed doors and windows prevented the thunder from disturbing anyone. In Miyamoto Kiyohisa's room, the sound of a wooden bolt being drawn could be heard as the previously checked and locked window slowly yielded to the wind. Soon, a figure wielding a sharp axe crept into the room. You have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. As I suspected, with the thunder and rain, you would choose to strike again. Just as the bandaged monster pondered the absence of anyone on the bed, Miyamoto Kiyohisa, shrouded in the shadows of the room, suddenly spoke. Humph. Although his presence had been detected, the bandaged monster was undeterred and charged forward, raising the axe with both hands. Clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the room. In an instant, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had drawn his blade from its sheath, positioning it against the trajectory of the descending axe. Logically, the force of a two-handed axe strike could not be thwarted by a single-handed blade. But that held true only for ordinary individuals. Through relentless training, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had evolved into a formidable combatant, standing apart from the norm. With a mere horizontal block of his right hand, he deflected the monster's axe, causing a significant recoil that sent the bandaged fiend staggering back 2 steps. Quite strong. It seems you have trained, but your technique is lacking clearly a raw talent without understanding of true power. Stepping closer, Kiyohisa's blade descended toward the fiend's wrist with unparalleled speed, creating a silvery arc in the air. A chilling scream erupted from the bandaged monster's lips. However, due to the bandages nearly covering the entirety of the face, the voice remained somewhat indistinct for Miyamoto Kiyohisa, who had only known the individual for a day. Quite impressive, indeed, they managed to evade my strike. Glancing at the blade in his hand, pristine as snow and untouched by a speck of dust, Miyamoto Kiyohisa quickly realized that his opponent had not sustained any genuine injury. It appeared that, in that moment of dire urgency, the bandaged figure had unleashed all their latent potential, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, intercepting Kiyohisa's descending blade with the flat of their axe. Although this action successfully prevented the bandaged man from sustaining direct injuries from the blade, the hasty reaction, coupled with the immense disparity in strength, resulted in the bandaged man temporarily losing the ability to maneuver his hand, barely managing to grip the axe. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against Miyamoto Kiyohisa's door, accompanied by the anxious voice of Suzuki Ayako. Miyamoto and I, what happened? Are you all right? The unexpected voice momentarily startled Miyamoto Kiyohisa. And in that fleeting instant, the bandaged man seized the opportunity, pivoting towards the open window. The window creaked under the force as the bandaged man crashed through it. Miyamoto Kiyohisa rushed to the window's edge, peering outside, but despite the injuries he had sustained, the bandaged man had vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. A smile crept across Miyamoto Kiyohisa's lips as he noticed a crimson stain on the previously yellow wooden frame, evidence of the bandaged man's hasty escape. He turned on the lights in the room and opened the door to the entrance. As the door swung open, a flustered Suzuki Ayako darted in like a startled rabbit, colliding directly with Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Miyamoto and I'm so sorry, I was just too anxious. Regaining her composure after the dizzying impact, Ayako immediately apologized upon realizing she had bumped into Miyamoto Kiyohisa. I'm fine, but you didn't get hurt, did you? The earlier tension melted away as Miyamoto Kiyohisa was amused by Ayako's demeanor, still slightly dazed. At that moment, others from different rooms began to emerge. their curious gazes fixed upon the scene. Are you all right, big brother? Should we inform father? Unlike the others, Shibata Hideo approached Miyamoto Kiyohisa, continuing to speak. There is no need for that just yet. It was an unexpected incident. The culprit managed to escape. However, there is evidence left behind, and we will uncover the truth soon enough. Miyamoto Kiyohisa shook his head, offering a brief explanation. What? That man was able to escape from you, big brother. Even while you were armed? While others were unaware of Miyamoto Kiyohisa's prowess with a blade, Shibata Hideo was not. During their sparring sessions, Shibata Hideo could hardly last a single round against Miyamoto Kiyohisa, yet the bandaged man had managed to flee. Not quite, Mr. Shibata. I believe my knocking at the door may have inadvertently distracted Miyamoto and I, allowing the bandaged man to escape, Ayako interjected, now fully recovered. No wonder. I thought the bandaged man was some sort of specter. To be honest, given your strength, I couldn't conceive of anything, apart from monsters, that could slip away from you. Shibata Hideo sighed in relief, easing the tension he had felt moments before, patting his chest to display how anxious he had been. At that moment, while everyone's attention was captured by Shibata Hideo, a small figure stealthily slipped into Miyamoto Kiyohisa's room. What is this? There is an unusual small hole in the window frame. In this wire outside, a glimmer of realization struck Conan as a smile began to form on his lips. So, it's him. However, while he could surmise the identity of the culprit, several aspects still eluded him. Gazing at the window, rattling in the wind, Conan contemplated the events that had unfolded that day. Suddenly, a bolt of inspiration struck him, and his smile broadened. Ah, the evidence is hidden within your grasp. And it's irrefutable. With newfound determination, he resolved to engage someone for his deductions. Ran, who had inherited traits from Uncle Muri, would be ideal. The group reconvened in the living room, realizing that sleep was no longer an option after such an incident. Miyamoto Kiyohisa leaned in to whisper a few words to Suzuki Ayako, who blinked and nodded before heading toward the kitchen. In a concealed corner, Conan slowly raised his left hand, opening the cover of his wristwatch, aiming it like a sight at Ran. Just as he pressed the button to release the tranquilizer, Ran unexpectedly stepped aside, causing the dart to strike Yoko instead. Oh no, I missed. Startled, Conan's eyes widened at the unforeseen turn of events. Watching Yoko collapse onto the table, he scrambled under the tablecloth, positioning himself beneath her, adjusting his voice modulator. It seems I must rely on Yoko now, Conan resolved inwardly. To be honest, I've already identified the culprit, the ruthless bandage man who murdered Ikeda Chikako and assaulted Miyamoto and I twice. Upon hearing this, Rand and the others turned their attention towards Yoko. Yoko, please don't speak carelessly. Are you suggesting that the bandage man is among us? But he clearly broke in from outside. Oda Masaru expressed his confusion. Yes, he must be hiding in the woods, waiting for the right moment to strike, echoed Kaku Hiroki. But is that truly the case? Have you not noticed that when the bandage man invaded Miyamoto and I's room, there were no muddy footprints on the floor? Only water stains remained. It had rained heavily last night, and the ground outside is soaked. If he came from the woods, he would surely have left mud behind. This indicates that the bandaged man didn't emerge from the woods. Rather, he is hiding within this villa, specifically, one of us. As her words resonated, all eyes in the room widened in shock, darting around at one another. Aside from shock, there was a hint of skepticism in the gazes of the crowd. The situation, I believe, unfolded as follows. The individual masquerading as the bandaged figure had previously set a mechanism on the window of Brother Miyamoto's room. Wait, you mentioned a mechanism? However, there was nothing unusual in Mr. Miyamoto's room compared to ours, questioned Oda Masaru. The so-called mechanism was merely an object cleverly utilized by the culprit. This villa, nestled deep within the mountains, has been around for some time. And the window frame of Brother Miyamoto's room had developed a hole approximately half a centimeter wide due to insect activity. By threading a fine iron wire through this opening, one could easily disengage the window latch. The reason the perpetrator could vanish so swiftly was not because they fled into the woods, but rather because upon exiting through the window, they concealed themselves in the adjacent room of the deceased Miss Chikako. Ultimately, while everyone congregated in the living room, the culprit quickly returned to their own room, changed attire, and feigned ignorance of the incident, joining the others in the living room. Am I correct in this assertion? The last to arrive in the living room, currently standing at the back, is Mr. Takahashi Ryoichi? Conan paused momentarily, discreetly lifting the tablecloth to survey the arrangement of the guests, and continued to mimic Yoko's voice. No, Yoko. I recall distinctly that when the bandaged figure fled with Chikako through the window, Takahashi was standing by the upstairs window. How could that be? Despite casting a doubtful glance at Takahashi Ryuichi, Kakuya Hiroki continued to defend him. Indeed, Yoko, I also witnessed it. When the bandaged figure appeared, Mr. Takahashi was indeed by the upstairs window. I remember you saw it too, didn't you? The kind-hearted Ran, standing nearby, joined in defending Takahashi Ryuichi. Yoko? Ran cast a worried glance at Yoko, for she was intimately familiar with Yoko's current demeanor. At that moment, Ayako Suzuki emerged from the kitchen, gracefully carrying a large tray laden with freshly brewed, steaming coffee. Allow me to interrupt your train of thought, Yoko. It is quite late now, and given the recent events, it seems unlikely that anyone would be able to sleep. To stave off drowsiness, perhaps we should indulge in some coffee to invigorate ourselves, at the very least. We should hold out until dawn. As she spoke, Ayako moved from one person to another, personally serving the coffee. Almost everyone accepted a cup, leaving only 3 remaining. One for the slumbering Yoko Suzuki, one for Conan, and the last for Ryuichi Takahashi. Ryuichi, here's your coffee, Ayako said, her face adorned with a warm smile as she extended her hands, presenting the cup. No, thank you. In light of these recent events, I truly have no appetite, and I do not feel drowsy. I think I shall pass on this coffee. Is that so? Very well, I shall take it back then. However, at the very moment Ayako Suzuki decided to cease her actions, the outside world was abruptly illuminated as if it were day, accompanied by a thunderous clap. The coffee cup in her hand was instinctively placed into the grasp of Ryuichi Takahashi, while she covered her ears with both hands. Crack. Bang. The steaming vapor ascended from the floor, swirling around the shattered remnants of the coffee cup strewn across the ground. Takahashi, upon seeing Ayako after so many years, had transformed into someone who seemed fearful, akin to a woman startled by thunder. It was evident he was so shaken that he could scarcely hold onto the cup in his hands. Observing this, Katsumi Oda seized the opportunity to tease him. I believe you are mistaken. Mr. Takahashi is not unable to grasp the coffee cup due to fear, having witnessed the entire spectacle. Hideo Shibata understood his elder brother's intention in having Ayako prepare the coffee. I suspect that Mr. Takahashi finds it challenging to even lift his hands at this moment. After all, enduring the full force of Kiyohisa's strike is no trivial matter. Even a well-trained body cannot recover so swiftly. As Shibata approached Ryuichi Takahashi, he extended his right hand, resembling a giant claw, and firmly grasped Takahashi's hand. He then placed the coffee he had yet to sip into Takahashi's palm. As Shibata withdrew his hand, the coffee cup slipped from Takahashi's grasp and fell to the ground. Furthermore, the hands that Shibata had just lifted seemed to lose all strength, cascading back to rest by his sides. This cannot be true. Takahashi, tell me this is all a performance, right? Hiroki Kakutani, who had just witnessed the brutal murder of his beloved, spoke with a quiver in his voice. No, it's not like that. My hands lack strength because I accidentally injured them while repairing the roof. Just look. In a desperate attempt, Ryuichi flipped his hands over, revealing the backs of his hands to the onlookers. There lay a ghastly wound, resembling a puncture mark from a nail. There is no need for pretense. Have you forgotten? I have also acted in films, and when it comes to the art of simulating simple injuries, I dare say I am your senior. Clearing a path through the crowd surrounding Takahashi, Kiyohisa Miyamoto approached directly. What a jest! Such a wound does not even carry the faintest scent of blood. It is evident that this is merely a make-up technique, a fabricated injury. With a swift motion, Miyamoto brushed against Takahashi's hand, revealing 2 small props that appeared as if they had been plucked from a film set, specifically designed for simulating injuries in television productions. However, it must be acknowledged that Takahashi Ryuichi possesses an extraordinary talent in the realm of prop creation. Were it not for Miyamoto Kiyohisa, and the absence of any trace of blood, one might have believed that he had genuinely inflicted harm upon himself. This talent for prop making, or indeed, for makeup artistry, is shared by a select few renowned individuals in this world. As Miyamoto Kiyohisa gazed at the wound prop in his hand, fleeting images crossed his mind. Indeed, Takahashi, I surmise that your true physique is unlikely to be as corpulent as it appears now. Might you consider shedding your coat for us to witness? Just as the onlookers marveled at the ingenuity of the wound prop, a voice from the table, that of Yusono, resounded once more. Perhaps it would be prudent not to remove it. I suspect that beneath your coat lies the very apparatus you devised to masquerade as the bandaged specter. I imagine that when the bandaged figure appeared at the window, the events transpired thusly. At that moment, Chizuko had already met her demise at your hands. What we perceived was merely her severed head, which you placed atop your constructed bandaged figure. Then, from the second-floor window, You manipulated the figure's movements with fine strings, which accounts for the eerie swiftness we observed. Even had we rushed through the door, the bandaged figure would have vanished without a trace. Ah, that explains the peculiarity of its movement. It was simply a marionette. Shibata Hideo struck his left palm with his right hand, dawning upon him a moment of clarity. Mr. Takahashi, I presume the bandages utilized for your bandaged figure still bear the blood of Miss Chizuko, surely. This serves as sufficient evidence of your assault upon her and the attack on Miyamoto. Ignoring Shibata's interjection, Yusono continued her analysis. Indeed, it was I who killed Chizuko. I admit to it. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, Takahashi Ryoichi slumped against the wall in resignation, embodying a sense of defeat. But why Takahashi? Why did you feel compelled to take Chizuko's life? Hiraka Kakutani, who had previously defended Takahashi, now lunged at him, shaking his shoulders as he posed the question. This entire ordeal is due to Down, do you not see? Down's suicide was instigated by Chizuko. Years ago, she shared with me a story she had penned and expressed her aspiration to become a novelist, her eyes shimmering with hope. Yet, I could not fathom that she would choose to hang herself. The reason for her suicide became clear to me after I viewed the film Blue Kingdom, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the story Down had shown me, The Sky-Colored Kingdom. Indeed, it was Chizuko who plagiarized Down's work, trampling upon her dream. Consequently, Down took her life the day before Chizuko was awarded the Best Newcomer prize. Upon learning of Ayako's forthcoming gathering months ago, I began preparing for this very action. I undertook rigorous exercise, shedding my previously corpulent form, and cultivated the strength necessary to easily dispatch Chizuko. With my adeptness in prop creation, I naturally conceived a method to disguise the entire affair as the work of a non-existent bandaged figure. Upon arriving here, I crafted a letter stating that if she wished to keep this matter hidden, she should venture into the woods, thereby luring Chizuko out. Once ensconced in the thicket, I personally ended her life, assuming the guise of a righteous avenger. Indeed, I am a harbinger of justice. I am blameless. As he recounted this, it seemed Takahashi Ryoichi touched upon a buried memory, his tone gradually becoming frenzied. Suddenly, as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline, Takahashi sprang to his feet, brandishing a sharp knife from his pocket, and charged at Miyamoto Kiyohisa. It is all your fault. Had it not been for your inexplicable comments, my plan would have been flawless, utterly flawless. As he sprinted, Takahashi emitted a primal roar akin to that of a wild beast. Yet, even at his peak, he stood no chance against Miyamoto Kiyohisa. How could he hope to succeed now? With a mere sidestep, Miyamoto's right hand struck like lightning, seizing Takahashi's knife-wielding hand and effortlessly disarming him. The knife clattered to the ground. Subsequently, Shibata Hideo rushed forward, thoroughly subduing Takahashi Ryoichi. Once he was securely bound, a sudden chime resonated from Shibata's waist. Extracting his phone from his pocket, he discovered that the notification bar was full, with a cascade of messages emerging. A cursory glance at the texts caused Shibata's eyes to widen. Ah, so that is the case. Kiyohisa, look. He turned the phone screen towards Miyamoto Kiyohisa, casting a complex gaze at the bound Takahashi Ryoichi. Displayed on the screen were documents from the Kurikawa Security Company, delayed due to poor signal. They contained information regarding Takahashi Ryoichi. The initial parts were consistent with the details shared earlier. However, after Takahashi's graduation from university, his circumstances underwent a dramatic transformation. The subsequent accounts within the emails elaborated thus. Takahashi Ryoichi, after graduating, took a position at Sankei Food Company, where he excelled, demonstrating remarkable manual skills that led to frequent promotions, ultimately achieving the role of team leader within a year. The following year, he ascended to manager through selection, experiencing a significant reduction in work hours and an increase in remuneration. During this period, he began exhibiting signs of irritability and anxiety, with his weight skyrocketing. Within merely 7 months, he was diagnosed with obesity and early-stage anxiety disorder. The subsequent month, due to his inability to cope with the demands of work, Takahashi voluntarily resigned, thereafter retreating to his home, ceasing all employment. Since returning home, his lifestyle underwent a drastic change, as he frequented various gyms. Over the course of 4 months, through intensive training, he reverted to his previous physique. Accompanying this information were 3 comparative images depicting his form before entering the company, after his promotion to manager, and post-resignation following his fervent exercise regimen. It was evident from these images that just months prior, while serving as a manager at the food company, Takahashi Ryoichi's physique closely mirrored that of his current disguise. No, it should be said that he currently dons a guise that is strikingly reminiscent of his appearance during his tenure as a manager. However, there has been a significant transformation in his physique compared to the period prior to his employment. This change is likely the result of a rigorous regimen aimed at weight loss, primarily focusing on his body. Unfortunately, the reduction of facial fat has not been as effective, leading to the somewhat plump visage he now presents. Nevertheless, from the waist down, he embodies the form of a well-trained fitness enthusiast. This explains the lack of dissonance between Takahashi Ryuichi's facial features and his disguised physique, which has rendered even the astute Shibata Hideo momentarily unable to discern that he is indeed clad in a disguise. Of course, the aforementioned details are not the crux of the matter. The true significance lies below. Following this is an image embedded within the email, a diagnostic report issued by the hospital. However, this hospital is not a renowned institution. Rather, it is an obscure clinic with little reputation. Thus, the accuracy of the diagnostic report may be subject to debate. Nevertheless, its contents are indeed quite astonishing. Skipping over the intricate series of comparative numerical studies, the report ultimately concludes that Ryuichi Takahashi's anxiety disorder has reached an advanced stage, with indications of potential dissociative symptoms. It further recommends that Ryuichi Takahashi visit the municipal hospital for a re-evaluation and, if necessary, seek treatment at a specialized institution. Notably, the date indicated on the report reflects events that transpired over 3 months ago, coinciding with the onset of Ryuichi Takahashi's excessive exercise regimen. However, there exists but a solitary diagnostic report, which reflects the intelligence-gathering prowess of the Blackwater Security Company. If Ryuichi Takahashi had indeed sought examination at a major hospital, the information would have undoubtedly fallen under the discerning gaze of the intelligence operatives. Thus, it is evident that Ryuichi Takahashi disregarded the diagnosis provided by the clinic and did not visit any other medical facilities for an evaluation of his mental state. Currently, Ryuichi Takahashi's psychological condition may reside in an ambiguous realm. To put it differently, it remains uncertain whether he is afflicted by madness or if he is a perfectly sane individual. The final line of the recorded notes indicates that 1 week ago, Ryuichi Takahashi purchased a substantial number of tools for model making. Subsequently, he attended a film, co-written by Chikako, at a local cinema. After that, there are no further records of his whereabouts. It appears that you have meticulously prepared for the assassination of Chikako. It is already surmised that during this past week, Ryuichi Takahashi must have come to this villa's vicinity to lay his plans, Miyamoto Kiyohisa remarked. My flawless criminal scheme, my impeccable murder plot. Chikako, my darling. The only response to Miyamoto Kiyohisa's declaration was the frenzied howls from the other party. After some contemplation, Miyamoto Kiyohisa opted not to disclose this information to the others present. He then tossed his mobile phone to Hideo Shibata while giving him a subtle nod. Hideo Shibata, understanding the implication, nodded thoughtfully and secured the phone within the lining of his garment. Fortunately, at that moment, Conan was still crouched beneath the tablecloth. Otherwise, witnessing the unusual behavior of the two individuals would have undoubtedly prompted him to investigate further. Now that the mobile signal had been restored, Kiyoshi Miyamoto promptly contacted the police, as well as the security firm, Kuroshui, to prepare the helicopter that had been arranged for him. Half an hour later, due to the involvement of high-profile individuals in the case, both the company's helicopter and the police's helicopter arrived almost simultaneously. This time, the leading officer was not Inspector Megier, but rather a superintendent, underscoring the seriousness with which this case was regarded. As soon as he disembarked from the helicopter, Superintendent Nagano immediately approached Kiyoshi Miyamoto. Kiyoshi, are you all right? Your uncle heard about the case concerning you and sent me right away. His concerned voice carried even before he reached Kiyoshi. It was Uncle Nagano. I'm fine. I haven't sustained any injuries, and the situation is mostly resolved. However, I will need your assistance with the subsequent matters. Recognizing the familiar voice, Kiyoshi was well aware that his uncle had dispatched a trusted associate to help him manage the aftermath. After all, he had been the target of the assailant's second attack, and it was only reasonable for Kiyoshi Masaki to take such action given the threat to family safety. After briefly exchanging details about the case, Kiyoshi led Superintendent Nagano aside. He presented the email he had received from Hideo Shibata earlier. Uncle Nagano, this individual is likely suffering from a mental illness. The prosecution may encounter significant difficulties. Perhaps we should proceed with a mental evaluation to absolve him of criminal responsibility. This could also enhance the reputation of the police department. Afterward, we can transfer him to the Miyamoto 7th Central Hospital for care. I'll leave the specifics to you. So he is a mental health patient. I understand what needs to be done. Nagano replied. 5 days later, the case concluded with the defendant, Ryoichi Takahashi, being exempted from punishment due to severe schizophrenia. However, he was mandated to be detained and treated at the Miyamoto 7th Central Hospital. This outcome clearly aligned with a compassionate approach to justice, garnering favorable public opinion for the police department. Of course, Kiyoshi's influence played a role in this favorable reception. As Kiyoshi perused the news on his phone, a smile crept across his face. He actually thought he could lay a hand on me? He'll be confined to the 7th hospital for the rest of his life. This is the consequence of challenging me. The Miyamoto 7th Central Hospital, fully funded by the Miyamoto Foundation, primarily focuses on treating mental health issues, addressing a significant gap in Japan's mental health care system. To date, it has treated over 10,000 patients, contributing indelibly to societal stability and tranquility. However, this was merely the public facade of the Miyamoto 7th Central Hospital. In reality, it discreetly served to provide necessary documentation for the Miyamoto family. As for those patients personally selected by Kiyoshi for admission, when they would truly recover remained contingent on Kiyoshi's discretion. In any case, the aftermath of this incident had come to a complete halt, and Kiyoshi chose to cast it aside as his father began pressuring him once more. The catalyst for this was a photograph that Hideo Shibata had surreptitiously taken, which had excited Kiyoshi Masaki for 2 days. On the third day, seizing a moment during work, he hurried to the Suzuki Foundation for an amiable discussion with its president, Shiro Suzuki. As for today, it was the day Kiyoshi Masaki had scheduled a joint gathering between the two families. He had sternly warned Kiyoshi that he must attend the gathering, and now, under the weight of his father's authority, Kiyoshi, clad in formal attire, reluctantly entered the vehicle driven by Hideo Shibata. Hideo, I must ask, next time you send a photograph of me to my father, could you kindly seek my consent first? It doesn't bother me much, but your actions could tarnish Miss Ayako's reputation. Kiyoshi's grievances echoed even before they had traveled a mile. Believe me, Kiyoshi, my instincts tell me that Miss Ayako will not hold anything against me, Hideo replied with a serious expression as he drove. Instincts? What instincts? You always find out too late. Remember your bomb disposal simulation? You always pick the wrong wires. Trusting your instincts is akin to courting disaster, Kiyoshi lamented. Recalling Hideo's past blunders, his complaints growing louder. Who was calling me? Kiyoshi wondered, feeling his phone vibrate against his hip. He glanced down to see the caller ID was his father, Kiyoshi Masaki. Recalling the lengthy 2-hour warning from the previous night, he resignedly pressed the answer button. What is it? I'm almost there. Can it wait? He asked, annoyance evident in his tone. Kiyoshi, don't be upset. This is quite fortuitous. I heard from President Suzuki that Ayako has not opposed it either, his father chuckled. That is hardly surprising. A reserved and kind girl like her would hardly object vocally in such a situation, Kiyoshi retorted, his irritation boiling over as he sensed his father's coercive tactics. Given Ayako's gentle nature, she would likely acquiesce to her father's inquiries, especially considering the potential benefits of a union between their families. Moreover, how could a girl who had never ventured beyond the confines of academia comprehend the essence of love? The more Kiyoshi pondered, the more he felt like a predatory wolf being compelled to devour an innocent rabbit. Forget your concerns. Besides, it hasn't been finalized yet, so why the rush? Are you secretly in favor of this? Kiyoshi's father suggested, by the way, I just left home and haven't prepared any gifts. Why not think of something novel from your company to present to President Suzuki? Jokingly prodding Kiyoshi, Kiyoshi Masaki swiftly articulated his true intention, urging Kiyoshi to prepare a gift for Shiro Suzuki. Hey, you decided to attend this gathering. Why should I be the one to? Kiyoshi's protest was cut short by the sound of the call disconnecting. With a resigned shake of his head, Kiyoshi leaned forward. Hideo. Wait a moment. We need to stop by the company first. I need to prepare some gifts. Without informing anyone at the company, Kiyoshi discreetly returned with Hideo Shibata. However, the circumstances did not disappoint Kiyohisa Miyamoto. Even in his absence, the employees continued to dedicate themselves tirelessly to his commercial empire, their faces radiating smiles that clearly reflected their willingness. This was unsurprising, as the Miyamoto Consortium, being a high-tech company that bypassed the arduous research and development process, enjoyed a staggering return on investment that bordered on exorbitant profits annually. In light of this, Kiyohisa Miyamoto established a more comprehensive growth plan and a more generous compensation standard to incentivize his employees to work diligently. Furthermore, a considerable number of employees were not solely motivated by the remuneration offered by Kiyohisa Miyamoto. They were genuinely intrigued by the cutting-edge technologies he possessed. This led to a continuous influx of talent within the Miyamoto consortium, which also consistently topped the charts of employee satisfaction. After much contemplation, Kiyohisa Miyamoto, aware of the elite status of Shiro Suzuki and his wife, pondered what rare treasures they had yet to encounter. If he were to present them with mere jewelry, they might regard him with disdain. After deliberation, he finally settled on the gifts he would bestow, selecting the finest boxes worth hundreds of thousands of yen. He meticulously wrapped his chosen presents and once again entered his vehicle, prepared to head to the estate for the banquet. Though the gathering was a joint decision between the two families, due to Masato Miyamoto's commitments to public affairs, he had neither the time nor the energy to organize the event, delegating all preparations to the Suzuki household. Naturally, the venue was chosen from one of the Suzuki family's estates. The estate was not too far from the city center, taking merely half an hour to reach. As they approached, the vehicle slowed down due to the ongoing renovations nearby. Just a few hundred meters away, Masato Miyamoto waved enthusiastically, a broad smile gracing his face as he gazed at the car, while Shiro Suzuki stood beside him, equally beaming. Given that it was Suzuki's private estate, security was assured, and thus Kiyohisa Miyamoto did not impose any specific parking requirements. After disembarking, he instructed Hideo Shibata to park the vehicle according to the servant's guidance while he carried the two gift boxes towards Masato Miyamoto and Shiro Suzuki. Uncle Suzuki, good day. Adhering to local customs, Kiyohisa Miyamoto, though not bound by stringent protocols at the Miyamoto residence, nonetheless offered a respectful bow upon arriving as a guest at the Suzuki home. Haha, Kiyohisa, it truly is a pleasure to finally meet you. I had no idea you possess such exceptional insights in business and were also so remarkably handsome, Shiro Suzuki remarked, extending his hand to assist Kiyohisa Miyamoto in standing upright, his face adorned with warmth. Not at all. Compared to the monumental efforts you invest in the vast Suzuki consortium, my modest endeavors are insignificant, Kiyohisa Miyamoto replied, standing tall and once again bestowing a compliment upon Shiro Suzuki. Haha, let us refrain from further mutual flattery and proceed inside, so as not to keep everyone waiting, Shiro Suzuki suggested as he noticed Hideo Shibata returning from parking the vehicle. Consequently, the group made their way into the estate. The estate boasted a European architectural style, with an expansive garden flourishing with fragrant blossoms as it was the midst of early spring. The garden spanned several hundred square meters, with pathways leading to the interior villa. The villa, too, reflected European aesthetics, featuring white walls and glazed tiles, with grand doorways that exuded an air of magnificence. Given the pleasant weather and the lunchtime gathering, the meal was organized in the courtyard behind the villa rather than indoors, where servants efficiently arranged large rectangular tables. As Shiro Suzuki's party returned, an array of dishes began to emerge from the kitchen. Although the sun shone brightly, the heat was not yet oppressive, thanks to the shade provided by the awning. In mere minutes, the well-trained servants had set the table with all the culinary delights prepared by the chefs. Having indulged in numerous exquisite ingredients throughout his life, Kiyohisa Miyamoto immediately recognized that the dishes presented were of the highest quality, some even airlifted from Hokkaido. Reflecting on the decadence of the consortium, he took his seat at the designated place with a sense of satisfaction. However, as he settled down, Kiyohisa Miyamoto began to feel a sense of discomfort. For reasons unknown, his seating arrangement felt rather awkward. Positioned at one side of the long rectangular table, he found himself beside Suzuko Suzuki on his left, while Shiro Suzuki and his wife occupied the shorter end. Opposite him sat Masato Miyamoto and his mother, Hanako Miyamoto, with YKO and Hideo seated beside them. Every movement Kiyohisa made drew the attention of both the Suzuki couple and his own parents, causing him to feel increasingly self-conscious, to the point where he ceased to serve himself food altogether. Fortunately, YKO, seated nearby, came to his rescue, consistently ensuring he received a portion whenever she served herself. In this context, Kiyohisa could focus solely on enjoying his meal. The others at the table engaged in leisurely conversation, seemingly unhurried by the dining process, while, for reasons unknown, his father occasionally directed comments towards Kiyohisa, which only heightened his reticence. YKO, do refrain from chattering while eating. Observe your elder brother Miyamoto, who maintains a respectful silence during meals. You could learn much from him, Shiro Suzuki admonished, having noticed YKO mumbling as she ate. Understood, YKO replied, her previously buoyant tone now diminished. Fortunately, with YKO seated nearby, she did not feel too disheartened. However, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Evasion is an impossibility. Suzuki Shiro engaged in conversation with Miyamoto Masato for quite some time, And ultimately, the discourse inescapably gravitated towards the subject of Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Kiyohisa, I have heard that you possess some unique insights regarding technological innovation. What are your thoughts on the forthcoming trajectory of global technological development? Upon hearing his name being called, Miyamoto Kiyohisa instinctively lifted his head from the edge of the plate. Uncle Suzuki, do you have any familiarity with the internet? The internet? Is that what you young people refer to as surfing the web? Suzuki Shiro inquired with a tentative tone. Although it was not particularly specific, it sufficed. The internet, hailed as one of the greatest inventions of this century, has drastically reduced the cost of information exchange and preservation. Consequently, the forthcoming trend in global technological advancement will undoubtedly progress in this direction. As he spoke, Miyamoto Kiyohisa produced his specially designed mobile phone. Uncle, look. This is our company's latest mobile device. Mine is an experimental model that employs the most advanced chipset, already capable of basic internet functions through a 2G module. While currently, internet access is confined to sitting in front of a computer, I firmly believe that in the near future, the trajectory of global development will enable mobile phones to increasingly assume the role of computers. In the future, one would merely need a mobile phone to access information about the world. However, this approach does carry certain drawbacks, notably. The sources of information often reside in the hands of a select few. Our imperative is to become the masters of information, to belong to that exclusive group. Based on this philosophy, our Miyamoto Foundation has commenced an accelerated transition from 2G to 3G, striving to seize complete control of the digital battleground. As he articulated this, Miyamoto Kiyohisa punctuated his words with a fist gesture. However, what Miyamoto Kiyohisa failed to notice was that as he spoke with exuberance, Ayako seated beside him seemed to have stars shimmering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Suzuki Shiro, sitting nearby, appeared somewhat bewildered. Initially, he merely intended to engage in casual conversation with his future son-in-law, who had been rather taciturn. To his astonishment, Kiyohisa not only comprehended the topic, but did so in a manner that surpassed Shiro's own understanding. Consequently, an awkward silence enveloped the dining table, with everyone rendered speechless, save for the sound of Yoko busily eating. Yoko, despite numerous reminders, was still indulging in her meal noisily, which prompted Shiro to reflect on the importance of decorum for young ladies, lest they struggle to find a husband in the future. Upon hearing the clattering of Yoko's utensils, Shiro quickly seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. No wonder it has been said that you possess remarkable foresight. Indeed, the younger generation is pushing the boundaries forward, Kiyohisa. Next time, you must visit our corporation and offer your insights. After admonishing Yoko and alleviating the tension, a smile returned to Shiro's face as he addressed Kiyohisa. Subsequently, apart from a few young individuals, the others merely partook of their meals symbolically, bringing the gathering to a close. Soon after, Ayako was called away by Miyamoto Masato and Suzuki Shiro, leaving Kiyohisa and the two remaining individuals alone in the backyard. However, among the remaining three, it seemed that the mood of Yuen was rather dismal. Miyamoto Kiyohisa, I shall deem you my great misfortune. Today, once again, you have led me astray. I shall not relent. If you become my brother-in-law, you must compensate me. Hey, do not speak of such matters that are still in the realm of fantasy. I am unbothered. Yet what of your sister's reputation? Miyamoto Kiyohisa hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue. Are you truly unaware, or simply feigning ignorance? Do you not grasp the purpose of this gathering? And are you oblivious to why you were invited to the last meeting? Please. Your sister has been intent on finding a suitable husband for over a year now. All the events leading up to this moment seem to point to you. Upon hearing Miyamoto Kiyohisa's words, Yuen immediately made an exaggerated expression, explaining emphatically. Wait a moment, a year ago, I recall that matchmaking event? Miyamoto Kiyohisa's thoughts were pulled back to nearly a year prior, remembering that Suzuki Ayako had claimed to be his admirer. Good heavens, I was the one being ensnared. In an instant, Miyamoto Kiyohisa regained clarity. What of the words he had spoken to his father? In that fleeting moment, he covered his face with his hands, pondering whether his actions could be likened to delivering a lamb to the tiger's den. Strangely enough, although Miyamoto Kiyohisa realized he had been slightly manipulated, he felt no anger. In fact, he experienced a hint of pride. Am I unwell? Reflecting on his current emotions, Kiyohisa pondered. Just as he was lost in thought, his father, Miyamoto Masato, re-emerged through the front door after having just entered. Kiyohisa, come here. Completely oblivious to his son's inexplicable expression, Masato excitedly rushed to Kiyohisa's side, taking his hand and leading him back inside. What's the rush? Is there something going on? Kiyohisa, finally coming to his senses after being tugged, inquired with curiosity. Yes, indeed. A splendid affair, Masato replied, unable to conceal his delight. A splendid affair? Kiyohisa mused, still dazed. Quickly, where's the gift I asked you to bring? Don't forget to give it to President Suzuki, Masato urged. It's outside. How come you all finished your conversation so quickly? At last, Kiyohisa fully regained his composure. He turned back to retrieve the gifts he had recently selected, following his father into the villa. Upon entering the living room, Kiyohisa noticed his mother seated beside Suzuki Ayako, both wearing smiles while engaged in conversation, occasionally covering their mouths with their hands to stifle their laughter. Meanwhile, Suzuki Shiro and Suzuki Tomoko sat on the opposite sofa, their gazes fixed intently on Kiyohisa as he approached. Before he could grasp the situation, he felt a nudge from behind, propelling him toward Shiro and Tomoko. Uncle, Aunt, I am delighted to be here for dinner today. These are gifts I specially prepared for you. I hope you like them. Bowing slightly, Kiyohisa presented the two gifts he held. Their smiles could no longer be contained. Ha ha ha, we are all family now. No need for such formality. Shiro chuckled, reaching out to accept the gifts. Upon hearing this, the last vestige of hope Kiyohisa harbored vanished, under the influence of his parents. It seemed he was finally destined to leave his single status behind. As this thought crossed his mind, Kiyohisa, accustomed to solitude, felt a sense of rare tranquility wash over him, something no safe haven or arsenal could provide. Is this a watch? Shiro's puzzled inquiry jolted Kiyohisa from his reverie of impending domesticity. Yes, indeed, but it is not an ordinary watch. It boasts a multitude of functions designed to enhance daily life. He continued, firstly, observe the touchscreen display. It allows for easy navigation through various modules. This watch can measure heart rate and pulse, offering real-time health tracking. Furthermore, it also functions as a mobile phone when a SIM card is inserted or connected to a smartphone. As he elaborated on his gift, Kiyohisa's earlier uncertainty evaporated, replaced by enthusiasm in sharing the features with Shiro. Truth be told, this watch was merely a conception borrowed from futuristic ideas, yet in this era, it was undoubtedly a pinnacle of technology, garnering satisfaction from both Shiro and Tomoko. After hearing Kiyohisa's explanation, Tomoko removed her bracelet and donned the exquisite watch, which, crafted from gold and jade, perfectly complemented the Suzuki family's elegance. Seeing their evident contentment, Kiyohisa exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing to step aside and take a seat. However, upon turning, he found 3 pairs of expectant eyes fixed upon him. All right. No need for such gazes. You too. I am well aware of your intentions. You all are satisfied with the watch, correct? And you, Ayako, why not accompany me to the office later to select something you like? With these promises made, Kiyohisa felt the intensity of their scrutiny diminish significantly. With the purpose of his visit accomplished and his assistant having called him multiple times, Masato proposed they take their leave. The Suzuki couple, equally pleased for their daughter, refrained from detaining Masato, fully aware of his stature. Thus, whereas their arrival had been marked by 2, their departure saw the addition of 2 more. Indeed, upon learning of the events within the villa, YKO clamored for Kiyohisa to gift her a watch as well. As he was soon to become her brother-in-law, Kiyohisa readily agreed, and she joined them in the car. By evening, after a long afternoon of shopping, Kiyohisa collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. I'm such a fool. I really shouldn't have believed them when they said it would just be a quick outing. That was hardly a brief excursion. It was an entire afternoon. Regret washed over him in waves. At this very moment, Miyamoto Kiyohisa could not help but smile. The following day, the financial sections of major newspapers in Tokyo were inundated with a singular piece of news. Upon returning to Tokyo, the 2 colossal conglomerates, the Suzuki Group and the Miyamoto Group, announced a collaboration, revealing their intention to engage in profound exchanges and cooperation within the realm of telecommunications. This announcement sparked a flurry of speculation from the public, who were eager to uncover the reasons behind this unexpected alliance between the 2 titans of Tokyo. A day later, the spokespersons for both companies simultaneously clarified that this was merely a standard business collaboration, effectively defining the nature of their partnership. Consequently, the multitude of industry professionals ceased their various conjectures. However, those devoid of the capacity to discern the underlying truths, such as the well-informed consortiums and high-ranking officials, have long been privy to the reality of this collaboration. It is merely a ripple caused by a union. However, both the Miyamoto Consortium and the Suzuki Consortium remain silent, leading these individuals to refrain from gossiping, quietly following behind and amassing wealth in silence. Of course, joy and sorrow were shared among the few. Meanwhile, within the Shij consortium, Chairman Shij was convening an urgent meeting. The primary focus of the meeting was to determine how the Shij consortium should respond to the realm of online communications. As the heir to the Shij consortium, Shij Rika was also present at this meeting. However, her penchant for amusement led her to pay little heed to the discussions, instead becoming acutely sensitive to the frequently mentioned name. Indeed, this name belonged to the leader of the Miyamoto consortium, Miyamoto Kiyohisa. As a prodigy in both business and scientific research, Miyamoto Kiyohisa's every move was invariably scrutinized by many, and this time, after nearly a decade, he was making significant strides in the realm of technology. It was no wonder that numerous business magnates were speculating on Miyamoto Kiyohisa's intentions like dogs catching a scent. Clearly, as a smaller consortium, the Shij consortium had to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, it would fall far behind on the track of Japanese consortiums. Naturally, this meeting would frequently reference the man who had created this opportunity. Regrettably, the Shij consortium lacks personnel well-versed in these fields, resulting in the meeting concluding without any fruitful outcomes. After the gathering, Chairman Shij specifically retained Rika Shij. Rika, I recall you had a meeting with Chairman Miyamoto last time. What transpired afterwards? Once all others had departed, the once somber expression of Chairman Shij transformed into a smile as he turned to Rika. It seems to be going well. I recently invited him to my birthday party, and he accepted, Rika replied softly after a moment of reflection. Is that so? Chairman Miyamoto truly agreed to attend your birthday celebration next month? The joy on Chairman Shij's face grew even brighter upon hearing this. Observing her father's elation, Rika hesitated to disclose all her previous actions. Rika, you must cultivate a good relationship with Chairman Miyamoto. In today's society, interests are invariably distributed this way. The nation prepares a grand feast, and the capable consortia feast on the meat, while the less capable and smaller consortia share the broth. The remnants are then allocated to others. However, this is not an immutable theorem. Some individuals invariably surpass the ordinary. Take Chairman Miyamoto, for instance. He is the sole individual in Japan capable of orchestrating such a grand banquet. Do you grasp my meaning? After a moment of joy, Chairman Shij imparted a few earnest words to his daughter before answering a phone call and departing. Unbeknownst to him, Rika's heart felt as if it were bleeding, for she understood that her past actions had caused her to forfeit an opportunity for a worry-free life. After spending a few days at home, she was summoned by her father several times regarding the engagement between the Miyamoto and Suzuki families, which seemed to have been hastily arranged. Consequently, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had become ostensibly a man with a family. Arriving at the ground floor via the elevator, Kiyohisa took the driver's seat of a high-performing coupe and set off. The car swayed gently as it reached the seaside, where Kiyohisa turned off the engine and slowly lowered the window. "Ah, the sun is nearly set," he murmured, gazing at the golden sea illuminated by the fading sunlight. The following day, news of Kiyohisa once again dominated the front pages of Tokyo's major newspapers. As a veritable winner of life, the affluent Kiyohisa's impending engagement was sensationally reported. Is that so? YKO. I read in the newspaper that Miyamoto is set to marry your sister, said Ran, propping her chin in her hands. Addressing YKO in Class 2B at Tirin High School. Indeed, that is correct. My sister is indeed marrying Miyamoto, YKO confirmed. Oh, why do you call him Miyamoto now? I recall you previously referred to him as that person? Ran inquired, intrigued by the sudden shift in address. Well, it's not just that. Look at this. YKO proudly displayed her watch to Ran, her face beaming with delight. After YKO's enthusiastic explanation, envy glimmered in Ran's eyes. And their conversation soon took a different turn. At the detective agency, the inebriated uncle, awakening from his stupor, noticed the newspaper on the table and instantly became alert. Excellent. This fellow is getting married. That means my dear YKO will be safe. Meanwhile, Conan, who was enjoying a break due to school troubles, saw the news in the paper and felt a wave of elation. Fantastic. This means he won't compete with me for Ran. Yet, doubts crept into his mind. But why is this marriage between wealthy families being so widely reported? It struck him as rather unusual. Oh, perhaps that fellow named YZ will finally give up? He recalled a recent outing with Ayako where they encountered a wealthy heir. Kiyohisa couldn't help but shake his head. Honestly, if it weren't for their family's connection to mine and my father's intercession, that fellow would likely be sleeping soundly in Tokyo Bay by now. Still feeling uneasy, Kiyohisa resolved to take action, contemplating the possibility of undermining their family business. He thought of the consequences of his compassion, ultimately deciding to defy his father once more. At worst, I can send them all to the Miyamoto family sanatorium. That way, they will live in comfort, free from worry. With this thought, Kiyohisa retrieved a special phone from his safe. I'll leak some information about the Fujisawa family and stir the winds. I plan to harvest the rice soon. He uttered this cryptic remark without waiting for a response before hanging up. After locking the phone, he took out his regular device. Hello, is this Ayako? Rest assured, I will handle that matter properly. By the way, are you free tomorrow? Would you like to accompany me to a gathering? Oh, it's merely a gathering I cannot refuse due to relations. Don't worry, I'll just make an appearance, discuss a few matters, and leave. After receiving Ayako's reply, Kiyohisa hung up and sprawled out on the bed. As he closed his eyes and reopened them, the sun, having set for a while, was now urgently returning to its post. He first confirmed Ayako's schedule for the day before calling Shibata Hideo, recognizing that driving was best left to professionals. 20 minutes later, Shibata Hideo arrived at Kiyohisa's residence. Selecting a newly delivered modified sedan, the two men proceeded to the office. As previously discussed, the project concerning the deployment of 2G mobile phones can now be formally initiated. Please prepare a feasible report for me by this afternoon. Kiyohisa casually instructed as he reclined in his chair, his legs crossed, while department heads stood before him. Although Miyamoto Kiyohisa spoke quite casually, the expressions on the faces of the various department heads below were notably solemn. After all, this project was of paramount importance, representing a significant step in the Miyamoto Group's deepening of its communication network layout. By the way, bring me the latest model of the mobile phone. And remember to wrap it in a gift box to be delivered alongside the report. Once he saw the several project heads before him regain their composure, Miyamoto Kiyohisa casually instructed, yes. The chairman's secretary sitting nearby promptly responded. It seemed that Uncle was truly on the verge of a promotion. Opening his computer, he glanced at the news website he owned. The first thing that caught his eye was the personnel changes among the high-ranking officials of the Metropolitan Police Department. While the specific appointments had yet to be detailed, the departures were already confirmed, including the vice commissioner of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, who held a position above Miyamoto Masaki. If Miyamoto Masaki were to assume this role, although his title would not change, he would effectively become the second in command of the entire Tokyo police system, potentially vying for a higher position against the director of the Osaka Police Headquarters, Hattori Heizo, in the future. Summoning the head of the finance department, Miyamoto Kiyohisa instructed him to transfer 100 million yen from his personal account to fund his uncle's work expenses. With this financial maneuver, his position should be secure, right? Satisfied with his decision, and noticing the time was getting late, Miyamoto Kiyohisa called upon Shibata Hideo to experience the staff cafeteria together. After enduring a star-studded treatment, the two finally escaped from the battlefield-like cafeteria. It's truly unfortunate to be so talented. Even our own company has turned into a fan site. Wouldn't you agree, Hideo? Shibata Hideo remained silent. Due to his engagement, Miyamoto Kiyohisa's tone had unknowingly become more optimistic. Seeing Shibata Hideo's silence, he chuckled softly and returned to his office, while Shibata Hideo went back to his own workspace. At 2 in the afternoon, after a whole morning of discussions and a lunch break, a group of department heads who had yet to eat appeared in Miyamoto Kiyohisa's office. President, please take a look. The head of the planning department bowed at a 90-degree angle, presenting the report in his hands. After briefly reviewing the report and finding no significant issues, with all the points he desired addressed, Miyamoto Kiyohisa handed it to his secretary for proper formatting. You all did excellently. I assume you haven't had lunch yet? I've already arranged for food to be reserved for you in the cafeteria, so go eat. Your bonuses for this month have doubled. Long live the president. After a jubilant cheer, the crowd surged into the company cafeteria like a school of fish. Receiving the neatly packaged gift from his secretary, he called Shibata Hideo. It was time to pick up Ayako. 10 minutes later, the back seat of the car had an elegantly dressed young lady. Seeing Suzuki Ayako, whose appearance had dramatically changed, Miyamoto Kiyohisa couldn't help but feel puzzled. Ayako, do you have any plans later? Why are you dressed so? Noticing Miyamoto Kiyohisa's hesitation, Suzuki Ayako humphed. If I hadn't specifically inquired and known that the gathering you would attend today was the only one, would I have gone to such lengths to dress up? As she spoke, Miyamoto Kiyohisa caught a glimmer of coldness in her eyes. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he swallowed hard. I didn't expect you to find out. I brought you along to clarify our relationship. After all, the family once had ties with the Miyamoto family, and I couldn't directly refuse this gathering. With an awkward smile, he took Ayako's hand and spoke gently. Humph. Although she still huffed, she instinctively clung to Miyamoto Kiyohisa's arm. Soon, as the sun began to set, the car arrived at the parking lot. Leaving Shibata Hideo behind, Miyamoto Kiyohisa took Suzuki Ayako to the venue. Miyamoto Chairman, I didn't expect you to truly attend my daughter's birthday party. As soon as Miyamoto Kiyohisa stepped through the door, Chairman Suzuki greeted him with a loud smile. Upon hearing his arrival, the many guests present turned their curious gazes toward the entrance, forming a new opinion of Chairman Suzuki in their hearts. Although aware that he was being used, Miyamoto Kiyohisa did not mind much. After all, reputation is a renewable resource. One can use it as needed without any significant concern. Moreover, he would be leaving shortly, so he considered it a way to give the other party a leg up. We had made plans initially, but I have other matters to attend to, so I can't stay too long. Politely responding, he wrapped an arm around Ayako and offered his apologies. Noticing Suzuki Ayako, Chairman Suzuki managed a bitter smile. All right, but can you at least stay for dinner first? Allow me to extend a bit of hospitality. Without responding, Miyamoto Kiyohisa turned to look at Suzuki Ayako, and upon seeing her nod, he replied, Very well, thank you for the hospitality. At this moment, any remaining glimmer of hope in Chairman Suzuki's heart was extinguished. All right, Chairman Suzuki, you may resume your duties. Other guests still need to be attended to, and I will find a quiet spot. Scanning the surroundings, Miyamoto Kiyohisa chose a secluded corner and took a seat with Suzuki Ayako. Miyamoto brother, isn't that Conan over there? Just as they settled in, a young boy caught Ayako's attention. Conan? Looking at the little boy in a small suit with a bow tie swaying through the crowd, Miyamoto Kiyohisa felt a pang of anxiety. Ayako, just manage during the meal. Try not to eat too much. I'll take you to my exclusive hotel for dinner later. Observing the surroundings, fearing the food might be poisoned, Miyamoto Kiyohisa hurriedly advised Ayako. Soon, a mustached man appeared before Miyamoto Kiyohisa. It's really Muri Kagoro. This is a sure thing. With both death gods present, at least one or two would be taken away, either to the hospital or the crematorium. Is it really Mr. Muri? Should we greet them, Miyamoto brother? Seeing Muri Kagoro and Muri ran, Suzuki Ayako looked to Miyamoto Kiyohisa for guidance. Let's not greet them. Let's finish up early and return, as I have an ominous feeling. After observing the environment again, Miyamoto Kiyohisa felt increasingly uneasy and whispered to Ayako. Since entering, he had been sitting quietly in the corner, although some people in the venue had already recognized him. However, observing Miyamoto Kiyohisa's demeanor, it was evident that he did not wish to engage in excessive conversation. Consequently, everyone restrained their emotions and refrained from initiating discussions. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, an array of products was neatly arranged on the table, and the keen-eyed Miyamoto Kiyohisa noticed a familiar figure emerging from the inner room. Indeed, my instincts were accurate. It appeared that this dinner would be utterly unfeasible. As he watched Nikaido Yuji approach, Miyamoto Kiyohisa contemplated this internally. Regardless of their conversation, he remained fixated on Suzuki Ayako seated beside him, anxious that she might inadvertently touch something inappropriate. Suddenly, the lights in the living room extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. Miyamoto Kiyohisa abruptly rose, drawing Suzuki Ayako into his embrace, his eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously, striving to adjust to the dimness. Moments later, a beam of light illuminated the room as a dessert trolley bearing a cake was gently wheeled in for the candle-blowing ceremony. With a long sigh of relief, Miyamoto Kiyohisa settled back down with the perplexed Suzuki Ayako. Miyamoto and I, what just happened? You look rather flustered. And no, it's nothing. I merely felt a bit uneasy when the light suddenly went out. Is it true that you're afraid of the dark, Miyamoto and I? Upon hearing this, Suzuki Ayako couldn't help but stifle a laugh. That's not the case. When one is suddenly enveloped in darkness, their senses are at their most vulnerable, magnifying the potential for accidents and dangers. It was merely a necessary instinct for vigilance, Miyamoto Kiyohisa explained with a hint of exasperation, glancing at Suzuki Ayako, who was smiling. All right, your vigilance. However, Miyamoto and I, could you perhaps loosen your hold on me a bit? It's rather constricting, pointing to his right hand still resting on her waist. Suzuki Ayako chuckled. My apologies, it was instinctive. Miyamoto Kiyohisa awkwardly withdrew his hand. At that moment, in the center of the hall, Chairman Shimizu began introducing the renowned Kagoro Muri. Although the scene was somewhat comical and awkward, the naturally humorous Kagoro Muri adeptly navigated through it. Mr. Muri. You are simply adorable like this. One would hardly believe you are a great detective. Suzuki Ayako couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh at the unfolding spectacle. The banquet then commenced, Yet due to his prevailing sense of caution, Miyamoto Kiyohisa held onto Suzuki Ayako's hand, abstaining from partaking in the food laid before them. This peculiar behavior inevitably drew the attention of Conan, who was observant of his surroundings. However, upon realizing that the odd individual was indeed Miyamoto Kiyohisa, Conan chose to divert his focus elsewhere. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Miyamoto Kiyohisa once again took Suzuki Ayako's hand and approached Chairman Shimizu. Chairman Shimizu, may I have a moment of your time? I have something to discuss. Upon hearing his words, a radiant smile blossomed on Chairman Shimizu's face. Please, follow me. He gestured, leading them into a private room within the villa. Miyamoto-san, what brings you to seek me out? Despite their familial ties, the disparity in their social standings prompted Chairman Shimizu to adopt a humble demeanor. Please take a look at this. Handing over a carefully prepared gift, Miyamoto Kiyohisa beamed. Is this a mobile phone? Chairman Shimizu inquired, puzzled as he unwrapped the package. This is not merely an ordinary mobile phone. It is a device capable of internet connectivity. Although it is still in the experimental phase, I believe it will soon be market-ready, poised to dominate Japan's mobile market. Internet. Though not an avid internet user, Chairman Shimizu had kept a keen eye on this recent trend. However, in contrast to the large, square computers that existed in his memory, the sight of such a compact and exquisite mobile phone capable of accessing the internet was quite unexpected for Chairman Shich. It is true that, while current technology has not yet achieved the comprehensive browsing capabilities of a computer, this mobile device is more than adequate for mere text-based web browsing. Given the long-standing ties between the Shich family and our Miyamoto family, I propose selling a portion of this mobile phone's shares through your stores. However, the specifics of the shares will require Chairman Shich to visit our company for a meeting with our sales department staff. Really? I cannot thank you enough, Chairman Miyamoto. Chairman Shich exclaimed, bending deeply in a bow after briefly playing with the phone in his hand. Though it felt slightly embarrassing to bow to someone so much younger, the absence of others and the undeniable fact of Miyamoto's superior status made him feel at ease. After all, seeking profit is hardly shameful. Oh, by the way, I should mention that during the gathering, there was an individual named Nikaido Yuji whom I found quite displeasing. I would prefer not to see him again. So please take care of this matter. As he prepared to depart, Miyamoto Saikyu expressed his concerns to Chairman Shich, hoping to eliminate any potential future troubles stemming from his presence. Having completed these exchanges, he glanced at the darkening sky, the sun having completely set behind the mountains. And the distant forest now appeared ominously shadowed, evoking a sense of unease. Hand in hand with Ayako, he briskly made his way toward the parking lot. Upon reaching the parking area, before even stepping inside, Miyamoto Saikyu noticed a crowd gathering nearby. What has happened? Ayako Suzuki asked, her eyes wide with curiosity as she observed the commotion. Wait a moment, there are too many people over there. Let me first ask Hideo, he replied, hesitating as he surveyed the complex scene surrounding the parking lot. After a moment's consideration, he decided against entering and instead took out his phone to call Shibata Hideo. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, Hideo? I see a large crowd near the parking lot. What is going on? The cacophony on the other end was palpable. Brother Saikyu, someone has intentionally slashed the tires of several cars in the parking lot, and some vehicles have been damaged. The sound of a car door closing suggested that Shibata Hideo had settled into his vehicle, and the noise diminished significantly. Let me think. It wouldn't happen to be a luxury car, would it? I suspect it's the work of someone with a deep-seated resentment towards the affluent, Miyamoto Saikyu mused, drawing upon his understanding of the world around him. No, I don't believe that is the case. I was sitting in my car at the time, and the vehicle that was damaged was just in front of me. Although it was somewhat dark, I saw everything clearly. The individual responsible did not resemble the type you described, and their actions seemed to be driven by a specific intent. Shibata Hideo offered his insight. Well, you make a valid point. Moreover, a truly envious person wouldn't target just one car, especially since our vehicle is undoubtedly a high-end model. The assailant's selective targeting suggests ulterior motives. By the way, Hideo, do you know who owns the damaged vehicle? Brother, according to security, it appears to belong to Shijrika, who is celebrating her birthday here today. For some reason, Shibata Hideo lowered his voice when he said this. I thought as much. Given that individual's character, it was only a matter of time before someone sought revenge, and it seems that day has arrived. Very well, Hideo. Please retrieve the vehicle and park it discreetly in the woods, then come to the villa. After a moment of contemplation, Miyamoto Saikyu resolved to delay his departure. Ayako. Something is likely to unfold here shortly, so let us wait a while longer. After ending the call, he turned to the curious Ayako Suzuki and offered an explanation. Before long, the imposing figure of Shibata Hideo approached them. Under the watchful gaze of onlookers, the three of them returned to the villa. Inside, they learned of the events that had transpired in the parking lot, and discussions regarding their next steps were underway. Upon seeing Miyamoto Kiyohisa and his companions enter, Chairman Shige greeted them with a warm smile. "Chairman Miyamoto, do you have further business?" "I have nothing pressing, but I must inform everyone present, especially your daughter, that she may soon find herself in a predicament." "What do you mean, Chairman?" Shige inquired, gripping Kiyohisa's left hand in urgency. "My brother is correct. I witnessed this individual intentionally damaging a vehicle's tires in the parking lot." Shibata Hideo stepped forward, pointing accusingly at Akai Takashi, who stood among the crowd. "Takashi, why?" Those standing beside him instinctively recoiled as if from a plague. Yet one person appeared skeptical, questioning, "How can you accuse me based solely on this man's word? Who even are you?" Despite the revelation, Akai Takashi continued to argue. "Takashi, there is no need for denial. This gentleman is a distinguished guest of the Miyamoto conglomerate. Do you truly believe he would fabricate such an accusation against you?" Chairman Shige interrupted sternly, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk. "Ah, I was simply careless, failing to inspect thoroughly, and now I've been caught." With the chairman's trust evidently eroded, Akai Takashi surrendered to self-deprecation and began to explain himself. Minutes later, having grasped the situation, Chairman Shige cast a reproachful glance at his daughter before turning away from the hall. "This matter ends here, Takashi. I believe Yaeko would not want you to become a murderer. Let us cease this before it escalates further." Listening attentively, the elder Nani offered her counsel to Akai Takashi. Just as the assembly was still processing Akai's account, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed into the hall, visibly distressed. "Chairman, there is an emergency. What has occurred? Why the panic?" Chairman Shige emerged from a back room, his expression darkening. Among the guests who attended the gathering, several have shown signs of poisoning and have lost consciousness. They've already been taken to the hospital. Initial diagnoses indicate food poisoning, and it appears to have been induced by foul play. The man spoke rapidly, stumbling over his words. However, the crowd was still able to discern what had transpired. "Ah!" Suddenly, a cry of astonishment erupted. Nikaido Yuji clutched his stomach with both hands, feigning an expression of excruciating pain. "I think I have been poisoned too. Please save me," he exclaimed. "Brother, this fellow is merely pretending." Upon hearing the others' robust cries for help, Shibata Hideo immediately whispered to Miyamoto Kiyohisa. However, after experiencing the narration by Ichijai Ryu, the impression of Nikaido Yuichi among the crowd was rather unfavorable. Consequently, apart from Lon and Conan, none of them took his plea for help seriously. As Lon reached for the landline to call for an ambulance, Miyamoto Kiyohisa intervened, pulling out his own phone to contact the Miyamoto Second Central Hospital. Half an hour later, an ambulance arrived at the villa, and several robust medical personnel disembarked. After Kiyohisa signaled with a gesture, they loaded Nikaido Yuichi into the emergency vehicle. "All right, President Sui. I must take my leave now. I trust you will manage the repercussions of this incident effectively so it does not disrupt our forthcoming collaboration." With a burden lifted from his heart, Kiyohisa expressed his intention to depart once more. Observing the sequence of events from a distance, Conan suddenly felt as though he had overlooked something significant, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Yet, witnessing Kiyohisa's intervention to prevent a murder case brought him some solace, and he involuntarily developed a slight fondness for Kiyohisa. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived and arrested Ichijai Ryu on charges of attempted murder. With President Sui's intervention, Rika Sui was ultimately taken away on charges of involuntary manslaughter. As Conan watched the police vehicle depart, his sense of loss deepened. However, when Lon scooped him up in her arms, that feeling vanished without a trace. With that, the incident seemed to draw to a close, except for Nikaido Yuichi, who was sent to the hospital and awaited arrest for the charge of intentional homicide. All other involved parties had concluded their roles in the case. The following day, as police officers visited the hospital, the doctor responsible for Nikaido's treatment wore an apologetic expression. "I am terribly sorry, officer. Given Mr. Nikaido's current condition, he will likely be unable to bear any charges. The delay in his medical attention yesterday has resulted in irreversible damage to his brain, leading to severe mental disturbances." The doctor then guided the police to Nikaido Yuichi's ward. There, they found Nikaido disheveled, clad in a hospital gown, and restrained on the bed with several ropes, occasionally emitting low, beast-like growls. Upon seeing the visitors, he thrashed about wildly, shaking the bed violently, appearing utterly deranged. Faced with such a sight, the visiting officers could only return to the station for further instructions. The doctor closed the ward door and, at that moment, a look of pity crossed his face. This fellow must have had the audacity to offend the president. It is no surprise he has ended up in such a state after spending the entire day at the reversal center. As the doctor contemplated the terrifying implications of this situation, he shuddered and quietly locked the door before departing. Meanwhile, Kiyohisa received a call from the director of the neurology department at the Miyamoto 7th Central Hospital. President, the reversal treatment was remarkably successful. Currently, Nikaido Yuichi has completely become a mentally incapacitated individual. Hearing the tone on the other end, Kiyohisa could almost envision the director bowing and scraping. Excellent work. Your bonus for this month will be doubled. Having offered a brief commendation, Kiyohisa noted that the director had not yet ended the call, prompting his curiosity. Is there anything else? President, during the reversal treatment yesterday, an incident occurred. Nikaido revealed that he had poisoned part of the food during the gathering, intending to assassinate you. After a moment's hesitation, the neurology director relayed what he had heard. Haha, just as I suspected. So he bears no psychological burden now, does he? Faced with someone capable of indiscriminate murder for personal gain. Upon hearing this news, Kiyohisa remained remarkably calm, given the circumstances and the underlying animosity. It would have been more suspicious if Nikaido had not attempted something. All right, I have other matters to attend to. If there is nothing further, I shall hang up. After a prolonged silence from the other end, Kiyohisa concluded the call. Subsequently, having narrowly escaped becoming a victim once more, Kiyohisa opted to work from home, managing internal company affairs through phone calls and emails. At the headquarters of the Miyamoto Group, Kiyohisa's secretary sighed in exasperation upon receiving a call from their president. Goodness. The president has begun again. It seems there is much work ahead. Time passed in this manner over the course of 7 days. One morning, as Kiyohisa prepared for remote work, he noticed an incoming call on his personal phone. Oh, is that you, Yoko? What is going on? Being somewhat detached from the outside world, Kiyohisa felt perplexed, setting aside his office phone to answer the call. Yoko, what brings you to call me suddenly? Brother Kiyohisa. It's been ages since you last visited me. I'm planning a concert, and I want you to come. With a slightly teasing tone, Yoko expressed her intent. A concert, you say? Let me think. Suddenly, a vision of a mustachioed uncle flashed into Kiyohisa's mind. Actually, I think I'll pass. I'll come celebrate with you at the victory banquet after the concert instead. Knowing the lethal consequences of unresolved relationships, Kiyohisa declined Yoko's invitation without hesitation. Humph. Now that you have a fiancé, you want to even support my concert? Even through the phone, Kiyohisa could sense the resentment in her voice. Haha. That is not it. It's just that the company has urgent projects, and I can't spare the time. Kiyohisa chuckled, conveniently ignoring the fact that he had been working from home for a week. Oh, by the way, Brother Kiyohisa, the day after tomorrow is the weekend. I'm not sure if you're free, but a friend S band is holding a celebration banquet due to the concert's success, and they specifically invited you. A talented composer and lyricist. A band? I'm sorry, but I've been quite busy lately and haven't heard much about it. Oh, come on, Brother Kiyohisa. You should get out more. You can't stay cooped up at home all the time. With that statement, Yoko inadvertently revealed her awareness of Kiyohisa's continuous home office routine. Yoko, tell me, who instructed you to make this request of me? Kiyohisa's tone rose sharply. Oh dear, I'm sorry, I let it slip. A look of embarrassment immediately graced Yoko's face. All right, Brother Kiyohisa, it's not my fault. It was actually Ayako who suggested this to me. Upon hearing the change in Kiyohisa's tone, Yoko quickly chose to throw her teammate under the bus. Ayako? Upon hearing that name, Miyamoto Kiyohisa suddenly recalled that it had been a week since he last encountered his fiancée. Consequently, his tone inadvertently softened. Really, if you wish to invite me, why not speak directly? Instead of taking such a convoluted route, you could have simply told Ayako that I would attend the celebration party 2 days hence. Before long, the appointed day arrived. Although it was meant to be a date, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had not forgotten to request Shibata Hideo to drive him. Given that there were 3 of them, they opted for a conventional sedan rather than an impractical sports car. After more than half an hour, the 2 arrived at the entrance of the Suzuki residence. Are you going too? Observing Sonoko standing beside Ayako Suzuki, Kiyohisa Miyamoto felt an unsettling premonition. Wait, Sonoko. Is it possible that Ran and Conan will join us soon? Suddenly, a scenario flashed through Miyamoto's mind, prompting him to swiftly turn to the front seat and inquire. Sonoko, happily chatting with her older sister, responded with a tone of nonchalance. Of course, We made plans a week ago. Otherwise, why would I come with you? Am I supposed to play the third wheel? Indeed, Sunoko's answer confirmed Miyamoto's inner thoughts. Please look into the details of the idol singer Tatsuya Kimura for me, and try to send all the information within half an hour. As the two in the back seat resumed their conversation, Miyamoto took out his phone and called the information department of the Haijui Security Company. After receiving confirmation, he gestured to Hideo Shibata to drive slowly, indicating that they should wait for the information before proceeding further. Hey, Sunoko, are we really going to their celebration empty-handed? Shouldn't we prepare some gifts? Sensing that the remaining journey might not last until the information arrived, Miyamoto quickly sought an excuse to delay their arrival. No need. This celebration is quite private, so they don't expect gifts. Just showing up is enough. Although curious about Miyamoto's sudden concern for attending the celebration, Sunoko replied accordingly. Having failed one plan, Miyamoto devised another. Ayako, you left home so early this morning? You must be tired. How about we find a CAF to rest for a while? Attending a celebration sounds exhausting. It's all right. Kiyohisa, I had a good rest last night. But if you feel tired, then finding a CAF to relax sounds nice. Hearing Ayako's words, which indicated her preparation for this celebration, Miyamoto could no longer suggest looking for a CAF to rest. It seems that fortune is not without its perils. One cannot escape their fate. After pondering for a long while without a viable solution, Miyamoto resigned himself to face whatever lay ahead. Despite Hideo Shibata's efforts to control the speed, the car's excellent performance and the accommodating traffic allowed them to arrive ahead of schedule. Damn it. A good car isn't always a blessing. There were no other vehicles to impede us on the way. Complaining inwardly, Miyamoto smiled as he opened the back door and extended his left hand to assist Ayako out of the car. At that moment, two figures, one tall and one short, were already waiting at the entrance of the venue not far ahead. Ran. Sunoko called out excitedly as she got out of the car and rushed towards them. Miyamoto signaled Hideo Shibata to find a place to park while he walked toward the venue with Ayako. Kiyohisa, Sunoko, and Reiko, you all made it. Ran greeted them with a smile upon seeing the three approaching. Hello, Ran and Conan, Miyamoto said, playfully ruffling Conan's hair. Let's hurry inside. Tatsuya Kimura and the others have already arrived and are setting up. Noticing Sunoko still scanning the area for Tatsuya, Ran directly prompted her. Oh, why didn't you say so? Let's go in quickly, Tatsuya. My Tatsuya. In an instant, Sunoko's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she urged everyone forward in a rather anxious manner. Sunoko, mind your image out here. Miyamoto reminded her while giving her shoulder a gentle pat. That's right, Sunoko. If Mom and Dad find out, you'll hear about it, Ran added. Oh, come on. We haven't even entered yet, and you're already teaming up to bully me, big sister. Sunoko feigned a pitiful expression, showcasing her impressive acting skills. Tatsuya Kimura is coming out. In response to the situation, Miyamoto simply stated. Sunoko's demeanor shifted dramatically, her face lighting up as she craned her neck to look around. Where is he? Where is my Tatsuya? She muttered while scanning the surroundings. Just kidding. He hasn't come out yet. Did you forget they just went inside to set up? Miyamoto couldn't help but facepalm at Sunoko's antics. Having a sister-in-law like her was undoubtedly a challenge. After about 10 minutes, a punk boy dressed in a flamboyant style emerged from the inner room. Everyone, please come in. The setup is complete. Tatsuya Kimura. Both Ran and Sunoko exclaimed, striking a fangirl pose with their arms raised and legs bent. What is happening? Have we already entered the era of flamboyant styles? Miyamoto thought to himself, unimpressed by the non-mainstream appearance of the newcomer. Ignoring the excited squeals of Ran and Sunoko, Tatsuya approached Miyamoto. You must be President Miyamoto, whom Yoko-san has spoken so highly of. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. His humble tone immediately elevated Miyamoto's impression of him. Indeed, I am Kiyohisa Miyamoto. You are quite impressive yourself, making a name for yourself in the music industry. Your talent is commendable. Acknowledging him with a compliment, Miyamoto felt it unnecessary to delve into the specifics of Tatsuya's musical genre. After all, flattery need not be precisely tailored. A grand gesture suffices. Ignoring Sunoko's sulking, Tatsuya entered the venue alongside Miyamoto. Though termed a celebration, it was essentially a gathering under the guise of one, attended by band members and friends. Consequently, the well-decorated venue soon transformed into a karaoke stage, with everyone taking turns to sing. It wasn't until Conan showcased his vocal talents that the group finally took a break. What's that smell? Upon returning from the restroom and before settling next to Ayako, Miyamoto detected an unpleasant odor. Searching around, he found nothing unusual. So he began checking his phone. At this moment, the information regarding Tatsuya Kimura had been sent to Miyamoto's phone. It seems that even a casual outing is fraught with complications. Reviewing the information about Tatsuya Kimura and the assessments from the information department, Miyamoto couldn't help but shake his head. Such occurrences are the bane of romance. In order to take precautions, Miyamoto Kiyohisa decided to call the nearest Miyamoto 3rd Central Hospital, requesting a few medical personnel to come over. Everyone, please wait a moment. There are a few matters I wish to clarify. As the group returned to the room, Kiyohisa clapped his hands to garner their attention. Miyamoto-san, is there something you need? Ayako, sitting nearby, looked at him with curiosity. Honestly, what a fine date, and now this unfortunate situation arises. Hey, that kid Kimura, I'm talking to you. You mustn't be so haughty. Otherwise, when trouble strikes, it may be too late for regrets. What do you mean by that? Before Kimura Daisuke could respond, his steadfast fan, Yoko, eagerly began to question Kiyohisa. What do you mean? I'm saying that this kid Kimura's life may soon be in peril. Upon hearing this, the previously bewildered Kimura Daisuke could no longer remain composed. Even if you were a renowned musician, saying such things about me would certainly anger anyone. Clearly, Kimura Daisuke was unaware of Kiyohisa's true identity. He only knew him as the musician he had heard about from Yoshino Hiroko. Is that not the case? You clearly miss the old band. You clearly admire the band members. You clearly love those around you. Yet you persistently speak harshly. Do you not consider yourself haughty? Thus, I find individuals of such pride most irksome. As Kiyohisa spoke, the others turned their focus toward Kimura Daisuke. Do you truly love those around you? Ariko, with a love-struck demeanor, seemed only to catch the latter part of Kiyohisa's statement, eagerly pressing for more details. Yoko, I ask you, could you refrain from interrupting me with your novel interpretations while I speak? Kiyohisa gently pushed Yoko aside to continue. Moreover, the reason I say your life is in jeopardy is that you should take a whiff of your right hand. Remember to use the method taught by your high school teacher, or you might injure your nose. Method? Could it be? Sitting beside Ran, Conan suddenly had a terrifying thought. Without hesitation, he broke free from Ran's grasp and dashed to Kimura Daisuke's side, leaning in to gently sniff his right hand. Witnessing Conan's actions, Kiyohisa felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Had he not just instructed to use the proper method? How could this boy forget so quickly? Moreover, was the Grim Reaper's constitution truly so formidable? Would approaching directly to inhale volatile cyanide not harm the nasal mucosa? In summary, this unscientific yet quintessentially Conan-like phenomenon left Kiyohisa at a loss for words. This whirlwind of thoughts flashed through Kiyohisa's mind. Meanwhile, having confirmed the scent, Conan's face displayed a momentary expression of alarm. It smells like potassium cyanide. It appears someone intends to kill you. With an unnaturally mature tone, Conan's words sent a chill down his spine. Turning around, he found himself under the gaze of more than 3 pairs of eyes, all fixed intently upon him. Conan, how did you know that? Ran asked with a smile. It's from the television. I heard a program mention that cyanide has a distinct bitter almond scent. Just now, I detected it on Daisuke's sleeve, and combined with what Miyamoto-san said, I was able to conclude it. Seeing through Ran's smile the true emotions she concealed, Conan hastily employed his charm and the television excuse to barely escape the situation. Is that so? Although Ran still held some skepticism, the focus was no longer on Conan given the unfolding events. As the crowd was about to call the police, Kiyohisa directed his gaze towards the band's manager. Terahara Mari. Also, individuals like you who are so meek, who cannot even speak up, I hold in considerable disdain. How deeply insecure must you be? Are you so resigned to ruin the one you love rather than express your own feelings? Mari-san? Could it be? The others turned their attention to Terahara Mari. Indeed, if my suspicions are correct, she must be the one who administered the poison. But why? The kind-hearted Ran could hardly believe it, and Ayako, sitting beside her, was equally curious. Because I have always loved Daisuke, ever since our school days. Kneeling, Terahara Mari's voice trembled with emotion. Yet, as his popularity soared, I felt increasingly unworthy of him. In my desperation to stand by his side, I even resorted to cosmetic surgery. Yet still, he speaks harshly to me. Am I truly so unworthy in your eyes? As she spoke, tears streamed down Terahara Mari's face, fixed on the bewildered Kimura Daisuke. No, that is not it, Mari. That is not what I meant. Kimura Daisuke appeared utterly flustered. Mari, you've misunderstood Daisuke. He has always been someone whose words don't match his heart. He merely wishes for you to be yourself, not to change unwillingly for him. He has always said this to us privately. The former band leader, now the manager of the establishment, intervened to explain on Daisuke's behalf. Is that true, Daisuke? Hearing these explanations, Terahara Mari looked at Kimura Daisuke with hope in her eyes. Mari. Instinctively murmuring her name, Kimura Daisuke nodded. At this moment, the beautiful guitarist, Mieko, also joined in. Though I hate to admit it, Daisuke indeed rejected my advances because of you. I'm sorry, Daisuke. Upon hearing these words, Terahara Mari could no longer hold back her tears, which flowed freely down her cheeks, splattering onto the floor. Watching this scene unfold, Kiyohisa shook his head. Goodness, what a fine date ruined. However, upon observing Ayako, who was deeply moved just like Xiaolan, Kiyohisa Miyamoto finally revealed a smile. His gaze then fell upon Enko, who was weeping due to the loss of her beloved, prompting a rather unkind grin to spread across Kiyohisa's lips. Subsequently, under the insistence of Mari Terahara, the police were summoned. However, due to the absence of significant consequences in the understanding of those involved, the matter concluded with merely a cautionary admonition. Despite the numerous unexpected events that marred the morning's itinerary and affected the mood, the afternoon excursion to the cinema rendered the day's date relatively successful. In the days that followed, as the time since the initial victimization gradually elapsed, Kiyohisa Miyamoto began to emerge from his safe haven. He would occasionally visit the office or venture out with Ayako to nurture their relationship. Thus, in Kiyohisa's perception, more than 10 days slipped by. Yet the date displayed on his phone indicated that over a month had passed. Ding-ling-ling. The phone resting on the table abruptly rang. Huh? Who could it be? Do they not realize that I am on a day off? Groggily rising from bed, Kiyohisa picked up his phone and glanced at it. Huh. Why is Uncle calling me so early in the morning? Is something the matter, Yashiki Uncle? Ha ha ha, Kiyohisa, thanks to the breeze you once stirred. I have successfully risen in rank. From today onward, you may address me as the Deputy Director of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. The cheerful voice from the other end of the line filled Kiyohisa's ears. Is that so? Congratulations, Yashiki Uncle. With this advancement, it is conceivable that you might have the opportunity to assume that position once Director Shirama steps down. Ha ha, not quite yet. Compared to Minister Habra from Osaka, I believe my only advantage is being a native of Tokyo. Despite his elation, Yashiki Miyamoto maintained a remarkably clear-eyed understanding of his situation. Well, one can never be too certain. Given the personalities of those in higher positions, they may not solely consider merit and achievements. Kiyohisa scoffed with disdain. Moreover, Uncle, you have me backing you. After all, I am the man once hailed as the king of the financial world. In this country, many matters ultimately hinge upon the influence one wields. As he spoke, Kiyohisa's tone brimmed with confidence. Ha ha. That is indeed true. It is precisely due to you that I have this opportunity. Otherwise, who knows if I would have secured this position. Acknowledging the substantial assistance from his nephew and brother, Yashiki Miyamoto was far from arrogant. Oh, by the way, I heard that Minister Habara's son is coming to Tokyo soon. He mentioned it during our conversation a few days ago. I hear he is quite skilled in kendo. Are you interested in meeting him? Minister Habara's son? The phrase Osaka Black Chick instantly flashed in Kiyohisa's mind. Certainly. Uncle, when he arrives, please have Hideo pick him up. It would save him the trouble of finding accommodation in Tokyo. Kiyohisa held a favorable impression of Heiji Hattori, although he was also part of the Grim Reaper circle. In comparison to Conan and Kagero Muri, this Osaka Black Chick seemed far more likely to procure a reprieve. All right. I shall inform Hideo of this good news and mention it to you as well. With that, Yashiki Miyamoto ended the call. With Uncle Yashiki's success, Kiyohisa pondered when he would receive news from his father. After hanging up, he took a moment to collect his thoughts. However, unlike the police department, which has a strict promotion pathway, the appointments of ministers within the parliament are governed by alternative means. Particularly, Masato Kamamoto faces considerable obstacles in his advancement, as he is not particularly favored by the conservative faction led by Prime Minister. In light of this, in order to further his career, Kamamoto has diligently cultivated his influence within the parliament, discreetly inserting numerous key officials into various government positions. Of course, the primary funding for all these endeavors comes solely from Kiyohisa Kamamoto. Setting aside these matters for the moment, during a break, Kiyohisa Kamamoto arranged to accompany Ayako Suzuki to an art exhibition, allowing her to become acquainted with a portion of his overt business ventures. The day unfolded without incident, as there were no notable occurrences in elementary or high schools, and the crime rate on the streets of Tokyo had noticeably diminished. Around 9 in the morning, a call from Hideo Shibata reached Kiyohisa Kamamoto. Kiyohisa, the son of Minister Hattori, has arrived. Where should I take him? Ah, has he come today? In that case, bring him over first, and let's ascertain his intentions, Kiyohisa replied, lightly caressing his phone. Half an hour later, the display screen on the wall before Kiyohisa illuminated with the figures of Hideo Shibata and a young man. I wonder how he looks. He is indeed quite dark. Although Kiyohisa had heard about Heiji Hattori's dark complexion, seeing him in person for the first time still elicited a curious reaction, not allowing the newcomer to wait long. Kiyohisa promptly activated the elevator. Before long, the elevator doors opened to reveal a shadowy figure rushing out towards Kiyohisa. What is the deal with this place? It resembles a safe house. Have you been threatened recently? As the elevator doors parted, the figure questioned. Ha, it's not like that. It was built this way simply out of personal preference. So what do you think of my residence? If you like it, you could stay here for a while. The lower floors are vacant, Kiyohisa inquired with a smile, unfazed by the commentary on his home. Forget it. Living alone in such a large house would drive me insane. Heiji quickly dismissed, clearly resistant. Very well then. If that's the case, you'll have to stay at one of the Kamamoto family's hotels, of course, with complimentary meals and lodging. No worries. I'm not particularly concerned about accommodations, Heiji responded, his eyes lighting up at the mention of free meals, having brought little money to Tokyo. By the way, is there anything else on your agenda today? If not, I heard your kendo skills are quite impressive. Would you care to spar? Upon hearing Kiyohisa's suggestion, Hideo Shibata instinctively shrank back, retreating to the corner of the room. Please don't agree to that, or you'll surely be in for a beating, he silently warned. Oblivious to whether his words reached Heiji. I can't do that, Kiyohisa. I came to Tokyo with a purpose. Do you know where Shinichi Kudo lives? I'm specifically here to find him. Shinichi Kudo? Although I am unaware of his current whereabouts, I believe I can direct you to a place where you might uncover some clues. Kiyohisa recalled pertinent details about the ongoing case. The victim was a diplomat, notably a member of the conservative faction, and seemed to harbor scandalous secrets that could allow his father to place personnel within the foreign ministry, simultaneously tarnishing the conservatives' reputation. Truly a stroke of fortune. Really? Please take me there. Without a trace of hesitation, Heiji implored upon hearing Kiyohisa's response. How about this? I had planned to entertain you today anyway, so let us go together. I haven't visited Mr. Muri in a while, so it's an opportune moment. Supporting his chin with his right hand, Kiyohisa contemplated a reason that sounded quite reasonable. Hideo, I'll be counting on you. Let us take that special edition vehicle today. Well, Kiyohisa, I hadn't noticed before, but your garage is truly luxurious, filled with high-end cars. Yet, they seem different from what you see on the market. Heiji exclaimed as he surveyed the garage, eyes wide with wonder. Oh, these are mostly custom-made models provided by car manufacturers. Naturally, they differ from the standard market offerings. Kiyohisa chuckled at Heiji's exuberance. All right, Kiyohisa, Heiji, let us get in the car. As Heiji marveled at the array of luxury vehicles, a car approximately 7 meters long came to a stop before them, and Hideo called out to them from the lowered window. Wow, Kiyohisa, you certainly know how to indulge. The interior must have cost a fortune, Heiji remarked, touching the leather seats as if he were a country bumpkin witnessing luxury for the first time. Hattori. As the son of Minister Hattori, could you perhaps refrain from such exaggerated reactions? It makes you appear inexperienced, Kiyohisa, who preferred a quieter demeanor, couldn't help but tease. Ah. Oh. Heiji realized he may have spoken too much, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. The journey proceeded in silence, and they soon arrived at Mifune Town. However, due to the complex road conditions within the Rainflower Pavilion, the lengthy vehicle faced difficulties navigating the area. Since Hideo was also unfamiliar with the local road conditions, they parked outside, and Kiyohisa led Heiji towards the Muri Detective Agency, leaving Hideo in the car to protect it from any potential mishaps. Gently pressing the doorbell, Kiyohisa turned to Heiji, explaining, "This is it, the Muri Detective Agency. Although I don't know where Shinichi Kudo is at present, I believe Ran Muri, as his girlfriend, should have some information. Is that so?" So this guy has a girlfriend, Heiji mused. Hey, Kiyohisa, could you refrain from spreading rumors based on what Yoko said? Who said I was that detective's girlfriend? Just then, the door swung open, revealing a steam-emitting figure with a flushed face, who asked Kiyohisa, Ah, Ran, what's the matter? Is that not the case? I've heard many people say that. Of course not. Ran's face reddened further, but her peripheral vision caught sight of a man strikingly similar to Shinichi Kudo. Oh, Kiyohisa, who is this? Oh, this is Heiji Hattori, the son of a friend of my uncle, visiting Tokyo, but his main purpose is to meet Shinichi Kudo, as he hasn't heard from him lately. Hattori Heiji, standing nearby, was pulled into the doorway, fully revealing himself. Looking for Shinichi? You might as well come in first. Noticing the awkwardness of having both of them standing at the threshold, Ran quickly opened the door wider, inviting them inside. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain where Shinichi has gone, but he did call me earlier. It seems he has caught a cold. With her right hand supporting her chin, Ran pondered thoughtfully. Just then, the office door swung open with a sudden sneeze. Conan, really? Have you also caught a cold? Is it the season for colds now? Upon seeing the small figure that entered, Ran hurriedly adjusted Conan's attire. Let us not worry about this little rascal for now. Earlier, you mentioned that Kudo had called you. Could you share what he spoke about during the call? Hattori Heiji inquired, stepping closer to Ran. Not much, really. He talked about an intriguing detective novel he has been reading, then about the baseball league, and finally asked how my classmates were doing and what had been happening. And did he inquire about you specifically? My situation? Well, considering your question, it seems Shinichi was mostly focused on his own matters and never really asked about mine. After a moment of reflection, Ran suddenly recognized an overlooked point. Typically, this situation would arise under two possibilities. Either Kudo has ceased to care about her, which seems implausible given that he still calls, or he has been right beside her all along, aware of everything happening in her life, hence not feeling the need to ask. As Hattori Heiji rushed to the window and peered outside, he explained, this could only mean. His words left everyone, except for Miyamoto Kiyohisa, in a state of astonishment. Who exactly are you? Inquired Kagero Muri from his office chair. My name is Hattori Heiji, a high school detective like Kudo Shinichi. Ignoring the shock on Muri, Kagero, and Ran's faces, Conan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, having someone suddenly appear at the office, inquiring about his whereabouts, inevitably triggered thoughts of the Black Organization. However, if he were a detective, then all would be well. I am Kudo Shinichi. One is known as Kudo from Kanto, and the other is Hattori from Kansai, are often compared. But I haven't heard any news about Kudo lately, which is why I wanted to see him and check if something has happened. Oh, by the way, little brother, I have a special remedy for colds. Opening his satchel, Hattori Heiji poured a glass of white liquor and handed it to Conan. Upon seeing Conan take the transformation experience card, a smile crept across Miyamoto Kiyohisa's face. After a bit more idle chatter, the doorbell rang once again behind them. However, when Conan entered earlier, the door was not closed. After the doorbell rang, the person outside simply walked in. Is this how your detective agency treats guests? No one came out when the doorbell rang? A woman, approximately 50 years old, pushed the door open, complaining as she entered. Excellent. The subject of the scandal has arrived. After listening to the woman's self-introduction and ignoring the happenings inside, Kiyohisa Miyamoto slowly stepped out, taking out his phone to make calls to his affiliated newspaper and hospital. After hanging up, he returned indoors. Father, I have paved the way for you. It is up to you how you proceed now. Hey, Miyamoto, I need to accompany Mr. Muri for a while, so I want to be with you temporarily. After a while, when the people inside had concluded their discussions and were ready to leave, Heiji Hattori ran over to Kiyohisa Miyamoto to apologize. It's fine, you all go ahead. By the way, take this phone. It has my and Hideyu's numbers saved. Once the matter is settled, just call Hideyu, and we will come to pick you up. Handing Heiji a classic model of a phone, Kiyohisa then turned and left the agency. Upon returning to the street corner, he found Shuya Shibata and took a seat in the back of the car. He asked Shibata not to start the engine just yet and retrieved his phone again, dialing a number he hadn't called in a long time. Why are you calling me today of all days? I'm surprised to hear from you. On the other end of the line, Masato Miyamoto's delighted tone was palpable even through the phone line. I have a serious matter to discuss. How did your attempt to arrange personnel with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs go the other day? No success, I presume? Why do you ask this suddenly? But you're right. Those people are utterly unyielding. Some of them can barely make ends meet at home yet still act so high and mighty. It's quite laughable. There was a hint of disdain in Masato's voice. These people just want to maintain their aristocratic status and live as the elite forever. Such a thing is simply unrealistic. I have a good opportunity for you. There's a diplomat named Tamura, and something might happen today. I've set the stage. What happens next is up to you. Kiyohisa revealed the information to Masato, urging him to prepare early. Tamura? That must be Tamura Isamu. All right, I understand. Don't worry, I'll handle it. There was a brief silence before Kiyohisa heard a sound of reassurance, indicating Masato's satisfaction with the news and his confidence in handling the situation. Shortly after, Masato hung up, presumably to prepare for the upcoming events. Kiyohisa, How did you know that diplomat named Tamura would have an incident today? Could it be? Shodo, who had been listening intently, could not help but feel perplexed. Sho, there are things I haven't discussed with you, but today is the time for you to know. Indeed. Brother, you have cultivated other hidden forces in the shadows? Shuo maintained a calm demeanor, pretending he had already suspected as much. What are you thinking, Shuo? That is not what I meant. I want to tell you that there are indeed many things in this world that cannot be explained by science. For instance, these three individuals, Kagoro Muri, Conan Adagawa, and Heiji Hattori, wherever they appear, the frequency of incidents escalates dramatically. How could that be? Brother Kiyohisa, I am someone who has passed the police examination. Please do not regard me as an ignorant fool. Shodo, a firm believer in materialism, retorted. If you don't believe it, let us wait and see. Let us look at the latest case. The place where those three are headed today is the residence of the diplomat Tamura I mentioned earlier. Let us see what unfolds. It doesn't matter, Kiyohisa replied confidently with a smirk. Unyielding in his convictions, Hideo Shibata immediately directed the vehicle towards the residence of the diplomat in Tamamura. Brother, let us agree on this. If nothing goes awry, you must refrain from intervening. His tone, tinged with a hint of apprehension, was directed towards Kiyohisa Miyamoto, who sat in the passenger seat. Oh dear, Hideo, what do you take me for? I am a law-abiding citizen and would never engage in such conduct. Miyamoto retorted with a feigned innocence. Hideo mused silently, recalling the past instances when Miyamoto had taken advantage of their sparring sessions. The two traveled in silence, soon spotting a vehicle carrying the harbingers of death ahead. Suddenly, a small truck barreled through the guardrail, heading directly towards the car occupied by Kiyohisa. Kiyohisa, brace yourself. Hideo, an experienced driver, murmured. With a calm demeanor, he sharply turned the steering wheel, executing a flawless drift to evade the impending collision. Wait, Kiyohisa. This doesn't appear to be an accident. Hideo observed as the truck came to a halt, then abruptly reversed and accelerated toward them again. No worries, you drive. And I'll handle him, Kiyohisa declared, rapping his knuckles on the armrest beside him. A hidden compartment beneath his seat sprang open, revealing a fully assembled L-115A3 rifle chambered in. .338 Lapua Magnum, already loaded. With a practiced motion, he pulled back the bolt, aimed at the rear tire of the pursuing vehicle, and gently squeezed the trigger. The suppressed weapon discharged, igniting a flash, and the truck began to roll over, skidding across the pavement for several dozen meters. Job well done. Let us move. After witnessing the truck's disfigured state, Kiyohisa returned to the vehicle, stowing the rifle back into the compartment. The compartment retracted smoothly beneath the seat as Kiyohisa spoke with an air of calmness. Find out about the truck overturning incident in Mihanacho today. I want to know the driver's identity by evening. His tone turned icy as he contacted the Kirikawa security company. Brother, what about this individual? Hideo inquired. Kiyohisa waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to delve further into matters concerning the deceased. Hideo resumed his tranquil driving mode, and after a leisurely lunch, their spirits began to lift. Brother, I recall you haven't made any enemies lately. How did this happen? Hideo quipped as they returned to the car. As I've said, you don't understand. This is the power of that trio. Just wait and see the outcome. The driver will undoubtedly harbor a grudge against me for some reason. Kiyohisa shook his head, having grasped the situation's essence. Let us not approach until the police have received the report. I fear we might draw trouble upon ourselves. For now, let us head to the hotel and rest. After a moment of contemplation, Kiyohisa opted not to visit the diplomat's residence yet. Upon entering the hotel's discreet room, Kiyohisa tended to the sniper rifle he had brought down from the car. He then instructed Hideo to return the weapon to its place and reclined on a nearby sofa, drifting into slumber. Around 5 in the afternoon, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the city. The phone in Kiyohisa's pocket vibrated gently, rousing him from his sleep. A message from the security company. He read the notification. The driver was the youngest son of the Dia family. Last month, due to a divergence in development strategies with the Miyamoto and Suzuki families, the Dia family's market value plummeted, leading to bankruptcy. Following this, numerous opportunists targeted their dwindling assets. Under immense pressure, the family patriarch, Toshiro Dia, succumbed to despair and chose to end his life. From that point onward, the remaining heirs of the Dia family gradually succumbed to the unbearable strain, ultimately selling off their last assets and retreating to the countryside. However, misfortune did not end there. Being newcomers to the village and having fallen from grace, they were not welcomed, and with scant income, the family quickly disbanded. leaving only the youngest son, YZD. It appears he blames me entirely for his family's downfall. I suspect he has been tailing me all day. What a pity. Kiyohisa chuckled coldly, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest. Alas, I truly wish to avoid this. Yet one must eradicate the roots of trouble lest they spring anew. He decided to issue a B-level task. The objective was to eliminate all direct relatives of the recently defunct Dia family. Available exclusively to the members of the Dark Waters organization. Dialing a number unlike any he had used before, Kiyohisa spoke in a low tone. After concluding the call, he gazed out at the sky. The time had come to assist his father, and as Shinichi Kudo made his reappearance, it also served as an opportune moment to enhance his rapport. Stepping out of the room, Kiyohisa encountered Hideo, who had just finished a call. Kiyohisa, I just spoke with my father. You were correct. A tragedy has indeed befallen the diplomat in Tamamura. It seems he has been murdered. Let us go. We might catch an intriguing display of deduction. A smile of interest danced upon Kiyohisa's lips as he patted Hideo, who appeared somewhat dazed. Brother Kiyohisa, do you think such incomprehensible phenomena truly exist in this world? Hideo asked, his thoughts spilling out. Ha ha ha, naturally not. Aside from that trio, the world remains quite scientific. Kiyohisa replied, stifling a laugh at Hideo's skepticism. Now, let us be off. Disregarding Hideo Shibata, Kiyohisa Miyamoto turned and walked towards the elevator. Soon, the two arrived near the residence of the diplomat Tamura. At this moment, a multitude of police vehicles surrounded the entrance, but judging by the officers' movements in the courtyard, it appeared they had only recently arrived. Indeed, Hideo, your driving skills have evidently improved, as we reached this place with remarkable speed. After complimenting Hideo Shibata, Kiyohisa Miyamoto settled comfortably in the car. Brother, aren't you getting out? Patience, a captivating spectacle is about to unfold. Before long, several vans emblazoned with the insignias of major news agencies arrived at the scene. As soon as the vehicles came to a halt, a throng of reporters armed with cameras surged from the vans, rushing towards the diplomat's residence to fervently inquire about the situation inside. All right, the expected guests have arrived. Soon it will be our turn to take the stage. We need not concern ourselves with the vehicle any longer. Opening the car door and greeting Hideo Shibata, Kiyohisa Miyamoto strode forward. Upon nearing the scene, Kiyohisa was struck by the reporter's dedication. Some journalists from television networks had even circumvented the police's attention, forming human ladders to surreptitiously capture shots over the wall. Although such actions were likely to be noticed by those inside, for these news professionals, enduring a scolding was a small price to pay for securing the stories they sought. Under the pretense of searching for Heiji Hattori, and with the backing of a financial consortium, Kiyohisa Miyamoto and Hideo Shibata were swiftly granted passage. Inside, it was precisely the moment of Heiji Hattori's deductive reasoning, and Kiyohisa chose not to interrupt, instead silently observing Heiji's display of prowess. However, the pretense was not entirely fulfilling, as the desired adversary was absent. Heiji Hattori found himself somewhat distracted, leading to a notable decline in his performance. This ultimately resulted in a memorable moment of humiliation. Just as Hattori was reveling in his opinions, even as the father of the diplomat from Tamura had acknowledged the crime, a feeble voice emerged from behind the crowd. No, you did not commit murder at all. At another side door of the room, dressed impeccably, Shinichi Kudo pressed against the door, countering the claims of the diplomat's father. Isn't that the fellow named Shinichi Kudo? I recall he was confirmed missing in the company's internal communications, remarked Hideo Shibata, standing nearby, perplexed. Do not rush. Let us observe further. By the way, if possible, could you assist in bringing in 2 reporters from outside? Those ones leaning against the wall seem suitable. Understood, brother. Although Hideo Shibata was uncertain of Kiyohisa Miyamoto's intentions, he refrained from inquiring further. He simply executed the tasks assigned by his superior. Soon, 2 furtive reporters, bearing cameras, approached Kiyohisa Miyamoto. Why you're President Miyamoto, aren't you? Upon unexpectedly encountering Kiyohisa Miyamoto, the reporters stammered nervously. Indeed, it is I. But I am not the focus of this news. He gestured towards the interior of the room, indicating to the reporters to secure their angles. At that moment, Shinichi Kudo had concluded his insights, eliciting a chorus of astonished exclamations from the onlookers. Witnessing the scene inside, the reporters' mouths gaped wider, yet another figure of newsworthy significance. However, they did not neglect their primary duties. They quickly sought the perfect angles and pressed the shutter several times, capturing the entirety of the indoor scene within the confines of their camera. However, The sound of the shutter was inevitably detected by the personnel inside, prompting Officer Magyar to rush outside. Who let you in? It's still investigation time. Calm down, Officer Magyar. The journalists have it tough too. It's been ages since Kudo Shinichi has made an appearance. Today, he finally shows up, and since the case is resolved, let us forgive them. It was at this moment that Officer Magyar noticed Kiyohisa Miyamoto standing to the side. Mr. Miyamoto, what brings you here? Seeing Kiyohisa. The usually stern Officer Magyar's tone softened slightly. Ah, Officer Magyar, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Miyamoto. I came to check on things since it's so late, and this lad still hasn't returned. He gestured towards Heiji Hattori inside, and Officer Magyar nodded in understanding. I see. 2 junior officers from the Metropolitan Police. Such a combination makes perfect sense. Nevertheless, this news cannot be reported without permission. After all, it's Officer Magyar, Kiyohisa assured. You needn't worry. This incident will not implicate the Metropolitan Police. Right, gentlemen? He turned to the 2 journalists, who blinked and nodded vigorously. Absolutely, Officer Magyar. We will ensure the report is handled well and will not tarnish the image of the Metropolitan Police. After a moment, the 2 journalists eagerly expressed their agreement. Then, as if a thought struck him, Officer Magyar sighed deeply and decided not to pursue the matter further. Heiji, has the case been resolved? If so, we can leave. It's getting late. Entering the crime scene alongside Officer Magyar, Kiyohisa first glanced at the body lying on the ground, which had yet to be taken by the ambulance. Before casually addressing Heiji, my apologies, Heiji. Due to the case, I've kept you so late. However, I have some matters to attend to. So please wait a bit longer. With that, Heiji approached Shinichi Kudo. I'm quite curious, how did you manage to grasp every detail of this case? Were you indeed lurking nearby, Kudo? I merely listened to that bespectacled kid who spoke to me over the phone. I see. You deduced everything solely from what you heard over the call. It seems my reasoning was flawed from the beginning. Regardless, I concede. You truly possess remarkable deductive skills. Kudo Shinichi. Heiji said with a slightly relaxed tone, hands tucked into his pockets. Come now, deduction isn't about winning or losing. In this world, the truth is always singular. The truth is always singular, Heiji reflected. Perhaps my preoccupation with victory has led me to lose my composure. He turned away, adjusting the brim of his hat. Suddenly, he heard a groan from behind. Turning, he found Shinichi half kneeling on the ground. Hey, Kudo, are you really okay? Is this just a common cold? I'm fine, but there's something I need your help with. That guy, Kiyohisa Miyamoto, he's the head of the Tokyo Newspaper Association. I hope you can ask him to have the reporters delete all photos and information related to me from today. I'm currently investigating a major case and cannot afford to expose my identity. Suppressing his pain, Shinichi mustered his final request to Heiji before staggering away. Meanwhile, Ren arrived with the recently summoned doctor from the Miyamoto Family Hospital. Given that her father was one of the authorities in the public security system and her uncle held a high-ranking position in the Metropolitan Police, it was unsurprising that many police operations in Tokyo were linked to their hospital, including body retrieval services. Let us go. They've already left. No need to linger here. Was it just a case of showing off and then getting slapped in the face? Kiyohisa said, patting Heiji's shoulder with a carefree expression. That's not it. I was merely contemplating what Kudo mentioned earlier. Oh, by the way, Kiyohisa, could I ask you for a favor? Please ensure the newspaper deletes all photos and information related to Kudo from this incident. He said he cannot be in the public eye right now. Is that so? No wonder I haven't heard from him lately. All right, I'll take care of it. He turned to the 2 journalists waiting at the door. Did you hear that? No revealing any photos or information regarding Kudo this time. Yes, Mr. Miyamoto. The 2 journalists bowed, cradling their cameras. All set. Let us go. Dinner's on me tonight. Kiyohisa placed his hand on Heiji's shoulder and headed for the exit. Shoo, let us go. He called to Shibata, who had just hung up a phone call. As the 3 made their way to where they parked. Around 9 o'clock, after enjoying a lavish dinner at a hotel, the 3 returned to their respective resting places. In a safe house, Kiyohisa dialed Masato Miyamoto's number. You should have received the news by now. Tomorrow, I will ensure the newspaper and television cooperate with you. After all, the incident involving the Yamashiro diplomat 20 years ago and the circumstances surrounding his death and custody are quite the leverage. Rest assured, I've been preparing for this. We're just waiting for the winds to change tomorrow. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, some evidence might have been destroyed. Recalling the substantial evidence he had gathered that day, a smile crept across Masato's lips. The following day, News of the diplomat's death and the truth behind the 20-year-old scandal involving the Yamashiro diplomat dominated the headlines of major newspapers in Tokyo. Most explosively, the articles hinted at the complexities surrounding the cause of the Yamashiro diplomat's death. A day later, these headlines were retracted, and 3 relatively unknown newcomers were hastily appointed to significant positions within the foreign ministry. Kiyohisa received a jovial call from his father. The invasion plan at the foreign ministry has succeeded. Boss, the materials have been delivered. We will commence the relevant research immediately and report any findings to you at the earliest. In a clandestine underground research facility, a researcher clad in a white lab coat peered through a test tube filled with blood, speaking into the phone. Excellent. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. With that, Kiyohisa ended the call. In a dim alley on Miwa Street, 2 shadows converged. Rodent. Why is this month's supply so delayed? Roach, it's not that we intentionally postponed the delivery. The previous supplier was taken out recently, and we are still working on restoring our supply. Subsequently, the individual referred to as Cockroach departed with a briefcase in hand. Highwater Security Company, a mere security firm. I shall make you pay dearly, muttered Rat disdainfully as he stood still. Captain, someone is probing our information on the dark web. What shall we do? I never imagined that in this day and age, such audacity still exists. The man known as the captain chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. I will consult with the boss and see how he wishes to proceed. Boss, we have discovered someone searching for our information on the dark web, and their true IP location is in Japan. Are they searching for the company's details? Indeed, they are inquiring about our Highwater Security Company. However, we responded swiftly, revealing only superficial information. Excellent. During this time, remain vigilant. Additionally, ascertain the specifics of their identity promptly, and once confirmed, ensure to prepare a grand welcome. Understood, boss. Kiyohisa Miyamoto ended the call, his gaze drifting toward the window. How is it that once again, someone has set their sights on Highwater Security? Haven't the lessons of the past been severe enough? As he observed the shimmering lights of the streets of Japan, his thoughts were drawn back to 5 years prior. It was another night illuminated by dazzling lights on the very same soil. At that time, the Blackwater Security Company had not yet been formally established. It essentially remained an organization belonging to Kiyohisa Miyamoto. The internal structure was quite straightforward, divided into 3 primary divisions: the intelligence gathering team, the combat team, and the logistics support unit. Every individual within these divisions underwent rigorous selection and training, with each member personally chosen by Kiyohisa Miyamoto, who employed various means to secure their unwavering loyalty. However, it was precisely 5 years ago that an illicit foreign organization abruptly infiltrated Japan, harboring the audacious intent to obtain commercial secrets by targeting Kiyohisa Miyamoto. Regrettably, their initial step was misguided. The information gathered from the dark web was entirely divulged by members of an organized information team. Upon ascertaining the adversary's intentions along with the specific members and their locations, 2 missiles were launched from a clandestine base situated on a desolate island in the Pacific. These projectiles traversed thousands of kilometers, obliterating their stronghold and resulting in an estimated death toll exceeding 3,000, thereby extinguishing a formidable terrorist organization. As for the dozens of members who had traveled to Japan to partake in the operation, they met their fate on the very day they entered Japanese territorial waters, being unceremoniously fed to the ravenous sharks below. It is no jest that Kiyohisa Miyamoto, armed with the most advanced technology, stands as an undisputed sovereign in the realm of cyberspace. Engaging in warfare through the manipulation of information is, without a doubt, a domain in which he excels. It is noteworthy that years prior, Miyamoto had already launched several commercial satellites into space under the guise of foreign magnates, establishing a strategic framework on a cosmic level well in advance. This foresight allowed the missile launch to evade detection by all nations and organizations, achieving precise guidance and delivering a lethal strike. Following that incident, Miyamoto's organization established the Blackwater Security Company, subsequently recruiting a substantial number of personnel ostensibly for maintenance roles. Meanwhile, the original members of the organization transformed into shadows, retreating underground to become a covert influence permeating throughout Japan. However, thanks to the illustrious reputation left by the previous members of the organization, even their successors, Blackwater Security Company, remains a taboo name in the vast realm of cyberspace. Yet, unexpectedly, 5 years later, there are still audacious newcomers daring to challenge Blackwater Security Company. Returning to the present, a smile unconsciously grazed Kiyohisa Miyamoto's lips. Those murderers, occasionally driven to madness by the theories of Holmes, left him feeling utterly helpless. However, dealing with these self-assured rodents, who believe they can hide in the shadows of sunlight, would be a trivial endeavor. Soon enough, the third day after that phone call arrived, around 9 in the morning, Kiyohisa Miyamoto's phone, as usual, received a message from the newspaper office. Gazing at the radiant smiles of the children in the photograph, Kiyohisa Miyamoto couldn't help but ponder why Titan Elementary School could hold its ground against these individuals. Upon perusing the specific contents of the transmitted message, Kiyohisa Miyamoto could not help but reveal a hint of intrigue in his smile. Yet another drug-related issue. Do these individuals truly remain oblivious? Is it not my utmost disdain? Speaking of which, the last incident on Moonshadow Island was similarly disconcerting. Have these years of restraint led them to forget? Have you conducted the inquiry I requested regarding the individuals searching for our information online? Boss, rest assured, all members of the opposing organization are now under our surveillance. However, it is merely a small group of a dozen or so individuals. Indeed, what an irritating rodent they are. I had assumed them to be worthy prey. Oh, and do keep them under watch, and ensure that the intelligence is relayed to my uncle Miyamoto. Though it may not be substantial, it is nonetheless a commendable achievement. At this moment, Kiyohisa would not neglect his uncle. By the way, how is the follow-up regarding the drug case from Moonshadow Island? I suspect the supply chain extends beyond just these few individuals. Have you uncovered the organization behind them? If not, it would be prudent to investigate, for they seem rather audacious. I believe it unnecessary, boss, as the organization behind the Moonshadow incident is the same group currently covertly scrutinizing our company. It appears that our previous involvement in the operation against Moonshadow Island has drawn their attention. Oh, then it seems our efforts have borne fruit effortlessly. We need not even seek grounds for their conviction. The organization involved in drug trafficking may indeed enhance my uncle's accolades. As he hung up the phone, Kiyohisa suddenly recalled. I almost forgot. I promised Ayako that we would go out today. Shuji has been waiting downstairs for quite some time. Glancing at the time on his phone, Kiyohisa hastily grabbed his coat and dashed toward the door. Shuji, we need to make a quick stop at the hotel. Our outing may extend longer than anticipated, so we must prepare accordingly. Of course, brother, but where are we headed? You haven't mentioned it yet. Is that so? Perhaps I forgot to inform you due to the late hour of my arrangement with Ayako yesterday, he sheepishly admitted, scratching the back of his head. Shuji, on the other hand, wore an expression of understanding. Indeed, his elder brother had often claimed he would not pursue romance, yet here he was, involved with a girlfriend. Even his once closest cousin seemed to have been disregarded. Such occurrences were no longer novel. However, Hideo Shibata harbored no complaints regarding the situation. After all, this scenario was precisely what Masato Miyamoto had hoped to witness. Their destination was predetermined by Ayako, nestled within the depths of the mountains on the outskirts of Tokyo, where the cherry blossoms were said to be in full bloom, prompting her invitation to enjoy Hanami together. Having spent an extended period in Tokyo without any outings, Miyamoto thought it would be a delightful change of pace, of course, ensuring that all necessary items were packed. As they conversed, they arrived at the hotel, where Miyamoto quickly ascended to gather a few pieces of equipment before promptly returning to the vehicle, with Shibata's foot pressing the accelerator. They soon found themselves at the Suzuki residence. Where's Enko? Miyamoto wondered aloud, perplexed by the absence of her usual eagerness to tag along as a third wheel. Upon seeing Ayako Suzuki emerge alone, he felt a hint of confusion. Enko was taken by her parents for supplementary lessons since her recent exam results were less than stellar. It seems we won't be seeing her for a while, Ayako explained, stifling a smile with her hand. That makes sense, but knowing Enko's personality, I'm not sure those lessons will yield much improvement, Miyamoto mused, shaking his head at the thought of Enko's infatuation with handsome boys. She's beyond help. All right. This is the place, Hideo. I leave the rest to you. Setting the route on the car's navigation system, Miyamoto settled into the back seat. The slightly modified SUV then sped along the road. After approximately 2 hours of Shibata's adept driving, they arrived at the base of the mountain adorned with cherry blossoms. Since we're here for some activity, there's no need to drive to the summit. Let us walk up, Miyamoto suggested, noting the shoes Ayako had ready, understanding her intentions. Should I come along too? Shibata asked, gesturing to himself and the vehicle, a hint of surprise in his tone. Of course, this is the wilderness. Hardly anyone else will be around, so there's no need to guard the car. Besides, if you don't come, who will carry the picnic supplies? Miyamoto replied, retrieving a bag of essentials from the trunk and handing it to Shibata. With Ayako beaming, Miyamoto took her hand, and the trio set off. The day was overcast, with the weather being pleasantly mild, not too hot or cold, just enough to work up a slight sweat as they reached the mountain's midsection. Upon spotting a platform, Miyamoto asked Shibata to set down the items he was carrying, and they commenced their picnic. Ayako, try this. It's beef that just arrived today from New Zealand. But, of course, my cooking is the highlight, he said, grilling a piece of beef until it sizzled and released its juices. He blew lightly on it to cool it down before placing it on Ayako's plate. She then cut the beef in half, speared one portion with a fork, blew on it gently, and offered it to Miyamoto. As a dog lover, Miyamoto had also arranged for a bento from the hotel. Meanwhile, Shibata discreetly enjoyed a delicious bento behind a tree, considering they would be hiking further up. Miyamoto suggested Shibata return some unnecessary utensils to the base while he and Ayako continued their ascent. However, not long into their trek, Ayako began to struggle for breath due to the altitude. Observing her condition, Miyamoto crouched slightly and beckoned her to lean on him for the next stretch of the journey. He carried Ayako on his back. At last, they reached the summit, where another platform awaited, offering breathtaking views. The mountains were cloaked in delicate pink cherry blossoms, and as the gentle breeze stirred, petals danced around them like a shower of blossoms. Brother Kiyohisa, it's so beautiful, Ayako whispered softly, still resting against him. Indeed. It is stunning, Miyamoto replied, enchanted by the moment and the warmth of her breath against his ear. Gently lowering Ayako, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Let us take a picture, Ayako. Using a small branch to prop up the phone for a timed shot, he lifted Ayako in a princess carry, and they both appeared in the frame. A light breeze blew, scattering cherry blossom petals, one landing perfectly between them, capturing their joyful moment. Shortly after, Shibata rejoined them at the summit. Kiyohisa, I saw Mr. Muri down at the base, he reported as Ayako stood alone, gazing at the blossoms below. Mr. Muri? You mean Kagero Muri? Miyamoto felt a wave of unease wash over him. Yes, not only Mr. Muri but also Miss Ran and Conan are here, Shibata added. With this revelation, any sense of luck Miyamoto had felt vanished. It was unlikely any of them would leave without being involved in the unfolding events. He couldn't help but wonder who would be the unfortunate one this time. Having learned that the others were not scaling the same mountain, Miyamoto let out a sigh of relief, his mind racing with thoughts. After 2 more hours, it was past 3 in the afternoon, and the wind on the mountain had picked up. With their snacks finished, Miyamoto suggested it was time to head back. Ayako, it's getting late, and the weather seems off. We should descend. If we wait too long, it might become dangerous, he urged. All right, Brother Kiyohisa. After tidying up their belongings, the trio began their descent. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Miyamoto noticed their car parked alone by the roadside, stirring a sense of unease. Why are there no police cars around? Have the Grim Reaper trio not made their move yet? Just then, as he pondered, a horn honked from behind. Kagero Muri was driving their way. Brother Kiyohisa, Ayako, you're here for cherry blossom viewing too, Ran exclaimed cheerfully from the back seat. Yes, that's right. We were just about to head back, Miyamoto replied politely, nodding. It seemed like a perfectly ordinary outing after all, with no signal and the navigation system down. Shibata followed Muri's car. Hideo, do you sense something amiss? After driving for over an hour, the scenery outside the car window remained a dense jungle. Miyamoto Kiyohisa, who had been engrossed in conversation with Suzuki Ayako, suddenly turned to Shibata Hideo and inquired. To be honest, brother, I felt something amiss for quite some time. The journey should have taken less than an hour, yet here we are, over an hour later. Even if I drove slowly following Mr. Muri's vehicle, we should have reached the town by now. Shibata Hideo scratched his head in confusion. What? You mean you were following Muri Kagero's car? A flash of realization struck Miyamoto Kiyohisa. So you were heading to the crime scene? Yes, without a navigation system, I was afraid of getting lost. So I decided to follow Mr. Muri. I believe I heard him mention a shortcut when we were descending the mountain, Shibata Hideo replied innocently. Oh no. It seems we won't be able to return today. Observing a vehicle parked not far ahead, coupled with the strong vibrations emanating from beneath their own car, Miyamoto Kiyohisa's heart sank. Indeed, upon exiting to inspect, Shibata Hideo approached, stating that their vehicle had malfunctioned and required repairs before they could descend the mountain. Watching 3 individuals nearby who were also inspecting their vehicle, Miyamoto Kiyohisa shook his head. Never mind, you can repair it for a while. It's getting late, if necessary. We can look for a spot with a signal later and call for a helicopter. Glancing at his signal-less phone, he exchanged a few words with Suzuki Ayako before opening the car door and walking ahead. Mr. Mori, has your vehicle encountered issues as well? Indeed, my tire has burst. Do you happen to have a spare tire? Muri Kagoro immediately inquired upon recognizing Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Uncle Muri, didn't you hear Miyamoto and I can say that his car also has problems? This indicates that his vehicle has malfunctioned too. Oh, really? Muri Kagoro scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Yes, it appears there is an issue with the engine. Hideo is currently attempting repairs. While I do have a spare tire, our vehicle is specially modified, so you likely won't be able to use it. Is that so? What a pity, Muri Kagoro said dejectedly, glancing at Miyamoto Kiyohisa's car parked in the distance. They engaged in idle chatter while waiting for Shibata Hideo's repair progress. Oh no. It seems it might rain, and nightfall is approaching. It looks like we will have to spend the night in the car, Muri Kagoro lamented. Observing the dark clouds gathering overhead. Brother, it appears our earlier estimations were insufficient. The modifications to the car likely caused the engine to be damaged while driving on this mountainous terrain. It seems we will need to take it to an auto repair shop for proper repairs. Shibata Hideo delivered the grim news just then. Very well. If fate has conspired for me to visit the crime scene, then so be it, understanding that a series of unfortunate events was unfolding. Miyamoto Kiyohisa recognized the workings of the world of detective fiction. Uncle Muri, I spotted a temple not far ahead. There should be someone residing there. Conan emerged from the bushes, pointing behind him. Really? That is wonderful. Why don't we seek shelter there for the night? Ran exclaimed cheerfully, relieved at the news. That sounds reasonable. Given the inclement weather and the evident lack of signal in the area, let us head there for lodging and perhaps use a landline, Miyamoto Kiyohisa concurred. Undeterred by the impending crime scene, returning to the car, he informed Suzuki Ayako of the situation, to which she readily agreed. Thus, the group of 6 made some minor protective arrangements for the vehicle before heading toward the nearby temple. The temple was constructed at the base of a cliff, supported by wooden stilts. One side was nestled against the rocky mountain wall, while the other overlooked a serene pond, exuding a sense of tranquility. The wisps of smoke rising from within indicated that there were indeed inhabitants. Let us go take a look, Mori Kagoro declared, leading the way. For reasons unknown. In the eyes of Miyamoto Kiyohisa, this temple appeared to be shrouded in an ominous force, imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Fortunately, this sensation was but fleeting. As Conan and Kagoro Muri approached, all feelings dissipated into thin air, prompting Kiyohisa Miyamoto to follow suit. Traversing the winding and serpentine path along the cliffside, the group arrived at the entrance of the temple, where a plaque inscribed with the characters for Shan Ni Temple adorned the grand door. Upon pushing open the temple's large gate and stepping inside, the group directly entered the main hall. Is anyone there? Excuse me, is anyone present? Ran called out loudly into the interior, but received no response. Just as everyone presumed the temple to be deserted, a voice unexpectedly resonated from behind them. May I inquire what brings you here? An elderly monk, distinguished by his high forehead, prominent dome, and lengthy eyebrows paired with a handlebar mustache, emerged. Clad in a tattered robe. As he spoke, he reiterated his previous question. In my estimation, you must be from a newspaper or television company, correct? I kindly ask you to leave. Individuals of the secular world are not welcome here. Confronted with such a formidable aura, Mori hastily waved his hands in a gesture of explanation, insisting that they merely sought a place to rest. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the words of Kagoro Mori, the old monk's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, revealing a broad smile. Ah, I see. If you wish to stay, you should have said so earlier. I thought you had come here to investigate those matters. Investigate? What are they supposed to investigate? The curious Rand couldn't help but inquire. Realizing he had inadvertently let something slip, the old monk chuckled awkwardly to brush it off. He then rubbed his hands together, adopting the guise of an ordinary merchant. The cost for a vegetarian meal and a tour is 10,000 yen for adults and 8,000 for children. We also offer accommodation services. However, since you are quite a large group, I shall extend a generous discount of 2. Gazing at the 6 individuals before him, the old monk spoke cheerfully. 1. 10,000 yen. Kagoro Mori's voice trembled slightly, betraying his surprise. If you choose not to stay, that is perfectly fine. However, the trek down the mountain will require at least 6 hours. The monk turned his head, adopting a nonchalant tone. Mr. Mori, worry not. I shall cover the accommodation costs. After all, it's merely a trifling sum. The affluent Kiyohisa Miyamoto seized this opportunity to enhance his rapport, stating, here is 60,000 yen. No need for your discount. Understanding the unspoken agreement, Shuichi Shibata promptly retrieved 6 Fukuzawa Yukichi notes and handed them to the old monk. As for why Kiyohisa did not personally hand over the money, It was merely a jest. As a competent capitalist, he deemed physical contact with cash beneath him. I truly appreciate your generosity, Mr. Miyamoto. As anticipated, after the accommodation fees were settled, Kagoro Mori felt an intense wave of goodwill towards Kiyohisa. Noticing that Ran was about to speak, the kind-hearted Kiyohisa promptly intervened. Do not concern yourself. My daily expenses on meals alone exceed 100,000 yen. This sum is inconsequential. Indeed. For a magnate like Mr. Miyamoto, a mere 60,000 yen is but a drop in the ocean. With Kiyohisa's assertion, Kagoro Mori concurred. Acknowledging Kiyohisa's attitude and the fact that he did not regard this money with concern, Ran felt compelled to acquiesce, though she silently noted the expense in her mind. Meanwhile, the old monk, who had retreated to a corner after receiving the payment, appeared lost in thought, his eyes darting about. Shuichi Shibata, burdened with numerous bags, was ushered to their quarters, providing the trio with a modest place to rest. Given that it was a temple, the accommodations were far from luxurious, merely consisting of simple tatami mats, with 3 sets of bedding laid out in the center for the night. Observing this arrangement, Shuichi wisely rolled up the bedding on the far left and respread it elsewhere. Witnessing this, Kiyohisa nodded in satisfaction, discreetly giving Shuichi a thumbs up. As for Ayako Suzuki, she merely blushed at the scene but refrained from further comment. Now, let us explore what deities this temple venerates, said Kiyohisa, as the 3 exited their room to join Kagoro and the others. Subsequently, the old monk introduced 4 disciples still training at the temple, named Shonyen, Monyen, Kwanyen, and Tunyen, assigning them their respective tasks before departing. Guided by Shonyen and Kwanyen, some members of the group toured the temple's architecture, while Conan and Shuichi discreetly memorized all the routes and rooms. Before long, the disciples responsible for cooking, Monyen and Tunyen, approached the group to announce that dinner was ready. Shuichi, during dinner, be cautious. If possible, pretend to eat the food to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Kiyohisa advised quietly to Shuichi as they trailed behind the others. Understood, Kiyohisa and I. Shuichi nodded, regaining his composure as they rejoined the group. With Kagoro Mori's renowned presence, the atmosphere during dinner remained rather pleasant post-revelation of identities. Although there appeared to be certain taboos associated with the temple, overall, it was a delightful meal. Naturally, Shuichi and Kiyohisa abstained from eating. As for Ayako Suzuki, fatigued from the hike, Kiyohisa had already advised her to return to her room to rest. Furthermore, since Shuichi had brought his own food to the temple, Ayako would not go hungry by skipping dinner. As night fell and the monks commenced their evening prayers, the group bid farewell and returned to their quarters to prepare for rest. At midnight, within Kagoro Mori's room, the sole female, Ran, remained awake. In contrast, Ayako Suzuki, the only female in Kiyohisa's room, was sound asleep, while the other 2 men feigned slumber with their eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, a series of sounds echoed as a door bolt was pried open, followed by the door creaking open. With his back to the door, Kiyohisa's ears perked up slightly. Meanwhile, Shuichi, who had been sleeping in the corner, mumbled in his sleep and inadvertently turned away from the door. The intruder's intentions were clear, heading directly for Shuichi's discarded coat and the bag placed nearby. Despite an urgency in their movements, the intruder treaded softly. Were it not for Kiyohisa's ear pressed against the ground, sensing the vibrations, he would have remained oblivious to the intruder's presence. Feigning a cough, Kiyohisa turned slightly to lie on his back, his right hand resting on his waist. Startled by the cough, the intruder inadvertently made a sound. In a flurry, the burglar held their breath, leaping aside and clinging to a pillar, their feet dangling in midair, merging seamlessly with the shadows of the night. Holding their breath, they waited for several seconds, observing that the 3 below showed no signs of waking. Only then did the intruder stealthily descend from the pillar, cautiously approaching Shuichi's backpack without making a sound. Silently, they unzipped the bag, slipping their hand inside to rummage through its contents. Suddenly, their fingers brushed against a hard, square object resembling a rectangular box, and a look of disappointment crossed their face. They sought cash, stacks of Fukuzawa Yukichi notes, not easily identifiable collectibles. Yet, despite further searching for several seconds, no cash was found in the bag. Thus, the intruders shifted their focus to Shuichi's coat. During the day, the 60,000 yen had been drawn from the wallet in the coat's inner pocket. Therefore, obtaining the coat would surely yield the cash. As the man stealthily approached the coat placed beside Shibata Hideo's tatami mat, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had already quietly drawn the handgun from his waist. He had brought it for self-defense while Suzuki Ayako was asleep, just in case. The intruder, clad in black, stood beside Shibata Hideo, his hands reaching down. Miyamoto Kiyohisa had aimed the gun at the thief's lower leg, ready to spring into action as soon as the man produced the money, setting the stage for a dramatic capture. The neatly folded clothes were spread out, and the wallet was clearly visible in the inner pocket. Even the stack of Fukuzawa Yukichi bills within the wallet was tantalizingly close. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the black-clad thief lunged for the wallet. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Kiyohisa began to mentally count down, poised to act as soon as the wallet was retrieved. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a nearby room. The thief, with an uncanny speed, darted towards the beams of the ceiling and vanished from sight in an instant. This unexpected outcry caused Miyamoto Kiyohisa to miss the perfect opportunity to fire his weapon. The darkness and the thief's swift movements rendered him unable to take aim again. As he secured the safety on his firearm and placed it down, Suzuki Ayako's drowsy voice inquired beside him, "Kiyohisa-kun, what happened?" "Ah, it's nothing, just a rat," he replied. "But it seems something is happening outside. I'll go check. You just stay asleep." After tenderly covering Ayako with a blanket, Miyamoto Kiyohisa stood up and, accompanied by Shibata Hideo, headed towards the door. "Kiyohisa-nai, that intruder who sneaked into our room must be from this temple, right?" Shibata Hideo speculated, having deliberately turned his back to the door to lure the intruder. "I couldn't see his face clearly, but the room was dimly lit, and I believe the thief was bald." Even outside the room, Miyamoto Kiyohisa maintained a low voice. "However, we cannot rule out the possibility that someone might be masquerading as a monk to commit theft. In such a temple, it is not uncommon for individuals to hide unnoticed." After a pause, he added, "Let us first see what is going on outside." It sounded like it came from Detective Mori. Noticing that lights in other rooms had begun to illuminate, Kiyohisa halted Shibata Hideo from speaking further and swiftly made his way toward the source of the commotion. Since both parties were lodging in the temple, their rooms were quite close, within a distance of less than 10 meters. Thus, Miyamoto Kiyohisa and Shibata Hideo were among the first to arrive. "Mr. Mori, is everything all right?" Upon entering Mori Kagaro's room, Miyamoto Kiyohisa inquired. "Ah, no, nothing happened," Mori Kagoro replied, his emotions evidently still unsettled, as he waved his hands and attempted to retreat into the room. Just then, the monk known as Conan rushed over, clad in his robes. "What happened, Mr. Mori?" "Nothing, really. There has been no incident," Mori Kagoro reiterated, compelled by the monk's concern to repeat his earlier statement. "I apologize for disturbing everyone. You may return to rest now, Conan, Mr. Miyamoto, Mr. Shibata," Kagoro said, trying to dismiss them. "Was there really nothing wrong?" "I heard Mr. Mori shout just now," Suzuki Ayako asked curiously upon returning to the room, where she had yet to fall asleep. "It's nothing. I believe Mr. Mori was merely startled," Kiyohisa concluded. "How could that be? A renowned detective like Mr. Mori wouldn't be frightened by ghost stories," Ayako exclaimed, bewildered as she looked at Miyamoto Kiyohisa. "What you don't know is that I spotted a peculiar mask in Rant's hands earlier. I suspect she might have used it to play a prank on Mr. Mori, which frightened him," Kiyohisa explained, piecing together the details from the early moments when he entered the room and observed Rant's surprised expression. "All right, your curiosity has been satisfied. It's late, and we should get some sleep." After extinguishing the lights, a rhythmic breathing soon filled the room. "Kiyohisa and I, what should we do about the black-clad man? Should we pursue him?" Shibata Hideo asked from the corridor outside their room. "Let it go. Since Ayako is here, we cannot resort to unconventional methods. Even if we identify the intruder, what can we do without evidence?" Shaking his head, Kiyohisa gazed toward the distant waterfall cascading down the mountain. "Wait, Hideo. Do you hear that sound?" Miyamoto Kiyohisa suddenly queried. "Sound? What sound?" "I didn't notice anything, Kiyohisa and I," Shibata Hideo replied, perplexed as he strained to listen. "No. Something is off about the sound of the water." As soon as he finished speaking, Shibata Hideo's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed the sound of the water had suddenly diminished. "Kiyohisa and I, did the flow of water just decrease?" "No, it didn't just decrease. It suddenly intensified before gradually subsiding," Kiyohisa clarified, his eyes reflecting a strange glint. "Has the realm of death begun to unveil itself?" At that moment, a monk named Shunin hurried past the two, appearing disheveled and hastily retreating to his own room. "What is wrong with him? He looks as if he has seen a ghost," Shibata Hideo speculated, recalling the supernatural elements Kiyohisa had previously discussed. "Brother, could it be? Could he have encountered something like that? I've told you before, this world is governed by science. There is no such thing as those things," Kiyohisa asserted, trying to maintain his composure as he firmly patted Shibata Hideo's shoulder, signaling him to cease such talk. However, the atmosphere of oppression and strangeness that had enveloped their visit to the temple had begun to seep into Kiyohisa's mind, sowing seeds of doubt. Just then, another monk named Mokunin walked past them, but unlike the hurried Shunin, Mokunin appeared calm and composed as he returned to his room. All right, let us return to rest. We need to dwell on unnecessary matters. Miyamoto Kiyohisa, having silenced Shibata Hideo's impending words, promptly opened the door and stepped inside. From his backpack, he retrieved a bundle of rope and secured the wooden door's latch, fastening it firmly. Only then did Shibata Hideo retreat to the corner of the room, resuming his repose. The sound of rushing water echoed throughout the night, accompanied eventually by the melodic chorus of birds heralding the dawn. The gentle sunlight bathed the earth, signaling the arrival of a new day. Oh, the phone has signal. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Miyamoto Kiyohisa first glanced at the mobile device resting beside the tatami. The previous day's rain had disrupted the temple's landline communication, rendering the mobile utterly useless. Thus, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had been unable to inform anyone at the company. The phone has signal, he murmured, suddenly alert. The presence of signal indicated that the case had officially escalated to the reporting stage, meaning the unfortunate soul was likely beyond salvation. At that moment, the other two occupants of the room also stirred awake, while sounds from outside announced that breakfast was ready. Responding to the call from outside, Miyamoto Kiyohisa instructed them not to wait for him, then proceeded to dial the company, requesting a pickup and the retrieval of his vehicle. After receiving confirmation that they would arrive in 2 hours, he also requested breakfast for the three of them. After all, he dared not consume anything from this strange temple. Kiyohisa, why don't we partake in the temple as morning meal? Instead, we made a fuss to have the Tokyo staff deliver food, inquired Suzuki Ayako, who sat beside him. Her curiosity piqued after hearing the phone conversation. It's nothing, really. I just find the temple's breakfast somewhat unpalatable. So I decided to have someone bring us something more suitable. It's only a tower weight, after all, he replied. By the way, Ayako, I haven't asked yet, what's the deal with that door? Why is it tied up with rope? She pointed at the latch secured with climbing rope, her expression one of confusion. I was concerned that the wind might slam the door too loudly at night, disturbing our rest, hence I secured it well. Shibata Hideo, who was resting nearby, quickly scratched the back of his head, providing a reasonable explanation. Seeing the short distance to Hideo, Suzuki Ayako nodded in understanding. Indeed, Hideo would easily be disturbed by any noise from the door. After a short while, as the two were washing up and conversing, a piercing scream echoed from afar. Compared to Kagoro Mori's scream from the previous night, this one was notably more piercing. What could have happened now? Suzuki Ayako wondered, hearing the commotion of many people running outside. It seems something has occurred, Miyamoto Kiyohisa thought, connecting the scream to the sudden signal on his phone. He understood that the victim had been discovered. The three of them exited the room to join the gathering crowd. Upon reaching the meditation room, the monk known as Conan was kneeling on the floor, facing the ceiling. Upon seeing the newcomers, Conan pointed upward. Look above. Following his gesture, they beheld a scene both astonishing and horrific. The head monk, Tenai, was hanging lifelessly from the ceiling, a sight that was utterly unbelievable. How despicable. Call the police immediately. How dare they commit murder right under my nose? Fortunately, the landline was operational, and soon, the call to the authorities was made. Approximately an hour later, Officer Muguruma arrived promptly at the temple, accompanied by a vehicle from Miyamoto Kiyohisa's company. President, here is your breakfast, exclaimed the department head, resembling a delivery person with a large food container, rushing to Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Please set it down here. A murder has occurred. So let us wait a moment, consider it a small reprieve for you. Miyamoto Kiyohisa gestured to a nearby table, indicating where the food should be placed. Understood. The department head bowed deeply before stepping aside. Miyamoto-san, Muri-kun, what brings you both here? Officer Muguruma furrowed his brow, recognizing the two familiar faces. Oh, it's due to Miyamoto Kiyohisa's assistance, Kagoro Muri promptly explained to Officer Muguruma. Is that so? Muri-kun, do you have any insights or discoveries regarding this case? Officer Muguruma, having listened to Muri's explanation in the forensic team's report, turned his gaze toward him. Well, Muri scratched his head, a sheepish smile crossing his face. Although I lack solid leads, we could check everyone's alibis to eliminate some suspicions. Very well, then. If you would, please recount what each of you was doing during the time of the incident, from 10 to midnight, and who can attest to your whereabouts. Officer Muguruma addressed those present. I was in the chanting room, engaged in evening prayers until around midnight when I returned to my quarters. Miyamoto-san can vouch for me, began the monk, Shunnin. Miyamoto-san? Officer Muguruma inquired, looking at Kiyohisa. Indeed, I saw Shunnin around midnight, hurriedly coming from the chanting room. However, whether he had been chanting all along, I cannot say. Miyamoto Kiyohisa confirmed. Shunnin? Officer Muguruma's gaze turned skeptical. I swear, I was in the chanting room the entire time. Shunnin insisted vehemently. Given his insistence, Officer Muguruma chose to move on to the remaining three. Now, may I ask what each of you was doing during the time of the incident? I was repairing the damaged deity pedestal in the main hall until late. Oh, and Miyamoto-san can attest to that, replied Myun. Officer Muguruma directed his gaze toward Miyamoto Kiyohisa, who nodded in affirmation. Then, Officer Muguruma turned his attention to the last two individuals. Canon, what about you? After dinner, I washed the dishes and then returned to my room to rest. As for the time of the incident, I believe I was already asleep. Officer Makuru nodded, then shifted his gaze to the last individual. I, too, retired early last night, thus I possess no insights regarding the time of the incident. Upon hearing this, both Miyamoto Kiyohisa and Shibata Hideo immediately narrowed their eyes. The two exchanged a glance and nodded slightly, refraining from further discussion. It was exasperating. The explanations provided by the four of them did not contribute in the slightest to the progression of the case. After patiently listening to their accounts, Officer Megier felt a wave of frustration wash over him and turned his gaze toward Kagero Mori. Kagero, what are your thoughts? Have you discovered anything? Well, I suspect this case may not actually be a murder. After all, it seems highly implausible to hang someone at such a height, Kagero Mori replied, scratching his head and chuckling lightly. Wait a moment, one of them must be lying. Conan's detective instincts kicked in, leading him to a conclusion. As the investigation appeared to be at an impasse, Miyamoto Kiyohisa felt compelled to step forward with a significant clue. After all, if the case remained unsolved, they would miss breakfast. Last night, while I was standing in the corridor, I heard a strange noise, an abrupt increase in the sound of flowing water, which quickly returned to its original volume. I suspect there was some water released from a nearby source. Mr. Miyamoto, are you certain? However, the rainfall in this area last night shouldn't have resulted in the reservoir releasing water, Officer Megier pondered, resting his chin on his hand as he regarded Miyamoto Kiyohisa. I'm quite sure. There was indeed a sound of water being released, lasting only a few seconds. If you don't believe me, you may ask Shu. You should have heard it too. At once, the group's attention shifted to Shu Shibata, who nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Kiyohisa is correct. There was a sudden sound of water being released last night. The sound of water being released. Conan contemplated the implications of the large hole in the room and the sealed walls. After hearing their remarks, he fell into deep thought. Aha, I understand now. I have deduced how the perpetrator murdered Tenio Jushir. Conan's glasses gleamed with a flash of insight, and a smile crept onto his lips. Though a frown soon followed as he realized the crucial question remained. Who was the culprit? Though the four monks had each recounted their activities from the previous night, not one possessed a solid alibi. However, if it were Master Kanin, he would be unlikely to commit such a crime. To execute this method of murder, he would have to remain in the room throughout the act, meaning he could not have appeared before anyone else prior to the crime. Reflecting on the previous statements, Conan began to eliminate suspects, starting with the monk Kanon, who had rushed to the door upon hearing Kagero Mori's scream. Kanon, may I ask why? Despite having gone to bed so early last night, you appear so fatigued today? As the group began to disperse, Conan hurriedly caught up with Kanon, posing his question. Well, it was because of Mr. Mori's sudden shout that startled me. And, as you know, we have our temple's legends to consider. I spent the rest of the night in fear, hardly managing to sleep at all. Kanon replied, feigning irritation. Haha, I sincerely apologize on behalf of Uncle Mori, Conan said, scratching the back of his head and bowing slightly before darting off. Shu, did you notice anything unusual while chanting last night? Conan once again cornered the solitary Shu, his voice filled with curiosity. I didn't hear anything unusual. I was quietly reciting my prayers. The only sound was that of Brother Myun repairing the Buddha statue, Shu replied. Oh right, I did hear the water release mentioned by Mr. Miyamoto, but I forgot to mention it earlier. Conan, could you please relay this information? With a warm smile, Shu squatted down to converse with Conan. I understand. I will tell Uncle Mori, Conan exclaimed as he dashed away again. Myun, did anything occur while you were repairing the base of the Buddha statue last night? Employing the same tactic, Conan approached the final monk he deemed suspicious. Well, To be honest, while I was repairing the statue's base, I heard a scream that startled me so much that I accidentally dropped my hammer, causing quite a ruckus. After that, I didn't hear anything else. Likely because the tool storage area I went to afterward was quite far from the waterfall. Therefore, I didn't notice the sound of water being released as Mr. Miyamoto described. Believing Conan to be a messenger for Kagoro Mori, Mune cooperated fully, recounting last night's events in detail. Thank you, Master Mune. Conan smiled and waved goodbye before disappearing once more. I believe I have a general idea of who the culprit might be. As he reflected on the three men's accounts, Conan easily discerned the inconsistencies. However, these were still mere conjectures. He needed evidence to support his theories. After the thrill of discovery faded, Conan fell into contemplation, resting his chin in his hand and pacing the crime scene. What's this? Cherry blossom petals? With shavings? Yes, if I can find that. It could serve as crucial evidence to support my theory. Without divulging his intentions to anyone, Conan rushed towards the temple's exit, following the small river formed by the waterfall downstream. If water was released, then the flow would certainly overflow the banks, meaning any broken wooden planks would be found along the shore. With his eyes focused intently on the ground before him, Conan scoured the surrounding woods. At that moment, Miyamoto Kiyohisa, having just finished breakfast, stepped outside for some fresh air, accompanied by Shu Shibata. As for Ayako Suzuki, she had enlisted the department head to cater to her needs. The department head, without a hint of complaint, seemed quite pleased, recognizing the importance of nurturing a relationship with the future lady boss. Look over there, brother. Following Shu's, Miyamoto Kiyohisa spotted Conan crouched on the ground, while behind him, Ran was poised as if holding a small rabbit, and a bald man was hidden in the bushes, intently observing the two. Just as Ran was about to embrace Conan, a voice called out from a distance. Hey, Ran, what are you two doing over there? Is something the matter? Miyamoto Kiyohisa cupped his hands around his mouth, inadvertently shattering the intimate atmosphere between the two. We're fine. With a wave of her hand, Xiaolan led Conan back to the temple. Although their romantic moment had been interrupted, Conan felt no remorse. Instead, his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of a detective. All right, it's you, Uncle Mori. After conferring with several police officers, Conan scanned the hall, quickly identifying his target. With a clever ruse, he effortlessly incapacitated Mori Kagoro without the use of a tranquilizer, presenting him with a puppet doll set. Ahem, Officer Magyar, I believe I have uncovered the truth behind this matter. This is a homicide, and the perpetrator is among us. Mori Kagoro's voice suddenly resonated, capturing everyone's attention. What? Are you serious? But weren't you just saying this likely wasn't a homicide, Mori? Officer Magyar, noticing Mori Kagoro's unconscious state, perked up with renewed interest. Indeed, at first I too believed it was not a homicide. However, just moments ago, I discerned the trick employed by the murderer. A trick? Please elaborate, Mr. Mori. How could the culprit manage to suspend the victim so high without leaving any traces? At this moment, Officer Magyar's tone was tinged with curiosity. Do you all recall what Mr. Miyamoto mentioned earlier? He said he heard the sound of water being released near the waterfall at midnight. This is precisely the sound that the murderer's trick would inevitably produce. However, due to the naturally strong sound of the water flow from the waterfall, individuals inside the room generally wouldn't notice any significant changes in the sound. Only Mr. Miyamoto and Mr. Shibata, who happened to be in the corridor, noticed this flaw. Otherwise, the perpetrator's plan would have been exceedingly difficult to detect. As these words left his lips, one of the four monks present changed his expression noticeably. Not only that, but the subsequent words of Kagoro Mori plunged his heart into despair. Earlier, I had advised Conan to inquire with the four masters about the events of last night. And it was precisely what you all mentioned that confirmed who the perpetrator of this case was. However, before revealing the identity of the criminal involved in this case, allow me to first explain the method by which the assailant hanged the abbot nearly 10 meters high on the beam. As for why there were no signs of dragging, the suspect had actually floated beneath the beam alongside the abbot, subsequently using a rope to suspend the abbot from the crossbeam. You might wonder how they could float. After all, it is not as if they are ghosts, and how could a human possibly levitate in the air? Officer Magyar was clearly unable to comprehend. Indeed, humans cannot float in the air, but what if it were on water? On water? Officer Magyar inquired with heightened curiosity. Precisely, on water. I suspect the perpetrator must have employed such a technique. Surely you can see the cascading waterfall from the skylight. If the water from the waterfall could be channeled through the skylight, while simultaneously sealing the room's door to fill the entire space with water, one could indeed float beneath the ceiling using something akin to a rubber boat. However, while filling the room with water, the perpetrator would need to seal the top of the kayak with a plastic bag, ensuring that the deceased's body bore no signs of having been wet. But is it truly feasible for such a wooden room to retain that much water? Officer Magyar glanced around the crime scene, raising yet another question. You are mistaken. Officer Magyar, I replied, for this is a confinement room. The walls have been specially treated with a multi-layered structure, and its waterproof capabilities are indeed reliable. Before Kagoro Mori could elaborate further, the carpenter monk, Muni, who stood nearby, could no longer contain his explanation. Is that so? But how did the murderer manage to channel the waterfall's water into this room, given the considerable distance between the two? Officer Magyar, feeling increasingly flustered, questioned. Just then, a torrent of water cascaded through the skylight, drenching Officer Magyar and alleviating his frustration. Of course, it was facilitated by wooden boards. By sealing the gaps with tape and flipping them over, a remarkably effective water conduit is created. For this reason, forensic personnel discovered numerous cherry blossom petals stuck to the gaps on the underside of the boards, a clear indication that the petals were adhered by the tape stickiness. Moreover, I wonder if anyone noticed that the upper walls of this room still bore remnants of dried cherry blossom petals, which occasionally drifted to the floor. This was due to the petals that had entered the room along with the water flow after it had been filled. So how did the perpetrator manage to drain such a considerable amount of water from this room? Naturally, through the hole in the corner of the wall. I believe the large opening resulted from the perpetrator causing slight damage. Under the immense pressure of the water, it gushed forth, thus explaining why Mr. Miyamoto heard the sudden sound of water last night. Ignoring the surroundings, Officer Magyar continued to ponder the meaning of life while Conan, utilizing the voice of Kagoro Mori, proceeded with his deductions. After elucidating the criminal's methods, it is now my turn to reveal who the true perpetrator is. Firstly, I must clarify that by calculating the flow rate of the waterfall and the width of the board employed by the criminal, it can be estimated that the inflow of water into the room is approximately 10 times that of a standard faucet. To fill this room with water would take at least 2 to 3 hours. Thus, under these circumstances, the criminal must have remained in this room until the conclusion of the incident last night. Monk Mune, do you recall stating that last night the sound of a scream caused you to drop the hammer in your hand, resulting in a loud clatter? Yes, I did mention that, albeit in a flustered manner. Monk Mune replied with remarkable composure. This brings us to a pivotal question. When Conan inquired of Master Shun, he claimed he heard no noises last night. Does this not present a significant contradiction to what Monk Mune has stated? Therefore, Master Shun, how do you account for this discrepancy? Oh, I must have overlooked it. I did hear it after all, both the scream from Ran and the sound of the hammer clattering to the ground. Shun quickly clarified as he felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. However, this explanation only deepened the suspicion in the crowd. Master Shun, perhaps you are unaware. But the scream last night did not come from Ran. It was I who screamed. Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed. Conan managed to unearth the evidence to substantiate this series of events, which rests in your hands. Officer Magyar, the tape attached to the board that was propelled by the force of the water. I am certain it will bear Master Shun's fingerprints. But why Shun? The other three regarded him with puzzled expressions. Do you remember the tragic death of my brother, Chnen, in this very room 2 years ago? But Shun, you only arrived at our temple a year ago. How could you possibly be connected to Chnen? The deceased Chnen was my brother. In my quest to uncover the truth behind his demise, I was compelled to assume a false identity and serve in this temple. It was only after Mr. Mori's arrival that the abbot, Tenny, revealed his true nature, allowing me to finally grasp the events of 2 years past. Suddenly, an anguished cry erupted from outside. Grandfather. As the crowd turned their attention outward, a beautiful young girl wept profusely over Abbot Tenny, while a tall, well-built monk stood beside her. In truth, my brother's death is tied to this woman. Just before I was about to take the life of Abbot Tenny, he divulged all the details of that fateful year to me. Abbot Tenny's granddaughter had a close relationship with my brother. However, the abbot, in his ambition to elevate his status, sought to marry her into a prominent temple. Consequently, he viewed my brother as an obstacle and employed a method akin to the one I attempted, resulting in my brother's tragic end. You lie. Chnen explicitly told me not to seek him out again. The granddaughter of Abbot Tenny interjected, unable to contain her indignation at the gathering crowd. It was about inheritance, the rightful claim to this temple. Initially, Abbot Tenny promised my brother that he would inherit it. Yet, he reneged on his word, leading to my brother's brutal murder. Is this so? While it may be unseemly to speak ill of the deceased, it appears that your brother, Chnen, was not the virtuous man you portray. For the sake of a temple's inheritance, he forsook a relationship that spanned years, suggesting that such affections held little significance for him. Remarked Miyamoto Kiyohisa, who had been observing the unfolding drama. What do you know? Those born into privilege and wealth cannot possibly fathom the struggles of the lower classes. If relinquishing a relationship could enhance one's circumstances, I dare say most would make that choice, Shun retorted disdainfully. You. Shibata Shuji was about to confront him. But Miyamoto Kiyohisa intervened by grasping his arm. One's understanding is often limited, determining how far one can advance in life. Moreover, he is a murderer. It is unnecessary to engage further with him. With that, Officer Magyar, having heard all the deductions and with Master Shun indirectly acknowledging his culpability, ordered his subordinates to escort him to the police car. On the return journey, as Officer Magyar needed to hasten back to the station, Kagoro Mori departed with Miyamoto Kiyohisa and his group. The damaged vehicle was taken away by employees from Miyamoto's company. Shuji, you know what to do about that matter, correct? Upon returning home, Miyamoto Kiyohisa gazed out the window at the bustling world below. Without turning back, he inquired of Shibata Shuji. Rest assured, brother. The security company is already on it, and I anticipate answers shortly. By the way, do not inform Miyako about this. Understood. Meanwhile, 2 armed helicopters soared toward the depths of the mountains. Once assured that the police had entirely withdrawn, the helicopters descended, releasing a rope ladder. What a splendid day it is! Who would have thought I would receive such an easy sea-level task? This individual truly is unfortunate to have crossed the boss. Indeed, however. Exercise caution during the interrogation. I don't care about the individual, but we must not overlook the necessary information. A robust man clad in a tactical vest cautioned. Understood, boss. You can count on us. Soon, the descent of 10 operatives was complete. Each member, clad in tactical gear, carried assault rifles on their backs and handguns at their waists, presenting themselves as a formidable special forces unit. The target lies ahead in the mountain temple, a monk named Kanjin. Here is the photograph of the individual, remember? Do not alert anyone else. Simply extract the target quietly. If there is any resistance, employ force to incapacitate them. Are we clear on the mission objective? The tall man addressed the assembled team. Received. After confirming the photograph held by the robust man, everyone nodded in unison, thus utilizing the concealment offered by the mountainous terrain. The group swiftly approached the Shami temple. Notably, due to the recent departure of the police, the 3 individuals found themselves dispersed at this moment. The monk, Kuan Yin, stood alone in the very room where the incident had occurred, his gaze flickering, lost in contemplation. This provided an opportune moment for the infiltrators. In such a small chamber, a mere second sufficed. Before the sophisticated equipment they bore could even manifest, Kuan Yin was swiftly rendered unconscious and taken away. 4 hours later, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had finished his lunch and was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the large television screen before him. Not far off, Shibata Hideo approached, holding his mobile phone. Brother, the results are in. This individual was indeed the one who infiltrated our room that night. However, he was not alone. He had an accomplice, the cook, Tun Yin. The dinner we did not consume contained a substantial amount of sleeping pills, which, in the dosage provided, could potentially be lethal. Furthermore, this morning's breakfast, which was supposed to be ours, had also been tampered with, containing a poison capable of causing death. Is that so? What has become of them now? The statements conveyed a sense of neutrality, devoid of revealing Miyamoto Kiyohisa's current emotions. He opted to handle matters in the usual manner, and it was likely that they were presently standing in punishment within Tokyo Bay. Upon hearing this remark, Miyamoto Kiyohisa managed to muster a faint smile. After enduring such an ordeal, he had resolutely refrained from venturing outside these days, contenting himself with leisurely drives around Tokyo. The prospect of retreating to the depths of the mountains was utterly unimaginable. Days passed in a monotonous rhythm, and before long, the calendar on his phone marked the arrival of May. Although the passage of time seemed to suggest a year had elapsed, the true year remained unchanged. Importantly, in Miyamoto Kiyohisa's perception, it felt as though merely a few months had passed. This is the intriguing nature of the world of Kudo Shinichi, where time relentlessly flows forward yet can abruptly plunge back into its original tributaries. Gazing out the window, the warm sunlight bathed the earth in its golden embrace. Though it was early summer, the streets were already alive with youthful girls adorned in vibrant short skirts. Naturally, as a man on the cusp of starting a family, Miyamoto Kiyohisa regarded the sights outside with indifference. It seemed an eternity had passed since he had heard anything about Conan. Could it be that something significant was brewing? It had been a full week without any reports of murder cases from the press, which left Miyamoto Kiyohisa in a state of curiosity. As if in response to his thoughts, just as he pondered Conan, a call came through on his personal phone. The caller ID displayed a name that was both familiar and foreign, Suzuki Shiro. This contact had been added during a business banquet, where they were both prominent figures in the financial world, yet he had not anticipated that, upon the first call, he would already be regarded as the prospective son-in-law. Hello, Uncle Suzuki, what brings you to call? Is there something amiss with Ayako? Naturally, upon receiving a sudden call from his future father-in-law, Miyamoto Kiyohisa assumed it was due to an issue concerning Ayako, though he wondered why she hadn't contacted him directly. Oh, Ayako is perfectly fine. I'm calling regarding a personal matter. A personal matter? Uncle Suzuki, please do share. If I can assist, I would be more than willing. Sensing the hesitation in the other's tone, Miyamoto Kiyohisa quickly sought to reassure him. Recently, the Miho Museum has gathered renowned gems from around the world for a jewelry exhibition. I wish to showcase our family heirloom, known as the Dark Star, reputed to bring good fortune. However, your aunt is concerned about its safety, and I heard that the reputation of Blackwater security is quite high. So I thought I'd ask for your assistance. The Dark Star? A visage reminiscent of Kudo Shinichi sprang to Miyamoto Kiyohisa's mind, Kaido Kuroba. As a character from another narrative intertwined with this world, he held a vivid impression of him from a past life. Very well, Uncle Suzuki. I shall take charge of this matter. Rest assured, I will ensure the protection of the Dark Star. Though his mind wandered, his words flowed without interruption, readily agreeing to the request. Ha ha ha, however, Kiyo, do not take it too much to heart. There are other security personnel as well. It's not so easy for something to go awry. Indeed, but I will instruct them to fully safeguard the Dark Star. Nodding slightly, Miyamoto Kiyohisa conveyed his determination. Shortly thereafter, a woman's voice seemed to emerge from the other end, and the call was promptly terminated. Could the phantom thief? How thrilling. Miyamoto Kiyohisa stretched languidly while gazing out the window. After spending the day at home, he had made a phone call to his father to discuss matters of development, followed by issuing some funds to Miyamoto Masato for bolstering their influence. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, just as Shibata Hideo prepared to depart, another call rang through to Miyamoto Kiyohisa's personal phone. Another call? Noticing the caller ID was once again Suzuki Shiro, he felt a hint of confusion. Hello, Uncle Suzuki. Is there something else? Kiyo, this afternoon, we received a peculiar notification letter from Phantom Thief 1412, stating when he would make an appearance. So, Phantom Thief 1412 has set his sights on your family heirloom, and even sent a letter to taunt you? Indeed, that is the case. However, this means we must significantly enhance the security for the jewelry exhibition at the Miho Museum. Kiyo, I truly need your help this time. Ha ha ha, Uncle Suzuki. There's no need for concern. We are family, and I will certainly lend my strength in thwarting Phantom Thief 1412. Nevertheless, we have yet to decipher the contents of the notification letter, which weighs heavily on our minds. How about this, Uncle? You can send me a copy of the letter. I believe our company might be able to assist in some capacity. After offering a few more words of comfort, it seemed there was another pressing matter for the other party, leading to a swift conclusion of the call. Kid, I hope you will appreciate the grand gift I shall present to you. A delightful thought crossed Miyamoto Kiyohisa's mind, eliciting a smug smile upon his lips. Brother, the Phantom Thief 1412 you just mentioned, could it be? Indeed, it is precisely as you think. It seems he has his sights set on the Suzuki family heirloom. The personnel at the company will certainly have their hands full. Let us designate this incident as a major B-level mission. We should deploy more visible personnel from the company. It would serve as a show of strength and deter petty thieves. Then, Hideo, please handle the negotiations with the police. Ensure we secure the right to operate independently. I trust that should pose no issue? Leave it to me. Nodding in agreement, Shibata Hideo turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, the notification letter from the so-called Phantom Thief could arrive in Miyamoto Kiyohisa's inbox. After a cursory glance, he forwarded the letter to Blackwater Security and to Hattori Heiji, who was far away in Osaka. Despite having a general understanding of the plot of this event, the particulars eluded him, and he deemed it best to leave the deciphering of such matters to the experts, sparing himself the exertion. The following evening, through Rand, Murikigoro also received an invitation from Sonoko to join in the defense of the Dark Star. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the jewelry exhibition at the Miho Museum approached, as they had yet to fully interpret the contents of the notification letter left by the thief. Thus, the police deployed a substantial force around the vicinity of the Rice Flower Museum, striving to capture this notorious thief of the century and bring him to justice. However, Observing the confident Officer Nakasono before him, Kiyohisa Miyamoto could not help but shake his head. Could the quality of the Tokyo police be so dismally low? Or had the elusive kid the Phantom Thief cast a spell upon them all? The overall personnel deployment appeared to him like a swarm of headless flies, chaotically flitting about at the sound of commands, devoid of any semblance of teamwork. Fortunately, my foresight led me to allow Hideo to seek independent operational authority from his uncle. Otherwise, under the direction of these officers, even the finest troops would surely veer off course. Pondering this, Kiyohisa Miyamoto shook his head once more. At that moment, Shibata Hideo approached with his mobile phone in hand. Kiyohisa, I've just received another call from the security department of Heikuei Security. They informed me that recently, someone on the dark web has been searching for information on our company. Oh? Did they discover who it was? Idly toying with a tuft of foxtail grass plucked from the greenery, Miyamoto asked nonchalantly. Apologies, but according to the security personnel, it seems the individual is quite seasoned in the dark web, leaving little trace of their activities, making it unlikely to track down their true identity. Interesting, Miyamoto mused, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gently snapped the foxtail grass in two. Could it be one of our old acquaintances? I wouldn't know. By the way, they asked me to inquire if we should continue the investigation. Since they are experienced, let it be. After all, the information we have publicly available is limited, and it hardly warrants the expenditure of extensive manpower and resources. He casually discarded the foxtail grass into the greenery and gazed toward the horizon, deep in thought. Subsequently, Hideo bid farewell to Miyamoto and turned to call the security department of Heikuei Security to convey Miyamoto's decision. Perhaps this time, it was not an old friend, but rather a new adversary, he pondered. Gradually, the visage of Shinichi Kudo surfaced in Miyamoto's mind as he murmured to himself. Kiyohisa, what are you doing here? Father and the others have been waiting for you in the hall for quite some time. A gentle voice rang out from a distance, and Miyamoto looked up to find Ayako Suzuki before him. The mischievous smile that had graced his lips instantly transformed into a warm and cheerful expression. I was just contemplating some matters here. By the way, has the code from Kid the Phantom Thief been deciphered? Not that I'm aware of. It seems the officers are still embroiled in heated debate regarding it. Ayako supported her chin with her left hand, adopting a thoughtful pose. Well, if it remains unsolved, so be it. Rest assured, with my team present, he shall not succeed. Gently enveloping Ayako in his embrace, Miyamoto spoke with unwavering confidence. Mr. Suzuki. Upon entering the grand hall, Kiyohisa immediately called out to Shiro Suzuki, who was situated not far away. Kiyohisa, thank you so much. Although we have mobilized nearly all the police forces in Tokyo, there are still gaps in our defenses. Your assistance is invaluable. Approaching Miyamoto, Shiro Suzuki patted him on the shoulder, his face beaming with gratitude. Chairman Suzuki, might I inquire who this is? Indeed, this is Mr. Kiyohisa Miyamoto, the president of Heikuei Security, who will be collaborating with you on this mission. No, I meant his other identity, Mr. Miyamoto. Are you not the nephew of Deputy Director Miyamoto? Noticing the expression on the officer's face, Kiyohisa realized that this officer was likely a key subordinate of his uncle. With a smile, Kiyohisa nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, that is correct. Haha, no wonder. With your employee involved in this operation, the pressure on us and the police force has significantly diminished. In an instant, the officer, Shintaro Chaki, was all smiles. By the way, when I arrived, I saw Mr. Mori discussing something with you. Have you deciphered the code? Not yet, but I believe that with a well-laid plan, we shall ensure that Phantom Thief 1412 does not prevail. Indeed, as the saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. As long as we have enough personnel, not even a fly shall infiltrate the venue. Kiyohisa supported Shintaro's perspective, yet he remained skeptical of the officer's capabilities, doubting they could achieve results greater than the sum of their parts. After some light conversation, Kiyohisa accompanied Shiro Suzuki and the others to the banquet hall for an evening of high society mingling. Post-dinner, summoning Hideo Shibata, Kiyohisa settled into the back seat of the car. We won't be heading back tonight. Let's find a spot nearby to park. There's a splendid show to behold this evening. Recalling the scene he glimpsed through the window earlier that afternoon, a smile graced Kiyohisa's lips. Glancing at his phone displaying March 31st. In conjunction with the notification letter marked April Fool, he felt an exhilarating anticipation for the evening's spectacle. At midnight, as the clock struck 12 and the date shifted to April 1st, Kiyohisa dialed the action leader within their task force. Soon, Kiyohisa and Hideo boarded their exclusive transport, a specially modified armed helicopter with an exceptionally high safety rating. Naturally, while traversing the city, the helicopter's weaponry had been dismantled, Yet the reassurance provided by the thick armored fuselage was irrefutable. Ascending to an altitude of approximately 200 meters, they hovered 500 meters away from the Kudo Grand Hotel, utilizing the cover of night to conceal their presence. Grasping the binoculars hanging around his neck, Kiyohisa adjusted the magnification and clarity before directing his gaze toward the rooftop of the hotel. Now, all that remained was to await the commencement of the show. Casually accepting the snacks that Hideo handed him, Kiyohisa chuckled lightly. The two of them, equipped with binoculars, observed the hotel rooftop while indulging in various treats and beverages, relishing the delightful experience. As time on the phone steadily progressed, the minutes soon reached 28. Kiyohisa, look. Isn't that the child from Mr. Murray's family? I believe his name is Conan. Suddenly, Hideo pointed into the distance and said to Kiyohisa, Indeed, that is him. However, Hideo, let us focus on watching the show without too much commentary. We can discuss afterward. Noticing Hideo's rapid consumption of snacks, Kiyohisa seized the opportunity to gently chide him, diverting attention from his earlier concerns. Ignoring Hideo's bewildered expression, Kiyohisa snatched a portion of the snacks beside him, restoring tranquility within the helicopter. Look, Kiyo. Is that the infamous Phantom Thief 1412? Shibata Hideo inquired, peering through the telescope at the figure draped in white, gracefully descending from the heavens. Miyamoto Kiyohisa, once again, snatched a packet of snacks from Shibata Hideo's embrace. Indeed, it is he. And, have you forgotten what I just told you? I understand. Shibata Hideo replied with a mournful expression, glancing at the dwindling snacks in his possession. As a firework burst into the sky, the police forces on the ground sprang into action. In a display of bravado, the Phantom Thief activated a radio, mimicking the voices of several officers to coordinate with Conan's maneuvers. Before long, the hotel was encircled by police vehicles, a helicopter's searchlight illuminating the figure of the Phantom Thief clad in white. In addition to the police, a circle of burly men dressed in tactical vests, their helmets equipped with infrared night vision and flash goggles, was gathered on the rooftop of the hotel. Unlike the previous training sessions, where firearms were a constant burden, Kiyohisa Miyamoto permitted only the use of simple implements such as clubs for this mission. This decision was made with the well-being of his uncle in mind, for he could not allow a single incident to tarnish the hard-earned reputation of Masaki Miyamoto. With a mixture of pride and anticipation, Kiyohisa murmured to himself, I wonder if Kid will be pleased with this grand gift of smoke and flash protection. A smile crept across his lips as he spoke. Seated nearby, Hideo Shibata listened to Kiyohisa's musings, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He cast a glance at Kiyohisa's snacks, feeling a surge of frustration that he could not voice. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from a distant rooftop, accompanied by ribbons cascading from the sky. A flashbang? I never imagined that the notorious thief Kid 1412 would resort to such tactics. It seemed that the suppressed tension had finally burst forth, prompting Shibata to speak once more. Kiyohisa turned his head to face Shibata. Brother Kiyohisa, it's all yours. Realizing he had fallen back into his old habits, Shibata's face fell again as he handed over the few remaining snacks clutched in his arms to Kiyohisa. Never mind, Kiyohisa reassured him. This splendid performance is drawing to a close, and I still have some snacks left for you. After the brilliant flash atop the Kudo Hotel, the flamboyantly dressed thief Kid vanished without a trace, leaving only the police, Conan, and the members of the Blackwater Security Company on the rooftop. Where did he go? The confusion erupted into a cacophony of questions. Officer Nakamori stared in disbelief at the spot where the elusive Kid had just been, his face a mask of incredulity. Quickly, use the helicopter's radar to locate him. He couldn't have gone far in the short time. Naively, Officer Nakamori assumed that Kid had escaped using a glider. However, the helicopter pilot's response left him perplexed. Officer, aside from our 4 police helicopters and the one belonging to President Miyamoto, there are no other aircraft in the vicinity. With this revelation, Conan, who had been brimming with confidence, suddenly found himself at a loss. How is this possible? How could a living person simply vanish into thin air? His mind raced with doubt and confusion. Just then, a note fluttered down from above, detailing Kid's next move. Damn it, he toyed with the police once. And now he dares to do it again? Everyone, hurry and search for Kid. We must apprehend him. Yes. A chorus of determined voices rose from the gathered police officers. However, not yet. As they descended the stairs, the only passage leading downstairs was entirely obstructed by the personnel of the Blackwater Security Company. I apologize, but I cannot allow you to proceed just yet, the leading officer declared, extending his right hand in a gesture of prohibition. What are you doing? Why are you blocking us, the police? If this drags on any longer, the Phantom Thief Kid will truly escape. Your autonomy should not be exercised in this manner. Officer Nakamori, incensed by the obstruction of his colleagues, shouted furiously at the officer in charge. I apologize, Officer Nakamori. We are equipped with tactical helmets containing infrared detectors and flash goggles. Thus, we can ascertain with certainty that at the moment the flashbang detonated, no one escaped from this location. Therefore, the Phantom Thief Kid should still be on the rooftop. I hope, Officer Nakamori, that you will not make this difficult for us. What do you mean by that? Hearing this, Officer Nakamori couldn't help but calm down slightly. Indeed, it is highly plausible that the Phantom Thief Kid has undergone a disguise and is now hidden among you officers. What? Why is it that he is hidden amongst us? Could it not be that he is among your group? The moment the words escaped his lips, Officer Nakamori immediately regretted them. After all, the equipment worn by the Blackwater security personnel was undoubtedly something the Phantom Thief Kid could not replicate. Consequently, the easily obtainable police uniform became a necessary option. Quickly, everyone check each other to confirm who among you is the Phantom Thief Kid. But before Officer Nakamori could finish his command, an ordinary officer in uniform had already leaped from the balcony of the top floor. In the blink of an eye, the officer transformed into the original form of the Phantom Thief Kid, gliding away on his wings into the distance. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. I didn't expect you to possess such advanced equipment. Next time, luck may not be on your side. Even after the figure had vanished, the voice of the Phantom Thief Kid lingered in the air of the Kudo Hotel's rooftop, clutching the second notice left behind by Kid. Officer Nakamori could only stamp his foot in frustration. All right, it's time to head back. Acknowledging that the Phantom Thief Kid had successfully escaped and that this act had temporarily concluded, Kiyohisa Miyamoto promptly instructed the driver in front to head to the designated landing area. Brother, how did you know that the Phantom Thief Kid would appear on the top floor of the Kudo Hotel today? Did you decode the previous notice? As they drove towards the safe house, the ever-curious Shifujita could no longer suppress his inquiry. No. Solving riddles is not my forte. Consider my ability to predict this a form of intuition, a knack for sensing the commotion. Kiyohisa chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Well, it's getting late. You should hurry back and rest. Who knows, your uncle might need you tomorrow. Upon reaching the garage, Kiyohisa stepped out of the car and turned to Shifujita. Saying thus, a dreamless night swiftly passed, and by noon the next day, the contents of the second notice had reached Kiyohisa's hands. This time there are no convoluted tricks, just such straightforwardness? Gazing at the blatant theft notice displayed on the computer, Kiyohisa couldn't help but chuckle softly. On the evening preceding the date indicated in the notice, April 18th, Kiyohisa was invited to the Suzuki residence. Uncle Suzuki, you can rest assured about the safety issues regarding this maritime voyage. Leave it to me. After several rounds of drinks, Kiyohisa appeared slightly tipsy as he confidently patted his chest while addressing Shiro Suzuki. The last time Kid made his appearance, it was due to a slip-up by the Blackwater security members. I wouldn't trust anyone else with this. Observing his future son-in-law's understanding, Shiro Suzuki couldn't help but shower him with praise. Subsequently, after declining Shiro's repeated invitations to stay, Kiyohisa chose to return to his safe house. As Shifujita drove away from the Suzuki estate, Kiyohisa's previously hazy gaze instantly cleared. How frightening. I almost ended up staying the night there. He patted his chest and mused within. By the way, Shu, have the arrangements for tomorrow been made? The company has responded. A 30-member team will be dispatched tomorrow, disguised as they infiltrate the cruise ship to carry out the mission. This task has been classified as a B-level mission, as per your instructions. A 30-member team? That should suffice. However, ensure that they are familiar with one another, for Kid possesses remarkable skills in disguise. We must not allow him to exploit any gaps. After relaying these instructions, Kiyohisa paused, seemingly pondering something before adding, tell them that if there is a mistake this time, I shall lead the next training session. Understood, Kiyohisa. I will certainly convey that message. Shifujita responded, a strange smile creeping across his face, involuntarily shivering with excitement. Of course, if I do take charge of the training, you won't be able to escape either. Suddenly, Kiyohisa interjected. In an instant, Shifujita's previously enthusiastic expression fell, his tone turning grave. Understood, Kiyohisa. After dropping Kiyohisa off at his residence, Shifujita promptly relayed Kiyohisa's exact words to the Blackwater security company. After receiving a chorus of distressing reactions, Shifujita felt a sense of balance restore within him. I hope these guys won't let me down. I do not wish to experience another training session led by my brother. Hanging up the phone and gazing into the pitch-black night, Shifujita found himself silently praying. Soon, April 19th arrived, the very day indicated in the Phantom Thief Kid's notice. As one of the top 3 financial conglomerates in Japan and the prospective son-in-law of the Suzuki family, Kiyohisa naturally prepared to board the cruise ship departing from Yokohama port. Of course, his primary objective was to meet the Phantom Thief Kid in person. After all, the cost of acquiring many of the skills possessed by Kid from stores was quite substantial, and without the guidance of a professional, Kiyohisa found it exceedingly challenging to familiarize himself through mere practice. Most importantly, this was a case involving the Phantom Thief Kid, and with Kid as the secondary protagonist. The safety factor was undoubtedly quite high. In fact, it could be said that once aboard the ship, Kiyohisa's life would be devoid of any threats. After lunch, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Kiyohisa called Shifujita to pick up Ayako Suzuki from her home, and together, the 3 set off for Yokohama port, preparing to board the Sally Bess, given that this case posed virtually no danger. Thus, Miyamoto Kiyohisa chose to forego his firearm this time, opting instead for a single blade from his cherished collection. As a distinguished member of the upper echelons of society, indeed a man standing at the pinnacle of Japan's social hierarchy, carrying a sword aboard a cruise ship was a trivial matter that would hardly attract criticism. With the convenience of facial recognition, the trio boarded the vessel with remarkable ease. As the sun began its descent, it painted the sea a vibrant crimson, while a few clouds, illuminated by the sunset, floated gracefully across the sky. Occasionally, the melodious calls of seabirds could be heard. And seated on a deck chair alongside Suzuki Ayako, Kiyohisa reveled in the gentle sea breeze, his heart brimming with contentment. After a while, a man clad in attire reminiscent of a waiter approached the deck. "Mr. Miyamoto, the evening festivities are about to commence. Please proceed to the banquet hall at your earliest convenience," he stated, initially standing upright before slightly bowing in deference. "Very well, I understand. You may return to your duties." "I shall take in the scenery a little longer," Kiyohisa replied, waving his hand dismissively, signaling the attendant to leave him to his contemplation. As time passed and the sun dipped further beneath the horizon, Kiyohisa rose, ready to head to the grand hall. Grasping his treasured sword in his right hand and holding Suzuki Ayako's hand in his left, he made his entrance into the ship's grand chamber. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him, and a chorus of compliments from various attendees filled the air. Yet, Kiyohisa merely smiled, choosing silence over words. Nevertheless, such a scene did not disappoint those who approached for conversation. After all, the image of Kiyohisa Miyamoto circulating within the circle has always been one of cold detachment. Merely being able to present oneself and become somewhat familiar in his presence was enough to satisfy most. Casting a discreet glance across the grand hall, Kiyohisa Miyamoto soon identified several employees from his company, observing how effortlessly they navigated the upper echelons of society, which prompted him to nod in approval. Given that today was a secure event, he did not decline the refreshments offered aboard the vessel, indulging slightly to appease his hunger. Soon after, Shiro Suzuki ascended the stage to commence his speech celebrating the 60th anniversary of the Suzuki Group. "Ayako, do you sense anything amiss?" For reasons unknown. As he watched Shiro Suzuki delivering his speech on stage, Kiyohisa Miyamoto couldn't shake off an underlying sense of discomfort. "Is there something amiss?" he mused. While Ayako Suzuki tilted her head in curiosity, "I don't feel anything unusual." After a moment of contemplation, Kiyohisa relaxed his expression. "Perhaps it's nothing significant. By the way, I recall my aunt mentioning a special gift she intends to present to me. Do you have any idea what it might be, Ayako? Did she mention that?" "I'm not aware," Ayako replied, her face adorably puzzled, prompting Kiyohisa to chuckle and shake his head. Soon after, Shiro Suzuki concluded his address and was about to return backstage when a woman's voice unexpectedly resonated from behind the curtain. "Before we proceed, I would like to share an idea I had. During the upload, I handed out this small box to each guest present, and now I invite everyone to open it. To be honest, this is a minor challenge I devised against that foolish thief. Yes, this is the heirloom of the Suzuki family and the primary target of the Phantom Thief Kid tonight, the Dark Star." Raising her right hand high, Tomoko Suzuki declared as if taking an oath. At her words, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience as they began to examine the boxes in their hands. Simultaneously, Tomoko's voice echoed once more, "Of course, there is only one genuine item. As for who possesses the authentic piece, that remains solely known to me. The rest are merely replicas. After this journey concludes, consider these as mementos of our voyage. All right, everyone, please pin this pearl to your chests." allowing the phantom thief kid to see the pearls you wear. If he truly possesses the skill to steal, let him do so discreetly. However, he must identify which one is the genuine Dark Star within 3 hours of our voyage. Her words sparked admiration for Tomoko's cleverness among the attendees, who responded with laughter, acknowledging her ingenious method. I believe I have discerned what your mother referred to as a gift, Kiyohisa remarked, retrieving the small box he had received upon boarding. A smile gracing his lips. Truly remarkable, Aunt. Kiyohisa and I've spotted Yoko. Let's head over to her, Ayako said, her excitement palpable as she grasped Kiyohisa's right hand. All right. Kiyohisa responded, following Ayako's lead towards Yoko, who stood beside Conan and ran. Hey, you both are here. Yoko greeted, her tone now relaxed. A stark contrast to the earlier reverence she held for Kiyohisa, a testament to their deepening relationship. Nodding with a smile, Kiyohisa began to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed Hideo Shibata gesturing at him from a distance. Prompting an excuse to Ayako about needing to visit the restroom, he made his way towards Hideo. Hideo, is something the matter? Kiyohisa and just now, one of our staff disguised as a cleaner discovered a set of costumes belonging to President Suzuki in the restroom. What did you say? In an instant, Kiyohisa comprehended the source of his earlier discomfort. Given his current rapport with Shiro Suzuki, it was implausible for him to receive no acknowledgement when they crossed paths. Under normal circumstances, it would have been likely for Shiro to summon him to the stage. Yet, moments ago, Shiro had been engrossed in his speech, his gaze wandering aimlessly, a stark deviation from reality. Hideo, are you serious? They found President Suzuki's disguises in the restroom? At an indeterminate moment, Conan, who had followed Miyamoto Kiyohisa, gazed wide-eyed at Shibata Hideo and inquired. Upon receiving a nod from Miyamoto Kiyohisa, Shibata Hideo shifted his gaze to Conan, crouching down. Indeed, little Conan, my elder brother's company is involved in the security operations for this voyage, which is why we discovered these items. Then, big brother Shibata, have you informed the police? I believe it is prudent to alert them, so they may heighten their vigilance. Rest assured, Conan, my company has direct communication with the police department. The findings here were reported to them well in advance. Crouching down, Miyamoto Kiyohisa gently ruffled Conan's hair, speaking in a soothing tone. That is reassuring. After a brief struggle to evade the hand above him, Conan dashed into the crowd. At that moment, Officer Chaki Shintaro, who had just been at the podium, emerged holding a microphone. Everyone, please quiet down. I am Officer Chaki from the police station. I trust you have heard my name. The legendary Phantom Thief Kid seems to have infiltrated this vessel. As you might know, he is a master of disguise, capable of flawlessly imitating another person. Therefore, he could very well be mingling among us. Normally, we would conduct checks at this juncture, but to avoid dampening the mood, I propose a small suggestion. Let us form groups of 2 to 3 and use a special code known only to ourselves. This way, we can thwart any attempts by the Phantom Thief Kid to take advantage of the situation. Upon hearing this, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Being members of high society, they soon organized themselves into groups as requested. Just as they completed this arrangement, the lights in the hall abruptly extinguished, plunging the entire area into darkness, accompanied by a cacophony of maniacal laughter. After a moment of chaos, a sound of smoke billowing emerged from the corner of the hall, followed by a spotlight illuminating a figure clad in a white magician's outfit standing in the corner. Ha ha ha, your codes are futile. The Dark Star has long been in my possession. As he spoke, he provocatively tossed a black pearl into the air. What? How is that possible? Miyamoto Kiyohisa, standing next to Suzuki Ayako, heard Conan's astonished voice. Kiyohisa, the Phantom Thief Kid has appeared. Seeing Miyamoto Kiyohisa, Suzuki Ayako thought he had just returned from the restroom and hurriedly explained. Fear not. I suspect that he is not the Phantom Thief Kid. Do you not find the spotlight a bit too coincidental? Moreover, the ship's power distribution room is guarded by the police and a substantial security presence, and it is quite distant from here. I have even installed an electromagnetic shielding system there. It would be impossible to execute such a feat without a partner in crime. While Miyamoto Kiyohisa was analyzing the situation, Suzuki Tomoko calmly drew a handgun from her bag and fired 2 shots at the figure of the Phantom Thief Kid on the wall. The supposed Phantom Thief Kid, who had been perched on the wall, fell to the ground, crashing onto a table in the corner. The guests present gasped in surprise, while the nearby police appeared hesitant to speak. Mother? Clenching her fists, Suzuki Ayako looked at Suzuki Tomoko with disbelief. Do not worry, officer. There is no significant scent of gunpowder. This is merely a prop gun. Gently grasping Suzuki Ayako's hands, Miyamoto Kiyohisa made this assessment. However, here, Kiyohisa Miyamoto has indeed committed a minor error. Drawing the kid card may not be a fortunate occurrence for Xiaolan. This situation is evidently inconsistent with the attributes of a true lucky individual. Fortunately, after a period of turmoil, tranquility was restored thanks to the diligent efforts of the officers. The banquet hall soon returned to a state of calm. Before long, after nearly an hour of navigation, the vessel was approaching its destination, the port of Tokyo. In this critical moment, the police intensified their patrols, and the attendees in the banquet hall could not help but feel a sense of anticipation, eager to witness who would emerge victorious in this confrontation. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, Kiyohisa Miyamoto noticed Hideo Shibata waving at him from a short distance. Shibata? What could it be this time? He pondered, suspecting that perhaps another company member had uncovered something noteworthy, prompting him to seek yet another excuse to approach. Before Miyamoto Kiyohisa could take action, a faint explosion suddenly echoed nearby, followed by a gasp of alarm. It's the pearl. The pearl has just exploded. Turning to see, everyone beheld a man seated on the ground, his face etched with terror. Just as the crowd remained in a state of uncertainty, several black pearls rolled across the floor, mirroring the previous scene as they emitted a thick cloud of smoke and detonated. Witnessing such chaos, the attendees in the banquet hall were thrown into a panic, hastily unfastening the imitation dark stars adorning their chests and flinging them to the ground. True to the earlier account, these replicas of dark stars erupted in explosions accompanied by billowing smoke upon impact. Consequently, the onlookers, now engulfed in turmoil, discarded their imitation dark stars and fled towards the exit of the banquet hall. In the midst of the frenzied escape, Suzuki Tomoko was unexpectedly knocked to the ground. Standing nearby, Xiaolan hurried over to assist her. Suddenly, Yuenzi pointed at Tomoko's chest and exclaimed, "Mom, it's strange. Where has your black pearl gone?" The moment those words escaped her lips, a look of panic washed over Tomoko's face as she swiftly glanced at Yuenzi. It must have fallen during the commotion. "Yuenzi, please help me find it." "But, Mom, the hall is so chaotic. How can we possibly locate which one is your black pearl?" Yuenzi replied, surveying the scattered black pearls strewn across the floor with a sense of helplessness. "That simply won't do. This black pearl is of utmost importance. It cannot be lost." At that moment, Conan approached, grasping Xiaolan's left hand. "Sister Xiaolan, I'm so scared. Could you please help me find a place to hide?" he implored in a sweet, innocent voice, feigning a pitiful expression. Before Xiaolan could respond, Shibata Hideo approached them, extending his large hand, reminiscent of a fan, to grasp Xiaolan's right hand. "The game of thieves ends here, Kaido Kid. Our team has already discovered Miss Xiaolan in the lifeboat. Your disguise has been unveiled." In the absence of Miyamoto Kiyohisa, Shibata Hideo revealed a rather formidable side of himself. Quite impressive, indeed, in an effort to remain hidden. "I took refuge in the escape pod, yet you still uncovered my presence." Without a trace of panic, the Kaido Kid, disguised as Xiaolan, spoke calmly in his original voice. "However, sir, I must regretfully inform you that you have not truly captured me." No sooner had he uttered these words than the Kaido Kid, disguised as Xiaolan, swiftly turned and dashed towards the exit. What remained in Shibata Hideo's grasp was merely a model hand. However, the situation was quite different for Conan, who had managed to grasp the true hand of his opponent. Yet, due to his diminutive stature, he was effortlessly lifted into the air by the elusive Phantom Thief Kid. "Hey, Conan!" Suzuki Sonoko, who had initially intended to personally unmask the Phantom Thief, could only let out a long sigh as she watched the two figures gradually fade away at the doorway. On a platform near the engine room at the rear of the ship, the panting Phantom Thief Kid set Conan down on the ground, who had been clinging to him tenaciously. "Hey, kid, are you trying to get yourself killed by holding on to me like that?" After a considerable struggle, the Phantom Thief finally pried Conan off, looking exasperated. "I cannot allow you to take the Dark Star from the ship." A gentle sea breeze stirred, lifting the bangs from Conan's forehead and revealing his eyes brimming with righteousness. "Indeed, this is precisely what I wish to convey." At that moment, as the two faced off, Miyamoto Kiyohisa appeared slowly from the cabin, brandishing a treasured sword, standing between them. With a gentle motion, he nudged the blade of his sword with his left thumb. Clang! A clear, resonant sound emanated from the sword in Miyamoto's grasp. "Not only do I refuse, but even my sword expresses its disapproval." Finally, the silver blade was fully exposed to the air, glimmering like a mirror under the cabin's lights. What a joke. "Are you serious?" At that moment, the Phantom Thief Kid was overwhelmed with a flurry of expletives, bewildered by the predicament he found himself in after just acquiring the Dark Star. All right. I shall return the Dark Star to you." With arms outstretched and hands placed over his heart, the phantom thief feigned innocence. He reached into his collar. A rather ungraceful action for someone with his blue visage. However, when he withdrew his hand, it was not the coveted black pearl he held, but rather a magic prop gun capable of firing cards. Apologies, President Miyamoto. But it appears this time I may have the upper hand, he declared, aiming the gun at Miyamoto's wrist that held the sword, a smug grin on his face. Oh, is that so? Yet I do not share your sentiment. With narrowed eyes, Miyamoto exhaled softly. It has been some time since I properly exercised. Do not disappoint me. He tossed the scabbard of his sword to Conan, who stood by watching, and fixed his gaze firmly on the phantom thief kid. Now, please, commence your performance. With both hands on the sword, Miyamoto assumed a defensive stance. Clap, clap, clap. Well, it seems you possess quite a bit of confidence. Before his words had fully settled, 3 cards were shot from the prop gun in a surprise attack. Yet, Miyamoto merely sidestepped slightly, avoiding all 3 cards effortlessly. An intriguing toy. But it is simply too slow, slow enough that it does not even provoke me to draw my sword. I mean your movements. The instant you raised the gun. I had already seen through all your intentions. Shaking his head, Miyamoto advanced, his polished shoes thudding against the deck with a heavy sound. Is this truly human? Glancing at the prop gun in his hand, the phantom thief could begin to question his life choices. He raised the gun settings once more, focusing intently. Bang, 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 bang. Another 5 cards were sent flying towards Miyamoto, spinning through the air with a piercing shriek as they sliced through the atmosphere. Miyamoto sidestepped 3 of them, and with a horizontal motion of his right hand, he cleaved the remaining 2 in half with the blade. At last, this is becoming somewhat interesting. Suppressing me with a high-density barrage, now that offers a semblance of pressure. As he continued to advance, Miyamoto offered the phantom thief kid suggestions on how to counter him. Retreating a few steps, realizing he was cornered, the phantom thief kid unleashed all the cards from his prop gun in a frantic burst. With the exaggerated reflexes of a magician, he managed to fire off a dozen cards in less than a second. Afterward, without a glance at his handiwork, he somersaulted to the side, aiming to grasp the telephone hanging on the wall. Miyamoto, facing the oncoming barrage of cards, wore a smile. In a line, windmill. He drew a circle with his blade before sweeping it to the right, causing all the cards aimed at him to veer off course as though drawn by an unseen force. Hey, is this really human? This thought echoed not only in the mind of the phantom thief kid but also in Conan, who stood by, astonished. The sheer power of the technique that redirected the high-speed flying cards was beyond what one would expect from a mere human. However, the true intent of Kid the Phantom Thief was never to seize this opportunity. At that moment, Miyamoto Kiyohisa had already picked up the phone and dialed a number. Futile efforts. The preparations you made have long been discovered and neutralized by my company staff. Moving like a specter beside Kid the Phantom Thief, Miyamoto Kiyohisa gazed at him with a smile. As expected, after dialing the number, the small bomb he had prepared to incite panic and facilitate his escape remained utterly inert. Witnessing this, Kid the Phantom Thief felt a deep sense of despair. Mr. Miyamoto, he said earnestly, I was merely jesting. Do you believe me? He raised his hands to his chest, clutching a box containing a black pearl. Kid looked sincerely at Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Of course, I do. But why? You might want to take a look at the black pearl in your hands. With a smile gracing his lips, Miyamoto Kiyohisa regarded him. What? How is this possible? The black pearl adorning the First Lady is not the Dark Star. Noticing that his opponent showed no inclination to strike, Kid the Phantom Thief complied and opened the box he held. An exclamation of surprise erupted instantly. With years of experience in appraising treasures, it was evident to Kid that the black pearl contained within the box was a recent creation, entirely distinct from the Dark Star. A cherished heirloom revered for over 60 years. How can this be? Such a valuable treasure, and yet the First Lady does not wear it herself. Even as he grasped the reality, Kid the Phantom Thief found it hard to accept. After all, only 3 members of the Suzuki family were aboard the ship. Coupled with Suzuki Tomoko's earlier remark about the black pearls worn by guests as keepsakes after the banquet, it led Kid to conclude that the authentic piece must be worn by a member of the Suzuki family. He had already observed the black pearl adorning Suzuki Sinoko's neck, which he noted was a newly minted pearl. As for Suzuki Ayako, the eldest daughter of the Suzuki family, she had not adorned herself with a black pearl, having entered alongside Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Thus, the only plausible existence of the Dark Star as a treasured heirloom lay with Suzuki Tomoko, the First Lady. Yet, he had seized it, only to let it slip away. He cast a perplexed and disheartened glance at Miyamoto Kiyohisa. Suddenly, a realization struck Kid. So, It turns out that there are more than just 3 individuals associated with the Suzuki family. Mr. Miyamoto, you and the First Lady truly make a splendid pair. Recognizing the bond between Miyamoto Kiyohisa and the Suzuki family, especially with the black pearl he wore, Kid the Phantom Thief had an epiphany. Well, to be honest, I was initially unaware of this plan, but considering the outcome now, it appears to be quite favorable, does it not? With the blade pointed toward the ground, Miyamoto Kiyohisa lifted his head to meet Kid the Phantom Thief's gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Now, speak plainly, what do you intend to do? With your prowess, in such close proximity, I should have had no opportunity to draw my gun, should I? Ah, truly, you are Kid the Phantom Thief. Conan, I believe you ought to deliver some clothes to your sister, Ran. Haven't you noticed that Kid's attire is identical to your sister's? Ignoring Kid the Phantom Thief, Miyamoto Kiyohisa approached Conan, reclaiming the scabbard of his sword, sheathing the blade, and adding this remark. Although he yearned to comprehend Miyamoto Kiyohisa's intentions with Kid, Conan hesitated momentarily for the sake of his sister Ran's honor, then turned and dashed toward the lifeboats in the cabin. Poor Conan. His mind filled with visions of Ran being exposed to others, entirely forgetting what Shibata Hideo had said about company personnel discovering Ran at the lifeboats. Well then, the audience has departed, and now I must express my demands. Leaning casually against his sword, Miyamoto Kiyohisa stood boldly before Kid the Phantom Thief, addressing him in a matter-of-fact tone. If you wish to escape my grasp, my request is quite simple. To be frank, I have taken a liking to you. Upon hearing this, Kid the Phantom Thief's composure faltered, his expression reflecting sheer alarm. I admire your skills in disguise. Fortunately, the latter part of the statement alleviated the tension in the atmosphere. Kid, having been taken aback, finally relaxed his stance. If you desire to learn the art of disguise, you could have simply stated so. Resorting to blades and firearms is rather unsafe. I possess a quick study guide on disguise techniques, which I can send to you. No. Techniques are merely at my fingertips. What I require is practice, guided practice. Shaking his head, Miyamoto Kiyohisa again focused his gaze on Kid the Phantom Thief's face. Hey, please regard my identity with the seriousness it deserves. I am an elegant phantom artist, not someone who teaches makeup. Upon hearing Miyamoto Kiyohisa's response, Kid the Phantom Thief became decidedly displeased. The notion of personally instructing someone in disguise felt beneath him. Kid the Phantom Thief, your refusal is inconsequential. However, you surely would not want your identity exposed to the world, would you? Black. A knowing smile graced Miyamoto Kiyohisa's lips as he tapped the ground with his sword. What? Who are you? How do you know my identity? Kid's tone held a hint of hostility, seemingly misunderstanding the situation. Me? A while ago. When you were investigating our company, did you not come across me, the Master Luban of the online world? Oh, so you tracked me through the internet. Letting out a long breath, Kid the Phantom Thief's emotions settled upon realizing that Miyamoto Kiyohisa was not part of the group that had harmed his father. Very well. Since you have uncovered my true identity, agreeing to teach you disguise techniques is of little consequence. However, I expect a reasonable fee. Acknowledging that he had no recourse, Kid the Phantom Thief chose to acquiesce. After agreeing to a series of conditions, the sound of police footsteps echoed in their ears. Kid the Phantom Thief is here? Hurry. Apprehend him. A cacophony of sounds erupted in the corridor. What? Still not leaving? If you wait any longer, it will become quite difficult. Are you worried that once you leave, I would be unable to locate you? Fear not. I can easily reach you. Observing Kid the Phantom Thief's calm demeanor, Miyamoto Kiyohisa felt a twinge of confusion. After all, this environment was far from the ease of blending into a crowd as in the prior building. Kid, surrender at once. A furious shout pierced through the cabin door. It was Officer Nakamori, who, though out of breath, wore an expression of confidence. No sooner had he spoken than a group of officers followed closely behind him. This time, I won't let you escape, Kid the Phantom Thief. Charge. Capture him. With a fierce roar, he evaded the presence of Miyamoto Kiyohisa as the police surged forward, though it pained him to admit it. The police stood no chance of capturing him, not for another 20,000 years. A black pearl materialized at his fingertips, and the Phantom Thief Kid nonchalantly tossed it in the direction of the advancing officers. This was the Dark Star obtained from the President's wife during this operation, and now it was being returned to them. No sooner had he spoken than the pearl erupted in a dazzling burst of light. Curse be it. A flashbang. The officers, momentarily blinded by the brilliance of the pearl, were left in a state of uproar, and by the time they regained their senses, the elusive Phantom Thief Kid had vanished from sight. As for Miyamoto Kiyohisa, at the instant the black pearl was thrown, he had instinctively shielded his eyes with his blade. blocking the blinding explosion. How absurd. All this waiting, merely for a show. Miyamoto Kiyohisa could only silently commend Kid with a mental thumbs up in terms of theatrics. He had no rival but the esteemed Kaido Kid himself. Curse be it, he has escaped once more, and the Dark Star remains unclaimed. Officer Nakamori pounded his palm in frustration. No need to worry, Officer Nakamori. The Black Star was never taken by the Phantom Thief Kid, Miyamoto Kiyohisa replied nonchalantly. What? President Miyamoto, is that truly the case? Upon hearing Miyamoto's words, Officer Nakamori's tone shifted to one of fervor, his hands instinctively grasping Miyamoto's shoulders, his gaze filled with urgency. It was imperative. This mission involved numerous influential figures in the financial world, and coupled with his previous bold assertions, if the Dark Star had indeed been stolen, he would certainly be unable to continue participating in the affair, even with allies within. Rest assured, Officer Nakamori, the true Dark Star has never been stolen. Do take a look at what I have adorning my left chest, Miyamoto Kiyohisa said, gently pushing aside Nakamori's hands, pointing to the black pearl on his chest with certainty. I see. How clever of President Suzuki's wife to use herself as bait, blending the genuine with the false. By placing the authentic item with President Miyamoto, she ensured the utmost security. The seasoned Officer Nakamori grasped the truth of the entire situation in an instant, showering Miyamoto with praise. Report, Officer. No sign of the Phantom Thief Kid was found near the cabin, only the disguises he used. Just then, the officers who had been pursuing Kid returned to report on the subsequent developments. Curse be it. He truly managed to evade us again. How could he possibly escape from a vessel traversing the sea? Although the Dark Star had been safeguarded, Officer Nakamori remained troubled by Kid's escape, further solidifying his resolve to capture him. Half an hour later, the cruise ship safely docked at Tokyo port, and after detailing the circumstances of the case, everyone applauded the ingenuity of Tomoko Suzuki. In the days that followed, the various enterprises of the Suzuki conglomerate exhibited a remarkable upward trend, with projections indicating a surge of several hundred billion yen within mere days. Even the seasoned businessman Miyamoto Kiyohisa could not help but show admiration upon hearing this news. Initially, while watching the Detective Conan series, he had found himself puzzled by Kid's appearances, questioning why the Suzuki family would boldly display their treasured heirloom even when threatened. However, after personally experiencing these events, Kiyohisa Miyamoto has come to possess a more profound understanding of the situation. Firstly, as one of Japan's foremost conglomerates, it is utterly inconceivable to retreat even a single step in the face of such a formidable thief's threat. At such a moment, the only course of action is to confront the challenge head-on in order to preserve the dignity of the corporation. Otherwise, should there be any retreat, not only would the Suzuki family's reputation suffer irreparable damage, but the integrity of the Suzuki conglomerate's business operations would also face scrutiny, potentially resulting in a significant decline. Moreover, this exhibition represents a remarkable opportunity for the Suzuki family to demonstrate their resilience against adversity. Should they successfully safeguard the Dark Star during this event, there is no doubt that the external perception of the Suzuki family would rise dramatically. Furthermore, given their recent collaboration with the Miyamoto conglomerate, the Suzuki family is already under considerable scrutiny. An additional surge of momentum could propel them to navigate the challenges ahead with ease. Conversely, if they fail to protect the Dark Star, the hundreds of elite guests invited to the banquet would serve as an excellent endorsement. Through their perspectives, the enigmatic and extraordinary capabilities of Phantom Thief Kid could be conveyed, thereby enhancing credibility. Additionally, this could redirect the spotlight onto Phantom Thief Kid, thereby mitigating the repercussions faced by the Suzuki family. Regardless of the circumstances, the Suzuki Consortium's response to the Kaido Kuroba incident has, on the whole, manifested an air of inevitable triumph. Particularly in the end, the stratagem employed by Tomoko Suzuki, which cleverly concealed their true intentions, has allowed many to witness the formidable resolve and cunning of the Suzuki family, achieving an unexpectedly effective outcome. Naturally, Kiyohisa Miyamoto, a direct participant in this event, would possess considerable notoriety. However, at his insistence, the police chose to truncate certain details, resulting in newspaper reports that merely stated Chairman Miyamoto assisted the Suzuki family in guarding against the Dark Star operation. Even though the newspaper's portrayal of Kiyohisa Miyamoto consisted of mere fragments, the Miyamoto Consortium inevitably experienced some impact, with the company's stature rising slightly over the course of several days. Undoubtedly, Kiyohisa Miyamoto welcomed this turn of events, as he aspired to become a tycoon in the Japanese business realm. Despite having a wealth of theoretical support to monetize his knowledge, he still required substantial financial backing. After the upheaval, Kiyohisa Miyamoto returned to his reclusive daily routine. Aside from an increase in dating options, his life remained largely unchanged. Kiyohisa. Just now Ayoko told me that Mr. Mori seems to have been injured and won't be able to attend the concert. He is currently recuperating in the hospital. After receiving a phone call, Ayako Suzuki turned her head to look at Kiyohisa Miyamoto. Is that so? He must be regretting it terribly. Given that this is the final concert of his favorite singer, Yoko, and I even managed to secure him front-row tickets. The image of Kaguro Mori's dejected expression flashed through Kiyohisa's mind, causing him to stifle a smile. Kiyohisa, how about we visit Mr. Mori tomorrow? Suddenly, Ayako Suzuki seemed to have an epiphany and proposed this idea. Although Kiyohisa was somewhat taken aback, he found nothing amiss and readily agreed. Haifu. Did you inquire about which hospital Mr. Mori is in? It's the Cave City Hospital, in which we hold a significant stake. I asked Miss Ayoko about it last night. After having lunch, Kiyohisa Miyamoto suddenly recalled his promise to Ayako Suzuki and posed a question to hide for Shibata. However, yesterday, Shibata Hideo, who accompanied us to the concert, had already taken care of this matter. All right, Hideo, let us first procure some gifts, then we shall pick up Ayako and pay a visit to Mr. Mori. I suspect he is still quite distressed about missing the concert yesterday, Miyamoto Kiyohisa remarked with a teasing tone, a smile gracing his lips. After purchasing some fruits and snacks, the two of them made their way to the Suzuki residence. Having made a phone call prior to their arrival, they found Suzuki Ayako standing at the door. Dressed in a floral dress, adorned with a western sun hat, and carrying a small handbag. Ayako, your outfit today is quite charming. It brings back memories of my student days, Miyamoto Kiyohisa complimented as they got into the car. Oh, not at all. Moreover, Kiyohisa-kun, I am still a student. Ayako responded playfully, extending her right hand for a handshake. Hello, I am Miyamoto Kiyohisa, currently serving as Ms. Suzuki's knight, he replied gently, grasping her delicate hand. They held each other's gaze for a prolonged moment until Ayako could no longer contain herself, bursting into a soft giggle and discreetly averting her eyes. Nevertheless, even though she had shifted her gaze, their hands remained intertwined, with Ayako subtly leaning against Kiyohisa's left chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Meanwhile, in the front seat, Shibata Hideo was consumed with a sense of envy, his heart brimming with resentment. He pressed the accelerator, eager to expedite the end of this torturous journey. Thanks to Shibata Hideo's adept driving skills and determination, they arrived at the entrance of the Tokyo City Hospital in less than half an hour. Gradually applying the brakes, the vehicle came to a gentle stop at the hospital's entrance. Just as Hideo was about to turn to tell Kiyohisa it was time to disembark, he caught a glimpse of Kiyohisa's subtly troubled expression in the rearview mirror. Suppressing his swirling emotions, Hideo exited the car and opened the door for Ayako. Miss Ayako, we have arrived. Ah. Oh, all right, she exclaimed, springing up from Kiyohisa's side like a startled deer, hurriedly grabbing her handbag and stepping out of the car. As Kiyohisa followed suit, he discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Hideo, subtly pointing toward the building behind them. Hideo nodded slightly in understanding. The two then resumed their smiles. Hideo, it seems I forgot to buy flowers. Could you please get some for me? We will head inside first, and remember to call me when you have them. Kiyohisa said. Of course, big brother. Just wait for my message, Hideo replied, nodding emphatically and giving a reassuring gesture. Following this, Kiyohisa and Ayako entered the hospital hand in hand, while Shibata Hideo opened a small compartment beneath the back seat of the car, retrieving a long box. He quickly assembled the components inside, and soon a guitar case was slung across his back. Not only that, but his previously slim waist was now noticeably fuller. Having meticulously noted the location of a nearby flower shop, Hideo headed directly towards the building that Kiyohisa had indicated earlier. Meanwhile, Kiyohisa and Ayako had entered the hospital, as waiting outside in the sun was not an ideal option. Officer Takagi, what brings you to the hospital? Has any officer been injured? However, to Miyamoto Kiyohisa's surprise, shortly after entering the hospital, Officer Takagi and several other policemen appeared before him. Mr. Miyamoto, no, it is not as you think. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no one else was eavesdropping, Officer Takagi leaned closer to Miyamoto Kiyohisa. I must inform you, there is indeed a bank robber. Due to an accident, he is currently in this hospital, and he is sharing the same ward as Mr. Mori. Takagi, what are you saying? Just as Officer Takagi endeavored to lower his voice and vividly narrate the details of the incident, a commanding voice suddenly resonated from nearby. Ah, my apologies, Officer Megure. Without needing to raise his head, Officer Takagi instantly recognized the person approaching from behind. He promptly executed a standard bow of apology, accompanied by a salute. "Ah, Officer Magyar. Please do not be too harsh on Officer Takagi. It is merely my curiosity," explained Kiyohisa Miyamoto, slightly embarrassed to see Takagi in a predicament due to him. "Since Mr. Miyamoto has interceded on your behalf, I shall let you off this time. However, do ensure that the necessary reflection paper reaches my desk later." Officer Magyar remarked with a cold huff, finally relenting. "Mr. Miyamoto, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the hospital?" Despite their familiarity, Officer Magyar maintained his professional demeanor. "Well, we intended to visit Mr. Mori, but given the current circumstances, I believe it may be best to refrain," Kiyohisa responded, realizing he might inadvertently become embroiled in the incident. "Kiyohisa, I think we should still pay Mr. Mori a visit. I have a gift for him," chimed in Ayako Suzuki, producing a videotape labeled Yoko Chono Concert in bold black marker. Indeed, Mr. Miyamoto, visiting Mr. Mori might help in lowering the alertness of other robbers. Officer Magyar added after a moment of contemplation. "Very well, but I must first make a call to Hufa to check if he has procured the flowers," Kiyohisa stated, pulling out his phone and moving to the window to dial Shibata Hufa's number. "Hufu, have you bought the flowers? We are heading to visit Mr. Kagoro Mori and are awaiting your flowers. Kiyohisa, I have spotted a woman with binoculars here. Oh, and I found her with a recently used phone. Our team has traced the numbers she dialed, and their IP locations are within the hospital." "Really? And you bought Mr. Murray's favorite gifts? All right then. Let us tidy up and bring the gifts along," Kiyohisa replied, hanging up with a slight smile, eager to demonstrate the power of information warfare. Before long, Shibata Hufu appeared at the hospital, bearing a guitar case, a box, and a bouquet of flowers. Kiyohisa quickly joined him. "Did you bring the gift?" Kiyohisa inquired directly upon meeting. "Here you go, Kiyohisa," Hufu responded, handing over the gift box. "Kiyohisa, what is this?" Ayako asked curiously. "This is a grand gift intended for certain individuals within the hospital," Kiyohisa replied with a light laugh, making his way toward Mr. Kagoro Muri's room. "Mr. Muri, what a pity you missed Yoko's concert yesterday." The front row seats allowed each attendee to receive a signed poster. Upon entering the room, Kiyohisa exclaimed to the listless Kagoro Mori. "Really? Could you save one for me?" Kagoro's energy surged as he eagerly inquired. "Mr. Mori, what are you thinking? You cannot simply wish for a signed poster without attending." Kiyohisa retorted mercilessly, as if he heard something shatter. Waving a hand in front of Kagoro to confirm he was frozen in place, Kiyohisa continued, however, as Yoko's manager. "Acquiring a signed poster is a trivial matter. Thus, I have decided to gift you mine." With those words, Kiyohisa seemingly heard glass shattering again, as tears of gratitude welled in Kagoro's eyes. "Mr. Miyamoto, you are truly my benefactor. Had I missed Yoko's signed poster, I would have lost sleep over it." Kagoro grasped Kiyohisa's hands tightly, tears soaking into the sheets below. "Moreover, Ayako has a gift for you as well," Kiyohisa announced. "Tada. This is the recording of yesterday's concert. It is first-hand material." He presented the videotape to Kagoro. "Mr. Miyamoto, I cannot thank you enough," Kagoro exclaimed joyfully, cradling the tape and repeatedly expressing his gratitude. After placing all the gifts on Kagoro's bedside table, Kiyohisa excused himself to the restroom and opened the earlier gift box. Inside, he found a device equipped with an LCD screen. Upon activating it, several light points appeared on the display. "Ah, there are indeed many people," he mused. "Hufu, please invite our guests. It is time for this gift to serve its purpose." Returning to the room, Kiyohisa discreetly signaled to Shibata Hufu, and the two stepped outside. "Officer Magyar, could you come here for a moment? There is something to discuss," Hufu called out, waving to Officer Magyar from a distance. "What is it, Mr. Miyamoto?" Officer Magyar approached, somewhat puzzled but respectful of their status. "Come, Officer Magyar, let me show you something intriguing." Kiyohisa revealed the device he had just taken out. "What is this?" Officer Magyar inquired, bewildered. "Officer Magyar, you know our company is involved in telecommunications. Earlier, when Hufu was outside, he encountered a cohort of the robbers and confiscated a phone from one of them. Our database, via satellite, tracked the locations of several numbers he contacted. It is reasonable to deduce that these light points correspond to the accomplices of the bank robbers." "What? Is what you say true, Mr. Miyamoto?" Officer Magyar's voice rose in excitement, gripping the device tightly, his tone urgent. "Sure, Officer Magyar, keep your voice down. We are in a hospital, after all," Kiyohisa cautioned, placing a finger to his lips and gesturing towards the "Please maintain silence" sign on the wall. "Ah, Mr. Miyamoto, is everything you mentioned true? Does this device display the accomplices of the robbery?" Upon hearing Miyamoto Kiyohisa's words, Officer Muro lowered his voice, adopting a tone of caution and deliberation. Indeed, indeed. However, I have just uncovered something intriguing. A light point has consistently indicated its position amidst your group of officers. This suggests the possibility of an insider among you. He gestured towards the distant light point on the instrument screen, which, when magnified according to the scale, revealed that it was situated among Officer Takagi and his companions not far away. At this revelation, Officer Muro's expression darkened considerably. I understand. I will personally ensure that this rogue element is eradicated from the police force. As Officer Muro began to track the light point displayed on the instrument to identify and monitor the target in the waiting area of the infirmary, Conan sat beside a man holding a box of cream puffs, earnestly imparting his insights. Before Conan could fully persuade him, a large group of undercover police officers burst in, swiftly bringing the robber, who had been monitoring from the sidelines, to the ground and seizing the firearm from his grasp. Report, officer, all suspicious individuals have been apprehended. A thorough search confirms that these individuals are indeed robbers. How infuriating. I suggest you release me at once. I have an accomplice nearby who is holding a hostage. If we lose contact, I cannot guarantee the safety of the hostage in his possession. Despite being pinned to the ground, the robber remained unfazed, even daring to taunt the officer who subdued him. Officer, he speaks the truth. This man's daughter has been kidnapped, and they are using her as leverage to coerce him into committing murder. At that moment, Conan, witnessing the unfolding situation, leaped from his chair and pointed at the man holding the box of cream puffs, exclaiming loudly, Conan. Upon hearing Conan's voice through the intercom, Officer Megur's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, tell me where your accomplice is. The police officer beside him began to interrogate the robber who had just been brought in. However, what awaited him in return was a cruel sneer from the other party. Why not go mad, you ask? Let me tell you, I will not divulge anything. I advise you to release me obediently. Yet, before the words of the robber had fully settled, a tall man carrying a guitar case appeared at the end of the corridor. This man held in his right hand a woman who resembled a lifeless corpse, while his left hand grasped a little girl. Officer Megur, this is the robber I mentioned earlier. However, fearing she might resist and inflict harm upon me, I incapacitated her. This should be the little girl held hostage by the robber. The newcomer was none other than Hideo Shibata, who carelessly tossed the woman onto the ground before explaining. Likewise, his voice was transmitted through the intercom to the police officers with Conan. The robber, pinned to the ground, heard the voice from the intercom and lost her bravado. Her struggles becoming feeble, her eyes dimming, and even her previously raucous mouth fell silent. Sir, your daughter has been successfully rescued, but we require your cooperation for further investigation. After handcuffing the remaining robbers and handing them over to his companions, the officer approached the man known as Puff and held the intercom to his ear. Daddy, that lady was a bad person, and the police uncle has saved me. Upon hearing the innocent voice from the other side, Puff's hands softened, and the box of cream puffs fell to the ground with a soft thud. The box opened automatically, revealing a handgun and a silencer inside. Observing this, the police swiftly retrieved evidence bags to collect the items from the floor. Meanwhile, after Hideo Shibata informed Kiyohisa Miyamoto of the situation, Officer Megur and a large group hurried to the hospital room where Kagoro Mori was located. Ah, Officer Megur, I can't believe you traveled such a distance to visit me despite my injury. I am truly touched. As he saw the officers entering, Kagoro Mori's eyes welled with tears, deeply moved by the camaraderie of his past colleagues. Little did he know, the first thing Officer Megur did upon entering was to rush over to Kiyohisa Miyamoto, clutching the device in his hands. Mr. Miyamoto, thank you so much. Having this device is incredibly convenient. Upon hearing this, the emotional Kagoro Mori, who was on the hospital bed, felt as if he had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Oh, it's nothing, really. Being able to assist the police in their investigations demonstrates my worth. Moreover, it is thanks to these robbers using phones produced by our company and our telecommunications service. Otherwise, it would not have been so convenient. Kiyohisa Miyamoto's modesty was somewhat understated. As a global leader in the 2G era, the Miyamoto Group essentially monopolized this sector in Japan. One could say that in the current Japanese market, aside from pagers and landlines, the majority of usable mobile phones are under the Miyamoto Group's umbrella. Given this context, creating such products was hardly a challenge. Officer Megur, do you have any further inquiries? If not, you may release that device. It is still a test version, and I need to take it back to the company. As he pulled his hands, failing to reclaim the device from Officer Megur, Kiyohisa Miyamoto inquired. Oh, no. It's nothing. Just the thought of having such a remarkable device and not being able to use it makes me uneasy. Lately, my hands have been somewhat uncooperative, which is why I cannot let go of this. With reluctance in his eyes, Officer Magyar ultimately chose to relinquish his grip under the other's insistence. "Oh, Officer Magyar, please don't look at me like that. Rest assured, we originally intended to collaborate with the police on this product. This was something my uncle considered not long ago and entrusted to me." Seeing the expression akin to a forlorn lover on the other's face, Kiyohisa Miyamoto felt compelled to reveal some related information, while also subtly promoting his uncle. "I see, it's Chief Miyamoto. That's wonderful, truly wonderful." Upon hearing Kiyohisa Miyamoto's explanation, Officer Magyar's expression brightened immediately, his voice filled with excitement. Observing the smiles on Officer Magyar and the accompanying officers, Kiyohisa Miyamoto couldn't help but smile as well. "Uncle Muri, what's wrong? Why did Officer Magyar come here just now?" After everyone had departed, Conan rushed back to the hospital room, noticing Kagoro Muri's despondent state, and innocently inquired. "I was truly foolish, really, I was." The only response to Conan's question was Kagoro Muri's repetitive murmurs. "Uncle, Miss Yoko has come to see you." Seeing Kagoro Muri's troubled demeanor, Conan felt compelled to deploy his ultimate weapon. Where is she? Where is Miss Yoko?" The moment he heard this, Kagoro Muri sprang from the bed, searching the entire room. "Uncle Muri, I was just teasing you. Miss Yoko isn't here. What did Officer Magyar come for?" Once Kagoro Muri regained his composure, Conan finally explained. However, the unfortunate Conan remained oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly opened a can of worms. The subsequent scenes were too brutal and blood-soaked for one to contemplate. Moments later, with two gourds precariously balanced atop his head, Conan finally grasped the sequence of events. It became evident that if such a device could truly be put to full use, it would indeed be remarkably convenient. Despite the stars twinkling above him, he remained undeterred in assessing the potential impact this device could have on police investigative methods. Meanwhile, after spending an exhausting day shopping with Ayako, the weary yet smiling Kiyohisa Miyamoto finally returned to his abode. The information department had thoroughly investigated the identities of the robbers, deciding to eliminate those deemed necessary while keeping a watchful eye on the others. Reclining on the sofa, Kiyohisa wearily spoke to Hideo Shibata. "All right, Kiyohisa." Observing Kiyohisa's fatigued demeanor, Hideo lost interest in romance and promptly exited the room to notify the Kurikawa Security Company. 2 days later, after dismantling a firearms trafficking route and neutralizing a portion of the foreign forces infiltrating Tokyo, tranquility seemed to have returned. The serene days passed swiftly, and before long, the autumn winds began to rustle, scattering yellowed leaves along the tree-lined streets, where the only constant remained the youthful girls in short skirts. In the morning, Kiyohisa sat at his usual spot, sipping milk, while engaging in a casual conversation with Ayako Suzuki via his smartphone. Suddenly, his work phone rang, displaying a call from the Kurikawa Security Company. "What is the matter? Is there an issue?" Upon answering, curiosity piqued Kiyohisa, as such direct calls often indicated significant developments or matters pertaining to him. Yet, he had heard no whispers of trouble in recent days. "Boss, a bank has been robbed of 1 billion yen, and they wish for our assistance in recovering the funds. Since this matter does not entirely fall within our purview, we are seeking your guidance." As soon as the words left the caller's lips, Kiyohisa's eyes narrowed slightly. "When did this occur?" "Boss, it happened this morning. The robbery took place yesterday, and the request came through this morning." "Agree to their request. Deploy a small team and inform them that this operation will be executed to A-grade standards." With a composed tone, Kiyohisa tapped his fingers lightly on the table. After disconnecting the call, an inexplicable glint appeared in his eyes. A 1 billion yen heist, indeed. This could be one of the few incidents etched clearly in his memory. As he continued to tap his fingers on the table, a knock echoed from outside the room. "Kiyohisa, I've arrived. What are today's plans?" The surveillance and phone system relayed the sounds and images from outside. "Hideo, you arrived just in time. Today, we are heading to the hotel. I must tend to my collection as guests are soon to arrive." Rising from his seat, Kiyohisa pressed his hands against the table, his words casting a shadow over the room. Upon hearing this, Hideo said nothing further, turning to leave the room and heading straight for the elevator to the garage. Kiyohisa disposed of his breakfast refuse into a nearby waste chute before entering the elevator himself. "Brother, what is going on today? Who are the guests you mentioned?" "Don't ask just yet. You will find out soon enough. Just call the security company and have them send you the relevant information." Interrupting Hideo's inquiry, Kiyohisa reclined into the back seat. Hideo, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from pressing further, efficiently igniting the engine and shifting gears. As the garage door slowly rose, their vehicle shot out like a swift arrow. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the private garage of the hotel. Hideo received emails in the garage while Kiyohisa ascended to inspect his prized possessions. 10 minutes later, he returned to the car, carrying 2 boxes, one large and one small, and closed the door behind him. "Let us go. Take me home. I shall refrain from going out in the coming days." Although Hideo was somewhat puzzled by the contents of the emails he had just seen, he chose to remain silent, observing Kiyohisa deep in thought, and continued his role as a driver. Upon returning home, Kiyohisa remained pensive, prompting Hideo to apologize and exit the room. The combination of the Shikibu Bank and the dark organization posed a formidable challenge indeed. After much contemplation, Kiyohisa resolved the true objective of this operation. Indeed, compared to the shadowy organization lurking in the depths, the overtly positioned financial giant, Shikibu Group, aligned far more with the interests of the Miyamoto Consortium. Moreover, with his company poised to engage in a series of financially demanding operations, forging strong ties with several financial titans was unavoidable. In light of this, the recent bank heist presented Kiyohisa with an opportune moment. However, it is not out of the question to slightly impede the dark organization. After all, during the extensive investigation into Kiyohisa Miyamoto, it became evident that the dark organization maintained intricate connections with the higher echelons of Japan's government. Under Miyamoto's astute deductions, a significant portion of their operations appeared to be manipulated by conservative elements within the Japanese government, enabling them to undertake tasks that could not ordinarily be addressed. Thus, their alignment with their own patriarch's faction was far from amicable. With this thought in mind, Kiyohisa Miyamoto retrieved his phone and dialed Masaki Miyamoto's number. "Uncle, have you heard about the robbery that occurred at Tsurubashi Bank yesterday?" "It's Kiyohisa, of course I've heard. Tsurubashi Group has truly embarrassed itself this time. Their supposedly foolproof security was completely compromised, and now they are left with mud on their faces, seeking our police assistance." Upon broaching this topic, a smile instantly graced Masaki Miyamoto's face, and his voice was filled with amusement. "Uncle, regarding this incident, I hope you can assist me with a favor." It is like this after a lengthy conversation, Kiyohisa Miyamoto hung up the phone, exhaling in relief. Everything was in place, they only awaited the right moment. The following morning, the television station and newspaper, which had been specifically instructed, forwarded the latest updates about the case to Kiyohisa Miyamoto. Had the suspect been successfully traced to Akemi Mayano? "Shoo, it's time for us to set off." After concluding the call, Kiyohisa gazed out the window, his eyes brimming with confidence. In the Tsurubashi Group's central meeting room, Kiyohisa Miyamoto casually settled onto the sofa. "Rest assured, President Tsurubashi, my Blackwater security company will undoubtedly retrieve your 1 billion yen lost in the robbery. After all, the capabilities of Blackwater security are well recognized. Mr. Miyamoto, I am aware of that and fully comprehend it. However, the repercussions of this incident on the Tsurubashi Group are profoundly severe. It could potentially tarnish our reputation irreparably." Listening to Kiyohisa's rather nonchalant tone, President Tsurubashi could only maintain a smile while explaining. "That should be manageable, President Tsurubashi. May I inquire about your views on Blackwater security?" A smile graced Kiyohisa's face as he rested his chin on his hands, directing his gaze toward President Tsurubashi. "As you mentioned, the capabilities of Blackwater security are indeed evident, and its personnel are of exceptional professional caliber. Ha ha ha, to receive such praise from President Tsurubashi is indeed an honor for them. In light of this, would you consider allowing your company's security personnel to undergo training with Blackwater security? Or perhaps we could dispatch our personnel to aid in the training and restructuring of your security team." At that moment, Kiyohisa's smile resembled the glint of fangs from a predator lurking in the shadows. "Well, President Tsurubashi, I must remind you that the security situation in Tokyo has been quite chaotic lately. Bank robberies occur with alarming frequency, and those who fail to recover stolen funds often lose the trust of the public entirely. Even with Blackwater Security's assistance this time, what about the next? Surely, you would not wish for the illustrious Tsurubashi Group to face decline, would you?" Kiyohisa's words, akin to a whisper from a demonic abyss, prompted deep contemplation within President Tsurubashi. Observing this, Kiyohisa intensified his insinuation. "How about this, President Tsurubashi? If the personnel from Blackwater Security successfully retrieve the stolen funds by today, we can discuss further collaboration, shall we? It is said that when one wishes to open a window, it is advisable to first propose lifting the roof. In doing so, one might find their request to open the window more readily accepted. Similarly, Kiyohisa employed this strategy, gradually dismantling the other party's defenses under the weight of public scrutiny before offering a concession, thereby simplifying the matter considerably. As anticipated, after a moment of contemplation, President Tsurubashi nodded earnestly, signaling his agreement. Satisfied with the response, Kiyohisa hummed a cheerful tune as he departed from Tsurubashi Group. By this time, it was nearing noon. And considering the distance back to his safe house and hotel, Kiyohisa made a bold decision to visit the Suzuki residence for a meal. He pulled out his phone, locating the number on the second line of his call log and pressed the dial button. Instantly, the call log reverted to the first line. Ayako, it's me. I'm quite hungry right now. I wonder if there's a chance of enjoying a delicious meal at your place. As soon as the call connected, Kiyohisa eagerly explained his situation. Hey, Kiyohisa, what's up? Why the sudden desire to come over for dinner today? Surprised by this unexpected request, Ayako Suzuki seemed momentarily bewildered. However, sitting nearby, Tomoko Suzuki was far from hesitant. Upon confirming that it was Kiyohisa Miyamoto on the line, she leaned in closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. In that moment, she snatched the phone from Ayako's hands. Hello, Kiyohisa, it's your aunt. Rest assured, just come over. You won't go hungry, I promise. Without waiting for Kiyohisa's response, Tomoko promptly hung up, solidifying the arrangement. All right, your husband is coming over for dinner. Don't you think our dear Ayako should head to the kitchen and prepare a heartfelt lunch? Her gaze was playful as she looked at Ayako, her tone brimming with mirth. Oh, Mom, that is so annoying. Despite her protest, Ayako's body was quite honest. She immediately sprang up and dashed toward the kitchen. Time was short before Kiyohisa's arrival, and she needed to whip up some delectable dishes. Calling upon the household's finest chef for assistance, Ayako tied on her apron, her eyes glimmering with a spark of determination. However, the time was undeniably rather limited. It was utterly impossible to create exquisite dishes that would showcase one's culinary mastery. Fortunately, the ingredients were all in place, and Suzuki Ayako's skills were commendable. In less than half an hour, just as Miyamoto Kiyohisa's car arrived at the Suzuki residence, a delightful and lovingly prepared lunch was ready. However, when Kiyohisa Miyamoto stepped out of the car, Ayako Suzuki suddenly recalled a somewhat awkward matter. She had prepared only enough for Kiyohisa Miyamoto, entirely neglecting to consider Hideo Shibata amidst her recent flurry of emotions. Thus, an amusing tableau unfolded at the dining table. Before Kiyohisa Miyamoto lay a sumptuous and lovingly prepared lunch, while Hideo Shibata found himself facing an assortment of desserts, pre-made by the chef for afternoon tea. In the midst of this peculiar atmosphere, the two finished all the food before them. And it was only then that Ayako Suzuki dared to emerge from the room to gaze upon Kiyohisa Miyamoto. Ayako-chan, I heard from Auntie that all this was made by you? Upon spotting Ayako, who had seemingly vanished in the blink of an eye, Kiyohisa Miyamoto smiled, his curiosity piqued. Yes, I made it, Kiyohisa and I. Did it suit your taste? Ayako's fingers nervously poked at each other as she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely audible. Of course, Ayako-chan, I absolutely loved it. If only I could enjoy it every day. Kiyohisa Miyamoto, straining to catch her words, nodded vigorously, responding in an exaggerated manner. Really? Upon hearing this, Ayako, who had initially felt shy, immediately lifted her gaze to meet Kiyohisa's eyes. Indeed, that is certainly true. Rising from his seat, he approached Ayako and gently ruffled her hair with his right hand, his gaze softening as he looked at her. In that fleeting moment, an enchanting atmosphere enveloped them. Subsequently, Kiyohisa slowly lowered his head. Just as their eyes locked and the distance between them diminished, the restaurant's door was abruptly flung open from the outside. Kiyohisa, I heard you've accomplished something significant. Come quickly and share your thoughts with me. Even before the door was fully ajar, the voice of Shiro Suzuki echoed into the dining area. Instantly, Ayako, startled like a frightened doe, darted from Kiyohisa's presence and took refuge by the kitchen wall, contemplating her actions. As for the brazen Kiyohisa, he felt no shame, even letting out a slight, regretful click of his tongue. Uncle Suzuki, it's like this. Because Ayako had hidden promptly, Shiro Suzuki remained oblivious to her presence, instead focusing intently on discussing the company's developments with Kiyohisa Miyamoto. Upon learning of Kiyohisa's strategic maneuvers within the Tsurubashi Group, Shiro's expression transformed into one of profound admiration, both for Kiyohisa's unique insight and his remarkable decisiveness. However, Shiro Suzuki felt no trace of jealousy. After all, his son-in-law was akin to his son, and given the deep collaboration between their group and the other party, if the latter flourished, it was only natural that they would not fall behind. Soon, the other two individuals in the restaurant finally captured Shiro Suzuki's attention. "Oh, Ayako, Hideo. What brings you here?" "Dad, we've been here all along. It's just that when you entered, you immediately engaged in conversation with Kiyohisa, completely overlooking our presence," Ayako replied. Her tone slightly irritable. "Is that so?" "I sincerely apologize," Shiro Suzuki said, scratching his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. With the inclusion of the other two, the conversation gradually shifted towards everyday life. After approximately an hour of casual chatter, Kiyohisa Miyamoto finally broached the subject of his departure with Shiro Suzuki and Ayako. Having left the Suzuki residence, Kiyohisa Miyamoto and Hideo Shibata swiftly made their way to Kirikawa's security company, boarding the already prepared armed helicopter, which then set off toward various ports in Tokyo. Although Kiyohisa was quite familiar with the circumstances surrounding the case, he was uncertain about the specific port where the final scene would unfold. Thus, a thorough search was necessary, supplemented by ongoing reports from personnel monitoring the situation with Conan. Only through such meticulous efforts could they ensure absolute success. "Jin? What caliber of individual dares to share my name?" Kiyohisa silently scoffed, retrieving the sniper rifle he had prepared earlier, commencing the final calibration and adjustments. Whether it was fate or the whims of the world, after investigating 4 or 5 ports, Kiyohisa found no evidence of the Black Organization's operations. Based on the organization's typical modus operandi, they would invariably send individuals to conduct 1 to 2 reconnaissance missions before executing a plan, ensuring everything was foolproof before involving the higher-ups. Yet, these docks were either bustling with activity, making planning impossible, or desolate, devoid of even a few containers, far removed from Kiyohisa's recollections of a typical dock warehouse. Time swiftly passed, and by around 5 in the afternoon, the armed helicopter, having refueled, was now cruising through the skies. Inside, Kiyohisa, donned with headphones and clutching a walkie-talkie, appeared ready to command on the spot. "Attention, teams. The focus of this operation is not to eliminate the target. Simply create firepower disturbances and ensure we acquire critical leads regarding the 1 billion yen in illicit funds. Report, boss. This is the surveillance team. Masami Hirota has just left his rented apartment and is driving towards the port. Report, a young boy has suddenly appeared in Masami's room, riding a skateboard. No, not a skateboard, but a new high-speed mobility device, following the route Masami previously took." Just as Kiyohisa was about to inquire about Masami's destination, he heard an exclamation through his headphones. "Excellent. Continue to follow them and report the specific route and final location." "Received, boss." Based on satellite tracking, Masami's final destination appears to be the Nishikuchi warehouse. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Kiyohisa's face as he nodded in satisfaction. "Just as I suspected. It lies within these 3 suspicious port warehouses. Team 3, focus on the target and proceed to your designated location. The operation can commence." The Nishikuchi warehouse awaited.